a set of flying fish attire, a beautifully embroidered spring knife when clad in such finery. Evil will surely retreat. In the waning years of the Wanli era, the esteemed Chancellor Zhang Juzheng has passed away, and Qi Jiguang has been reassigned. The rebellious Zhu Yijun imposes forced mining taxes and abolishes reforms, while three major campaigns are on the horizon. Lin Mang traverses time and space, inheriting the hereditary position of the Jinyiwei, yet falls victim to treachery and is banished to a remote locale. I, Lin Mang, of the surname Lin and the given name Mang, embody recklessness. Whoever dares to disrupt my peace shall find their own disrupted. It is the 12th year of Wanli winter. The first snowfall graces the outskirts of Yuanjiang City. Feathers of snow descend from the early hours until dawn, enveloping the entire city in a shroud of white. In a small courtyard within an alley to the east of the city, a bone-chilling wind sweeps through the window, rousing Lin Mang from his slumber. As he gazes upon the unfamiliar surroundings, a torrent of strange memories floods his mind. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he realizes he has indeed traversed time. He finds himself in the Ming Dynasty. His skepticism arises from the striking dissimilarity of this era to his understanding of it. In this year, Zhu Yijun publishes L. Jing-yi. That seems entirely normal. What is not normal, however, is that this year, the infamous Qiao Gonggong of the Eastern Depot ascends to the realm of masters despite being severely injured in the snowy mountains. What on earth? Lin Mang is utterly flabbergasted. What manner of Ming dynasty is this? If that were all, it would be bearable, but there are also tales of a sword saint taking disciples, earning a place among the top 10 masters. Moreover, there exists a prominent supervisor of the Western Depot, Wang Zhi. Yet this Wang Zhi is not the historical figure, but bears a resemblance to the Rainmaster. The reason the original soul possesses this knowledge is due to his unique status. He is a Jinyiwei. However, the original's lineage does not stem from the illustrious Jinyiwei, but rather inherited his father's position. He now serves as a minor flag officer in the Jinyiwei. Sadly, the original's martial talents are lacking, and due to his sudden arrival, he faces various forms of exclusion and oppression from his peers. In truth, the position left behind by his father was that of 100 households, not a minor flag. His father was originally a chief flag officer of the Jinyiwei who, after assisting in solving a secret case, was posthumously promoted to the rank of 100 households. He was bestowed the flying fish attire and the embroidered spring knife as a mark of distinction. Lin Mang was meant to fill his father's vacancy, becoming the youngest 100 households in the Jinyiwei. However, with many coveting the 100 households position, Lin Mang found himself not only failing to fill the vacancy, but also exiled to Yuanjiang City. Though labeled a temporary assignment for experience, it bears a striking resemblance to banishment. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flickering within. What a cunning scheme. After all, he has no heirs, thus the notion of hereditary succession is moot. Clearly, the original must have met with an untimely demise, otherwise he would not be here. This world is utterly bizarre. It is entirely unlike the world within his memories, evoking a sense of inexplicable dread. This is not a modern society. It is an ancient realm where laws are stringent and human life is as trifling as grass. A moment's carelessness could spell doom not only for oneself, but also implicate one's entire clan. As Lin Mang meticulously sifts through the chaotic memories in his mind, he finally begins to untangle some threads of understanding. A few days prior, several minor flag officers of the Jinyiwei had invited the original soul to the Wanchun restaurant for drinks, claiming it was to welcome him back and wash away the dust of his travels. Later, he encountered a few intoxicated ruffians, leading to a confrontation between the two parties. Amidst the chaos, the original body, possessing limited martial prowess, suffered the most grievous injuries. Although he was not killed on the spot, he sustained serious wounds. For the past few days, he had been recuperating at home, but last night, after taking his medicine as usual, he was suddenly seized by excruciating pain in his chest and shortly thereafter met his demise. Lin Mang furrowed his brow in contemplation. The circumstances surrounding the original body's death appeared dubious. The injuries were evidently not fatal. In fact, rather than improving during his period of recovery, his condition had seemingly worsened. Rising from his seat, he approached the table, where an empty bowl and a small booklet lay before him. Ironclaw shirt. This was a martial technique left by the original's father, a form of Shaolin Qigong. In this era, the emperor had compiled the martial arts of the realm, and the Jinyiwei, being the emperor's elite guard, naturally possessed an abundance of martial manuals. First, he lifted the empty bowl to his nose, inhaling its remnants, before picking up the nearby booklet. Ding! The Wuxia gamer system has been successfully loaded. A clear electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind, causing Lin Mang's pupils to widen in astonishment. Is this a system? Name: Lin Mang. Identity: Junior Officer of the Jinyiwei. Realm: Postnatal Second Layer. Technique: Iron Cloth Shirt Beginner. Energy: 50. Detected Martial Technique: Iron Cloth Shirt. Would you like to spend 50 energy to cultivate it? A panel appeared before him, accompanied by an additional line of text. Is this really a system? Lin Mang was exhilarated. As a person who had traversed realms, he was well aware that a system was essential for those who had crossed over. Yes, from his memories, he recalled the original body had endured considerable hardship to cultivate the Iron Cloth Shirt. Even so, he had only reached the postnatal second layer. The path of martial arts is categorized into postnatal, innate, true Qi, celestial, master, and grandmaster levels. However, the practice of martial arts hinges on both talent and resources, and regrettably, the original body had been lacking in both. While his talent could be deemed barely adequate, he had unfortunately commenced his training too late, missing the golden opportunity, and his resources were woefully insufficient. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his limbs and bones. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the postnatal fifth layer. Lin Mang's eyes lit up with surprise. I broke through just like that? Transitioning from the postnatal second layer directly to the fifth layer was somewhat beyond his belief. He exhaled softly, gazing at his hands with a satisfied smile. He realized that even a year of arduous training might not yield such results. Creak! At that moment, the door to the room was cautiously pushed open. Following this, a slightly anxious voice called out from outside. Young Master. Young Master. Recognizing the voice from beyond the door, Lin Mang chose to remain silent for the time being. The individual outside, sensing the prolonged silence, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief before striding confidently into the room. As the newcomer passed through the screen and raised his head, he met Lin Mang's calm gaze, which revealed no emotion. A look of shock instantly crossed the elder's face, and a flicker of panic glimmered in his eyes as he stammered, Young Master. Fubo. Lin Mang observed him serenely, and, after a lengthy pause, he sighed softly and inquired, Why? My father treated you with kindness, and after his passing, I have honored you with the respect due to an elder. You have managed every affair in this household. Why have you acted in such a manner? Or do you serve the bidding of another? Lin Fu, panic-stricken, replied, Young Master, what are you saying? With a swift motion, the long blade was unsheathed, and Lin Mang pointed it menacingly, exclaiming, Did you poison that medicine? Lin Fu trembled, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, soon replaced by a hint of relief. Young Master, you have truly grown. In the next moment, the smile vanished from his face, and he propelled himself forward, his hands forming talons like those of a hawk, soaring forth with ferocity. Lin Mang's pupils dilated as he instinctively thrust the blade forward. Thud! The razor-sharp edge plunged directly into Lin Fu's heart. Yet, Lin Mang frowned slightly, for this thrust was not a result of his own intent, but rather a consequence of Lin Fu's reckless charge. Chapter 2 Interrogation Why? Lin Mang glared at Lin Fu with a mixture of anger and confusion in his eyes. Although Lin Fu was remarkably untalented and seldom practiced martial arts, preferring instead to cultivate his character, he had nonetheless achieved the fourth stage of postnatal martial arts over the past decade. He could have easily evaded that strike, with a hint of nonchalance in his gaze. Lin Fu choked out, Young Master, it is I, who coveted the family fortune. I deserve to die. With that, he breathed his last. Ding. You have slain a fourth stage postnatal martial artist, gaining 150 energy points. Lin Mang furrowed his brow. Coveting wealth? Such words seemed to be mere nonsense. Their family did possess a modest fortune, but the original owner's father was known for his kindness. During his tenure, he seldom engaged in illicit gain, primarily using his resources to aid the impoverished. Their lives were not particularly affluent. The family's greatest assets consisted of the meager yield from a few acres of farmland and some accumulated salary. Aside from that, there was only a meager compensation fund. However, the compensation in the Ming Dynasty was hardly substantial, even for someone like the original owner's father, who had achieved merit. It was merely 10 taels. In total, there were 50 taels of silver, which had just been exhausted. The so-called energy points provided by the system could be exchanged for silver, 1 tael for 1 energy point. Unexpectedly, it seemed that slaying someone could also yield energy points. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, Lin Mang exited the room and sent someone to report the incident to the authorities. He refrained from disturbing the crime scene and instead moved to the courtyard. Regardless of the underlying circumstances, one must be strong to forge ahead. With inadequate martial skills, survival was a challenge. Continue to improve. Ding. Congratulations to the host on breaking through to the 7th stage of postnatal martial arts. A warm current coursed through his body, invigorating his limbs and bones. Pressing his index finger against the stone table, it quickly sank half a finger's depth. A smile crept into Lin Mang's eyes. His iron cloth shirt had reached a small level of mastery, sufficient to withstand ordinary blades. At that moment, a group of constables entered the courtyard. The leader was a rugged man with a dark complexion, his features coarse and his eyes exceptionally sharp, with a hand resting on the blade at his waist. He moved with the grace of a tiger descending a mountain, clearly a practiced martial artist. Lord Lin. Tong Wu was the first to clasp his fists in greeting. The constables dared not show any negligence in the presence of the Jinyiwei. These men were notorious harbingers of death. Lin Mang also rose and clasped his fists, inquiring, "May I ask your name, esteemed sir?" "Please, I am unworthy of such honor. I am Tong Wu, from the Yuanjiang city's precinct." Lin Mang noticed the badge at Tong Wu's waist and exclaimed in surprise, "So, you are a top-tier constable of the 6 Doors?" Tong Wu nodded. The 6 Doors was a clandestine organization that encompassed martial experts, spies, constables, and assassins, primarily tasked with managing the affairs of the martial world. While the Jinyiwei also held such authority, their focus was more on supervising officials and matters of the court. After all, one was the emperor's personal army, while the other was a governmental entity overseeing the martial world. The court belonged to the emperor, yet the emperor was not confined to the court. Hence, the powers of the two differed considerably. Tong Wu candidly remarked, "Sir Lin, a report has come in regarding a homicide. I am uncertain of the particulars." With a soft sigh, Lin Mang turned and said, "Please, everyone, follow me." Soon, the group arrived at the inner chamber, where Lin Mang pointed to the lifeless body on the ground and stated, "This is my family's old servant. He sought to usurp our wealth, poison me, and, upon his scheme's exposure, took his own life in fear of punishment. It is indeed a misfortune for our household." Tong Wu's keen gaze remained fixed on the body, scanning the room thoroughly. "No issues here," he murmured. As they glanced at the closed door, the others following Tong Wu exchanged uncertain looks. "Sir, do we truly need to investigate this matter? The Jinyiwei possesses the authority to act first and report later. The truth of this incident is ultimately inconsequential. Furthermore, based on the evidence at the scene, there are no signs of a struggle, and the old servant was skilled in martial arts, making suicide a more plausible conclusion." Once the constables departed, Lin Mang mounted his embroidered spring blade and strode purposefully toward the Baihu office. The Jinyiwei has established Baihu offices throughout various regions, with the highest-ranking official being the Baihu, who oversees 2 chief flags, each of which manages 5 subordinate flags, with each subordinate flag commanding 10 Jinyiwei. Within the Jinyiwei, attaining the rank of Baihu signifies a genuine entry into the mid-level ranks, conferring a degree of influence. The Baihu office of Yuanjiang City is situated within a vast estate, once the residence of a wealthy merchant whose assets were confiscated due to smuggling. This location was subsequently repurposed as the Baihu office. Following its expansion, the office is now divided into 3 courtyards, east, west, and north. The north courtyard serves as the Baihu's office, while the east and west courtyards are managed by the 2 chief flags. Lin Mang is stationed in the west courtyard. Upon entering the west courtyard, Lin Mang observed a large training ground where numerous individuals were honing their martial skills. Upon seeing his arrival, they exchanged looks of surprise. Sensing that Lin Mang seemed somewhat different today, many among them held a lack of respect for Lin Mang, the subordinate flag officer. After all, in the Jinyiwei, prowess in martial arts and merit are paramount, and Lin Mang possessed neither. Moreover, he had been an unexpected appointment, making their acceptance of him all the more unlikely. In the training ground, a few watched Lin Mang from the sidelines and whispered, "Should we approach him? After all, he is our superior." Others might dismiss him, but they could not. Nearby, a man practicing his punches let out a low grunt and struck a wooden post with great force. The others' expressions shifted, and they quickly silenced themselves. Wang Wei struck the post with a fierce blow, his demeanor darkening. Had it not been for Lin Mang's sudden elevation, that position should have rightfully belonged to him. Although the subordinate flag is the lowest rank within the Jinyiwei, it is still a 7th-grade official position. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes and made his way toward the dungeon. That fellow is heading to the dungeon. What could he possibly want there? Surely he does not intend to interrogate those prisoners? The group buzzed with speculation. Wang Wei's expression changed, and he hastily pulled on his clothing, rushing after Lin Mang toward the dungeon. Within the dim, damp dungeon, they traversed a dark, narrow passage, arriving outside a cell. In the dim confines of the cell, 2 men found themselves shackled by heavy iron restraints, crafted specifically by the Jinyiwei for those skilled in martial arts. These cuffs were designed to ensnare even the most adept practitioners, rendering escape nearly impossible. Open the door and bring them forth, Lin Mang commanded, his expression devoid of emotion. The guards stationed at the dungeon hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately complied with his directive. They were but ordinary guards, wary of provoking Lin Mang, despite whispers of his unpopularity. Nevertheless, he was a figure beyond their reproach. Upon seeing Lin Mang, the 2 men's pupils constricted, a flicker of fear crossing their eyes. Lin Mang's lips curled into a cold smile. Are you surprised? Take them to the interrogation room. Chapter 3. How many of these 18 tortures can you endure? Within the interrogation chamber, the dim and damp dungeon suddenly grew oppressively hot. The charcoal crackled and burned, the branding iron glowing a fiery red. Surrounding them were a variety of torture devices, each more horrifying than the last. 2 individuals were bound to a wooden post with icy iron chains. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, "Surely you have heard of the 18 forms of punishment employed by the Jinyiwei prison? If not, I wouldn't mind enlightening you." Lin Mang picked up the glowing branding iron from the brazier, smiling as he said, "You should be quite familiar with this tool, yes?" Alongside branding, there are other tortures such as the clamp, skinning, tongue piercing, spinal breaking, finger severing, and heart stabbing. Stop. The man with the scar across his face immediately shuddered, hastily adding, "My lord, Lin, we were merely intoxicated and truly unaware of your identity. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, we would not dare to lay a hand on you." Oh, the smile on Lin Mang's face gradually faded as he approached the man, brandishing the glowing iron. Their identities had long been investigated. They were merely ordinary ruffians, their abilities only at the 3rd or 4th level of postnatal cultivation. Moreover, they were not locals of Yuanjiang City, having arrived from elsewhere a month prior. With a sizzling sound, the red-hot iron was pressed against the scarred man's chest, releasing a burnt odor into the air. Ah! The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing violently. His companion watched in horror. Lin Mang, cease this. Wang Wei rushed in, his face darkened as he glared at Lin Mang, furiously stating, "How can you resort to such illegal punishment? Their only crime is brawling." Upon seeing Wang Wei, the 2 men's eyes lit up, as if they had spotted a savior. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes, sneering, "Brawling? Since when did attempting to murder a Jinyiwei become mere brawling? And who do you think you are to call my name so casually?" Lin Mang's presence surged, his expression icy. At that moment, a group of onlookers flooded into the dungeon, drawn by the spectacle. In the past, Lin Mang had been meek, often bullied by his subordinates, who would either pay lip service to his orders or ignore them altogether. However, upon hearing his words now, they exchanged astonished glances, silently questioning whether this was truly the same Lin Mang. With a resounding slap, Lin Mang left a bright red imprint on Wang Wei's face. His demeanor indifferent as he stated, "What punishment is warranted for defying a superior?" The sharp sound of the slap stunned everyone present. Wang Wei glared at Lin Mang in furious disbelief, his fists clenched tightly, the red mark on his face glaringly conspicuous. Lin Mang turned away, seizing a small knife, and swiftly cut along the wound inflicted by the branding iron. The excruciating pain surged through the scarred man's body, causing cold sweat to pour from him. Even the onlookers, standing a short distance away, were left utterly astonished. Was this truly the Lin Mang they once knew? Lin Mang spoke coldly, "Do not even think about concealing the truth. If you choose silence, you shall not leave this prison today. The myriad tortures have only just begun." Before the scar-faced man could utter a word, another hurriedly interjected, "My lord, I will speak. I shall reveal everything." Wang Wei felt a chill run down his spine as he abruptly raised his head. Damn the thief. Attempting to murder the Jinyiwei, is this not a crime most heinous? With a fierce roar, Wang Wei lunged forward, his blade drawn, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. Clang! Yet, a flash of steel was swifter. Wang Wei's embroidered spring knife shattered in an instant, as Lin Mang slowly sheathed his own blade, coolly stating, "When did it become your turn to strike? What, do you wish to kill the silence?" Wang Wei's pupils constricted, shock flickering in his eyes. How could this be? This wretch was merely a second-tier cultivator. The Jinyiwei in the dungeon were equally astonished, gazing at Lin Mang in disbelief. Wang Wei, possessing the strength of a sixth-tier cultivator, had his weapons severed in an instant. Surely Lin Mang must be at least seventh tier. Confronted by Lin Mang's piercing gaze, Wang Wei suppressed his fury and muttered, "I dare not." "Ha!" Lin Mang scoffed derisively, turning to command, "Speak." The man, swallowing hard, glared at Wang Wei with indignation and declared loudly, "It was he. He orchestrated everything, promising us a martial art in exchange for your demise." "Nonsense!" Wang Wei retorted angrily. "You audacious villain, even now you seek to implicate others. I would never conspire with the likes of you, a common scoundrel." "My lord, we speak only the truth," the bound man urgently insisted. "He promised us that amidst the chaos, we would kill you and let a few ruffians take the blame, but that day, one of the Jinyiwei captured us." Wang Wei's heart was a tumult of shock and rage. "My lord, do not heed his one-sided tale. He knows his own deeds all too well. But he must not confess, for if he bears the guilt of harming comrades, his family shall also suffer." "Oh." Lin Mang turned to fix his gaze on Wang Wei, sneering. "So, you expect me to believe you? Even now, do you wish to quibble?" "Guards, seize Wang Wei." Lin Mang's voice thundered, resonating like a bell. This command was directed at his strong men. To set an example, as a superior, one must establish authority. In the crowd, several exchanged glances, preparing to apprehend Wang Wei. They too sensed that today, Lin Mang was markedly different. "Stop!" A booming voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. The throng parted, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black flying fish uniform, his expression stern. "My lord." The onlookers bowed respectfully. The newcomer was none other than Tao Ning, the head of the western courtyard. "My lord." Lin Mang also paid his respects. Tao Ning nodded slightly, then inquired, "Why do you all gather here instead of practicing? Moreover, Lord Lin, I just overheard that you intend to eliminate your own subordinate. I am unaware of his transgressions." Lin Mang spoke directly, "My lord. Wang Wei has hired a murderer, and the evidence is irrefutable." "My lord, I have not." Wang Wei immediately retorted defensively, "Your Excellency, these ruffians are merely slandering me." Tao Ning glanced at the two individuals bound to the pillar and chuckled, "Lin Xiaoqi, I believe there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. We are all family. How can we trust the words of these vagabonds?" "Misunderstanding?" A hint of a sardonic smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mang's lips, his expression suddenly turning icy. "There is no misunderstanding. Inflicting harm upon one's comrades is a capital offense." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Mang swung his blade in a furious arc. The blade's glimmer was blinding. "You dare!" Tao Ning's eyes widened, and he struck with his palm. Bang! Tao Ning's pupils constricted. When his palm descended, it felt as though it had struck solid steel. Chapter 4. Baihu. Xintian Kuei. With a sudden burst, a spray of blood erupted into the air. A severed head, adorned with an expression of utter resentment, soared upwards, blood cascading from the neck. Thud. The lifeless body of Wang Wei fell heavily to the ground, sheathing his blade. Lin Mang turned away. Ding. Energy points. For 100, the onlookers gazed at Lin Mang in disbelief. Could this man truly be a lunatic? Tao Zongqi had evidently sought to protect Wang Wei, yet here Lin Mang was, audaciously executing him before his very eyes. What sort of madness would compel a person to act so recklessly? Most individuals, faced with such a scenario, would likely choose to avoid conflict. A hint of pity began to flicker in the eyes of the crowd as they regarded Lin Mang. This was escalating beyond control. Tao Ning's face was a mask of fury. "Lin Mang, you possess an audacity most brazen, to dare slay a comrade." His hands, concealed within his sleeves, trembled slightly. Damn it! What was the true nature of this young man? What martial prowess did he possess, be it the golden bell shield or the iron cloth shirt? How could he remain unscathed despite such a confrontation? When had a mere second-tier cultivator become endowed with such formidable strength? Or had he been hiding his true capabilities all along? Lin Mang's expression remained composed as he brushed off the spot where Tao Ning had struck him, replying coolly, "Sir, Wang Wei engaged in contract killing, and now the evidence is irrefutable. May I inquire what wrong I have committed? As his superior, do I not have the authority to enact judgment?" As for your accusation of harming a comrade, I must respectfully disagree. I would like to ask, why does the sir repeatedly shield Wang Wei? Presumptuous. Tao Ning's countenance darkened, his voice icy. Are you challenging my authority? Not at all. Lin Mang replied casually with a slight bow. You. Tao Ning's fury surged, but before he could voice his anger, a burly man strode forth from the back of the crowd. His weathered face bore a fierce countenance, with eyes that glinted like a tiger's, exuding an imposing presence. Enough. Baihu Qin Tiankue. Upon his arrival, the crowd promptly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the esteemed Baihu. Qin Tiankue's cold gaze swept over the assembly. His voice sharp. Do you not feel ashamed by today's events? Such disgraceful conduct amidst the esteemed Jinyiwei? Tao Zongqi. At your service. Tao Ning, once brimming with arrogance, now appeared as meek as a lapdog. Qin Tiankue, indifferent, pronounced, your subordinates have brought disgrace upon you, and you cannot escape culpability. You shall be fined 3 months' salary. Let this matter rest here. I expect no further whispers about it. Yes, Tao Ning replied begrudgingly, bowing in submission. Qin Tiankue then turned his cold gaze upon Lin Mang, his tone frigid. Lin Xiaoqi, do you have any objections? Everything is at your discretion, sir. Lin Mang affirmed. Within the Baihu office, Qin Tiankue wielded the greatest authority. He was the true master of life and death in this city. As they watched Qin Tiankue depart, the crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief. It was said that Qin Baihu had been in seclusion, and yet this incident had managed to draw him out. Humph. Tao Ning scoffed in discontent as he swept away, his sleeves billowing behind him. The surrounding onlookers, sensing the tension, discreetly made their exit. As the crowd departed, the 9 elite guards remaining in the dungeon knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in salute. We pay our respects, my lord. Lin Mang looked down at them calmly and replied, Rise. Is Wang Wei closely associated with Tao Zongqi? The others exchanged glances, and one of them softly responded, My lord. Wang Wei is a distant cousin of Tao Zongqi. Lin Mang understood immediately. No wonder Tao Ning intervened to protect Wang Wei. Take care of Wang Wei's body, he commanded before turning on his heel to leave. Here, strength is the ultimate truth. Only with a firm fist can one speak with authority. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 9th level of the acquired realm. Iron cloth shirt has reached perfection. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, a boundless warmth flowing through his limbs and bones. Bang, bang. The sound of his internal energy resonated like bamboo tubes bursting with beans. Lin Mang's lips curled into a slight smile. Tao Ning was merely at the 9th level of the acquired realm, holding a higher official title over him. In the entire 100 house, only Qin Tiankuai had reached the innate stage. It seemed it was time to change to a new martial art. While the iron cloth shirt leaned towards external techniques, and though external skills could indeed break through to the innate stage, they were ultimately inferior to internal cultivation methods. Once he entered the innate realm, internal energy would be born within him, exponentially amplifying his power. At this moment, outside the prison, as Qin Tiankuai stepped out, a figure in white leaning against the wall remarked indifferently, Is the matter resolved? Qin Tiankuai glanced at him, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. The figure in white shook his head with a smile, and said, You are far too principled. Otherwise, you wouldn't be stuck in this remote 100 house. Lin Mang is a hot potato. How many people wish for his demise? Why do you insist on protecting him? You must understand that if he were to die, your position would surely improve. A deputy commander is bound to be needed. Qin Tiankuai paused his steps and replied calmly, I have no interest. The white-clad man was momentarily at a loss for words. In the martial arts pavilion, the so-called martial arts pavilion was merely a 2-story small loft within the manor. The martial arts of the world are divided into 9 grades, with the 9th being the lowest and the 1st the highest. This loft housed copies of techniques derived from the Jinyiwei's local garrison, the highest being merely 7th grade. To acquire truly exceptional martial arts, one must venture to the secret repository of the Jinyiwei's capital garrison, where the martial arts from various sects converge, forming a true treasure trove. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he found 2 rows of shelves in the hall, each adorned with boxes. Lin Mang casually opened one box, retrieving a copy of a technique, Shaolin Luan Fist, 8th grade upper. Lin Mang shook his head and continued his search. He required internal cultivation methods and sword techniques. The Shaolin Luohan Fist did not meet his needs. After searching the entire loft, he finally discovered a sword technique, Golden Crow Sword Technique, 7th grade lower. Different martial arts, even within the same grade, exhibit subtle variations. This sword technique was most suitable for him. The practice of iron cloth shirt inherently possesses formidable strength, and this sword technique emphasizes a grand and forceful approach, relying on an overwhelming and rapid vigor to shatter the opponent's moves. Unfortunately, there exists no suitable internal cultivation method. The most potent internal technique available here barely reaches the 8th rank, inferior even to his iron cloth shirt, which is undeniably lacking. Despite its unimpressive name, the iron cloth shirt was earned through merit by his frugal father, belonging to the 7th rank of techniques. The crucial aspect is that mastering the iron cloth shirt to perfection can nurture internal energy, facilitating a rise to innate prowess, a feat many rigorous practices cannot achieve. Reluctantly, he had to select a technique, the xiuchun gong, as a contingency. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Mang summoned a brocade-clad warrior to take the remaining land deed for collateral. To swiftly master the Golden Crow sword technique, one must invest diligently. Chapter 5. Are you teaching me how to act? My lord, everything has been prepared, totaling 673 taels. Within the chamber, a well-dressed warrior respectfully presented a banknote. Lin Mang reached out to accept the note, feeling a hint of astonishment. If his memory served him correctly, during the Wanli era, the price of an acre of land ranged from 50 to 100 taels. To sell 6 acres at this price was indeed beyond his expectations. Given the average quality of his family's farmland, he had anticipated a valuation of around 80 taels at best. Dismissed. Lin Mang cast a sidelong glance at the warrior, waving his hand dismissively. He seemed to have surmised the reason behind this windfall. Ultimately, it was the prestige that came with their position. Nevertheless, one should seize the opportunity when it presents itself. As a member of the Jinyiwei, relying solely on that meager salary would have led to starvation long ago. System recharge. He withdrew 600 taels, converting the entire sum into energy points. Summoning the system, he proceeded to allocate the points without hesitation. Introductory skills of the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Minor proficiency in the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Major proficiency in the Golden Crow Blade Technique. In an instant, a wealth of memories flooded Lin Mang's mind. He envisioned a figure wielding a blade, executing strikes with magnificent ferocity. After a moment, Lin Mang suddenly opened his eyes wide, a brilliant light flashing within them. Clang! He drew the embroidered spring blade from the table and stepped into the courtyard, executing a series of rapid strikes. Plum blossoms in the snow of summer. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 12 ferocious slashes, the brilliance of the blade captivating all who beheld it. Bang! The blade's arc sliced through the air, cleaving a stone bench in half, shards scattering in all directions. Sheathing the blade, Lin Mang smiled in satisfaction. This technique, combined with the formidable strength derived from his iron cloth shirt, was indeed like adding wings to a tiger. Regrettably, this amount of energy was far from sufficient to elevate him to the innate realm, Lin Mang mused with a shake of his head. Just then, a hurried Jinyiwei entered the courtyard, clasping his fist in salute. My lord, the 100 household lord requests your presence in the conference hall. Lin Mang turned, sheathing his blade, and casually inquired, what is the matter? The subordinate is unaware. All the minor flags and the chief flags have been summoned. Lin Mang furrowed his brow slightly. Typically, the 100 household lord rarely convened all the minor flags. Tasks were generally assigned by the 2 chief flags. Moreover, to his knowledge, the 100 house had not issued any missions in quite some time. It appeared that something significant had transpired. Strapping the blade to his side, Lin Mang exited the courtyard and made his way to the conference hall. Upon entering, he chose a seat at random and sat down. The upper left corner of the hall remained vacant, as it was said that the chief flag seldom made appearances. Since joining the 100 household, he had yet to even catch a glimpse of the man. In the lower right corner, Tao Ning shot Lin Mang a dark glance, his expression grim. The group of minor flags regarded Lin Mang with keen interest. The discord between Lin Mang and Tao Ning had become common knowledge within the 100 household. Initially, they had considered it exaggerated. After all, in their minds, Lin Mang was still that timid, trouble-averse figure of little strength, destined for a short life. However, it now appeared that the rumors were indeed grounded in truth. As a subordinate, it is customary to pay respects to one's superior upon entering. Yet Lin Mang did not even cast a glance in that direction. Such audacity. Suddenly, a voice from across the table interjected coldly, Lin Mang, Master Tao is present. As a subordinate, do you not wish to pay your respects? Or do you hold Master Tao in such contempt that you would disregard him altogether? Perhaps even looking down upon the esteemed Lord Baihu? Lin Mang glanced at him, memories surfacing in his mind. Dong Wenshan, a loyal sycophant of Tao Ning. Lin Mang scoffed. Are you attempting to instruct me on proper conduct? When have I ever disdained Lord Baihu? Rather, what is your intent in uttering such words? Dong Wenshan's expression darkened. Retorting furiously, Lin Mang, you are exceedingly arrogant. A derisive laugh was Lin Mang's only response. At the head of the table, Tao Ning's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, yet he suppressed his ire, stating coldly, enough. Are you not embarrassed enough already? Casting a disdainful glance at Dong Wenshan, he secretly cursed, incompetent fool. From the side of the hall, Chun Tianquai strode in with authority, his presence commanding. The others rose and clasped their fists in greeting. We pay our respects to Lord Baihu. Be seated, Chun Tianquai said casually as he settled into the grand chair. His tone grave. I have summoned you all today for a significant task. The Eastern Depot has sent word that a group of fugitives they are pursuing has entered our jurisdiction, and they request our assistance in their capture. The portraits will be distributed shortly. The crowd exchanged glances, then rose in unison. Understood. Clearly, Chen Baihu had no intention of elaborating further. With a sense of bewilderment, they exited the hall. Outside, a member of the Jinyiwei entered, carrying a thick stack of papers, and respectfully stated, My lord, the portraits have arrived. The illustrations depicted a young man and woman, both appearing no older than their teenage years. Lin Mang furrowed his brow. Is it truly necessary for the Eastern Depot to make such a fuss over these two individuals? Let us proceed and gather our people, regardless of who they are. My task remains unchanged. Advancement within the Jinyiwei requires merit, capability, and strength in equal measure. Leading 9 Jinyiwei, he exited the Baihu's residence. To gather information, one must consult those from all walks of life. As he walked, Lin Mang inquired, what gangs operate within this city? Being an outsider, he was not well acquainted with the local dynamics. One of the Jinyiwei quickly replied, My lord, there are 2 major gangs in the city, the Wild Wolf Gang and the Heaven Blade Society. The Wild Wolf Gang is comprised mainly of ruffians and thugs, while the Heaven Blade Society consists of a more reputable class of martial artists. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mang responded, Let us go to the Wild Wolf Gang. At the Wild Wolf Gang stronghold, upon seeing the imposing group of Jinyiwei approach, the dozing guard at the entrance trembled and hastily retreated into the premises. Soon, a somewhat portly figure emerged, marked by a mole at the corner of his mouth, followed by several high-ranking members of the Wild Wolf Gang. Wang Kuan, in a sycophantic manner, exclaimed, I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and I beg your pardon for my failure to greet you properly. In this city, even those in power are reluctant to provoke the Jinyiwei, let alone the lowly ruffians. Lin Mang cast a glance at him and smiled. There is no need for such apprehension, Chief Wang. I have come seeking your assistance. Assistance? Wang Kuan was momentarily taken aback, yet inwardly he felt a sense of relief. Lin Mang signaled to the person behind him. The Jinyiwei promptly stepped forward and handed him a portrait. I ask you, Chief Wang, to keep a vigilant eye on these 2 individuals and inform me at the earliest opportunity should you gather any intelligence. Wang Kuan repeatedly affirmed, Rest assured, my lord. I will dispatch my brothers to search immediately. Thank you. Lin Mang clasped his hands in gratitude before turning to leave. Chief, what is the Jinyiwei playing at? Why do they need our help to find someone? Wang Kuan squinted at the figures depicted in the portrait, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. It seems we have stumbled upon a great opportunity. Instruct my brothers to scour the city inside and out. This is indeed a fortuitous moment. A glimmer of astuteness sparkled in Wang Kuan's narrow eyes. Should they manage to align themselves with the Jinyiwei through this endeavor, the Wild Wolf Gang would surely ascend to the heights of the Crab Gang. Chapter 6. Remember to seek this official when you encounter such ill-gotten gains in the dead of night. Wang Kuan, the leader of the Wolf Gang, personally arrived to deliver a message. Lin Mang sat regally in his chair, gazing at Wang Kuan, who stood in the living room, and remarked casually, I did not expect the speed of the leader Wang to be quite impressive. Though he was the chief of the Wolf Gang, commanding hundreds of ruffians in the city, he displayed an extraordinary level of deference in front of Lin Mang. Wang Kuan flattered, for matters instructed by the esteemed official, how could I dare to be negligent? My men have thoroughly investigated, and the person you seek is in Li Family Village, just outside the city. Oh, Lin Mang raised an eyebrow, commending, I must thank you, Leader Wang, for your efforts this time. Wang Kuan hastily replied, It is my duty to alleviate the official's burdens. How could I accept thanks? He had a clear understanding of his position. Despite his seemingly imposing presence, he was merely an ant that could be crushed at any moment in the eyes of the officials. let alone the Jinyiwei, the emperor's personal guards, whom even the disdainful constables would avoid. Sometimes, one must take risks. Esteemed official, Wang Kuan bowed forward, retrieving a wooden box from his bosom, and said with a smile, "I happened to pass by the entrance of the 100 Households office and found this. It must belong to some thief." Found? A smile crept onto Lin Mang's face as he reached for the ornate box. Inside lay 10 lustrous pearls, glistening with a subtle sheen. Lin Mang cast a teasing glance at Wang Kuan, intrigued. "You possess quite the audacity to attempt to bribe this official?" Bang! Wang Kuan immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Official, you wrong me. I truly did not intend that. It was indeed found. If I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck by heavenly thunder." At that moment, Wang Kuan was filled with trepidation. Could it be that this official did not favor wealth and treasures? If that were the case, he might have truly misstepped. Regretting his haste, he realized he had not properly investigated the official's preferences. Haha! Lin Mang suddenly burst into laughter, kindly assisting Wang Kuan to his feet, jesting. "I was merely joking with you, Leader Wang. There is no need for alarm." With a casual gesture, he closed the box on the table and meaningfully stated, "Since it is ill-gotten wealth, I must seek out its rightful owner." However, pausing, Lin Mang leaned in and whispered to Wang Kuan, "Leader Wang, should you encounter such ill-gotten gains again, remember to seek this official's assistance." Wang Kuan's face brightened, quickly suppressing his smile, and with utmost respect proclaimed, "Esteemed officials, you are indeed a model for us all, balancing official duties while attending to such trifles." Lin Mang's last words carried significant weight. Wang Kuan, not being a fool, immediately grasped the underlying meaning. He promptly raised his hand and vowed, "Rest assured, esteemed official, I, Wang Kuan, would never engage in anything that violates the law." "Very well." Lin Mang waved his hand, signaling that he could take his leave. After Wang Kuan departed, a hesitant Jinyiwei standing by inquired, "My lord, is it wise to associate so closely with the Wild Wolf Gang, a mere assembly of lowly ruffians?" Lin Mang nonchalantly replied, "What harm is there in that? Do you believe our reputations among the esteemed officials of the court and the common folk are any better?" He retrieved a pearl from a box and tossed the remaining pearls to the Jinyiwei beside him. "One for each, no more." Wang Dashing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. Lin Mang waved his hand dismissively. "If there's nothing further, you may leave and inform the 100 House Lord of this news." Wang Dashing, bewildered, asked, "My lord, why do we not pursue the capture ourselves? Surely the accolades would belong to you." "Accolades?" Lin Mang shook his head. "Do not underestimate the situation. Those worth the East Factory's mobilization for capture are not so easily apprehended. Are we to expend such effort on mere children?" At that moment, he felt a newfound respect for the young flag lord. The saying holds true, a tiger begets no dog. It seems he had previously been concealing his talents. "I take my leave." Wang Dashing clasped the box and bowed as he exited. System recharge. Energy points 120, worth 120 taels? Lin Mang's gaze flickered. Yet, he bore no regret for parting with those 9 pearls. Everyone is striving for their future, and when one's career is obstructed, one must resort to financial gain. To inspire diligence in others, mere strength is insufficient. Tangible benefits must accompany it. How can one expect others to toil for a meager salary? It soon proved that this matter was indeed extraordinary. Shortly after the news was dispatched, Lin Mang was startled awake by a knock at the door. Wang Dashan's voice rang out, "My lord. The 100 House Lord has summoned all Jinyiwei to leave the city and capture the fugitive." At that moment, he was in complete awe of the young flag lord. The mobilization of the 100 House Lord indicated that this fugitive was no ordinary criminal. Had they proceeded, they likely would have met a grim fate by now. Lin Mang casually donned his attire, grasped his embroidered spring blade, and stepped outside. In the courtyard, a group of 9 awaited, their horses tethered quietly. Lin Mang mounted his steed, secured his blade, and commanded, "Let's depart." The gates of the 100 House swung wide, and the sound of galloping hooves resonated through the air as each Jinyiwei flag led their contingent towards the city outskirts. Dust billowed along the silent streets. "Drive on, drive on." A squadron of Jinyiwei galloped furiously out of the city, while the patrolling officers exchanged glances, hastily stepping aside. What could compel these specters to venture out at such an hour? Who knows? Lin Mang swiftly joined forces with the ahead group, as hundreds of Jinyiwei surged towards Li family village beyond the city. In the darkness, torches flickered, casting their glow upon the cold faces of the gathered men. Lin Mang's gaze fixed intently on Chun Tian Kuei at the forefront, his mind deep in contemplation. During the daylight hours, Qin Tianhui was rather indifferent to the Eastern Factory's request for assistance. However, nearly half a day later, upon learning of the target's whereabouts, he summoned his team to set off under the cover of night. What transpired in that brief interlude? The group hastened their journey, reaching the vicinity of Li family village in the span of a single tea's brewing time. At that moment, Qin Tianhui suddenly reined in his horse and turned to his companions, stating, "Once we locate the target, it is imperative that we capture them alive. We must not resort to lethal force." Although the others were puzzled, they all clasped their fists in acknowledgement, responding, "As you command." Chapter 7. The black-clad arrow troop on the desolate countryside path. A group of riders clad in black suddenly emerged, their steeds galloping fiercely. The onlookers tensed. But soon a voice rang out from one of the riders. "Is that you? Shun Baihu from the 100 Household Office?" "It is I," Qin Tianhui replied loudly. The crowd turned their gaze towards the flickering light of the torches. On the back of a horse, they beheld a man adorned with a pointed hat, white leather boots, and a brown outfit, his waist cinched with a slender belt, a delicate figure indeed. The black-clad arrow troop. Lin Mang felt a shiver run down his spine. To his astonishment, the Eastern Depot had dispatched the black-clad arrow troop. He recalled that the history of this dynasty had undergone significant changes. The Eastern Depot had not yet absorbed the brocade guards or the six doors. Moreover, given the current emperor's capabilities, Eunuch Chao was merely Eunuch Chao, not to mention the competing Western Depot. Nevertheless, the Eastern Depot he commanded held considerable power, with the black-clad arrow troop as his trusted allies. The delicate man on horseback quickly introduced himself. "Qin Baihu, I am Wang Yu." Qin Tianhui clasped his fists in greeting. "I have the honor to meet you, Wang Dangtu." Wang Yu replied hastily, "Qin Baihu, the fugitive is in the nearby village. I request your assistance. Our chief will arrive shortly." Lin Mang's pupils constricted. "Chief? Pai Xiaodian?" That name sounded vaguely familiar. A dreadful thought crossed his mind, but he shook it off. Could he be one of Eunuch Chao's men? Never mind. It was irrelevant to him. As a minor figure in the brocade guards, such high-stakes games were beyond his concern. His duty was to follow orders. "Let us proceed," Qin Tianhui urged, pulling on the reins as he led the group towards the village. Upon reaching the outskirts, they discovered a fierce battle unfolding within. A group was embroiled in combat with the Eastern Depot agents. Though outnumbered, the assailants fought fiercely, leaving the Eastern agents in disarray. The situation only began to stabilize when Wang Yu's contingent joined the fray. Drawing his sword, Qin Tianhui shouted, "Kill!" The others followed suit, unsheathing their blades and charging forth. Lin Mang tugged on his reins, galloping out alongside them. Clang! A flash of cold steel sliced through the air, and a head soared into the sky. Energy points. For 100, the scene descended into chaos. From the shadows, several burly figures shielded a man and a woman, including an older woman. Lin Mang furrowed his brow, silently pondering, could they truly be Yang Yuxuan's offspring? Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from behind, "Lock the sky arrow array." In an instant, a torrential rain of arrows filled the sky, striking with uncanny precision as if guided by a tracker, piercing through the group of martial artists. A rider approached, wielding a longbow, their face obscured, eyes exuding an extraordinary malevolence. Amidst the turmoil, Lin Mang discreetly drew back. Thud, thud. The arrow rain fell mercilessly, inflicting severe casualties among the martial artists. The steel-tipped arrows penetrated their chests, pinning them brutally to the ground. Pai Xiaodian pulled back his hand, channeling vast innate energy into the arrows, then released, sending 8 arrows hurtling forth. In the next moment, another volley of arrows was unleashed. A torrential downpour of arrows rained down upon the fleeing youths. At that moment, a cloaked swordsman clad in black descended from the heavens. The dazzling swordplay intercepted the multitude of arrows with precision. Shortly thereafter, another cloaked figure wielding a blade also descended, their presence merging into the ranks of the black-clad archers. The two moved with lightning speed, their forms as swift as the wind, their blades cutting through the air like ominous clouds, swiftly decimating the ranks of the archers. In an instant, as they released their grasp, the arrows cascaded down like a tempest, carrying a chilling aura. In the next heartbeat, a shadow flashed past, arriving before Pai Xiaodian in the blink of an eye. The blade's glimmer swept through the surroundings, leaving the East Factory guards lifeless in an instant. Pai Xiaodian's heart raced in terror as he hastily drew his sword in retaliation. The clash of metal rang out violently in his ear. However, the strike was swifter than he had anticipated, so fast that he merely glimpsed a flash of cold light before him. The icy blade materialized with sudden ferocity. The first of the earth, Morong Idao. Pai Xiaoyan's eyes widened as a crimson line appeared on his forehead, and he fell, unwilling to accept his fate. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Mang tugged at the reins, his gaze drifting into the distance, his eyes flickering with recognition. A spy. This scene felt inexplicably familiar. Yet, the prowess of these two was undeniably formidable, a strength that was truly admirable. Duan Tianhai and Murongyi Dao swiftly escorted Yang Yushuan's children to safety. Amidst the tumultuous darkness, some remained locked in combat, while others pursued the fleeing children of Yang Yushuan. Lin Mang dismounted with agility, swiftly making his way towards Pai Xiaoyan's location. Fortune favors the bold. The moment Pai Xiaoyan appeared, an idea blossomed in his mind. In the darkness, Lin Mang fumbled about and soon retrieved a stack of silver notes from Pai Xiaoyan's grasp. Without pausing to examine, he opted to recharge. A chime echoed as he discovered a fragment of the martial art Tiangang Tongzigong and was prompted. Would you like to cultivate? His expression darkened as he continued his search. Another chime sounded, revealing the martial art Xunyang Wujigong, asking if he wished to spend 1,000 energy points to cultivate. Cultivate. In that instant, it felt as though a barrier within him had been shattered, and a surge of searing inner strength erupted forth. The energy derived from Xunyang Wujigong was inherently pure and radiant, akin to a blazing sun. Coupled with the refinement from his previous training in the iron cloth shirt, his inner strength became extraordinarily robust. Even with just this initial breakthrough, the quality of his inner power surpassed that of ordinary innate stages by several-fold. A continuous flow of energy coursed through his limbs and bones, rapidly enhancing his physique under its cleansing influence, bringing the iron cloth shirt to its perfected state. A subtle silver sheen enveloped his body, rendering him as hard as iron. Innate stage. Lin Mang dared not linger, hastily returning the items to Pai Xiaoyan's embrace and swiftly departing. The silver notes were dispensable, but the martial arts manuals were not to be trifled with. To his surprise, Pai Xiaoyan had even possessed a fragment of Tiangang Tongzigong. It seemed that Master Chao held this subordinate in high regard. Regardless, he only needed to grasp the fundamentals of the techniques. The absence of further manuals would be inconsequential. Before long, the chaotic melee subsided, and Qin Tiankuai stood in place. Gazing into the distance, the black-clad arrow squad has suffered heavy casualties, with the bodies of the Eastern Factory's henchmen strewn across the ground. Lin Mang cast a contemplative glance at Qin Tiankuai in the distance, pondering whether this incident was reported by him. If Qin Tiankuai was indeed aware of everything, then the orders he had just issued would make perfect sense. However, such considerations have become inconsequential. After all, he has already obtained everything he required. Chapter 8. The honorable invitation of Lord Xiaoqi. A faint smile graced Lin Mang's face as he felt a stirring within his heart, prompting him to open the system panel. Name, Lin Mang. Identity, Xiaoqi of the Jinyiwei realm. Innate, early stage, cultivation technique. Iron cloth shirt, perfected. Pure Yang Wujigong, 4th layer. Martial skill, golden crow blade technique, great accomplishment. Energy, 1800. Lin Mang was taken aback, realizing that the substantial silver notes carried by the influential figure, Pai Xiaoyan, had fortuitously benefited him. It was the perfect opportunity to cultivate the golden crow blade technique. In an instant, a phantom figure appeared in his mind, wielding a blade. The blade's shadow was dense, and the fierce blade aura descended like a tempest moments later. Lin Mang exhaled a heavy breath, his expression brightening with joy. He could sense the power within him, oscillating between gentleness and ferocity. Now that he had broken into the innate realm, with the golden crow blade technique reaching perfection, he had acquired a modicum of self-defense. Any martial skill, when cultivated to perfection, could unleash extraordinary and unpredictable power. With the foundation of his iron cloth shirt, coupled with the perfected golden crow blade technique, he should be capable of contending with an average practitioner at the mid-innate stage. In the martial world, most practitioners cease their training after achieving great accomplishment in their skills. For reaching perfection was an arduous endeavor. The time required to cultivate a 7th-grade martial skill to perfection was sufficient for one to master a 6th-grade skill. However, in this city, 6th-grade martial skills were indeed rare treasures. With his perfected 7th-grade golden crow blade technique, he could surpass 99% of practitioners. Just wait. Lin Mang gazed up at the waning moon, partially veiled by ominous clouds, a glint of cold brilliance shimmering in his eyes. To his knowledge, many of the 100 households within the Jinyiwei were of the innate realm. When he was dispatched here, the position of 100 households was seized from him, a circumstance that was not entirely devoid of a lack of strength. Those of hereditary lineage typically bore strength comparable to their forebears, yet he was a rather exceptional case. The notion of waiting to refine himself before assuming office was merely a facade. After a brief cleansing, Lin Mang retired to bed, spending the night in silence. The following day, as dawn broke, Lin Mang donned his blade and made his way to the training ground. When the other Jinyiwei arrived, they were astonished to find Lin Mang already honing his skills. The once disdainful and arrogant Jinyiwei now regarded him with utmost respect. Even those not under his command greeted him amicably, their demeanor reverent. Wang Dashing approached at a brisk pace, respectfully stating, "My lord, the 100 households request your presence." With a resounding thud, Lin Mang struck the bronze man, casually draping his attire over himself. "What is it about?" he inquired. Wang Dashing shook his head. "I do not know." A chill ran through him. Why did he feel that this young lord's aura was becoming increasingly formidable? It was as if he were facing 100 households himself. Understanding dawned upon him. Lin Mang simply uttered a few words before gesturing for Wang Dashing to depart. In the conference hall, Lin Mang strode in, clasping his hands in salute. "I pay my respects to you, Sir Baihu. May I inquire the reason for your summons?" Qin Qinquai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Mang with a stern expression, his tone remaining icy. "Regarding last night's events, your intelligence was invaluable. I shall record a minor contribution for you and grant you a reward of 20 taels of silver." Lin Mang returned the gesture, maintaining his composure. "Thank you for your kindness, sir. However, last night's success was due to the collective bravery of all the comrades under your command. I dare not claim credit for it." A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Tiankuai's eyes as he remarked, with a hint of profundity, "What is rightfully yours cannot be taken by others." Lin Mang's face displayed a trace of confusion. Before he could respond, Qin Tiankuai continued, "This time, your small banner will collectively receive merit once. If there is nothing further, you may leave." Lin Mang refrained from further inquiries, bowed in respect, and turned to depart. Within the ranks of the Jinyiwei, a strict system of merit and punishment prevails, categorized into personal and collective merits. Merits play a crucial role in promotions and the eligibility to exchange for martial arts manuals from the armory. It takes 20 minor merits to exchange for 1 major merit. 10 major merits can be exchanged for 1 high merit. Even Lin Mang's father, over the course of his life, accumulated merely 2 major merits, having been elevated to the rank of Genie Baihu only after assisting in the resolution of a secret case that earned him high merit. To this day, this marks Lin Mang's first minor merit. In the Jinyiwei, merits can be traded for martial arts manuals, weapons, and elixirs. Some items cannot be purchased with money alone. As for collective merit, it operates similarly to personal merit, allowing for the exchange of martial arts manuals, elixirs, and weapons, albeit at a lesser value than personal merit. After Lin Mang's departure, a figure clad in white slowly emerged from the inner hall. "This is hardly a prudent idea," Qin Tiankuai remarked, casting a glance at him. His voice cold. "Let him assess his own capabilities. He might as well remain here for eternity." The figure in white shook his head with a smile. "You are not without merit yourself." Qin Tiankuai rose abruptly, stating, "I am weary and shall retire." "Ah, I have only just arrived," the figure in white replied, displaying a look of helplessness. But Qin Tiankuai paid him no heed and turned to enter the inner chamber. Upon returning to the training grounds, Wang Dashing hurried over and whispered, "Sir, Wang Kuan has sent someone to invite you for a meal." Lin Mang pondered for a moment and replied, "Bring along the brothers as well." Wang Dashing appeared bewildered, hesitating. "Sir, this..." Lin Mang shot him a glance, calmly stating, "We are merely dining and discussing how to address the city's law and order issues with the heads of local factions. Is there a problem?" Wang Dashing stood frozen, sensing the logic in Lin Mang's words, yet something felt amiss. "No problem." He finally nodded, albeit woodenly. Lin Mang smiled and turned to leave. For those elite members of the Jinyiwei who have undergone rigorous selection, the education they received emphasized loyalty to the imperial authority, integrity, and impartiality in their duties. But does true fairness exist in this world? Fairness has always existed only on the edge of a blade. The greatest injustice in this world is that heaven is unfair to everyone. Soon, Wang Dashing summoned everyone involved in the training. Upon learning that Lord Shaoqi planned to treat them to a meal, smiles adorned the faces of the gathered crowd. They followed Lin Mang, marching grandly out of the training grounds. Within the premises, several Imperial Guards exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the source of such excitement among those individuals. Could it be that they were preparing for a special mission? "I noticed Lin Mang just visited the residence of the 100 House Lord," remarked one man. his brow furrowed in thought. After a brief hesitation, he promptly declared, "You all follow them and keep watch. I will report to the chief flag officer immediately." Chief Tao had instructed them to remain vigilant regarding Lin Mang's movements, necessitating constant updates. Understood. The group responded in unison, quickly and cautiously trailing behind. Chapter 9. The Wang brothers at the Tianxing restaurant. The restaurant today exuded an unusual tranquility, devoid of its customary clamor. The reason for this serene atmosphere was that Wang Kun of the Wolf Gang had reserved the entire venue, and the streets surrounding the establishment had been thoroughly cleared by his men. When Lin Mang arrived, accompanied by a contingent of Imperial Guards, Wang Kun was already waiting at the entrance. "Thank you for gracing us with your presence, my lord," Wang Kun said, his face adorned with a broad smile. Lin Mang, resting a hand on the hilt of his embroidered spring knife, replied coolly, "You are too kind, Master Wang. I must extend my gratitude for the assistance you provided last time." Wang Kun chuckled. "It was merely a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. My lord, please allow me to escort you upstairs." "Very well." Lin Mang nodded slightly and ascended the stairs. On the second floor, upon entering the private room, Wang Kun clapped his hands, summoning a waiter. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and serve the dishes for our esteemed guests." The waiter trembled at the urgency and hurriedly responded, "I shall attend to it at once." Once seated, Lin Mang glanced at the group of Imperial Guards and said with a light laugh, "Please, make yourselves comfortable. Eat and drink freely, today. We are here to enjoy a meal without any distinction of rank." "Thank you, my lord." The Imperial Guards expressed their gratitude with a respectful salute, their faces reflecting appreciation. The Tianxing restaurant was renowned in the city, and they seldom had the opportunity to dine here. Soon, an array of sumptuous dishes was presented on the table. Lin Mang turned to the somewhat anxious Wang Kun standing nearby and said, "Master Wang, please take a seat." Wang Kun carefully sat down. Lin Mang, unreserved in his appetite, began to eat without acknowledging Wang Kun's presence. As a practitioner of martial arts, Lin Mang had a considerable appetite, especially since he was cultivating a hard qi technique that required substantial nourishment. Having recently broken through to a higher level, his appetite had surged even further. Thus, it was clear that the impoverished could hardly afford to pursue martial arts. If one could not secure basic sustenance, how could they train? Today, with the rare opportunity of being treated to a meal, Lin Mang indulged without hesitation. As the wine flowed and the dishes were plentiful, wiping the corner of his mouth, Lin Mang turned to Wang Kun, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Speak your mind. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Wang Kun hesitated, the flesh of his face betraying his uncertainty. Lin Mang continued, "I have little patience for indirectness. If you have something to say, please be forthright." Wang Kun quickly stood, saying, "My lord, it is as follows. My brother was imprisoned a few days ago due to a brawl, and I seek your assistance in remedying the situation." "Oh?" Lin Mang replied, surprised. "It seems your brother has entangled himself with formidable individuals?" Given the Wolf Gang's influence, if he had merely fought with commoners, it would have been easy to resolve the matter by bribing a couple of local ruffians. The fact that a brother of the esteemed gang leader found himself incarcerated indicated he had crossed paths with someone of significant stature. Wang Kun gritted his teeth, expressing his anger. "Indeed, that reckless fool provoked the son of the Zhou family in the city. I initially thought to let him face the consequences, but my dying father implored me to look after him, so I humbly beseech you to spare his life." With that, he knelt, bowing his head to the ground. At that moment, his heart was laden with trepidation. If it were not for a lack of alternatives, he would never have sought the assistance of this esteemed lord. Regardless of the vitriol he may express, wishing his own brother's demise, how could one bear to witness such a tragedy unfold? Lin Mang's fingers lightly drummed upon the table, lost in contemplation. The Zhou family. "Ha!" Lin Mang chuckled softly and said, "Rise." Wang Kun hastily stood, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Lin Mang waved his hand dismissively. "You must have sought assistance from the Zhou family, correct?" Wang Kun offered an awkward smile. "Yes." Noticing the expression on Wang Kun's face, Lin Mang could surmise the situation's essence. The Zhou family was a prominent clan within the city, with members holding positions even within the county office. A steadfast Zhou family amidst the ever-changing county magistrates. The magistrates may come and go, yet the Zhou family remained firmly rooted, commanding a modicum of respect. How could such a distinguished family deign to regard a ruffian leader like Wang Kun? As the saying goes, commoners should not contend with officials. Wang Kun may appear formidable, yet the reality was known only to him. Wang Dashing, currently boasting at the dining table, abruptly stood, swallowing his food hastily. "My lord, what are your commands?" Lin Mang casually tossed a token onto the table with this token. "Release the brother of the leader Wang from the prison. Inform them he is involved in a case that requires our interrogation. As you command." Wang Dashing took the token and departed, casually snatching a chicken leg as he passed the banquet table. Wang Kun exhaled a sigh of relief, kneeling once more. Raising his hand in a solemn vow, "My lord, in the face of peril, should you call upon me, I, Wang Kun, shall not flinch." Lin Mang smiled gently. Shaking his head, "Rise. The truth is secondary. What truly matters is the potential for profit." Wang Kun produced a small box from his pocket, presenting it respectfully upon the table. "My lord, a humble token of esteem, not worthy of your attention. I admire your tireless dedication and have brought this tea for you all." Lin Mang chuckled inwardly, realizing that these individuals were indeed shrewd, skilled in the art of flattery. He opened the box briefly, then closed it again, his face beaming with a smile. "The leader Wang is thoughtful." Lin Mang patted Wang Kun's shoulder, reflecting. "If only there were more reasonable individuals like you in the future." Seeing that the others had yet to finish their meal, Lin Mang did not rush to depart, but engaged in casual conversation with Wang Kun. Meanwhile, in the county jail, 2 guards noticed Wang Dashing's arrival and promptly exclaimed, "My lord." Wang Dashing displayed his token, stating indifferently, "On the orders of my esteemed lord, I am here to retrieve a prisoner for questioning." The guards exchanged perplexed glances. Which prisoner in this jail warranted the attention of the Imperial Guards? One hesitantly inquired, "My lord, may I ask which prisoner?" "Wang Lai." Wang Dashing's impatience was growing. If he delayed, that group would surely finish their banquet. The 2 guards exchanged odd looks, their expressions shifting. "Wang Lai? Is he not the one the Zhou family has been particularly attentive to? How has he found himself entangled with the Imperial Guards?" However, when it comes to the investigations conducted by the Jinyiwei, no one dares to obstruct them. "Sir, please follow me." One individual led Wang Dashing deep into the prison. Inside the cell, a bloodied figure leaned against the wall, his complexion grim. As Wang Dashing scrutinized the silhouette within the cell, he was taken aback. How could these 2 brothers appear so dissimilar? Were they truly born of the same father? Wang Kun was corpulent, with a fierce countenance, while this individual, albeit in disarray, possessed an upright posture and a handsome visage. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he coldly stated, "Wang Lai, let us depart." The figure within the cell struggled momentarily before collapsing to the ground. A nearby jailer spoke softly, "Sir, his tendons in both hands and feet have been severed." Wang Dashing furrowed his brow, shook his head, and commanded, "Lift him out and procure a carriage." Chapter 10. "Father, I shall be unfilial within the tavern." Wang Dashing entered with a dagger at his side, clasping his fist in greeting. "My lord, I have brought the person out, but—" Lin Mang furrowed his brow, setting down his wine cup, and inquired, "But what?" Wang Dashing cast a glance at Wang Kun by the table and continued, "The tendons of Wang Bangju's brother have been severed, rendering his martial arts ineffective." Wang Kun's body trembled slightly, and his hand holding the wine cup quivered. He quickly rose and bowed in gratitude towards Wang Dashing. "As long as that wretch is alive, I thank you for your trouble, my lord." Lin Mang shot a glance at Wang Kun and pondered. Was it the jailer who did this? No. Wang Dashing shook his head. It was the work of the Zhou family. Lin Mang understood immediately, rising to address Wang Kun. "Thank you for your hospitality today, Wang Bangju. Since your brother has been released, it is best to have a physician conduct a thorough examination. I still have cases to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Wang Kun rose in a deep bow, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Your great kindness is something I shall never forget." Lin Mang shook his head and departed the tavern with a retinue of Imperial Guards. Upon returning to the precinct, Lin Mang retrieved the wooden box gifted by Wang Kun, which contained no less than 2,000 taels in silver notes. After 2 consecutive instances, it seemed Wang Kun's resources were nearly depleted. The Wild Wolf Gang was merely a band of ruffians, subsisting on protection fees and having to appease the patrolling constables, leaving little profit in the end. A common shop earned merely 5 taels a month, totaling only a few hundred taels. System recharge. 2,000 taels was a considerable gain for him, especially when he had once possessed no more than 50 taels in total. Name, Lin Mang. Identity, Junior Officer of the Imperial Guard's realm. Innate, early stage, cultivation method, iron cloth, perfected. Pure Yang infinite skill, 4th level, martial skill, golden crow blade technique, perfected. Energy, 3,200 with a thought. He directed his energy towards the pure Yang infinite skill. Energy points, minus 1,500. Innate mid-stage. Lin Mang's spirits lifted with joy. Yet, he could still select a few more martial skills. He then stood and made his way to the Pavilion of Techniques. In the courtyard of the Wild Wolf Gang, within a room, Wang Kun gazed at the man lying on the bed, his body wrapped in bandages, a look of deep concern etched on his face. Regardless of his words of disdain, they were bound by blood, as they were brothers. Cough, cough. On the bed, Wang Lai chuckled. Big brother, you must have spent a considerable amount of silver to save me this time. But tell me, how did you manage to forge a connection with the Imperial Guards? Your ability to curry favor is truly commendable. Wang Kun retorted angrily. How can you still laugh at a time like this? Do you have any idea how perilous the situation was? What possessed you to provoke the Zhou family? Wang Lai shook his head. Big brother, you know not the whole story. That Zhou family's young master forcibly abducted a maiden and had a vile servant kick an elderly man to death. The old man's entire family, down to a 5-year-old child, met with no mercy. How could I stand idly by? With a sigh, Wang Kun lamented, alas. The Zhou family holds considerable power. They are not a force we can afford to provoke. Although he wielded authority over the street's ruffians, he did not consider himself a virtuous man, yet he would never stoop to oppressing the impoverished. He boasted, if the Wild Wolf Gang were absent from this city. If I, Wang Kun, were not here, I wonder how many would rise to power and dominate. The streets would have long descended into chaos, rife with gang warfare and countless fatalities. The ignorant populace only recognized the Wild Wolf Gang's collection of protection fees, unaware that without them, other factions would only intensify their exploitation. Very well, you should rest, Wang Kun declared, preparing to depart. At this juncture, further words would serve no purpose. Hold on. Elder brother. Wang Lai struggled to rise, looking at Wang Kun with a pained smile. Are you aware of why they severed my tendons? Wang Kun paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his brow. Wang Lai sneered, the Zhou family has a martial artist who recognized my martial arts style. They wish to extort the secrets of the Wang family's Bagua dagger and Bagua palm techniques from me. Though I have escaped for now, the Zhou family will not easily relent. It would be prudent for you to leave the city tonight. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope to prevent the extinction of the Wang bloodline. Wang Kun's expression shifted slightly. After a long silence, he turned and said, you should rest. I will handle this matter. With that, he exited the room. Wang Kun found himself in a dimly lit underground chamber, where flickering candlelight cast wavering shadows. In one corner lay a wooden altar bearing the spirit tablet of his father, Wang Jianying. Wang Kun bowed deeply, gazing at the tablet, and solemnly declared, Father, today I shall be unfilial. Rising, he seized the tablet and smashed it in anger. With a crack, the shattered tablet revealed 2 folded pieces of cloth. Picking up the fabric from the ground, Wang Kun scoffed, Zhou family, you sever my brother's tendons and seek to usurp my ancestral secrets. Such delusions. He tucked the items into his bosom and summoned the capable members of his gang, hastily preparing to head towards the 100 House. In the martial arts pavilion, Lin Mang searched in vain, finding no martial techniques that particularly satisfied him. Most were between the 8th and 9th ranks, with scarcely any reaching the 7th rank. This was within the Jinyiwei Guard. Had he been elsewhere, even these would likely be absent. Reluctantly, he settled for the best among the mediocre options. Flipping through the techniques in his hand, he murmured, this one will do. Blackfoot, a technique of the lower 8th rank, was a speed-based martial art. When mastered, it could enhance one's velocity manifold, even claiming the ability to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Among the 3 speed-related techniques in the entire pavilion, this was the highest ranked. However, it was also the most difficult to cultivate, with few in the Jinyiwei Guard willing to undertake its rigorous training. Yet for Lin Mang, this posed no obstacle. In contrast, there were numerous techniques focused on fists and blades. In addition, he possessed a technique called Shadow Fist, also of the lower 8th rank. The name sounded promising, yet its potency was rather average. In contrast to his fondness for boxing techniques, he harbored a greater affinity for swordsmanship, exhibiting a fierce and unyielding spirit, characterized by bold and sweeping movements. At that moment, Wang Dashing hurriedly approached from outside the Pavilion of Techniques. His expression fraught with urgency as he exclaimed, My lord, Wang Kun has arrived. So he has come. Why do you appear so anxious? Lin Mang inquired. But what is his purpose for coming? Wang Dashing replied with a wry smile, My lord. He was intercepted by Lord Dong as soon as he reached the entrance of the 100 households. I feared that something might go awry, which prompted me to hasten here to inform you. Setting aside the tome in his hand, Lin Mang grasped his sword and turned, saying, Let us go and see. Chapter 11. Perilous Encounters Kneel. Dong Wunshan thundered as he entered the room, turning sharply. Wang Kuan, following closely behind, felt a surge of anxiety and in a daze dropped to his knees. Dong Wunshan settled himself into the grand chair, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the kneeling Wang Kuan, his voice low and menacing. Speak. What were you doing lurking outside the 100 House? Do you intend to steal secrets? Wang Kuan's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, My lord, you wrong me. I came to seek Lord Lin. Being an outsider, he was oblivious to the factional strife within the 100 House. Dong Wunshan smirked inwardly, fully aware that he had dispatched someone to investigate, discovering that Lin Mang was closely associated with this man. Were it not for such ties, he would not have brought him here deliberately. How disgraceful for the Jinyiwei to consort with such ruffians. Oh, Dong Wunshan feigned surprise. What business do you have with Lin Xiaoqi? He is not within the 100 House at present. If there is something urgent, you may confide in me, and I shall relay your message. Wang Kuan hesitated briefly before forcing a smile. It is nothing of great consequence. Merely that Lord Lin left something behind during our last meal, and I have come to return it. Though unaware of the intricate dynamics within the Jinyiwei, Wang Kuan remained cautious. Dong Wunshan smiled. Hand it over to me, and then you may leave. This is the stronghold of the Jinyiwei, fraught with various sensitive cases. You must understand the stakes involved. Wang Kuan's face betrayed his indecision. A flicker of menace crossed Dong Wunshan's features as he coldly inquired, What? Do you doubt my authority? Of course not. Wang Kuan quickly replied, reaching into his robe to produce a small box. Dong Wunshan snatched the box and opened it, not allowing Wang Kuan a moment to depart before bellowing, Seize this man. 2 Jinyiwei guards outside swiftly drew their swords, the flat of their blades crashing against Wang Kuan's back, forcing him to kneel. He coughed up blood, pleading, My lord, spare me. I do not know what offense I have committed. What offense? Dong Wunshan sneered, pointing at the box on the table, his tone icy. Bribery of the Jinyiwei. You shall receive 200 strokes and be exiled to the military. Wang Kuan was taken aback. He was not foolish enough to hand over martial arts manuals. The box contained 500 taels in silver notes. This was a token of gratitude he had intended for Lin Mang. He understood that establishing a connection with a member of the Jinyiwei was worth any sum, no matter how much wealth one possessed. A mere word from an official could render it all forfeit. This had been the case for centuries. Yet, he never anticipated being branded with the charge of bribing the Jinyiwei. However, he was astute and soon grasped the crux of the situation. He had encountered a political adversary of Lord Lin. A pang of bitterness surged within Wang Kuan. Dong Wunshan, perched above, wore a cold smile. Casting a glance at a figure outside, he gestured slightly. The Jinyiwei guard understood immediately, turning to exit the courtyard. Lin Mang, Lin Mang. Now that I hold your leverage, let us see how you maintain your arrogance. Accepting bribes, I wonder how you, a mere flag bearer, will continue from here. Dong Wunshan bellowed. Bring this man down and administer 200 strikes. Ah, Lord Dong, your authority is truly formidable. Outside the courtyard, Lin Mang approached, sword at his side, his expression icy. Behind him followed a contingent of indifferent Imperial Guards, who ruthlessly pushed aside Dong Wunshan's men. Lin Mang gazed directly at Dong Wunshan and coldly remarked, Lord Dong, do you not distinguish between right and wrong? To punish an ordinary citizen without due process, do you not regard the law? Dong Wunshan rose from his seat with a sneer, retorting, Lin Mang, you have accepted bribes, and now the evidence is irrefutable. What more is there to discuss? Or do you hasten here with the intent to silence witnesses? His gaze lingered meaningfully on Wang Kuan. He hoped Wang Kuan would willingly implicate Lin Mang, which would solidify the latter's guilt and ensure his utter ruin. Wang Kuan kept his head bowed, never once looking at Lin Mang, as though they were strangers. Accepted bribes? Lin Mang scoffed, replying nonchalantly, Pray tell, Lord Dong. Which of your discerning eyes witnessed me accepting such bribes? Humph. Dong Wunshan snorted, pointing to a box on the table. Within this box are 500 taels of silver notes, and this man claims they are for you. Is this not bribery? I have heard it with my own ears and seen it with my own eyes. The evidence and witnesses are present. What further defense do you possess? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Mang's eyes. 500 taels. Just then, several individuals entered the courtyard, with Tao Ning leading the way. A subtle smile crept onto Dong Wunshan's face as he clasped his hands in greeting. I pay my respects to the Chief Flag Officer. Greetings, Chief Flag Officer. The Imperial Guards in the courtyard bowed in unison. Tao Ning cast Lin Mang an appreciative glance before fixing him with a cold stare, declaring, Lin Mang, for accepting bribes. You are to be temporarily detained in accordance with the law. Do you have anything to say? Anything to say? Lin Mang replied with a blank expression, Chief Flag Officer. He merely came to deliver funds on my behalf. Does this constitute bribery? You condemn me without inquiry. Is that not rather hasty? Your Excellency, please consider. Wang Kuan suddenly interjected. The contents of that box are merely what Lin Daren left behind during our last meal. I have never bribed Lin Daren. Silence. Tao Ning's expression hardened, his voice icy. This is not a place for your interjections. Do you still wish to quibble while among the Imperial Guards? Speak the truth. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes, glancing at Tao Ning, and retorted, Might I inquire, Chief Flag Officer, what punishment awaits for falsely accusing a comrade? Falsely accusing? Dong Wenshan's eyes widened in anger, sneering. The evidence is irrefutable. Where lies the accusation? Lin Mang's smile was enigmatic as he replied, This man has stated that the items are my lost possessions. Yet Lord Dong insists on branding me with charges of bribery. What else could that be but a false accusation? Nonsense. Dong Wenshan thundered. 500 taels. Where could you possibly acquire such an amount? Your monthly salary is limited, and you have only recently assumed your position. How could you have so many silver notes? Oh, how unfortunate. Lin Mang spoke softly. A few days ago, I sold some land and happened to have a bit of extra cash. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a transaction receipt. Director Tao, would you like to take a look? Tao Ning was taken aback. Dong Wenshan snatched it away, staring at the transaction amount and date, utterly flabbergasted. Impossible. This cannot be. This is clearly a bribe. Tao Ning's expression darkened completely, the veins on either side of his forehead bulging. He shot a glance at Dong Wenshan, silently cursing him for being useless. Suddenly, Dong Wenshan glared at Wang Kuan, demanding, Speak. Are you here to bribe us? Wang Kuan looked utterly bewildered. Sir, what are you talking about? The group of Jinyiwei wore strange expressions. Lin Mang turned to Tao Ning, coldly stating, Director Tao, falsely accusing a comrade must surely warrant an explanation, no? Chapter 12. If one must act, then one must act resolutely. The atmosphere in the room abruptly grew tense. Tao Ning, with a gloomy expression, furrowed his brow and inquired, What explanation do you seek? This is merely a misunderstanding. Why must you cling to it? Dong Wenshan, despite being a trusted subordinate, needed to protect his reputation. Otherwise, how could he command respect from his underlings in the future? Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Dong Wenshan maliciously framed his comrade, exhibiting poor character, strip him of his minor rank. Following this proclamation, a robust figure strode into the courtyard with an imposing presence. Salutations to the esteemed lord. The crowd gasped and hastily bowed in respect. Dong Wenshan's countenance shifted dramatically. He immediately knelt and pleaded, My lord, I was wrong. I was blinded by jealousy towards Lord Lin and should not have slandered him. In the presence of Chun Tianhui, he dared not offer any further defense. However, Chun Tianhui remained icy, gazing down upon the supplicating Dong Wenshan, and coldly remarked, In my Jinyiwei, harming or framing a fellow comrade is a grave offense. You must be aware of this. Knowing this, how could you still engage in such despicable acts? Do you hold the laws of the Jinyiwei in contempt? Or do you not regard me, a mere 100 households, at all? Dong Wenshan's heart raced, and in panic, he stammered, My lord, I never harbored such thoughts. After a brief hesitation, Tao Ning gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, My lord, considering this as Dong Wenshan's first offense, might you spare him this time? Alternatively, let him apologize to Lord Lin and receive 50 strikes as punishment? A glimmer of hope flashed in Dong Wenshan's eyes. Yet, Chun Tianhui did not acquiesce. Instead, he turned to Lin Mang, asking, Lin Mang, as the victim, What are your thoughts on this matter? The gravity of the situation hinged on Lin Mang's choice. Lin Mang cast a sidelong glance at Dong Wenshan, a covert smirk crossing his lips, and then clasped his fists, exclaiming, My lord, please see clearly. Dong Wenshan framed his colleague and maliciously conspired against me. I suspect he has been instigated by someone behind the scenes. Furthermore, I have discovered multiple private properties under Dong Wenshan's name, and I suspect these assets have dubious origins. Thus, I implore you to investigate thoroughly. He must either abstain from action or act with complete resolve. Dong Wenshan's expression paled, a flicker of hatred igniting in his eyes. Though he feigned, Lord Lin, I admit my previous error, and I am willing to apologize to you. As for the matter of private properties, I assure you, there has been no wrongdoing. He understood that he could not afford to lose his minor rank. Should he lose this status, he would be left with nothing. What terrified him further was the thought of his past transgressions being unearthed, which would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Lin Mang scoffed, dismissively waving away Dong Wuxian, and coldly retorted, "Lord Dong, did you ever consider me when you framed me for accepting bribes? If such an accusation were to stand, what would become of me? Moreover, the laws of the Jinyiwei are stringent. How could we dare violate them?" Dong Wuxian collapsed to the ground, a chill creeping down his spine. Tao Ning's expression shifted subtly, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, Qin Tiankui raised his hand and said, "You need not explain further on his behalf. From today onward, the Jinyiwei under Dong Wuxian will be temporarily under Lin Mang's jurisdiction. As for the private assets of Dong Wuxian, Lin Mang will take responsibility." A flicker of astonishment crossed Tao Ning's eyes, her face a mask of unwillingness as she replied, "Yes." Lin Mang smiled subtly. As they watched Qin Tiankui depart, the crowd's expressions grew increasingly peculiar. Even a fool could discern that the 100 Household Lord seemed to be particularly favoring Lin Mang. Historically, the 100 Household Lord had turned a blind eye to many matters within the jurisdiction, yet in the case of Lin Shaoqi, he had intervened multiple times, prompting speculation among them. Humph. Tao Ning shot Lin Mang a cold glance, angrily sweeping her sleeve as she departed. "My lord." Dong Wuxian was thoroughly flustered. Attempting to call out to Tao Ning, Lin Mang's voice turned icy. "Someone, take Dong Darren to the prison. Confiscate all properties under Dong Wuxian's name." "Yes." Dong Wuxian's eyes widened in fury as he roared, "Lin Mang, I will haunt you even as a ghost." He realized that his fate was sealed. Lin Mang's eyes glimmered with derision, fearing he might not even succeed in that. Upon returning to his courtyard, Wang Kun immediately knelt to the ground, exclaiming loudly, "My lord, this incident nearly implicated you. I cannot redeem my life even 1,000 times over." "Rise," Lin Mang replied, shaking his head. "You are unaware of the intricacies involved. It is not your fault. Ultimately, this matter stemmed from his own negligence. Even without Wang Kun's visit today, they would undoubtedly have contrived a way to frame him with a false charge." Lin Mang turned and seated himself in a chair, leisurely sipping tea from the table, and inquired, "Speak, what brings you here today?" The events of the day had indeed been perilous. Fortunately, the silver note Wang Kun delivered was merely 500 taels, allowing him to account for the source of the funds. Otherwise, he might have lost his official title today. Wang Kun did not rise, but cautiously retrieved 2 scrolls of fabric from his bosom. "My lord, this is a family heirloom of mine, but I feel I am unworthy of it. Today, I have come to present it to you." Wang Kun suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Lin Mang held the teacup, gently blowing on it, and remarked meaningfully, "This tea, if not blown upon, burns the lips." After a moment of silence, Wang Kun respectfully bowed his head and solemnly said, "My lord, I harbor no ulterior motives. The reason I present this family treasure is due to my gratitude for saving my brother's life. My brother was mutilated, and it is indeed connected to the Zhou family." Wang Kun did not dare to conceal anything and recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, a flicker of contemplation crossed Lin Mang's eyes. Bagua palm. Bagua knife. If memory serves me right, anyone who practices the agile Bagua palm must possess a graceful footwork, moving as if their feet scarcely touch the ground. This is indeed superior footwork. So, the Zhou family has set their sights on your family heirloom? Wang Kun nodded, his voice laced with resentment. Yet the Zhou family is too overbearing. I would rather be shattered than live in disgrace. Lin Mang regarded him with a discerning glance, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After a long moment, he rose and assisted Wang Kun to his feet. "Master Wang, the ground is cool. Let us sit and converse. I am well aware of your situation, and I have a thought I would like to share, if you are willing to listen." Wang Kun quickly replied, "As you command, I shall comply without hesitation." Lin Mang shook his head with a smile, saying, "You flatter me. Our division lacks adequate martial arts techniques, and many of my fellow brothers are suffering due to this deficiency. I wonder if Master Wang would be willing to offer your skills to the Jinyiwei, for which I could advocate for your commendation." Wang Kun was taken aback. At that moment, he felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Soon, he expressed with excitement, "It would be my honor to alleviate the burdens of the esteemed officials of the Jinyiwei." Lin Mang smiled with satisfaction. He indeed desired the skills, but he aimed to maximize the benefits. The Bagua palm is a 5th-tier martial art, while the Bagua blade belongs to the 6th tier. Most importantly, these techniques are not recorded within the Jinyiwei. It is clearly stated that any unrecorded techniques submitted will be acknowledged according to their tier, allowing the contributor to select a technique of the same tier from the armory. Presenting these two martial arts would undoubtedly earn him significant merit. However, for the Jinyiwei in remote areas, the necessary techniques must be requested through superiors. Lin Mang took the cloth and patted Wang Kuen's shoulder, saying meaningfully, "I will certainly report your contributions to the esteemed leader." Wang Kuen respectfully bowed. "Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave now." Once Wang Kuen departed, Lin Mang eagerly opened the cloth in his hands. A notification chimed, revealing the Bagua palm. "Would you like to spend 800 energy points to cultivate?" Cultivate. Chapter 13. The banquet at Hamen within the ancestral hall of the Zhou family. The grand doors swung open as a man clad in a gray long robe stepped inside, respectfully addressing Patriarch. Beneath an array of ancestral tablets, a refined middle-aged gentleman sat cross-legged, adorned in a white scholar's robe, holding a string of sandalwood prayer beads. This man was none other than Zhou Yijun, the patriarch of the Zhou clan. "What news do you bring?" he inquired. Zhou Yuan hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. There has been an unforeseen development. The individual was taken away by the Jinyiwei. With a sharp crack, the beads in Zhou Yijun's hand paused momentarily as he frowned. "Do you know the reason?" Zhou Yuan replied. "I managed to gain the trust of a member from the Wild Wolf gang. According to him, their leader seems to have been associating closely with a junior officer from the Jinyiwei. The prison guards mentioned that the order for the arrest was issued by a junior officer surnamed Lin. They claim that Wang Lai is involved in a certain case. But as far as I know, he is currently within the Wild Wolf gang. It is likely that Wang Kuen has influenced that junior officer from the Jinyiwei." "A junior officer from the Jinyiwei?" Zhou Yijun rose, placing the beads aside and taking a seat beside the table. "Have you ascertained which junior officer it is?" Though the Jinyiwei seldom intervenes in city affairs, none dare to disregard their presence. A junior officer already holds a rank of the 7th grade. Zhou Yijun fell into pensive silence, a contemplative expression gracing his scholarly visage. "Patriarch, what shall we do now?" Zhou Yuan ventured cautiously. "With Wang Lai aligning himself with the Jinyiwei, it may be challenging to take action." Zhou Yijun, rotating the beads in his hand, spoke softly, "Prepare a banquet. I wish to meet this officer Lin." A look of surprise crossed Zhou Yuan's face as he quickly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Understood." In the courtyard, Lin Mang drew his blade, his movements as fluid as a swimming dragon, the sharp winds of the knife slicing through the air. The cold blade shimmered like a mirror, its glinting edge exuding a chilling sharpness that appeared to flow incessantly, enhancing its lethal allure. Though his technique seemed bold and powerful, it possessed an ethereal, agile quality. With each swift step, he moved with remarkable speed. Clang! The razor-sharp xiuchun knife flashed past, crashing into the stone table with a resounding crack, splintering it into pieces. Lin Mang sheathed his knife, a smile gracing his features. The 8 trigrams knife truly lived up to its reputation. Even at the rudimentary level, it exhibited such formidable power. Unlike the Jinyiwei knife technique, which emphasized brute strength and unparalleled ferocity, the 8 trigrams knife offered a myriad of transformations, showcasing intricate maneuvers and adeptness in close combat. Alas, without breaking through to the true Qi realm, he could not manifest his internal energy externally. Once one reaches the true Qi realm, the internal force can be transformed into true Qi, allowing for the projection of sharp, cutting energy. Nearby, Wang Dashing observed and respectfully handed a towel. "Congratulations, my lord, on your remarkable achievement." Lin Mang shot him a glance and replied, "When did you learn to flatter?" Wang Dashing solemnly stated, "I speak from the heart, my lord." Lin Mang accepted the towel, casually wiping his brow, and inquired, "Have all the items been properly copied?" "All 10 copies have been completed," Wang Dashing replied. Lin Mang took the cloth and commanded, "Keep 1 for me. Distribute the remaining 9 among the brothers." Wang Dashing was taken aback. "My lord, are you not supposed to present this martial art to the Jinyiwei?" Lin Mang nodded with a sense of inevitability, adding, "However, it has yet to be submitted. We have merely engaged in a preliminary discussion regarding the technique. Is there any issue with that?" Wang Dashing immediately knelt on one knee, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "I shall never forget your kindness, my lord." At this moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement. For ordinary members of the Jinyiwei like them, the highest martial arts they could access were merely of the 8th rank. Such esteemed techniques were likely beyond their reach in this lifetime. Lin Mang cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Rise. There is no need for such formality." However, he paused, his tone growing notably colder. "I trust you understand the value of this martial art. Should anyone dare to divulge it, I shall not hesitate to take action." Wang Dashing's heart trembled at the warning, and he quickly vowed, "Rest assured, my lord. If anyone dares to speak of it, I shall be the first to deal with them. Indeed. Lin Mang nodded slightly before turning to leave the courtyard. The martial art he had entrusted to Wang Dashing was the Bagua Dao. Sacrifice is necessary for gain. The world of martial arts is not solely a realm of conflict. It also encompasses human sentiments and social intricacies. Without some form of benefit, who would willingly risk their life for you? Moreover, once this technique is submitted, it is likely that many within the Jinyiwei will seek to learn it, thus eliminating the need for secrecy. Upon arriving at Qin Tian Kuei's courtyard, Lin Mang had not yet knocked when a resonant voice came from within. Enter. Lin Mang glanced in surprise, and upon entering, he found Qin Tian Kui seemingly finishing his training. What brings you here? Qin Tian Kui inquired as he turned. Lin Mang clasped his hands in respect and replied, My lord, I have obtained a family martial art from Wang Kun. He wishes to present it to the Jinyiwei, and I am here to report this. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Tian Kuei's stern features as he asked, What martial art is it? Bagua Palm and Bagua Dao. Lin Mang stated, producing a piece of cloth that recorded the martial arts and presenting it. Qin Tian Kui took the cloth, giving it a cursory glance, and remarked, What does Wang Kun seek in return? Lin Mang sensed that Qin Tian Kui placed particular emphasis on the name Wang Kun. Approved. Lin Mang was taken aback. The fervent speech he had prepared now eluded him. Qin Tian Kui looked at him and asked, Do you have anything else to discuss? Nothing further, Lin Mang replied. Bowing respectfully, I take my leave. As he exited the courtyard, Lin Mang felt a sense of confusion. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Regardless, the matter had been successfully resolved. Within the courtyard, a man in white emerged from the nearby bamboo grove, picking up the cloth from the table to examine it with interest. I did not expect Wang Kun to possess such a high-ranking martial art. Judging by the content, it must be the orthodox technique of the Bagua school. How do you plan to reward him? Qin Tian Kui seized the cloth, responding calmly, 2 significant merits. He then picked up a long knife from the table and coldly remarked, Yet that was earned at the cost of his father's life. The man in white could only smile wryly in resignation. In the prison of the Jinyiwei, a few guards promptly greeted, Greetings, my lord. Lin Mang nodded slightly, instructing them to leave as he intended to interrogate the prisoner. The guards exchanged glances, hesitant to inquire further, and quickly exited. Approaching a cell, Lin Mang pushed open the door and mockingly addressed, Lord Dong, how are you faring in this prison? Inside the cell, Dong Wuxian had long lost his former vitality. Upon seeing Lin Mang, he hastily pleaded, Lord Lin, I was wrong. Please, overlook my transgressions and spare me. Never had he envisioned being confined within the walls of the Jinyiwei prison. Very well, Lin Mang replied, nodding. Dong Wuxian's face brightened. However, Lin Mang continued, Only if you reveal who instigated you to falsely accuse me, will I intercede on your behalf with the 100 households. Dong Wuxian paused, momentarily taken aback. An instigator? As if struck by a revelation, he suddenly laughed heartily. Lin Mang, we have underestimated you. There is no instigator. It was all my doing. Lin Mang's expression turned icy. Lord Dong, are you truly unwilling to speak? Your loyalty may not be reciprocated by others. Dong Wuxian sneered, Do not harbor such thoughts. Leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes. With a playful smirk, Lin Mang remarked, Do you not think Tao Ning will maneuver for you, ultimately leading to your exile? Dong Wuxian's eyes snapped open, but the next moment, he was seized by excruciating pain in his chest. A dagger had been plunged directly into him. Lin Mang wiped the blood from his hands and said coolly, Regrettably, you will not live to see it. You squandered your opportunity. Dong Wuxian's eyes widened in disbelief as he succumbed to death. A look of unwillingness etched on his face. Lin Mang grasped his bloodied hand and pressed it onto a pre-written confession. Exiting the prison, he remarked indifferently, Dong Wuxian has committed suicide in guilt. Dispose of his corpse. The 2 Jinyiwei waiting at the door respectfully responded, As you command. The guards exchanged glances, a chill creeping down their spines. My lord. Wang Dashing rushed forward. The Zhou family has just sent an invitation for you to attend a banquet. A hint of mockery crossed Lin Mang's face as he accepted the invitation, murmuring to himself, This must surely be a banquet of treachery? Tossing the invitation casually onto the table, he added, Investigate all assets under Dong Wuxian's name, as he has taken his own life in fear of his crimes. Chapter 14. Dining is acceptable, but affairs must not be neglected. The night was cool as water. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, with a waning moon concealed deep within the layers. On the streets, vendors called out energetically to sell their wares. In the distance, at the alley's entrance, a performer breathed flames from his mouth. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hoofs thundered like a storm. Dozens of fierce steeds charged forth from the alley, their iron shod hooves striking the bluestone pavement, producing a crisp sound. The patrolling officers, upon catching sight of those figures from afar, swiftly dodged aside, cursing their misfortune. Lin Mang abruptly yanked the reins and leapt down from his horse. Behind him, a group of well-dressed warriors dismounted in unison, their expressions cold and resolute. In front of the Tiansheng restaurant, several drunken patrons were startled awake, their intoxication dissipating in an instant. Lin Mang, with his left hand resting on the embroidered spring knife at his waist, strode confidently into the establishment. A cautious server approached, bowing respectfully. "Might I inquire if you are surnamed Lin?" Lin Mang inclined his head slightly. The server continued, "Lord Lin, the clan leader Zhou awaits you in the private room on the 3rd floor." Lin Mang shot him a glance, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Inviting me to a banquet, yet the host does not come to greet me? In that case, I shall not attend." With that, he turned to leave. Just as Lin Mang was about to step out the door, a figure hurriedly pursued him. "Lord Lin, please wait." Zhou Yuan caught up, apologetically saying, "I beg your pardon. It is our lack of courtesy that has caused this oversight. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Lin Mang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Yuan. "And you are?" "I am Zhou Yuan, the county's clerk," he replied. "Clerk Zhou." Lin Mang offered a casual salute. Zhou Yuan's face was filled with regret. "Lord Lin, I sincerely apologize for our lack of decorum." Lin Mang chuckled coldly within, recognizing the flattering words as nothing more than an attempt to assert dominance. With a frosty demeanor, Lin Mang remarked, "I had thought Clerk Zhou looked down upon my office." Zhou Yuan's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly responded, "How could that be? Your words are truly unjust. I would never dare to think such a thing." Though many privately scorned this group of enforcers, none would dare to openly defame them. To slander the emperor's personal guards was tantamount to insulting the sovereign himself, a grave offense indeed. The prisons of the Jinyiwei were not a place anyone desired to inhabit. Lin Mang replied indifferently, "Let us hope so." Zhou Yuan slightly bowed, respectfully urging, "My lord, please proceed to the private room upstairs." Lin Mang ascended the stairs, his knife in hand, followed closely by his cadre of Jinyiwei. Zhou Yuan intended to intercede, but upon witnessing the cold, menacing expressions of Lin Mang's entourage, he could only relent helplessly. In the private room, Lin Mang entered, his gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged man across the table. Their eyes met. Lin Mang remained silent, not shifting his stance even slightly. Zhou Shijun rose with a beaming smile. "I am deeply grateful that Lord Lin has honored me with his presence." A hint of a smile finally appeared on Lin Mang's face as he clasped his hands in gratitude. "I appreciate the generous hospitality of clan leader Zhou. However, I wonder if this banquet will suffice for my brothers who accompany me in duty today?" The refined countenance of Zhou Shijun revealed a fleeting look of astonishment, which quickly transformed into a smile as he remarked, "Lord Lin, you flatter me. It is an honor for me to treat all of you." The gathered Imperial Guards bowed in unison, solemnly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, clan leader Zhou, for your hospitality." However, the smile on Zhou Shijun's face bore a hint of constraint. He turned to issue instructions. "Zhou Yuan, have the kitchen prepare additional tables for the banquet." Zhou Yuan nodded and departed. Lin Mang raised a hand, and the Imperial Guards behind him filed out, taking their seats outside the private room. A trace of barely perceptible gravity flickered in Zhou Shijun's eyes. Lin Mang settled himself with an imposing demeanor and began to eat without regard for his surroundings. The beads in Zhou Shijun's hand came to a halt once more, his thumb pressing a faint mark into one of the beads. Outside the private room, the Imperial Guards were engaged in hushed discussions. A relatively youthful guard, brimming with delight, exclaimed, "Brother Shang, it's splendid to follow Lord Lin. We get to enjoy a free meal every day." His face radiated joy. The other guards, in unison, displayed smiles of their own, while several nearby gazed at him with envy. They were subordinates of Dong Wuxian, and when they had been reassigned under Lin Mang, they had felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet today, they found themselves invited along, stirring a sense of emotion within them. In all honesty, during their time with Dong Wuxian, they had not even been able to dine at Tiansheng restaurant, let alone reap any benefits. Dong Wuxian was solely concerned with lining his own pockets, indifferent to their welfare. They were somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding Wang Dazhen and his companions. Within the entire 100 House Division, none were without envy. Reflecting upon it now, it seemed that changing superiors was, perhaps, a most favorable turn of events. Wang Dazhen cleared his throat and coldly admonished, "Eat more. Speak less." Yes. The others responded in quick succession. Once satiated, Lin Mang contentedly wiped his mouth and stated, I extend my gratitude to clan leader Zhou for today's hospitality. I have official matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhou Shijin's expression turned icy. Lord Lin, he said, his tone becoming somewhat brusque, to speak candidly, I summoned you here today for a specific matter. Lin Mang rose, looking down at Zhou Shijin, and said nonchalantly, Is it regarding Wanli? Our Zhou family is willing to offer a modest sum in gratitude for Lord Lin's great favor. He then placed a brocade box on the table. Triggering the law? Lin Mang's expression hardened as he sneered. Clan leader Zhou, do you truly believe that the Imperial Guards are feeble-minded? What of Zhou Mo's defilement of a common woman, the murder of an elder, and the encouragement of vile servants to commit murder? Pray tell, clan leader Zhou, what penalties should be imposed for such deeds? Furthermore, what punishment shall be meted out for bribing the Imperial Guards? Zhou Shijin's expression shifted slightly. Lord Lin, could such things be true? He quickly became enraged. Those scoundrels deserve to be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Zhou Shijin stood, gravely declaring, Lord Lin, I beg your forgiveness. I was deceived by that wretched creature, nearly committing a grave error. Today, I am willing to hand over that rogue for your judgment. As for the bribery, I would never dare to entertain such a notion. Lin Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. What a cunning ploy to sever ties for survival. Truly ruthless. With a hint of jest, he inquired, Did the clan leader find this? Zhou Shijin was momentarily taken aback, exhaling slowly before nodding. Indeed. Then I shall take it upon myself to safeguard this item until its rightful owner is located, ensuring it is returned to its original possessor. He picked up the brocade box from the table and turned to leave. After Lin Mang and his companions departed, Zhou Yuan entered from outside, whispering, Clan leader, have the negotiations concluded? Zhou Shijin's expression darkened considerably as he crushed the prayer beads in his hand with a sharp crack. He spat in frustration. It appears that Wanli has indeed entrusted his martial arts to Lin Mang. Otherwise he would not be so fiercely protective. What? Zhou Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. Is it true that he is willing to relinquish it without compensation? If that is the case, we cannot act against him. Humph. Zhou Shijin scoffed, shattering the prayer beads in his grasp. Instruct someone to investigate all of Lin Mang's connections within the Jinyiwei. Humph. To dare oppose the Zhou family. Even the Jinyiwei shall not be spared. It is astonishing that he has managed to survive this long, encountering someone who only accepts payment without fulfilling their duties. Yet, to collect a bounty on life, one must possess life to spend. I refuse to believe that a newcomer such as him would not incite discontent among others. Chapter 15. The Imperial Authorities' Licensure, Decapitation before reporting outside the tavern. I accept the command. Wang Dashing clasped his fist behind him. Lin Mang mounted his horse, casting a cold glance in the direction of the tavern's private room. The Zhou family. Regarding the Zhou family, he had long instructed his subordinates to conduct a clandestine investigation. The man whom Wanli had assaulted was named Zhou Mo, a member of the Zhou family's third branch, whose father, Zhou Yang, served as the county's magistrate. If this were merely an ordinary homicide case, it would typically be handled by the county office. However, given the involvement of the Zhou family and a magistrate, the Jinyiwei naturally had the authority to intervene. Moreover, if the Jinyiwei did not take action, who would? The Imperial Authority grants permission for execution before reporting. Go. Wang Dashing led his entourage directly to the Zhou residence to apprehend individuals. The following day, at dawn, Wang Dashing arrived at the office. First, he performed a respectful salute and then said, My lord, the two individuals have confessed to most of their misdeeds. Oh? Lin Mang set down his pen and looked up, inquiring, Is there any new information? He was certainly not satisfied with just this. The Zhou family had entrenched itself in this region for many years, with many of its scions holding positions within the county office. How could they possibly be clean? However, many matters, even if investigated thoroughly, required irrefutable evidence. Wang Dashing's expression darkened as he shook his head. They are tight-lipped. They freely admit their crimes, but know nothing of the other matters. Interesting. Lin Mang rose, stating, In that case, let us proceed according to the law. Zhou Mo might genuinely be unaware, but Zhou Yong was not necessarily ignorant. This individual was quite remarkable, enduring the myriad tortures of the Jinyiwei's dungeons. By the way, Lin Mang's face broke into a subtle smile as he said, Inform Wang Kuan that the one who assaulted his brother has been apprehended and summoned to the dungeon for identification. Yes. Wang Dashing bowed respectfully and turned to leave. In the capital city, within the office of the Northern Town Suppression Office, a sudden sound of a vase shattering echoed through a secluded room. At the head of the hall, a robust and imposing figure sat in a grand chair, his face slightly flushed. The ground was littered with the remnants of the shattered vase, a testament to the man's current fury. Useless. A bunch of imbeciles. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. Below him, a man dressed in the attire of 100 households hastily chimed in, "Sir, what has caused you to be so enraged? What is it?" Zhao Jingzheng flung a document from the table towards him with a cold sneer. "Take a look. This is the report of merit sent today." Zhou Yunsheng took the document and briefly skimmed it, his pupils contracting sharply. "This person is still alive." "Indeed," Zhao Jingzheng replied icily. "He is very much alive. Is this how you conduct your affairs? Not only is he alive, but he has also achieved successive merits, which have now been reported to the Northern Town Suppression Office. Just today, the suppression envoy publicly praised him." Zhou Yunsheng's complexion shifted, and he immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Rest assured, my lord, I will resolve this matter." "Resolve? How do you intend to resolve this?" Leaning down, he gently patted Zhou Yunsheng's shoulder, implying with a significant tone, "You wouldn't want to change your position, would you?" Zhao Jingzhong patted Zhou Yunsheng's shoulder once more before turning to leave. A chill crept into Zhou Yunsheng's heart. He understood that if this matter were to come to light, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. Yet, if he chose inaction, his position as 100 households would come to an end. No. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Yunsheng's eyes. He had painstakingly reached this point. He could not allow his efforts to be in vain. Upon returning to the 100 house, Lin Mang took out a silver note from the brocade box. The sum totaling 5,000 taels. System, recharge. Name, Lin Mang. Identity, junior officer of the Jinyiwei, realm, mid-stage, innate cultivation method. Iron cloth shirt, perfected. Pure Yang Wuji skill, 5th layer. Martial skills, golden crow blade technique, perfected. Bagua palm, beginner. Bagua blade, minor achievement. Black foot, beginner. Energy points, 8,500 with a thought. He directly allocated points to the pure Yang Wuji skill. Energy points minus 4,000. The pure Yang inner force surged and boiled within him, a warm flow emanating throughout his limbs and bones, his palms faintly glowing a deep red. Late stage innate. Lin Mang's expression brightened. His inner force had solidified, showing signs of transforming into true energy. Although at the late stage of innate, the purity of his inner force was already comparable to that of the perfected stage. However, the required energy points increased significantly as one advanced further. He was a Jinyiwei, not a senseless butcher, and acquiring energy points could only be achieved by those skilled in martial arts. As for wealth, the supply from the Wolf Gang had reached its limit. But the Zhou family. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes and smiled, glancing at the remaining energy points before allocating more. Black foot minor achievement. Black foot major achievement. Black foot perfected. In an instant, a phantom figure appeared in his mind. The figure's feet were pitch black, leaping through the mountains and forests as if treading on level ground. Lin Mang was secretly astonished. This black foot technique seemed rather intriguing. Looking at the remaining energy points, he allocated them directly to the Bagua blade. Bagua blade major achievement. A Jinyiwei approached briskly, cupping his fist and saying, "Lord Lin, the 100 House Lord requests your presence." Lin Mang sheathed his blade, an expression of surprise crossing his face. He recognized this Jinyiwei as Chun Tiankuai's confidant. Although Chun Tiankuai seldom appeared, he was well informed about the affairs within the 100 House. Closely connected to these trusted individuals, it was said that these men had followed Chun Tiankuai since his initial appointment to this location. Though few in number, each was above the 7th layer of postnatal, sufficiently skilled to hold the position of junior officer. Lin Mang sheathed his sword and nodded, "I shall go at once." Arriving at the conference hall, Chun Tiankuai was already seated at the head, awaiting him. "My lord." Lin Mang saluted respectfully. Chun Tiankuai gestured for him to sit, indicating, "Please, take a seat." Lin Mang complied and sat down, inquiring curiously, "May I ask why you summoned me?" "I have just received a confidential report indicating that individuals from the Xiuchun will arrive here tomorrow for a collaborative operation. I wish to send you on this mission. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter?" The mention of Xiuchun startled Lin Mang internally. "My lord, may I ask what this operation entails?" Lin Mang did not respond immediately. Chun Tiankuai lifted the teacup from the table, savoring a sip, and then remarked, "The exorcising sword technique." Chapter 16. Covert collusion. Chun Tiankuai picked up the secret dispatch from the table and remarked, "This is a confidential report sent from the Jinyiwei. However, The news has leaked and reached the ears of the xiuchun, for reasons unknown. The xiuchun is taking this matter very seriously and has decided to collaborate with the Jinyiwei on the case. The evil-slaying sword manual, Lin Mang thought to himself in astonishment. Isn't this technique one that requires self-castration to master? Wait. Lin Mang's eyes darkened with contemplation as he took the dispatch and perused its contents, pondering. Has the xiuchun intervened suddenly because they have uncovered the truth? But how did they come by this information? Noticing Lin Mang's furrowed brow, Chen Tiankuai inquired. Is there a problem? Not at all. Lin Mang rose and clasped his fists, assuring, rest assured, my lord, I shall not disgrace my mission. There's no need for such fervor. Chen Tiankuai shook his head. The xiuchun is the primary force in this matter. They have already dispatched a chief eunuch with men from the capital, sending you only because the family of Lin Jinan has sought refuge within our jurisdiction. If this endeavor succeeds, that is well and good. If not, there is no need to force it. In the realm of martial arts, as long as it does not endanger the common folk, excessive interference is unwarranted. Lin Mang nodded. I understand. Chen Tiankuai waved his hand. You may go. Your servant takes his leave. Lin Mang bowed respectfully, stepping back a few paces before turning to depart. Upon returning to the courtyard and reviewing the dispatch, he felt a growing sense of certainty. The xiuchun must be privy to certain information, otherwise they would not have sent a chief eunuch from the capital specifically. Previously, all officials in the Dongchang were drawn from the Jinyiwei, but over time, the composition began to shift, becoming predominantly eunuchs. Today, both the Dong and Shi factories have very few members from the Jinyiwei, as the officials are almost entirely eunuchs. Even some of the Dongchang's officers are eunuchs. Despite being castrated men, they practice martial arts, demonstrating considerable strength. Of course, there are also those selected from the martial arts world or nurtured from a young age within the Dongchang. Lin Mang felt a tinge of curiosity about the leading figure in the xiuchun. From his recollections, the inception of the xiuchun was to counter the Dongchang. Compared to the Dongchang, the xiuchun is relatively new. Unlike the Jinyiwei, the operational scope of the two factories is largely confined within the capital, only dispatching personnel outside when necessary. The power to oversee officials across the realm rests with the Jinyiwei, hence the establishment of various local offices. Ultimately, this is a strategic game between the emperor and the prominent figures of the court. After all, numerous individuals aspire to place their men within the Jinyiwei. If the Jinyiwei were to decline, what significance would such placements hold? As for the two factories, the esteemed officials of the court have always looked down upon those eunuchs. My lord, Wang Dashing entered the courtyard with a sword at his side, clasping his fist in greeting. Have you called for me? Indeed. Lin Mang set down the dispatch and said, inform the others that we shall depart for Xiangling town at dawn tomorrow. A mission has come through. Wang Dashing's face lit up with joy as he clasped his fists. As you command. A mission signifies merit. Lin Mang cast a fleeting glance at him, cautioning. Do not be careless. Furthermore, this time, individuals from the Western factory are involved. We are merely here to assist. With that, he dismissed Wang Dashing and rose to make his way to the training grounds. Meanwhile, at the Tiansheng restaurant within the city, the third-floor private room had new guests. Outside the door, Zhou Shijun spotted a figure emerging from the stairway's corner and promptly clasped his hands together, smiling. Lord Tao, thank you for gracing us with your presence. I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Tao Ning, with a cold demeanor and indifferent tone, inquired, why has the clan leader Zhou invited me so persistently? Zhou Shijun stepped aside, bowing slightly. Lord Tao, please, inside. Tao Ning paused for a moment before stepping into the room. Once seated, Zhou Shijun remarked, it is an honor to host you, Lord Tao. I am aware that my invitation may seem rather presumptuous. I only hope the dishes today will meet your expectations. With that, he personally rose to unveil a dish, revealing a gentle golden sheen. This dish is called Golden Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, Zhou Shijun explained. Tao Ning squinted at the exquisitely crafted golden Buddha on the plate, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, this dish is rather impressive, but I wonder, how do the other dishes fare? Zhou Shijun's smile deepened as he revealed another plate. Lord Tao, please take a look at this dish, called jade cabbage. Within the plate lay a delicately carved jade resembling a cabbage, glistening with a fresh green hue. A flicker of surprise crossed Tao Ning's face, and he meaningfully remarked, Clan leader Zhou, these dishes are indeed substantial. However, one does not receive rewards without merit. I suspect there is more to this gathering than merely dining. Zhou Shijun affirmed. Lord Tao, you are astute. There is indeed a matter that requires your assistance. May I inquire about your relationship with Lin Shaoqi? Tao Ning's expression suddenly turned icy as he coldly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Shijun, feeling reassured, quickly clarified, "Lord Tao, please do not misunderstand. To be candid, my Shou family has some grievances with Lin Mang. Moreover, Lin Mang has forcibly seized an opportunity that rightfully belonged to my family. Alas, as officials, he and his ilk are untouchable, leaving us without recourse." Tao Ning's expression became sardonic. Were these words spoken by another, he might have believed them. However, the Zhou family. How amusing. Tao Ning sipped his tea lightly and remarked, "Clan leader Zhou, if you have something to say, there is no need for subterfuge." He had already surmised the situation's essence. Lin Mang, oh Lin Mang, such arrogance demands consequences. Zhou Shijun stated frankly, "In that case, I shall not conceal anything from you. Lord Tao, the matter is as follows." He then recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing the account, a trace of barely perceptible jealousy and greed flickered in Tao Ning's eyes. Fifth-grade martial arts. Such techniques were previously beyond his reach. Once one ascends to the 6th grade, their power attains an entirely new zenith. Tao Ning raised his cup, declaring, "I extend my gratitude to clan leader Zhou for your hospitality today, and I hope that our future collaboration will be mutually enjoyable." Zhou Shijun raised his glass simultaneously, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. "Cheers to our pleasant cooperation." The two clinked their glasses lightly and drank heartily. Tao Ning's expression was icy, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed between his brows. "Lin Mang, you have concealed your martial arts, failed to report the truth, and acted with favoritism to distort justice. I wonder how you will defend yourself when the time comes." The following day, the main gate of the 100 House opened wide, and Lin Mang led 19 armored warriors on horseback, galloping forth. The thunderous sound of hooves shattered the morning tranquility of the city. The group vanished into the dust at the city gate. Chapter 17. The Rising Storm at the West Courtyard of the 100 House. Upon concluding the report from his subordinate, Tao Ning's expression grew increasingly grim. The guard from the Jinyiwei stood nervously at the side, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "My lord," Tao Ning coldly interjected, "are you certain they departed on a mission?" "Indeed," the Jinyiwei replied in a hushed tone. "Last night, while I was on duty with a former subordinate of Lord Dong, he inadvertently mentioned it." With a loud crash, the teacup in Tao Ning's hand shattered, his countenance dark as a stormy sea. In the past, any tasks within the 100 House were always first delegated by the 100 House to the two chief flags, who would then distribute them to the lower ranks. If it were a mission personally commanded by the 100 House, it would be one thing, but this operation evidently circumvented him entirely, directly assigning the task to Lin Mang. He pondered in confusion. What merit did Lin Mang possess that warranted such favoritism from the Lord of the 100 House? Previously, Chen Tiankui had little involvement in the affairs of the 100 House, and the other chief flag rarely made an appearance, rendering Tao Ning's authority second only to Chen Tiankui's. During missions, the lower ranks had no choice but to heed his whims. How things had changed. Once, every individual in the 100 House had treated him with utmost respect. Yet now, an outsider dared to oppose him time and again. "Humph," Tao Ning scoffed coldly. Muttering to himself, "You wish to cultivate him, do you? Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that he is a wide-eyed wolf, ungrateful and treacherous. You might not even be aware of the deeds he has committed in secret." A cold smile crept upon his lips as he strode out of the West Courtyard, heading straight to Chen Tiankui's office. Upon entering the room, Tao Ning clasped his hands and respectfully addressed, "My lord." Chen Tiankui, seated in a grand chair, did not lift his gaze and inquired, "What is it?" Tao Ning, filled with indignation, retorted, "My lord, I have come today to report a grave matter. The junior flag, Lin Mang, has abused his power under the guise of the Jinyiwei, engaging in corrupt practices, and has even hoarded martial arts techniques." Chen Tiankui closed his book and looked up at Tao Ning, furrowing his brow. "What do you mean by that, Chief Tao?" Tao Ning replied icily, "I have uncovered that Lin Mang colluded with Wang Kuan of the Wolf Gang to rescue his brother under the name of the Jinyiwei, while also accepting money from Wang Kuan. He has even obtained the 5th-grade martial arts technique, Bagua Palm, from Wang Kuan's associates. The evidence is irrefutable. I implore you to dismiss Lin Mang and conduct an investigation." A strange expression flickered across Chen Tiankui's indifferent face, and he replied nonchalantly, "I am already aware of this matter. Lin Mang has surrendered the martial arts techniques, and due to the Wang brothers' voluntary contributions, the Town Pacification Division has granted him a special commendation. Rewards will be dispatched shortly." Tao Ning stood frozen, his mind reeling as if engulfed in a deafening silence. He could hardly comprehend the implications of the words. He surrendered. Chief Tao, do you have anything else? Shen Tiankue inquired, shaking his head. Ignorance is no crime. You may leave now. However, Shen Tiankue cast a meaningful glance at him, saying, Tao Ning, some matters are best left in the past. I hope you do not become overly fixated, lest you end up harming others and yourself. Yes. Tao Ning clasped his fists in a bow and respectfully turned to leave. As he stepped out of the room, his countenance was ominously dark, his eyes glinting like those of a ravenous wolf. The surrounding guards, clad in resplendent attire, were rendered mute with trepidation. Outside Xiangling town, the thunderous sound of hooves stirred a cloud of dust. From the uneven path emerged a dozen swift steeds, their riders donned in identical black cloaks, long blades at their waists, exuding an air of grimness and ruthlessness. Many often associate the flying fish attire with the Imperial Guards. Yet the true flying fish robes are not garments one can don at will, beyond those bestowed by imperial favor and the higher echelons of the guards. Only those who serve closely to the emperor, as well as participants in significant ceremonies, are permitted to wear them. Nevertheless, the common members of the Imperial Guard now possess their own distinctive garments, adorned with embroidered flying fish motifs to signify their status, collectively referred to as flying fish attire. However, a substantial distinction exists between the two. The former is a garment of high honor, while the latter is merely a uniform. Lin Mang recalled that after the demise of his father, he had been awarded a flying fish robe, though it remained meticulously preserved and had never been brought forth. Reports indicated that the Lin family was currently seeking refuge within Xiangling town. Wang Dashing approached from behind on horseback and inquired, My lord, the western depot has yet to arrive. Shall we proceed inside? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mang nodded affirmatively. Let us enter the town. Yes. The group dismounted and led their horses into the small town. Lin Mang's gaze continuously swept the surroundings, quietly observing the atmosphere. A palpable air of tension pervaded the entire town, as if ready to erupt. The streets were bustling with various itinerant swordsmen. Lin Mang shook his head in resignation. Throughout this journey, he had encountered more martial artists than he had in Yuanzhong City. They were congregating in this modest town, their purpose all too evident. It seemed the allure of the exorcising sword technique was far more potent than anticipated. Yet, one could only wonder how these individuals had come by such intelligence. Let us find it in first, Lin Mang said, feeling somewhat vexed. The intelligence report merely indicated that the Lin family had arrived in the area but did not specify their exact whereabouts. Though Xiangling town was not large, locating them would not be a simple task. Otherwise, these wandering swordsmen would not be so comfortably settled here. Given the current atmosphere, safely escorting the Lin family away would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. The group entered an inn, and in an instant, the raucous hall fell silent. The eyes of a gathering of swordsmen fixated on the entrance, scrutinizing the newcomers. Several figures, adorned with wide-brimmed hats, lightly grasped the hilts of their swords resting upon the tables. An ominous tension seemed to hang in the air. Lin Mang, maintaining a calm demeanor, chose an empty seat and forcefully slammed his long blade onto the table. The Imperial Guard seated themselves around him, their expressions steely. The spring blade. Why would the Imperial Guards be present here? This was a shared thought among all present. No one wished to provoke these formidable figures. Some individuals have even entertained the notion of departing from this place. Yet the allure of the evil-repelling sword manual is too potent. Ultimately, greed has triumphed over fear. Recently, rumors have circulated through the martial world, proclaiming that the evil-repelling sword technique is an unparalleled martial art, and those who master it might ascend to the realm of grandmasters. Although aware of the slim prospects, one cannot help but ponder the possibilities. Lord Wang Dashing respectfully presented a cup of tea. Lin Mang lifted the cup and savored a sip, his expression serene. Since it is impossible to find someone, let them seek him instead. He believes that once the news of the Imperial Guard's presence here spreads, there will surely be some gains to be had. Chapter 18. Drawing the tiger from its mountain at this moment, outside the tavern, a figure leaned heavily on a cane, stumbling into view, clad in tattered garments. The figure hunched over, bearing an enormous hunchback, with a weathered face marred by pockmarks. The patrons within the tavern instinctively turned their gazes towards him. The hunchbacked figure scanned the surroundings before unsteadily making his way to a nearby table to take a seat. Waiter, the figure called out, his voice somewhat hoarse. A tavern attendant promptly approached. What would you like, sir? A jug of wine and a plate of chicken, came the reply. Certainly. The waiter, lifting the towel draped over his shoulder, smiled and turned to leave. Lin Mang, holding a cup of tea, scrutinized the hunchbacked figure with penetrating eyes. Time flowed quietly by, and the once tranquil tavern now buzzed with a hint of commotion and liveliness. Many wandering heroes began to converse in hushed tones, their discussions predominantly revolving around the Lin family massacre. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the street outside the tavern. Lin Tianin has fled to the outskirts of the town. Quick, pursue him. Do not let him escape. This exclamation sent ripples through the crowd, stirring the hearts of all present. Outside, a throng of wandering heroes rushed eagerly toward the town's perimeter. Inside the tavern, the previously seated patrons could no longer remain still, hastening towards the exit. Wang Dashing hurriedly said, "My lord." Lin Mang raised his hand, calmly responding, "Please remain seated." Wang Dashing, puzzled, dared not inquire further. After a brief moment, Lin Mang turned his gaze toward the hunchbacked figure and inquired softly, "Might I ask who you are and why you have chosen to disguise yourself?" Wang Dashing looked at the hunchback in astonishment. Could this old fellow be hiding something? Silence ensued. Lin Mang pressed his hand upon the hilt of his embroidered spring blade, his voice turning cold. "Though you have disguised yourself well, you overlooked one detail, your manner of consuming the meat just now. Such behavior is not characteristic of an ordinary elder. The way this person dined clearly indicated a life of privilege. A typical wandering hero would not be so particular. Moreover, an elderly man would hardly order meat. His appearance did not suggest one capable of affording such luxuries." Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked elder rose and respectfully replied, "Your Excellency possesses keen insight. I am indeed in awe." A faint smile crossed his face as he added, "I am but an ordinary wanderer." Yet Lin Mang smiled, his expression chillingly frigid. Clang! The sudden sound of a long knife being unsheathed rang out. Lin Mang drew his blade, descending with an undeniable, overwhelming presence. With a horizontal slash, the glinting edge of the blade shimmered with the cold light. The hunchbacked figure's face changed dramatically, terror flickering in his eyes. In a moment of desperation, he hurriedly raised his cane to defend himself. Crack! The cane shattered instantly, and the hunchback's garments tore apart at the chest. At that moment, the hunchback straightened up, crashing through several tables and chairs as he regained his footing. In an instant, the Imperial Guards around him simultaneously drew their swords. Lin Mang pointed his blade forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. "To dare lie in my presence, you possess quite the audacity. Pray tell, who are you?" The hunchbacked figure, eyes filled with dread, turned to flee towards the staircase. However, Lin Mang was swifter. A veil of black silk seemed to emanate from his feet as he leapt forward, akin to the grace of lightness in martial arts. His form flickered like a wisp of smoke. With a sudden strike of the 8 trigrams palm, his movements were unpredictable, a blend of reality and illusion. Infused with the pure young energy cultivated through his martial arts, what appeared to be a simple gesture bore immense power. The individual scarcely perceived Lin Mang's presence before a forceful palm strike surged towards him, rendering him momentarily breathless. In a desperate attempt, he raised his own hand to counter. Bang! The hunchback's hand shattered upon impact, sending him careening backward to the ground. He coughed up blood just as Lin Mang's blade was poised at his throat. "Do not move," Lin Mang commanded. "Tear off his mask." Wang Dashing, momentarily taken aback, quickly reached out to the hunchback and forcefully yanked at the mask on his face. As the mask was removed, a remarkably youthful visage was revealed, still bearing traces of fear. Lin Mang, with an indifferent tone, inquired, "Speak. I trust you do not wish to find yourself in the dungeons of the Jinyiwei." The pressure of the blade on his neck drew a faint line of blood. "Wait. I shall speak. I am Roger, one of the 4 talents of Qicheng." "The 4 beasts of Qicheng?" Lin Mang responded, a hint of surprise flickering across his countenance. "It is the 4 talents of Qicheng," Roger murmured, contemplating silently. Lin Mang gazed down at Roger and queried, "Is Lin Tianin imprisoned by you?" Roger's pupils dilated in alarm. Lin Mang chuckled softly, muttering to himself, "It appears my conjecture was indeed accurate. The Qicheng sect is adept at the art of disguise. Their skills in impersonation are undoubtedly formidable. Yet, to truly masquerade as another is far from simple. The nuances of gaze, aura, and voice cannot be easily replicated. Moreover, your thick Sichuan accent is quite the giveaway." Roger's south infiltration into this place suggested ulterior motives. A clever ruse to draw the tiger from its lair, Lin Mang mused. Should others discover Lin Tianan's presence here, amidst so many in the martial world, they would find it perilous to extricate him. Deliberately spreading the rumor of Lin Tianan's location outside of town to lure away the martial guests, only to discreetly escort Lin Tianan away, was indeed a cunning scheme. Lin Mang directed a cold gaze at Roger, demanding, "Where's Lin Tiannan?" Feeling the chilling edge of the blade against his neck, Roger, in a state of panic, could no longer conceal the truth. He hastily replied, "Upstairs, the third room on the left." With a swift gesture, Lin Mang signaled, and Wang Dashing understood. Leading a group of men aggressively up the stairs, they forcefully kicked open the door, storming inside with a battalion of Jinyiwei. Yet, he soon returned, his expression grim. "My lord, he has escaped. The window is open," indicating he left only moments ago. Lin Mang cast a brief glance at the visibly anxious Roger. As his ornate blade flashed, swoosh, blood splattered as a defiant head soared into the sky. Upon arriving outside the tavern, Wang Dashing examined the traces at the scene and clasped his fists, stating, "My lord, based on the evidence, they have headed eastward. They had undergone the most rigorous training." Excelling in reconnaissance and tracking, Lin Mang mounted his horse, yanked the reins, and commanded, "Pursue." The thunderous sound of hoofbeats echoed. Behind them, Wang Dashing raised a placard and bellowed, "The Jinyiwei are on the case. All bystanders, stand back." Chapter 19. The vast sea outside Xiangling town, a carriage raced forward. The driver incessantly striking the horse's back with a whip, leaving behind vivid red marks. Inside the carriage were none other than Lin Jinan and his family. "Faster. We must go faster," urged Ho Ying, one of the four talents of Qi Qing. Hong Xiong continued to lash the horse, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. "I am already going as fast as I can. Damn it, how could those Imperial Guards have tracked us down? If they hadn't managed to escape in time, they would surely have been discovered by now." At that moment, a cloud of dust rose behind them, accompanied by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. Through the swirling dust, a dozen riders emerged. "Not good. It's the Imperial Guards." Lin Mang, catching sight of the swiftly approaching carriage, narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Catch up to them." He had no interest in the Lin family's affairs, but this situation pertained to his own merits, and he could not allow their escape. The heavily laden carriage moved sluggishly, quickly overtaken. "Imperial Guards, halt your carriage," Lin Mang bellowed. However, Hong Xiong showed no intention of stopping. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lin Mang's eyes. In an instant, he spurred the horse, soaring onto the carriage's roof. With a swift motion, he drew his blade and struck downwards. A surge of scorching pure yang energy flowed, enveloping the blade in a faint golden aura. Hong Xiong was taken aback, having not anticipated such a direct assault. In his hurried defense, he unsheathed his sword. But in the moment of impact, regret washed over him. A powerful force bore down, causing his sword to tremble in his grip, blood trickling from his palm. As he caught sight of the golden aura clinging to the blade, he exclaimed, "True Qi realm?" Yet he quickly dismissed this notion. The energy was too faint. The next moment, Lin Mang flipped off the top of the carriage, delivering a kick to Hong Xiong while simultaneously slashing at the carriage's yoke. With a resounding thud, Hong Xiong was sent flying backward into the carriage. The two spirited horses charged ahead, the carriage skidding uncontrollably across the ground. Ho Ying and several disciples of the Qingqing faction seized Lin Jinan and his sons, leaping out as the carriage tumbled over. Lin Mang landed gracefully, surrounded by numerous Imperial Guards, blades drawn menacingly. A flicker of panic crossed Ho Ying's eyes as he hastily exclaimed, "My lord, please hold. We were unaware that you were Imperial Guards and may have offended you. I beseech your forgiveness. Our Qingqing faction has ties with Lord Chao of the Qinhu office. I hope you can show leniency for his sake." Lin Mang squinted, examining the bound figures. Among them was a middle-aged man dressed in brocade, his countenance stern and exuding a subtle air of authority. He glanced at another beside him, a youthful face tinged with fear. Could that be Lin Pingji? It was uncertain what fate awaited Lin Pingji now that he had not practiced the exorcising sword manual. Lin Mang's expression was cold and severe as he coldly commanded, "Hand over the person." A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Ho Ying's eyes as he turned to instruct several disciples of the Qingqing sect to bring the individual out. Lin Mang signaled Wang Dashing beside him to take charge. Although Ho Ying and his companions were reluctant, they could only watch helplessly as Lin Jinan and the others were led away. At that moment, Lin Mang drew his blade and coldly declared, "To obstruct the Jinyiwei in their duties and attempt to murder them is a crime worthy of death." Ho Ying's eyes widened with fury. His face contorted with anger. "You lack honor." But Lin Mang paid him no heed and charged forward with his blade drawn. The dark tendrils of energy spread beneath him, and in the instant his feet touched the ground, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. "Kill. Slay them. No one will know." At this moment, Ho Ying's heart hardened as well. Those who roamed the martial world had always been at odds with the Jinyiwei, secretly assassinating them, and had not shied away from dealing with the Six Doors. With a swift motion, Lin Mang's face turned cold. Ignorant fools! The Bagua sword danced in all directions, his figure flickering like a specter, elusive and unpredictable. Thud, thud. Heads adorned with conical hats rolled from severed necks, blood gushing forth with smooth, clean cuts. Energy points, 500. Energy points, 600. In the blink of an eye, only Ho Ying and Hong Xiong remained in the arena. Ho Ying had already stepped into the innate realm, while Hong Xiong was at the 9th level of the acquired realm. The two unleashed the Song Feng sword technique, simultaneously thrusting their blades at Lin Mang. Their swordplay was cunning and peculiar. Lin Mang sneered inwardly and employed the Jinwu sword technique, plum blossoms in summer. In an instant, he executed 3 strikes from above, 3 from below, 3 from the left, and 3 from the right, totaling 12 swift and powerful blows that dismantled their intricate swordplay entirely. Bang! Ho Ying was sent flying by a single strike. As for Hong Xiong, he fared even worse. A gaping, blood-soaked wound was carved into his chest, deep enough to reveal bone, stained with blood. Energy points, 1200. Lin Mang advanced step by step toward Ho Ying. Suddenly, the sound of gongs echoed from all around. Following that, figures donned in conical hats and grass skirts emerged from all directions. They knelt partially, swords in hand, and proclaimed, "Welcome, master." In an instant, a petite figure wearing a ghost mask approached with agile movements. A flicker of joy passed through Ho Ying's eyes. Lin Mang's expression hardened as he turned to the descending figure. Yu Guanhai? This master of disguise could likely be none other than him. The newcomer touched his face repeatedly, and the ghostly visage rapidly transformed, ultimately revealing a somewhat unappealing countenance with 2 long whiskers dangling from the corners of his mouth. Surveying the carnage around him, Yu Guanhai coldly inquired, "Why have you slaughtered my disciples, esteemed sir?" Lin Mang replied indifferently, "For attacking the Jinyiwei, death is the penalty." Yu Guanhai's gaze shifted to Lin Jinan and the others not far away, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. The Bixia sword manual. Casting a glance at the gathered Jinyiwei, a murderous intent began to brew within him. With his true energy cultivation level, eliminating these Jinyiwei would pose no challenge. This remote locale is devoid of any witnesses, rendering it undetectable. With a swift shift of intention, Yu Guanhai leapt into the air, his sword aura surging. Lin Mang had long been prepared, wielding his blade to unleash a fierce strike. In the instant of their collision, the piercing sword energy obliterated the aura emanating from the blade. Lin Mang staggered back several steps, employing the fluid movements of the 8 trigrams palm to dash towards a disciple of the Qingqing sect nearby. Given that his innate realm could not rival the true Qi realm, his only recourse to break the deadlock was to eliminate these individuals. However, Yu Guanhai suddenly sheathed his sword and remarked with a smile, "This young hero possesses truly exceptional martial prowess. You are indeed remarkable." Lin Mang was perplexed. What could this sudden statement imply? His gaze inadvertently caught sight of a figure galloping in the distance, followed by a throng of Western factory enforcers. Chapter 20. This is my answer. Yu Guanhai sheathed his sword with great swiftness, feeling a profound sense of regret and lamentation within. He realized he had missed a golden opportunity, just a step away. Who could have imagined that this unassuming junior officer of the Jinyiwei possessed such formidable strength? Such a character, reduced to the status of a mere junior officer. When did the Jinyiwei's standards become so elevated that an innate master could only attain the rank of a junior officer? In the realm of Qiqing, even the 1,000 household commanders were merely his equals. In the distance, dozens of swift steeds approached rapidly. Upon one of these galloping horses sat a figure clad in a deep crimson flying fish robe, appearing to be in his 30s. His features were somewhat androgynous, yet his eyes sparkled with a remarkable vigor. Yu Guanhai, having sheathed his longsword, felt an instinctive wariness and began to retreat discreetly. Earlier, he had sensed a powerful aura approaching, prompting him to reluctantly put away his sword, only to discover that it was a group of foreign envoys. The figure atop the horse tugged at the reins, casting a sweeping glance around before finally fixing his gaze upon Lin Mang. "I am Shinju, the superintendent of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. May I inquire whether the Jinyiwei here belongs to the Baihu command of Yuanjiang City?" Despite being a eunuch, his voice was not sharp but rather resonated with a robust authority. Lin Mang's pupils constricted slightly as he hastily clasped his hands and replied, "I am Lin Mang, a junior officer of the Baihu command in Yuanjiang City. I have the honor of meeting you, Master Chen." Although they were not of the same command, Lin Mang was not unfamiliar with the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, one of the 12 bureaus, subordinate only to the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. It commanded the elite Imperial Guards, including the Western Depot, and was favored by the Emperor himself. As for Qin Ju, Lin Mang had a vague recollection of him. The position of superintendent was second only to that of the chief eunuch, holding a 5th-grade rank. It was equivalent to a 1,000 household commander in the Jinyiwei. And any local 1,000 household commander, aside from the capital's pacification office, would accord him a measure of respect. Qin Ju dismounted gracefully and inquired with a congenial demeanor. Junior Officer Lin, what transpired here? A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Lin Mang's eyes as he exclaimed, Master Qin, we have rescued the Lin Jinan family. But the Qingqing sect's 4 talents have kidnapped Lin Jinan and are plotting to assassinate the Jinyiwei. I implore you to assist in capturing them. Yu Guanhai's expression immediately shifted, and he shouted, the 4 talents of Qingsheng have already been expelled from our sect. This matter has nothing to do with us. Some actions could be conducted in secrecy, yet they must never be brought to light. Should the crime of assassinating the Jinyiwei be established, the century-old foundation of the Qingqing sect would be utterly destroyed. Once word spread, the court would be compelled to provide an explanation to the world and to all Jinyiwei. The murder of a Jinyiwei was a crime punishable by extermination of 9 generations. Humph. Lin Mang scoffed coldly, retorting, Yu Guanju, prior to this, you indeed made a move against me. That strike was devoid of any mercy. Had it not been for Master Qin's timely arrival, I fear you would have already taken lethal action, would you not? The evidence is irrefutable. What further justification do you have? Yu Guanhai hurriedly denied, Lord Lin, you jest. My earlier actions were merely a momentary lapse of impulse. I wish to gauge your martial prowess, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Lord Lin, you are indeed a youthful hero. Achieving such remarkable feats at such a young age, your talent is truly extraordinary. Lin Mang squinted, casting a cold, mocking glance at Yu Guanhai. Did he think it would end so easily? Such matters are seldom uncomplicated. Qin Ju, with a significant tone, inquired, My Lord Lin, how do you intend to deal with this? This individual was indeed intriguing. His earlier remarks insinuated that Lin Jinan was among those they rescued, suggesting an exchange. While there was a hint of leveraging his influence, his words were neither servile nor arrogant, and his decisive actions were not displeasing. Moreover, a small banner wielded by a figure of innate prowess was rather captivating. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes, weighing his options, though he had gleaned some understanding of Qin Ju. Recognizing he was unlike typical eunuchs, he dared not gamble on whether Qin harbored any grievances against him. Were it not for his own insufficient strength, he would have already struck decisively, sparing himself this inner turmoil. A sudden glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Mang's gaze. With a swift motion, a flash of blade light cut through the air, and in an instant, Horening's head soared into the sky. This is my answer. The Imperial Guard, being the Emperor's personal army, meant that attacking them was an affront to the Emperor and deserved death. No sooner had he spoken than his figure danced among the multitude of Qingqing sect disciples. Heads began to fly, blood spraying, leaving behind a gruesome array of headless corpses. Yu Guanhai's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as he prepared to act, the sidelong glance at the mockingly smirking Qin Ju sent a jolt of alarm through him. This wretched fellow is forcing my hand. His inner fury was already at its peak, yet he could only endure. The disciples of the Qingqing sect, unwilling to await death, drew their swords. But their strongest among them barely reached the 6th level of acquired realm. How could they withstand this onslaught? Lin Mang scoffed inwardly. With the final adversary cleaved asunder, the ground was littered with corpses, a scene of blood and carnage. Yu Guanhai gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Lin Mang. Lin Mang sheathed his blade and remarked nonchalantly, By the way, Master Yu, I seem to have misplaced a few items. I wonder if you happen to collect them? Yu Guanhai was taken aback. What did you lose? He quickly realized this was a ploy to extort him. Suppressing his wrath, he responded, My Lord Lin, I have never seen such items. How could I have picked them up? Is that so? Lin Mang turned to the array of Imperial Guards behind him, coolly stating, Yet they can attest for me. Cannot they? Indeed. The Imperial Guards chorused loudly. Lin Mang continued mockingly, I wonder if Master Yu can summon anyone to testify? Yu Guanhai surveyed the sea of corpses, a mix of sorrow and fury brewing within him. Would he have to ask the dead to speak? Ultimately, Yu Guanhai capitulated. What exactly did you lose? A manual for the heart-crushing palm technique, along with a note of 3,000 taels. The expression on Yu Guanhai's face froze. You scoundrel possessed the heart-crushing palm manual? I curse you. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a thin booklet and a 5,000 tael note from his robes. I did not find the 3,000 taels. I only have this 5,000 tael note. I wonder if it belongs to you, my Lord Lin? Lin Mang chuckled softly. Indeed. This was found on the road by Wang Kuan of the Wolf Gang, entrusted to me for safekeeping while searching for its owner. It appears I was mistaken. He would never allow himself to be caught in the slightest compromise. Yu Guanhai once believed he was shameless enough, only to discover that there existed someone even more unscrupulous than himself. How dare you? Lin Mang stepped forward, seized the opportunity, and casually clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Humph. Yu Guanhai snorted coldly and strode away. Lin Mang then turned to face Chenju, respectfully addressing him, Master Chen. However, Chenju raised his hand, interrupting Lin Mang's forthcoming words, and calmly stated, I had intended to eliminate this individual, but I believe it is more prudent to leave his handling to you, Lin Xiaoqi. Having navigated the court, he has encountered all manner of people and events. It is high time to cleanse these martial factions that have transgressed the law. Were it not for His Majesty's broader vision, these ruffians would not have been allowed to behave so brazenly over the years. Lin Mang was momentarily taken aback. Chenju's response was somewhat unexpected. Thank you, Master. Lin Mang felt a wave of relief. Chenju smiled, his expression laden with meaning, and inquired, May I take him now? Lin Mang replied, Master, please feel free. Chapter 21. Promotion to innate perfection as dusk approached from the moment he laid eyes on Chenju. He understood that the Western factory had undoubtedly come for the evil repelling sword manual. However, the intelligence report had indicated that a chief eunuch would be arriving. It remained unclear why it had unexpectedly transformed into the appointment of eunuch Chenju from the Horse Supervisory Office. Nevertheless, this change underscored the significance the Western factory placed on this matter. Lin Mang ceased his musings and swiftly entered the chamber of the 100 household Chen Tiankui. Upon Lin Mang's entrance, Chen Tiankui glanced up briefly before lowering his gaze once more, inquiring, Have you completed the task? With a respectful gesture, Lin Mang replied, I have fulfilled my duty, and the individual has been handed over to the Horse Supervisory Office under Eunuch Chen. Chen Tiankui lifted his head, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. The Horse Supervisory Office? He knew that personnel from the Western factory would be coming. Yet he had not anticipated that it would be a chief eunuch from the Horse Supervisory Office. It seemed that the evil repelling sword manual in Lin Zhennan's possession was of great concern to the Western factory. However, those individuals were not lacking in martial arts techniques. Was a mere sword manual truly so valuable? Casting a thoughtful glance at Lin Mang, he replied indifferently, Understood. By the way, Chen Tiankui picked up a sealed brocade box from the table and said, The item you requested has arrived. Inside is the technique for the Golden Bell Shield, along with a grant of 500 taels from the Zhenfu Division. Lin Mang's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, Thank you, my lord. Do not thank me. This is all your own merit. As I have said, what is rightfully yours will be yours, Chen Tiankui stated. Lin Mang accepted the brocade box and said, I take my leave. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Mang eagerly opened the brocade box. The Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt were both protective techniques. Yet they possessed significant differences. The Iron Cloth Shirt leaned more towards physical conditioning, reaching its pinnacle upon entering the innate level. In contrast, the Golden Bell Shield emphasized inner strength cultivation. When perfected, it could form a protective aura, impervious to blades and water alike. This protective aura was exclusive to warriors of the Qi realm. If he could cultivate the protective aura, it would enable him to traverse the realm of true Qi with ease. He retrieved the heart-crushing palm manual and 5,000 taels in silver notes, ready to invest directly. Money could be earned anew, but one's life was singular. Name, Lin Mang. Identity, Junior Officer of the Imperial Guard realm. Late innate stage technique. Iron Cloth Shirt, perfection. Pure Yang infinite skill, 6th level. Martial skills. Golden Crow Blade technique, perfection. Bagua Palm, entry level. Bagua Blade, great achievement. Black Foot, perfection. Energy points, 12. 300. Lin Mang contemplated quietly, fearing that a breakthrough to the true Qi realm might elude him. Despite having slain numerous disciples of the Qingsheng sect, he had only amassed a little over 5,000 energy points, which, combined with the 5,000 taels and the 3 from the Qingsheng 4 talents, amounted to a mere 10,000. No matter, let me elevate my capabilities first. With a thought, he directed his focus to the pure Yang infinite skill. Energy points minus 8,000 in an instant, his inner pure Yang energy surged almost to a boiling point. A torrent of energy coursed through his limbs and bones, emanating a burning, formidable aura from his being. Within the 100-household chamber, Chen Tiankue, who had been bent over his desk, was instantly taken aback, his gaze directed towards Lin Mang's courtyard. Innate realm. His expression was filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Such a potent aura could not have merely emerged upon entering the innate realm. Had it not been for the recent leakage of this aura, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that this individual had already ascended to the innate domain. Yet, in an instant, that aura vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. A faint smile crept upon Chen Tiankui's face. Lin Mang's eyes widened as he struck out with a palm, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, relentless and unyielding. The air erupted with a thunderous boom. Within his palm, it felt as though a fierce fire burned. Gradually retracting his hand, Lin Mang was overwhelmed with joy. Innate perfection. The realm of true energy was within reach. He seized the golden bell shield and the heart-crushing palm manual from the table, silently proclaiming, "Cultivate." In that fleeting moment, it felt as if a current surged through his heart. A phantom figure materialized in his mind, executing the palm technique with utmost clarity in its meridian pathways. It was indeed the heart-crushing palm. This technique kills without shedding blood, specifically targeting internal organs. Those afflicted suffer shattered hearts, often beyond the remedy of medicine, rendering it exceedingly sinister. Yet, the rank of this technique is not to be underestimated, being a 5th-tier martial art. Throughout the martial world, techniques above the 3rd tier are scarce, thus 4th and 5th-tier techniques are deemed extraordinary. Simultaneously, Lin Mang's pure yang internal energy coursed through his meridians, emanating a golden glow from his body. The internal energy cultivated through the pure yang infinite skill is inherently robust and radiant, harmonizing perfectly with the golden bell shield. Akin to a fish returning to water, the golden light permeated his being, transforming him into the likeness of a grand bell. Sensing the swift depletion of his internal energy, Lin Mang was internally alarmed. It seemed that the golden bell shield could not be easily employed. With his innate perfection and substantial internal energy, the golden bell shield could only be maintained for approximately 40 breaths. Nevertheless, he had unintentionally achieved the external projection of true energy. He had not anticipated that the golden bell shield bore such an effect. However, he was acutely aware that this was predicated on the foundation of his profound internal energy. Lin Mang gazed intently at the system interface, lost in thought. The heart-crushing palm and the golden bell shield consumed 2,000 energy points merely for initiation, with the golden bell shield consuming the most. After all, the heart-crushing palm is merely a lower 5th-tier technique, cataloged in the arsenal of the Brocade Guard. Conversely, although the golden bell shield is also 5th tier, it possesses the ability to enable the acquired to enter the innate realm, generating internal energy. And advancing into the realm of true energy, it is both a technique and a martial art. With a single thought, he elevated the Bagua blade to perfection. Energy points minus 2,000, Bagua blade perfected. Lin Mang exhaled a heavy breath, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Thus, he required only a leg technique and a movement technique to be complete. Stretching lazily, he stepped towards his chamber. 2 days later, Lin Mang summoned Wang Dashing and inquired, "How has the matter regarding the Zhou family progressed?" Wang Dashing's face darkened as he replied helplessly, "The people from Tao Zongqi have intervened. We are unable to investigate further." Lin Mang set down his tea, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Tao Ning. It seemed the Zhou family had sought him out. No need to concern ourselves with him. Let us start with that clerk from the Zhou family. Even if no charges exist, we shall fabricate one, investigate his assets, and those officials closely associated with him. Wang Dashing paused momentarily. Lin Mang turned to him and asked, "Do you have an issue with this?" Wang Dashing hesitated and replied, "My lord." Might this approach push them too hard? Lin Mang chuckled coldly, declaring, "I intend to compel them. Without pressure, how could they possibly act? The tranquility of Yuanjiang City has persisted for far too long, to the point where everyone has nearly forgotten about the Jinyiwei. They have lost the respect they ought to possess." Inform Wang Kuan, instructing his men to operate near the Zhou family shop. He should comprehend the implications. Additionally, send some individuals to inquire among the common folk. Undoubtedly, the Zhou family has committed numerous transgressions over the years. My enmity with the Zhou family is firmly established, and their alliance with Tao Ning is bound to evoke suspicions. Given this, I shall allow you to advance a bit further. Chapter 22, Money Collected. People captured in the peaceful days of Yuan City, a sudden uproar has emerged. The streets are occasionally graced by the galloping figures of the Jinyiwei. While numerous establishments face the grim fate of being sealed, many officials have been forcibly dragged from their homes by the Jinyiwei. some even without the chance to don their garments. The Zhou family's gambling houses, brothels, and taverns are daily beset by thugs, while the local constables arrive fashionably late. The city is steeped in a foreboding atmosphere, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Various factions within the city have grown unusually quiet in recent days. Those with discerning eyes can easily perceive that a targeted operation against the Zhou family is underway. Both the Zhou family and the Jinyiwei are formidable entities that one cannot afford to provoke. Meanwhile, the county magistrate has reportedly succumbed to a chill and has departed for the capital in search of a renowned physician, leaving only a concubine in his wake. Within the ancestral hall of the Zhou family, Zhou Yuan's countenance is clouded with concern. Patriarch, 3 more shops have been sealed today, and there have been violent altercations in 2 gambling houses. Zhou Yijun, whose once elegant face has turned ominous, has shattered the prayer beads in his grasp. This Lin Mang is exceedingly overbearing. I have yet to trouble him, yet he dares to come knocking at our door. Zhou Yuan, feeling powerless, inquires, "What shall we do now? Several of our kin within the county office have been imprisoned by the Jinyiwei, and I fear they may divulge something." With a resounding thud, Zhou Yijun slammed his teacup onto the table, his voice cold and commanding. "Inform Tao Ning that he must ensure the release of our people. If he fails, then let them remain silent forever." The words of the deceased hold no credibility. A chill crept into Zhou Yuan's heart, and he hesitated. Zhou Yijun's voice turned icy. "All this enmity shall be accounted to Lin Mang." Zhou Yuan dared not utter another word. Within the Zhou family, Zhou Yijun is the ultimate authority. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yijun coldly commanded, "Withdraw 3,000 taels from the treasury and send it to Lin Mang." Zhou Yuan looked perplexed. Zhou Yijun's voice turned steely. "To make a man reckless, one must first inflate his ego. There is no need to confront him head-on for now. We must first soften his stance and lower his guard." Moreover, a glint of cold calculation flashed in Zhou Yijun's eyes as he indifferently added, "Tell Tao Ning that we have matters to discuss tonight. In the Jinyiwei prison." "Greetings, sir." The Jinyiwei on either side bowed in unison. Lin Mang nodded slightly as he ventured deeper into the prison. Bound to a wooden post was an unkempt old man, a member of the Zhou family's 4th branch, who served as an agricultural officer responsible for overseeing grain taxation. Though seemingly a minor official, he wielded considerable power. Wang Dashing hastily brought forth a chair, and Lin Mang sat with an air of authority, gazing at the old man. "Speak. Do not harbor any illusions. Once you are in this prison, the only exit is via death." Zhou Enhai's face was contorted with rage. "You corrupt official. You exploit your power for personal gain and disregard human life. I will surely bring you to justice." Lin Mang merely shook his head and whispered a few words into Wang Dashing's ear. "Strip him of his garments." Zhou Enhai was taken aback, exclaiming, "Lin Mang, what do you intend to do? Are you going to abuse your power?" Lin Mang gazed at him calmly and said, "Lord Zhou, I offer you one more chance. Surely, you have disclosed everything that needs to be revealed." Humph. Although Zhou Enhai felt a surge of dread within, he still managed to retort defiantly, "I know nothing." Lin Mang casually waved his hand. A member of the Jinyiwei presented a rat before Zhou Enhai, placing it upon his abdomen and covering it with an iron basin. Zhou Enhai's expression grew increasingly terrified. "What do you intend to do?" For some inexplicable reason, he sensed an ominous turn of events. Wang Dasheng retrieved a torch, slowly bringing it closer to the iron basin, the flames scorching. Zhou Enhai's eyes widened in horror as a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. "Ah!" Zhou Enhai's complexion changed drastically. Panic-stricken, he exclaimed, "I will speak. I will tell you everything. Please, stop." The intense agony made his speech tremble. Lin Mang raised his hand and said coolly, "Wouldn't it have been better to do this sooner? Speak. Confess your crimes and those of the Zhou family." Zhou Enhai's pupils constricted, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. For individuals of their lineage, the teachings received since childhood instilled the belief that family is paramount. He understood the implications of revealing the truth. Just then, a figure hurriedly approached from outside the prison. Tao Ning, his face flushed with anger, shouted, "Lin Mang, cease this at once. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Upon seeing Tao Ning, Zhou Enhai's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope. Lin Mang slightly turned his head, casually gesturing, "Greetings, Chief Tao. I am indeed aware. I suspect this individual is connected to the cases involving Zhou Mo and Dong Wenshan. Is there a problem?" Tao Ning's eyes flared with fury. It was better not to mention the matter at all, but once it was brought up, the rage within him became nearly unbearable. Dong Wenshan was his trusted confidant, and within less than a day of being imprisoned, he died in custody. To claim it was a suicide out of fear for his crimes was clearly a fabrication by Lin Mang. Lin Mang. Tao Ning's voice turned icy, commanding, "Release him." Humph. Lin Mang rose, his voice cold. "I cannot comply. The 100 households have entrusted me with the responsibility of the Dong Wenshan case. If Chief Tao wishes for me to release him, a command from the 100 households would suffice." Tao Ning's countenance darkened, coldly stating, "Lin Mang, do you truly wish to oppose me?" "Not at all." Lin Mang replied nonchalantly, "I have no such intentions." Tao Ning shot Lin Mang a frigid glance before turning to leave. In that moment, a glimmer of icy murderous intent crossed his face. Lin Mang resumed his seat, calmly saying, "Please continue." Zhou Wenhai swallowed nervously, waves of fear surging within him. Soon, his face displayed a trace of despair as he recounted everything in detail. After a cup of tea's time, Zhou Wenhai completed his signature on the confession. Lin Mang accepted the document, sneering, "I never imagined that a mere agricultural official like you could embezzle so much. This clearly demonstrates how the Zhou family has exploited the people over the years." At that moment, Wang Dashing whispered, "My lord, the Zhou family has just sent someone with 3,000 taels, claiming to have found it. They request your handling of the matter. Moreover, their representative expressed previous grievances and humbly requested leniency from your esteemed self." Oh, Lin Mang was somewhat taken aback. When did the Zhou family become so benevolent? However, a silver note presented at one's doorstep is too good to refuse. He required a substantial amount of energy points to break through to the true Qi realm. Every little bit helps, especially as a more robust foundation in the innate realm would ensure a longer journey ahead. Wang Dashing hesitated and inquired, "My lord, shall we proceed?" "Why not?" Lin Mang replied nonchalantly. "Is it not our duty to punish these corrupt officials? The Zhou family is not to be compared with the Wild Wolf Gang. The Wild Wolf Gang is merely a conglomerate of ruffians and scoundrels, while the Zhou family boasts a lineage of nearly a century, with deeply entrenched roots. Do they truly believe they will capitulate so easily? Having already offended the Zhou family to this extent, this conflict cannot be resolved with mere words. The grand performance has only just begun." Chapter 23. Inexpressible grievances. Upon his release from prison, Tao Ning encountered a member of the Jinyiwei. "Master Tao, the esteemed captain requests your presence," the man announced. "Understood," Tao Ning replied, his expression darkening as he nodded. Just as he was about to enter the room, he suddenly masked his somber demeanor with a bright smile. Upon entering the hall, he turned to the figure by the desk and respectfully inquired, "Sir, have you summoned me?" Without lifting his head, Chun Tiankuai responded, "Tomorrow, a new captain will arrive in the capital. Please send someone to welcome him." Tao Ning was taken aback. A captain coming to take office in the capital? How many would yearn to join the ranks of the Jinyiwei in the capital? Yet here was someone seeking to leave. "Is there a problem?" Chun Tiankuai asked. "No," Tao Ning replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "I shall make the arrangements at once." As Tao Ning departed, Chun Tiankuai gazed thoughtfully at the screen behind him and mused, "Do you think this new arrival in the capital is here for Lin Mang?" From behind the screen, a man in white emerged, chuckling softly, "Perhaps, but you are being overly suspicious. I am already set for promotion. The capital sending a captain could simply be for the purpose of embellishment." Chun Tiankuai regarded him with a peculiar expression. "How can you speak of others seeking embellishment with a straight face?" He shook his head, muttering to himself, "Let us hope so." Upon exiting the courtyard, a subordinate from the Jinyiwei hastily approached Tao Ning, stating, "Sir, the clan leader Zhou invites you to a banquet." Tao Ning furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable irritation arise within him. Understood. At noon, Lin Mang was practicing martial arts when Wang Dashing hurriedly arrived. "Sir, we have uncovered some information." Noticing Wang Dashing's grim countenance, nearly filled with rage, Lin Mang sheathed his sword and inquired with a furrowed brow, "What is it?" Wang Dashing's lips moved as he hesitated, before gritting his teeth and saying, "Sir, I dare to request that you accompany me to a certain place." A hint of puzzlement crossed Lin Mang's brow, but he nodded and grabbed his clothing, ready to depart. "Let us go." The two exited the Jinyiwei headquarters, with Wang Dashing leading Lin Mang straight to the city's Waste Stone Alley. Although unfamiliar with the city's circumstances, Lin Mang was aware that Waste Stone Alley was a slum. The residents here were predominantly impoverished men scraping by at the docks. Ironically, just a wall away lay a bustling marketplace. The disparity between the two areas was stark. One was heaven, the other hell. Having never visited before, Lin Mang was struck by 3 words upon entering: filthy, chaotic, and dilapidated. The majority of the houses were low and decrepit, the ground uneven and pockmarked, with the stench of foul sewage permeating the air. However, his attention was soon drawn to a line of figures ahead, specifically those kneeling on the ground. Though winter had not yet relinquished its grip, they wore scant clothing, many shivering in the cold. Suddenly, an elder from the crowd, summoning all his strength, cried out, "Please, Great One, uphold justice for us. Please, Great One, uphold justice for us." Lin Mang approached, gazing at the old man, and spoke, "Rise and speak." Observing the man's demeanor, he seemed to be well educated. Lin Mang scanned the surroundings and noted that everyone else, apart from the elderly figure, averted their eyes. This was a manifestation of fear, a fear of the authorities. The old man trembled as he inquired, "May I ask, my lord, if it is truly as that esteemed gentleman has stated, that you can seek justice for us?" Wang Dashing emerged from behind, kneeling on one knee, and declared, "My lord, I am guilty." Yet, Lin Mang abruptly kicked him, coldly stating, "Get up. Tell me what has transpired." Wang Dashing hastily stood, whispering, "These individuals are victims, their plight connected to the Zhou family." Lin Mang turned to the old man on the ground and extended a hand, saying, "Please, rise, sir." Su Xianding slowly stood, his body unsteady from prolonged kneeling. "You all may rise as well," Lin Mang instructed, then looked at the old man and added, "Let us speak in another location." Su Xianding nodded and led Lin Mang into a modest courtyard nearby. Seated, Lin Mang spoke candidly, "Now, we may converse." Su Xianding, with tears in his eyes, choked out, "I wish to accuse the Zhou family." The county clerk Zhou Yuan forcefully seized maidens and usurped homes. The former county lieutenant callously disregarded lives, murdering the Qi brothers of Washilang. The constable Zhou Hai killed his own colleague, my son Su Zhou. And the county official, the old man, accused the Zhou family patriarch of using the living as burial offerings, forcibly taking an 8-year-old child from Washilang. Lin Mang was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with anger. Living sacrifices. In his time, an 8-year-old child was still blissfully engaged in watching animated shows, yet here, they were destined to become a sacrificial offering. Su Xianding knelt once more, his voice trembling, "My lord, every word I speak is the truth. Should there be a single lie, may I be struck down by thunder." Lin Mang inhaled deeply and rose to assist the elderly man. "Rest assured, I shall ensure justice is served." Uncertain of Chun Tiankuai's inaction, he resolved that if they would not take charge, he would. A man of honor, born into this world, must act when necessary. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. At that moment, a group of uniformly dressed ruffians appeared at the entrance of Washi Lane, each wielding glinting steel blades. Upon sighting them, the gathered crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, fear etched across their faces, and some hastily retreated. A man with a scar on his forehead brandished his knife menacingly, exclaiming, "What are you all doing gathered here? Do you wish to die? Let me make this clear. Speak only what should be spoken, and refrain from uttering what should not be said, lest you face dire consequences. And you lowly peasants, what are you still doing here? Hurry and disperse." One individual protested, "But you only offer us such a meager sum. If we leave, where will we go?" The man scoffed, "That is not my concern. You may reside wherever you wish." The scarred man spoke, suddenly casting his gaze into the crowd, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. "Ah, this woman possesses quite an appealing appearance. I remember now. You are the wife of the third son of the chief family, aren't you? Haha. Quite a lovely sight indeed. Brothers, seize her." "Stop." A ragged man stepped forward, his face etched with sorrow and indignation, bellowing, "Do you not have any sense of law? In broad daylight, is it your intent to abduct someone? I shall report you to the authorities." "Law?" The scarred man spat vehemently, a sinister grin creeping across his face. "Let me enlighten you. I am the law." "Is that so?" A chilling voice suddenly pierced through the air. Chapter 24, Luring Out of the City. A conspiracy unveiled. Lin Mang approached step by step, his countenance grave, and a chilling voice resonated alongside him. "I wonder if your laws can truly govern me?" The scar-faced brute scoffed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Who do you think you are, you yellow-haired brat, to meddle in our affairs? Let me tell you, I am the law here." However, upon recognizing the figure emerging from the crowd, his heart involuntarily quivered. Jinyiwei. The scar-faced man gasped in horror. "Run." He discarded his steel blade and turned to flee. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a metallic clang echoed, and a blinding flash of cold light sliced through the air. Blood splattered. An arm was severed and sent flying. Lin Mang had already positioned himself before the scar-faced man. His voice icy. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Behind him, the group that had followed the brute trembled in fear. Throughout the city, Both the righteous and the wicked were well aware of the name of Lin Shaoqi from the Jinyiwei. Countless individuals had been imprisoned within the dungeons of the Jinyiwei, creating an atmosphere of terror among the populace. Blood soaked the ground. The scar-faced man collapsed, clutching his severed arm and howling in agony, sweat pouring down his face. "Speak. Who sent you?" Despite the pain, he defiantly retorted, "Lord Lin. We merely sought to stir trouble. The Jinyiwei cannot execute commoners in the streets." Lin Mang gazed down at him, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. "You dare invoke the law?" The scar-faced man's eyes flickered nervously as he struggled to rise. "Lord Lin, we meant no offense. We concede to today's events." "Huh?" Lin Mang scoffed coldly. "Assaulting the Jinyiwei in public is a capital offense. Arrest them all." "You." The scar-faced man's complexion shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Lord Lin, you are slandering us." Lin Mang stepped forward, picked up the fallen blade, and placed it in the scar-faced man's hand, stating nonchalantly, "Now it appears more fitting." The brute's expression hardened suddenly, and he roared, "Lin Mang, you go too far." Gripping the knife tightly, he lunged at Lin Mang. He understood that being captured would result in unspeakable torture, a fate he could not bear to endure. It was better to fight. If he could eliminate this man, he could flee and live a vagabond's life. In an instant, Lin Mang shifted his stance, his form flickering like a specter, and with a deft twist of his wrist, his blade glided across the scar-faced man's throat. With a splatter of blood, a grotesque head soared into the air. Energy points, 300, casually wiping the blood from his blade. Lin Mang cast a frigid glance at the remaining onlookers and asked indifferently, "Do you wish to resist as well?" Clang. One individual hastily discarded his steel knife and fell to his knees. "Spare us, my lord." Around them, the other knife-wielders hastily surrendered, tossing down their weapons. "Yes." A chorus of Jinyiwei echoed from the crowd. They promptly began dragging the group of knife-wielders away. However, the expressions of the people in the Wanshi alley were far from joyful. Instead, they were etched with sorrow and infused with an inescapable sense of worry and dread. Lin Mang furrowed his brow. Xiuchun approached, his tone laden with profound helplessness. "My lord, today's matters may have been resolved, but once you depart, they will return. We, the residents of Wanshi alley, have previously reported to the authorities, yet it only culminated in ruin and devastation." Lin Mang surveyed the crowd, his heart heavy with a sigh. The officials fear the populace like a tiger. In today's petition, it seems the people are more inclined to trust Xiuchun. Their hearts simply harbor a sense of discontent. Gazing at the biting cold sky, Lin Mang spoke solemnly, "Do not worry. I shall ensure justice is served to you all." At the Zhou residence, the grand hall doors swung open, and a figure swathed in a thick coat strode in. Zhou Shijun gently clapped his hands, and soon, an attendant entered, placing a wooden box before him. Zhou Shijun opened the box and stated directly, "Chief Tao, I have no desire to beat around the bush. Inside this box are 10,000 taels in silver notes, and I merely wish to request your assistance with a task. Upon its successful completion, there shall be further generous rewards." Tao Ning did not reach for the box, but inquired, "What is the task?" Zhou Shijun narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within, and replied in a low voice, "Remove Lin Mang from the city." Tao Ning pondered for a moment, discerning Zhou Shijun's intentions, and softly responded, "Do you have confidence in this?" He lifted a wine cup from the table, taking a delicate sip, and added, "This task may prove somewhat challenging. More compensation is required." Zhou Shijun was taken aback for a moment, but soon a smile graced his face as he raised his cup. "To a pleasant cooperation." "To a pleasant cooperation," echoed Tao Ning, though his smile held an intriguing undertone. "Lin Mang, consider this cup my early toast to you." Upon arriving at Tao Ning's office, Tao Ning tossed a confidential document onto the table and stated, "This is a task just received from the 100 House. A chief will be arriving in the capital soon. You are to greet him at Lijia Town." Lin Mang's expression tightened at the mention of the capital. It was a place rife with chaos, a melting pot of various forces, gangs, sects, and powerful officials vying for dominance. Without strength, one was but a grasshopper, easily crushed. But what purpose did a person from the capital have here? Lin Mang frowned and said, "I have matters to attend to." Tao Ning sat in his high-backed chair, gazing at him with a teasing look, and replied nonchalantly, "Then you must pause those matters for now. This is a task personally assigned by the Lord of the 100 House. Do you intend to defy the order?" Lin Mang regarded him deeply for a moment, then rose to take the confidential report, casually cupping his hands in respect as he declared, "I take my leave." Watching Lin Mang's departing figure, Tao Ning secretly scoffed, thinking, let you revel in your triumph for a while. Logically, sending a mere junior officer to greet a chief should suffice. Why did Tao Ning insist on sending him? Surely, many would vie for such an opportunity to curry favor. Yet, upon investigation, it was indeed a task directly issued by Qin Tiankuai, leaving Lin Mang with no option to refuse. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, pondering the underlying reasons. Could it be that he intends to lead me away and then meddle in the affairs of the city? Or does this envoy from the capital possess some peculiar quality, deliberately coaxing me into a position that would offend him? Alternatively, could this be an elaborate scheme orchestrated for my demise? Lin Mang pondered these thoughts and summoned Wang Dashing, instructing him, dispatch a few individuals and notify Wang Koan. It is imperative that his men ensure the safety of the citizens in Washi Alley, for they are vital witnesses and must not be compromised. You shall accompany me out of the city to receive someone. He had initially planned to procure a decree from Qin Tianhuai and then proceed to the Zhou family to retrieve an individual, but unexpectedly, this situation arose midway. Chapter 25. The ambush as dusk fell. A squad of the Imperial Guards rushed through the streets, their expressions grim and unyielding, causing the passing townsfolk to hastily retreat. From the window of a tavern near the city gate, Zhou Shijun observed the group disappearing beyond the threshold, his gaze icy. In this territory, the Zhou family reigned supreme. Your blade is still insufficiently sharp. On the other side, Tao Ning chuckled as he spilled a cup of wine onto the ground. Zhou Shijun mirrored the action, pouring his own cup out. The two exchanged a knowing glance before erupting into hearty laughter. Lin Mang led his men at a swift pace for nearly an hour, arriving at a dense bamboo grove. Suddenly, he yanked the reins. Staring intently at the thick forest ahead, his brow furrowed in silence. Before him lay an impenetrable expanse of purple bamboo, towering and lush. This was the only route to Lijia town, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Peering into the grove, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Lin Mang's expression shifted subtly. Just then, a powerful mechanical whirring pierced the air, and a hail of sharp crossbow bolts erupted from the thicket, raining down like a torrential storm. Get down, Lin Mang bellowed. In that instant, a single bolt, distinct from the others, surged forth like a dragon's roar, its speed far surpassing that of the typical crossbow arrows. It seemed almost sentient, homing in on Lin Mang with deadly precision. The embroidered spring blade was drawn in an instant. Clash! The blade met the arrow mid-flight, severing the iron tip and shattering the fletching. The bolts veered off to the sides. Yet, more and more arrows continued to rain down relentlessly. Lin Mang swung his sword, cleaving through the incoming projectiles. The Imperial Guards behind him also unsheathed their blades, deflecting the arrows. However, the sheer number of bolts was overwhelming. These were not ordinary crossbows. They were finely crafted steel crossbows from the military, designed specifically for hunting martial artists. With a sickening thud, a blood-curdling scream echoed as one of the Imperial Guards was struck by a bolt, sent tumbling from his steed. Another guard let out a pained cry as an arrow pierced his eye, causing him to plummet to the ground. Lin Mang's countenance darkened, a tide of fury swelling within him. Suddenly, Wang Dashing cried out in despair, "My lord, you must flee. Avenge us." With that, he pulled on the reins and charged forward, slashing at the incoming bolts. The remaining guards rallied behind him, forming a defensive wall. "Clear the way," Lin Mang roared, leaping from his horse. As he landed, a radiant aura enveloped him. An arrow came hurtling towards him, striking as if against solid steel, producing a resounding clash. Bang! Ding ding! The pure yang internal energy coursed through his body, forming a protective shield of vital essence around him. The black feet moved, threads of darkness enveloping his legs, and with a sudden step, he crushed the ground beneath him, sending soil flying in all directions. With iron arrows piercing through the air, he charged into the forest, his embroidered spring knife slicing through the air, deftly deflecting several crossbow bolts. On either side of the dense thicket stood masked figures from the martial world, bows in hand, relentlessly shooting at him. Upon seeing Lin Mang approach, some quickly raised their bows to aim. Yet, Lin Mang was swifter still. His figure darted forward like a wraith, the pale blade's shadow slicing through the air, shattering the falling bamboo leaves. A head soared skyward. With a swift turn, he transformed the finely crafted crossbow into scrap metal. A crimson line appearing on the forehead of the assailant, whose body split in half from top to bottom. Blood sprayed like rain, painting the air in scarlet. In an instant, his figure twisted, cutting through the crowd as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The blade glimmered like a shadow. Blood stained the bamboo growth. Heads flew into the air, Dismembered limbs danced, and heart-wrenching cries echoed in the cold wind. Lin Mang's robe was already soaked in blood, a streak of crimson running from his forehead to his ear, as if he were a deity of death emerging from the depths of hell. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the depths of the bamboo grove once more. Lin Mang swiftly countered with a slash, shattering it, and charged toward the source of the arrows. At that moment, a barrage of arrows was unleashed again. These arrows seemed to possess a will of their own, continuously changing their trajectory mid-flight. Deeper in the forest, a one-eyed man, blind in one eye, twitched his ears, drawing arrows from the quiver on his back. With seamless precision, he knocked the arrow and drew back the bowstring. Then, the shadow emerging from the forest moved like a specter, weaving through all directions, accompanied by the flash of a blade. The one-eyed man's heart sank in terror, and he quickly distanced himself while shouting, "Why aren't you all taking action? This kid is a congenital master." Damn. What had initially seemed like a guaranteed victory turned out to be a formidable foe. The next moment, two masked figures burst forth from the underbrush, one wielding a knife, the other a spear. Lin Mang's gaze turned cold. Three congenital masters. They truly regarded him highly. Without a moment's hesitation, the two men advanced directly toward him. Clang. The sound of clashing steel resonated. The knife-wielding masked man staggered back several steps, a crack appearing on his 9-ring broadsword. Blood erupted from the torn flesh of his grip. A chill crept into his heart as he warned, "Be careful, he is not just a novice in the congenital realm." Meanwhile, the spear-wielding man lunged forward with an exceptionally cunning thrust. The weapon, a long spear forged from fine iron, felt weightless in his hands. An inch longer, an inch stronger. The spear pointed straight at Lin Mang's chest. In an instant, Lin Mang unleashed his 8 trigrams knife technique, moving like a soaring dragon, swiftly evading the thrust while executing a horizontal slash aimed at the spear wielder's chest. The pure yang internal energy surged within him, a blade aura exploding forth from the edge of his weapon. Blade aura. The spear-wielding man gasped in astonishment. True Qi realm? Yet, the notion was swiftly dismissed. If it were indeed the true Qi realm, such complexities would be unnecessary. With resolute determination, he withdrew, deftly wielding his spear, striking it forcefully towards Lin Mang. Deep within the forest, 3 arrows surged forth, each aiming at distinct targets. However, in that fleeting moment, a radiant golden light enveloped Lin Mang. The golden bell shield. The spear-wielding man's pupils constricted, his mind momentarily disoriented. This fellow possesses an eclectic array of martial skills. Just how many techniques has he mastered? Is he even human? The 3 arrows were deflected, while Lin Mang's pure yang internal energy surged within him, akin to a boiling tempest. Seizing the opportunity as the spear-wielding man faltered, Lin Mang unleashed the golden crow blade technique, executing a flurry of strikes, harmonizing with the agility inherent to the 8 trigrams palm, swiftly closing the distance to his opponent. Suddenly, a blade descended with ferocity. This strike, as swift as lightning, was utterly formidable. The spear-wielding man felt his bones shatter from the impact, the blade clashing against the spear, sending it flying. Almost instantaneously, Lin Mang surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. In an instant, a dazzling wave of blade energy erupted, streaking through the air like a meteor. In that moment, severed heads. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Chapter 26. The Heavenly Blade Society. In the heart of the city, within the confines of the West City Manor, lies the stronghold of the Heavenly Blade Society. This organization stands as a formidable force within the entirety of Yuanjiang City and its surrounding 8 towns. The Heavenly Blade Society recruits individuals from the martial world and operates training halls to cultivate promising disciples. The 3 leaders of the society are all masters of innate prowess, underscoring their exceptional abilities. Within the elegant chamber on the 3rd floor, the charcoal fire crackles warmly as several individuals gaze out at the falling snow. At the window, a slender figure clad in a green shirt quietly observes the snowflakes drifting down, extending his hand to catch a few as they descend. He appears somewhat gaunt, perhaps due to the chill in the air, and he discreetly coughs into his handkerchief, leaving behind traces of crimson. This individual is none other than Ji Chongquan, the esteemed master of the Heavenly Blade, known as the Death Blade. He single-handedly established the vast foundation of the society upon his arrival. By the fire, another man, burdened with a blade upon his back, raises his cup and drains its contents. Elder brother, are you still troubled by that matter? In my view, there is nothing to be concerned about. Hasn't he, the 3rd brother, already gone? Ji Chongquan sighs heavily and turns to face him, his voice thick with concern. You should not have agreed to this. Our growth over the years has stemmed from our policy of non-interference in governmental affairs. At that moment, A handsome young man ascends from below, bearing a striking resemblance to Ji Chongquan. Father, uncle is only looking out for your well-being. With the 100-year fire spirit grass, you can rid yourself of this cold poison. Ji Chongquan shakes his head, his gaze drifting to the starry sky beyond the window, weighed down by a sense of foreboding. I hope that nothing untoward occurs. Suddenly, snow begins to fall from the heavens. Lin Mang's expression remains impassive as he turns, channeling his energy into a fierce strike. The eyes of the man wielding the blade widen with terror. The moment the gunman falls, the thought of escape flickers in his mind. 3 innate masters. To think that one of them has already been slain. How brief a time has passed since the battle commenced. A chill runs down his spine. The Zhou family had summoned them to secure the perimeter, just in case. Though it was merely the assassination of a minor officer. They dare not underestimate the gravity of murdering a Jinyiwei flag officer, fully aware of the dire consequences. They must ensure absolute certainty. Gao Yan retreats, drawing his sword as he turns to flee. The remuneration offered by the Zhou family is insufficient to risk his life. Lin Mang's demeanor is devoid of emotion, his eyes filled with a frigid intent to kill. In an instant, he closes the distance. Gao Yan employs his lightness skill, his feet barely touching the ground as he swiftly distances himself by 10 meters. With a few agile leaps, he finds himself several dozen meters away. At this moment, he silently rejoices at having honed a commendable lightness technique. Behind him, Lin Mang's gaze remains fixed on the figure ahead, his feet completely enveloped in a shadowy aura. Though he lacks the lightness skill, his mastery of the dark foot technique is unparalleled, enabling him to match the speed of lightness techniques. Suddenly, a deafening crack reverberates in his ears, the sound of the ground shattering, a powerful gust slicing through the air. In an instant, a figure appears before him. Gao Yan's pupils constrict sharply. Lin Mang's silhouette soared into the air, resembling a colossal black eagle, the blade's radiance slicing through the air, forming a dazzling, pale golden streak. With a resonant clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed. The man's finely forged steel blade shattered, fragments scattering. The blade's energy severed the man's shoulder, creating a smooth gash as it descended. In an instant, Lin Mang struck with his left palm, delivering a heart-crushing blow. The man emitted a muffled groan, his eyes widening in shock. The heart, shattered. His body collapsed to the ground, snowflakes swirling around him. In that fleeting moment, the howling winds of the forest seemed to hold their breath. On the other side of the thicket, a one-eyed archer swiftly dashed away into the distance. Lin Mang's internal energy surged, boiling within him, rapidly depleting as he pursued. With a powerful leap, he exploited the ground's rebound, darting forward at an angle. His shoes had long since disintegrated, leaving him barefoot against the earth. His ghostly figure stirred the falling snow, propelling him onward with a fierce wind. In that ethereal moment, he appeared to gain a new insight. With each step, he moved like a specter, leaping without relying on any force beneath him, bounding several dozen yards, moving exponentially faster than before. The pinnacle of martial prowess is said to be the realm attained by its creator. Yet at this moment, Lin Mang, enlightened, synthesized his own martial technique, merging the foundations of the black footwork with the innate agility of the 8 trigrams palm. Swift as the wind, leaving no trace upon the snow. 3 strides covered 9 yards, and with another, 27 yards. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the one-eyed man. His figure was as insubstantial as smoke, soaring above the one-eyed man's head, landing ahead of him. With a single slash, the blade descended. A sickening sound echoed as the one-eyed man's legs separated from his body, yet his torso continued its forward momentum, collapsing into the snow. Lin Mang approached slowly, dragging his blade, and coldly inquired, "Speak. Who are you?" The one-eyed man, writhing on the ground in agony, pressed his hands against his severed legs to staunch the gushing blood. "Spare me." Before he could finish, Lin Mang's blade swept through again. An arm was severed and flung aside, blood gushing forth. His voice grew increasingly frigid, steeped in an eerie silence. The one-eyed man's expression morphed into one of terror as he hastily declared, "I will tell you. I am a venerator of the Zhou family." With a swift motion, Lin Mang's blade gleamed brilliantly, and the man's head fell to the ground. Returning to the bamboo grove, Lin Mang searched the body of the swordsman and retrieved an iron token. Heavenly Blade Society. With a swift motion, he crushed the token in his hand, a glint of icy murderous intent flashing in his eyes. 3 innate experts, one of whom was at the mid-stage of innate mastery. It was inconceivable that the Zhou family could dispatch 3 such formidable individuals. Releasing his grip, the remnants of the shattered token fell to the ground. Lin Mang murmured, "I dare say, you never anticipated this failure, did you?" Upon searching the gunman's body, he instead uncovered a cold iron token. 10,000 kills sect. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had previously perused the records in the archives of the Jinyiwei, the Imperial Secret Police. The Wanxia sect was a notorious assassin organization renowned in the martial world, with branches established in various locales. However, in his recollection, the Wanxia sect was founded by the infamous black courtesan, Zhu Yijun, who had come from the eastern seas to the central plains, specifically to slay the martial artists of the region. At that moment, in the distance, Wang Dashing approached, dragging his sword and limping heavily. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Lin Mang glanced down at the hastily bandaged wound on Wang's leg and sighed softly, inquiring, "What of the others?" Wang's expression stiffened, his face reflecting deep sorrow as he replied, "2 are crippled and 3 have perished." Lin Mang refrained from further commentary and simply instructed, "Wrap their heads and take them away." He gazed upward at the dimming sky, snowflakes gently landing upon his forehead, bringing a subtle chill. As he lowered his head, a glint of icy resolve flickered in his eyes. Chapter 27 Gift of Heads 166 The starlit night was dim, and heavy snow fell abundantly. The swirling snowflakes seemed to drape the city in a silvery shroud. The ground, blanketed in white, shimmered softly under the moonlight. In the stillness of the night, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly pierced the silence. From the shadows, Lin Mang advanced step by step, dragging a knife in one hand and a string of human heads in the other, leaving behind an endless trail of blood upon the snow. The faces of the heads were already frozen in a ghastly shade of blue, pale and eerie, their eyes wide with unending terror. "Who goes there?" A patrolling soldier atop the city wall shouted, his voice cutting through the cold air. Immediately following was the sound of a crossbow being drawn. "Jinyiwei. By who saw?" "Lin Mang." The calm voice resonated chillingly in the frigid environment. Lin Mang's expression was grave as he tossed a token into the air. The soldier caught the token, confirming its authenticity, and promptly turned, exclaiming, quickly, "Open the gate." Though puzzled by the presence of this minor officer outside the city at such a late hour, it was clear that this was not the time for questions. Although the Jinyiwei were not their direct superiors, no one within the city dared to provoke this officer lightly. The heavy city gate creaked open. A soldier hastily approached from the side, but as he took a couple of steps, his pupils dilated in horror. It felt as though his heart had been gripped tightly by an unseen hand. Breath seemed to freeze at that moment. Heads. An array of gruesome heads. Each one, wild and twisted, was casually strung together, many faces rendered unrecognizable. Lin Mang slightly tilted his head, his emotionless eyes revealing no hint of feeling. His voice chillingly cold. "Is there something you need?" "And no, nothing." The soldier trembled involuntarily. Despite being clad in thick cotton garments, he felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. A few soldiers approached from behind, their faces adorned with feigned smiles. They inwardly cursed Wang Hu for his sycophantic nature. However, their smiles soon froze, leaving them speechless. Lin Mang dragged the head slowly towards the city, his figure gradually receding into the distance. It took a considerable time before the last head vanished from view. One soldier murmured, 166, he even recognized the head of the third leader of the Tiandao Society, a renowned adept known for his swordsmanship. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the darkness. The flickering flames of the torches illuminated their grim faces. One limped, another was missing an arm, while the last had a blind eye and a missing ear. Yet, the Jinyiwei uniforms they wore stood out starkly in the firelight. Each of them bore a frozen, stiff corpse on their backs. Wang Dashing grinned at the soldiers, his smile disconcerting as he limped into the city, carrying the corpse. "Silence, a deathly silence. Tonight, it seems that something ominous is afoot," murmured the county captain. "What does this esteemed gentleman intend to do?" Leaning on his waist knife, the county captain gazed down the distant street and sighed, forebodingly hinting at an impending storm. At the Zhou residence, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. The grand estate was adorned with festoons and illuminated with numerous crimson lanterns, exuding an air of celebration. For today marked the occasion of the patriarch's recent marriage to a beautiful young concubine. Ordinarily, such an event would hardly warrant such extravagant festivities, particularly as this was already the patriarch's 3rd concubine. Yet, the Zhou family seemed unusually eager, breaking from tradition to host a grand celebration. Despite the ongoing oppression from the Imperial Guards, the prominent figures of the city had all gathered. At the entrance of the estate, guests continued to arrive. As long as the Zhou family remained in power, they would still reign as the unacknowledged kings of the city. Within the ancestral hall, Zhou Shijin turned the prayer beads in his hand, smiling as he gazed out the window. "Tonight is indeed an extraordinary occasion," he remarked. Zhou Yuan nodded, puzzled. "Patriarch, I fail to understand why we have invited those individuals." With a chuckle, Zhou Shijun appeared in good spirits. "Recently, many factions in the city have been watching our Zhou family, each eager to witness our downfall. Yet now, they must dutifully attend our celebration. The skies of Yuanjiang City cannot be so easily overturned." Setting down his teacup, Zhou Shijun rose and declared, "Come, let us go greet our guests." The old gentleman certainly did not show signs of aging gracefully. The two exited the ancestral hall and entered the expansive courtyard, where tables were laden with fine food and drink, filled with esteemed guests. Upon seeing Zhou Shijun, the crowd bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings to Patriarch Zhou. Congratulations." Some rose to extend their well wishes. Zhou Shijun, beaming with joy, responded, "Shared joy. Shared joy." Outside, a young attendant called out, "The chief of the Imperial Guards, Lord Tao, has arrived, presenting a pair of jade horses." Upon hearing this, the guests were taken aback, glancing towards the entrance in a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. When had the Zhou family established ties with the Imperial Guards? Everyone knew that Lin, the investigator from the 100 Household Division, was scrutinizing the Zhou family. How had they suddenly secured a connection with a high-ranking official? Those who had contemplated severing ties with the Zhou family hesitated, choosing instead to observe the unfolding events. Zhou Shijun hurried to greet Lord Tao, bowing respectfully. "Welcome, Chief Tao. Your presence brings great honor to our Zhou family." Lord Tao smiled. "Patriarch Zhou, you flatter me." Zhou Shijun quickly urged, "Please, Chief Tao, take a seat." With a slight nod, Lord Tao moved to the prominent seat at the head of the table, where none were ordinary, each being a figure of high repute within the city. As Lord Tao arrived, everyone rose to pay their respects. Outside the Grand Estate, two guards chatted irritably. "While others indulge in revelry, it's just the two of us braving this freezing cold to stand watch." One grumbled, clutching his sword. There was no alternative. After all, we were newcomers. Suddenly, a figure began to approach slowly from the opposite end of the alley. The footsteps crunched upon the thick blanket of snow, producing a distinct sound. The figure drew nearer. The two individuals instinctively turned their gazes toward the shadowy form. The Imperial Guard. They were taken aback. Had they not already entered? Their eyes gradually shifted, catching sight of the gruesome line of severed heads trailing behind. Terror enveloped them. In a swift motion, a cold gleam of a blade sliced through the air. Two heads tumbled to the ground, blood staining the pristine snow. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the two large crimson lanterns hanging at the entrance. Lin Mang, dragging his blade, stepped slowly through the threshold. A voice, icy and detached, resonated thereafter. "Imperial Guard, from the 100 House of Yuanjiang City, Lin Mang has come to extend his congratulations, presenting 166 heads as a gift." Chapter 28. The night of the snowy massacre, the courtyard fell into an eerie silence, shattered by a thunderous sound from outside the gate. The Jinyiwei, from the Yuanjiang 100 Household Office, arrived to congratulate, presenting a grim offering of 166 severed heads. As the words faded, an object suddenly soared into the courtyard. Thud! The heads landed starkly in the snow, their lifeless eyes glaring at the gathered guests. Lin Mang, dragging his blade, emerged slowly from outside, his expression as cold as ice. His gaze seemed to pierce through the crowd, landing squarely on Zhou Shijun and Tao Ning. A smile, both mocking and bitter, flickered across Lin Mang's face as he coldly remarked, "Gentlemen, I have come uninvited. I trust one have not disturbed your pleasant gathering?" Lin Mang. Zhou Shijun gasped, his eyes fixated on the figure at the door. Was this a man or a ghost? He stood agape, at a loss for words. In that moment, both Zhou Shijun and Tao Ning felt their hearts sink, laden with dread. Tao Ning clenched his hands tightly on the table. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Lin Mang, then turned to Zhou Shijun, questioning him with his eyes. "Is this what you deem foolproof?" Zhou Shijun was engulfed in a mix of shock and fury. He had summoned 3 innate masters, including the 3rd master of the Tiandao Society and an assassin. Gazing at the scattered heads, he felt a profound fear for the first time in his life. Just then, an invigorated old man with white hair approached from the right corridor, a string of prayer beads in his hands. Behind him trailed 5 or 6 robust men, each bearing long blades. Simultaneously, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. A throng of guards wielding steel blades surged in, surrounding the courtyard, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The white-haired elder, wearing a faint smile, approached Lin Mang. A man behind him brought forth a chair, and the elder calmly sat down, accepting a cup of tea from a nearby guard. He leisurely sipped and spoke. I am Zhou Xiangming, the elder patriarch of the Zhou family. Today marks a joyous occasion for me. Might I inquire what brings you here, my lord? Furthermore, what does this signify? Zhou Xiangming kicked a severed head at his feet, his voice cold as ice. If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall seek justice at the state office in due time. As the elder patriarch of the Zhou family, he was once a formidable figure in his youth. However, he had retired to enjoy his twilight years, having entrusted the family affairs to the capable Zhou Shijun. Yet, this did not temper his temper. On this day of celebration, no one had ever dared to affront him so. Lin Mang cast a sidelong glance at him and sneered, "Murder." In an instant, the air crackled with lethal energy. A brilliant flash of the blade cut through the tension. Thud! A head, still bearing traces of a dark expression, shot into the air, rolling onto a nearby table. Silence. Following a brief moment of stillness, chaos erupted in a cacophony of terror. Some guests scrambled to their feet, desperate to flee the courtyard. Stop! A chilling voice echoed softly. Lin Mang calmly surveyed the crowd, and with a composed tone commanded, "Sit down." The guests, trembling with fear, complied, their hearts filled with regret. Zhou Shijun's countenance darkened. Lin Mang, you have gone too far. Even as a member of the Jinyiwei, you cannot kill at will. Tao Zongqi, is this the kind of person you Jinyiwei employ? Zhou Shijun turned to Tao Ning, who inwardly cursed, recognizing the attempt to drag him into the fray. However, with tensions mounting, he felt compelled to act. He and the Zhou family were now bound together in this perilous situation. With a grim expression, Tao Ning rose and commanded, "Seize Lin Mang. He is recklessly committing murder." The Jinyiwei accompanying Tao Ning hesitated, their courage faltering as Lin Mang's penetrating gaze fell upon them. Lin Mang smirked coldly, his voice laced with menace. "Zhou family, conspiring against the Jinyiwei, you are guilty of treason, punishable by extermination of your clan. Tao Ning, colluding with the Zhou family to harm your brethren, you shall be judged equally." Zhou Shijun's expression shifted, anger boiling within him. "Lin Mang, you are slandering me." Tao Ning echoed his outrage. "Lin Mang, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you think you can accuse us without evidence? Slander?" Lin Mang's icy glare swept over them. Then he erupted in laughter. "Wang Dasheng, let the brothers come in and bear witness. Tonight, the entire Zhou family shall accompany them on their journey." Outside the door, Wang Dasheng and two others entered, bearing the lifeless bodies of 3 Jinyiwei. The door slammed shut with a thunderous sound. They laid the corpses upon the ground, leaning them against the door. In that moment, an overwhelming chill enveloped the room. The guests gazed at the bodies at the entrance, their minds racing with horrifying realizations. Fearful glances turned towards Zhou Shijun, who was visibly shaken. The audacity of the Zhou family was astonishing. Even the Jinyiwei were not spared. The situation unmistakably reeked of failed murder. They could only hope to remain unscathed. Zhou Shijun, utterly stunned, shouted, "Quickly, summon aid for Tao Zongqi to apprehend Lin Mang. This man has lost his sanity." Tonight, as long as Lin Mang perished, the Zhou family would still have a chance. With Tao Ning's cooperation, they could suppress this incident, perhaps even offering up scapegoats to avoid total calamity. A group of bodyguards rushed forward recklessly, a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. As the words left his lips, Lin Mang's embroidered spring knife emitted a profound hum, his internal energy surging forth, enveloping the blade in a faint golden aura, which transformed into a streak of golden light. Slicing through the swirling snow, the guards trailing Zhou Xiangming were caught in the pure yang blade's path, their heads soaring into the air one by one. Lin Mang deftly maneuvered, moving like a wisp of smoke. The chilling blade light swept through the air, with blood as ink, the knife as a quill, and the pristine white snow as canvas. He crafted a gruesome tableau of hell. Bodies toppled into pools of crimson, the scorching blood melting the snow beneath. The air was filled with continuous, anguished cries. One after another, the guards fell, their faces drained of color from terror. Lin Mang danced lightly, as ephemeral as willow catkins, swiftly arriving before Tao Ning, who was taken aback in shock. He had never anticipated that Lin Mang's lightness skill would be so extraordinary. Tao Ning was taken aback and hastily exclaimed, "Lin Mang, I concede. You must understand that assassinating Shangguan is a grave taboo in the officialdom. Even if you kill me, you will gain nothing. They will not survive either. Who would dare to employ you afterward? You are still young. You should not squander your career." Lin Mang slowly nodded and replied, "You are correct. I am still youthful." So, before he could finish his sentence, the spring embroidery knife in his hand hummed, and with a single step forward, he swung the blade down fiercely. You shall meet your end. With one decisive strike, it was as if a golden crow cried out, and blood gushed forth like a waterfall. Chapter 29. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Within the confines of the Baihu residence, Qin Tiankuai rose to light a candle. Opening the window to gaze at the swirling snowflakes, feeling an unsettling restlessness within. He pinched the bridge of his nose. A wave of irritation washing over him. Draping a garment over his shoulders, he took up a blade and stepped into the courtyard, practicing a form of swordplay. The great blade descended with ferocity, akin to a roaring tiger. The swirling wind and snow coiled upwards, forming a terrifying vortex. A single strike. The accumulated snow in the courtyard surged aside, clearing a path. At this late hour, aren't you going to sleep? The door of the adjacent room swung open, revealing a figure clad in white. Qin Tiankuai abruptly sheathed his blade, speaking in a low voice. I cannot shake this feeling of unease. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. A member of the Jinyiwei entered and cupped his hands, saying, Sir, the county soldiers at the city gate have sent word that Lord Lin has entered the city. As the guards of the city gate, the county soldiers dared not meddle in the affairs of the Jinyiwei, yet they still reported the necessary information. Qin Tiankuai furrowed his brow. Perplexed, why is he outside the city? Uncertain. However, according to the county soldiers, Lord Lin entered the city carrying a string of severed heads, heading towards the district inhabited by the local gentry. Qin Tiankuai's expression changed immediately, and even the figure in white beside him revealed a flicker of concern. The two exchanged glances, and Qin Tiankuai swiftly instructed, inform those county soldiers to speak of what needs to be said and to withhold the rest. With that, he strapped on his blade and hurriedly made his way outside. In the cold courtyard of the Zhou family, the frigid wind howled. Bang! Tao Ning collapsed with a thud, his chest torn open, blood gushing forth. Lin Mang advanced slowly towards Zhou Shijun, who turned to retreat, shouting, What are you all waiting for? Hurry up! Where is the family protector? No sooner had he spoken than a sword slashed in from outside the courtyard. In an instant, the wind seemed to grow fiercer. A figure clad in a simple gray attire approached, wielding a sword measuring over 2 feet in length, forged from dark iron and glimmering faintly with cold light. The gray-clad man twirled his wrist lightly, the sword moving with the swiftness of lightning, its blade glinting as it bore down on Lin Mang. The Zhou family, a powerful clan for nearly a century, naturally housed numerous martial artists, including many innate warriors. Someone in the crowd recognized him and exclaimed, That is the swift sword Su Lang. The swift sword Su Lang, a swordsman sought by the authorities, known for his exceptional speed, had garnered a measure of fame near Dongchang Prefecture. Lin Mang merely cast a fleeting glance at him before closing the distance in an instant. His blade humming with energy, the blade's aura slicing through the frigid wind like a tempest. What a remarkable swordplay! The gray-clad figure emitted a hoarse voice, his swordplay growing increasingly strange. When blade met blade, a resounding clash echoed, and dazzling sparks melted the drifting snowflakes. Lin Mang's figure flickered, his blade's momentum surging, overpowering the crossing of their weapons. Lin Mang's gaze sharpened slightly. Late stage innate. The individual's prowess is undeniably formidable, and even more intriguingly, his swordsmanship is exceptionally peculiar and remarkably swift. However, today, none shall impede my progress. With a mere thought, he summoned the system. Energy points minus 2,500, minor accomplishment of the Golden Bell Shield. Lin Mang suddenly stepped forward, his blade illuminating like a whirlwind, the emaciated figure seemingly harboring immense strength. The embroidered spring blade swiftly descended, its technique both fierce and resolute, the pale cold light howling through the night. No matter how bizarre you may be, I shall break through with sheer strength. The man in gray wielded his sword to defend quickly, yet the Jinwu sword technique inherently countered his style, especially since he had already attained innate perfection. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of several dozen moves. A faint smile unexpectedly appeared at the corner of the gray-clad man's mouth. A flaw. With a thrust of his sword, he envisioned the scene of his opponent's heart being pierced. Suddenly, a resounding bell tolled. A flicker of astonishment crossed the gray-clad man's eyes. The tip of his sword halted. Mere inches from Lin Mang's body, a chilling gust of wind rushed forth. The deadly edge of the blade loomed larger in his vision. The sword's energy was blinding. With a piercing sound, a gash opened on his forehead, and his body was instantly cleaved in two. Lin Mang withdrew his blade, his steps light as he traversed through the crowd. The remaining guards fell one after another. At this moment, Zhou Yijun was utterly flustered, his complexion pale. He could not help but exclaim, Gentlemen, will you truly allow him to commit murder? Once my Zhou family is extinguished, you shall be next. County Lieutenant, this man is devoid of respect for the law. Will you not send someone to apprehend him? The County Lieutenant, a man in his 40s with a dark complexion and notably massive hands, evidently practiced martial arts. As a County Lieutenant, he could not be an ordinary person, for he was a master of innate realm. Upon hearing this, he rose in fury, declaring, "The Zhou family plots to assassinate the Imperial Guards. Death is the only sentence." Zhou Yijun stared at him, astonished and enraged. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he suddenly burst into laughter. "You lot are opportunists. Today, my Zhou family is your tomorrow." With a swift motion, a flash of blades severed a head, which soared through the air. Lin Mang seized Zhou Yijun's head and discarded it at the entrance. He then advanced towards the rear courtyard. The onlookers were already filled with terror. Could this harbinger of death truly be intent on annihilating an entire household? Soon, anguished wails echoed from the courtyard. Blood flowed down the stone steps. Lin Mang's blade dripped with blood, his robes thoroughly stained crimson. Bang! The door to the rear courtyard was shattered, revealing a group of women and children within. At the head of the room sat an elderly woman leaning on a cane. Upon seeing Lin Mang, drenched in blood at the entrance, the women were horrified. Their faces drained of color. Several children clung to their mothers, wailing loudly, while a few glared at Lin Mang with eyes brimming with hatred. "My lord," one of them said, "all the men of the Zhou family have perished. Surely, you must be appeased?" Lin Mang gazed at her with a calm demeanor. The elderly woman rose and opened two large chests beside her, revealing ingots of silver within. "I am willing to die, yet I implore you, noble sir, to spare these children and women. They are innocent." Lin Mang suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice laced with derision. "Are you suggesting that misfortune does not extend to one's family? Innocent? Look at them. Which among them is not clad in fine silks and indulged in luxury? Do you not comprehend how they came to possess such wealth? The Zhou family sacrifices the children of others for their own gain. And now you dare to proclaim their innocence? Should my three brothers' families be condemned to lose their loved ones? Since they are the beneficiaries of this ill-gotten fortune, they must bear the consequences. The law is the law. Murdering a member of the Jinyiwei warrants the annihilation of 3 clans. Lin Mang's deliberate words revealed an unwavering resolve. However, I shall grant you a dignified demise. Poison or silk cord. You may choose one. With that, he closed the door once more. He sat amidst the frigid snow, grasping a handful of flakes to casually wipe the blade. Inside the room, the sounds of wailing and weeping echoed. After a brief moment, having cleaned the blood from the blade, Lin Mang rose to open the door. There stood the elderly woman, her cane soaked in blood, surrounded by lifeless bodies. With a sorrowful smile, she declared, "Descendant, I await you in hell." With a clang, a wave of murderous intent surged forth. "You shall not have the opportunity." Chapter 30. I shall grant you dignity. Lin Mang, brandishing a blade, traversed the rear courtyard, the acrid scent of blood enveloping him like a shroud. Warriors hidden by the Zhou family attempted to ambush him, yet each was swiftly dispatched with a single stroke. Treading upon the thick carpet of snow, he advanced step by step. Pushing open a door, he discovered it to be a bridal chamber, adorned with festive decorations. At the forefront of the main hall, a prominent double happiness character was affixed, while red candles flickered in the dim light. Tilting his head slightly, he noticed a woman clad in wedding attire on the adjacent bed, her expression one of sheer terror. Her hands and feet were bound with ropes, and a rag was stuffed in her mouth. Lin Mang cast a fleeting glance at her and calmly inquired, "Were you captured?" Muffled whimpers escaped her lips as she nodded frantically. She was oblivious to the chaos outside, only hearing the continuous cries of anguish, until she beheld the bloodied figure before her. Suddenly, she recognized his garb. The Imperial Guard, such a distinctive attire that even the common folk would recognize. Lin Mang approached her deliberately, and as her eyes widened in fright, she instinctively recoiled. In a flash, a glimmering arc of steel sliced through the air, the icy blade passing before her, causing her heart to seize painfully. Reflexively, she touched her neck, realizing the ropes had been loosened. "Leave this place," Lin Mang commanded, turning away, his form vanishing into the swirling snowstorm. Dazed, Honging stared at his retreating silhouette, compelled by an inexplicable force to chase after him. Yet, the scene before her drained her of strength, and she gradually slid down against the doorframe. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the rear courtyard. In the front yard, a sense of trepidation gripped the crowd. Some wished to flee, yet the sight of the 3 figures at the entrance rendered them helpless. If they truly desired to escape, The trio blocking the door could not possibly deter them. Yet, in that moment, no one dared to take a step forward. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from behind. Lin Mang casually pulled a chair and sat down, his demeanor serene as he declared, "Those in collusion with the Zhou family, step forward. I shall grant you dignity." A shiver coursed through the anxious crowd at his words. A madman. This was the collective thought of all present. Did he truly harbor no fear? Lin Mang's icy gaze swept across the assembly, and suddenly he smiled, stating, "Those who believe themselves innocent may leave now. I shall not impede you. Those in collusion with the Zhou family, pin your confessions. However, I urge you to ponder carefully. It is wise to be honest in life." With that, he rose, stringing together the heads of the Zhou family's cohort, dragging them toward the entrance, their severed heads scraping against the snow, producing a crisp sound. Observing the figure disappearing into the tempest of falling snow, the crowd exchanged bitter smiles. Wang Dashing slowly remarked, "Gentlemen, those who wish to depart may do so." At this moment, his heart was filled with boundless admiration. To follow such a distinguished individual in this lifetime was a fulfillment of his deepest aspirations. Gazing at the three lifeless bodies behind him, he silently murmured, "Brothers, your vengeance has been avenged by our master. Rest in peace." After a moment of silence, one man gritted his teeth, tore off a piece of his clothing, and began to inscribe his transgressions in the blood-soaked ground. The fate of the Zhou family was vividly etched in his mind. They would, at most, spend a few years in prison, but at least their wives and children, their family, would remain unharmed. Meanwhile, some individuals cautiously stepped out of the Zhou family's gate, and Wang Dashing did not hinder them. A quarter of an hour later, the Zhou family's door was pushed open, and Chun Tiankuai strode in. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Even with his composure, he felt a chill creep over him. Headless corpses lay scattered across the ground, and blood had melted the snow that had once covered the ground. The air was thick with a pungent, metallic scent of blood. At the wine table in the courtyard, prominent figures from Yuanjiang City sat in a daze. Upon seeing Chun Tiankuai enter, their faces suddenly lit up with genuine joy. Never before had they perceived him as so amiable. "My lord, I confess," one official choked out. Soon after, several others echoed his sentiment. Chun Tiankuai's breathing quickened slightly as he gravely inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" All eyes turned in unison toward Wang Dashing and his companions, who were leaning against the wall. Following their gaze, Chun Tiankuai's heart sank. Wang Dashing struggled to rise, cupping his hands in respect, and stated, "I pay my respects to Lord Baihu. The Zhou family conspired to murder the Imperial Guards, and their entire clan has been exterminated. The members of the Zhou family resisted fiercely, refusing to surrender, and even attempted to kill the esteemed Lord Qi. Now, they have all met their fate." His words were resolute, neither servile nor arrogant. Perhaps having witnessed the events of the night, he found that the once dreaded Lord Baihu was, after all, not so formidable. Chun Tiankuai cast a glance at the bodies nearly concealed by the swirling snow, his expression darkening. "Where is Lin Mang?" he coldly demanded, fixing Wang Dasheng with a piercing gaze before turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, a squad of Imperial Guards burst in, swiftly attending to the Zhou family's remains with remarkable efficiency. In no time, the scene was thoroughly cleansed. To the west of the city, at the Tiandao Society, inside a private room on the upper floor, the warmth of the charcoal fire dispelled the winter's chill. A figure hurriedly ascended the stairs, visibly flustered. "Master of the Blade, it's terrible." The figure standing by the window turned around, Ji Changku inside. "Take your time to explain." However, the man appeared utterly terrified, exclaiming, "The Zhou family has been annihilated. Virtually the entire Zhou clan has perished." "What?" Instantly, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Who could dare to obliterate the Zhou family? "Did you discern who was responsible for this?" Ji Wenyu quickly inquired. They had sent someone to the Zhou family to demand the fire spirit fungus. Who would have thought such a calamity would occur? My subordinate did not see clearly. Fearing detection, he intended to enter through the back door. However, upon arrival, he was met with a grim sight. The entire courtyard of the Zhou family was littered with corpses, and the women of the household lay lifeless within the confines of their home. Ji Changkuan gazed at the swirling snowflakes above and sighed softly, acknowledging that what was inevitable had finally arrived. A sense of foreboding had already begun to take root in his heart. He could only hope that his suspicions were unfounded. "Disband the Heavenly Blade Society for the time being," he commanded. "Disband the Heavenly Blade Society?" Ji Wenyuan questioned in confusion. "Father, why must we do this?" With a bittersweet smile, Ji Chongquan coughed up blood, his voice weak, yet resolute. Do you wish to witness a repeat of the Zhou family's tragedy? He shook his head firmly and insisted, follow my orders. With that, he turned and descended towards the lower level, cradling the sword at his waist with care. Uncle, must we truly disband the Heavenly Blade Society? Jinyiwei protested, unable to accept the notion. The society represented years of dedication and effort. The thought of its dissolution was unbearable. Humph, not on my watch, retorted a man clad with a long blade, a cold smile gracing his lips. I am eager to discover who possesses the audacity to intrude upon the Heavenly Blade Society. Chapter 31. The carnage on the long street. The snow had ceased. Yet the biting cold wind grew ever more piercing. The streets and alleys were engulfed in darkness, until, suddenly, a torch ignited, followed swiftly by countless others. The flames illuminated the entirety of the western street of the city. Beneath the flickering light stood the grim-faced members of the Heavenly Blade Society. In the depths of the night loomed a formidable figure, clad in a long robe and mounted on a spirited steed. Bearing a long sword, the second blade master of the Heavenly Blade Society, Xiuchun. Beside him was the society's young master, Jinyiwei. Uncle, what do you believe this man's origins to be, that he dares to annihilate the Zhou family within the city, and now approaches our Heavenly Blade Society? Jinyiwei inquired, his brow furrowed. Though he appeared composed, an undercurrent of concern stirred within him. The Heavenly Blade Society had offended many in recent years. Otherwise, it would not have risen so swiftly. The emergence of any power is invariably built upon the bones of the fallen. To achieve greatness, countless lives must be sacrificed. As for the Zhou family, the list of those they had offended was even longer. Countless individuals harbored a deep-seated desire for the Zhou family's complete obliteration. Their resentment palpable. However, those bold enough to commit such an act of extermination could not be mere commoners. After all, the Zhou family possessed official backing and had amassed considerable wealth and influence over nearly a century. Even the Heavenly Blade Society had to show them a degree of respect. This individual, if not supported by formidable backing, was undoubtedly a madman. The three of them had traversed the martial world through bloodshed, accumulating their vast fortune. They would not easily forsake it. Suddenly, amidst the tranquil night, faint sounds of footsteps crunching on the snow emerged. A figure, drenched in blood, gradually stepped into view. In an instant, all eyes converged upon this apparition, and a collective gasp escaped as they beheld the string of severed heads trailing behind him. Xiuchun's pupils constricted sharply. It's him. His gaze fixated on one particular head among the gruesome collection. It was the head of his third brother, Lin Mang. Xiuchun gritted his teeth, a mix of shock and fury coursing through him. Lin Mang lifted his head, his icy gaze locking onto Xiuchun atop his steed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Are you all here to welcome me, esteemed sirs? Fortuitously, I too have gifts for you. With that, the gruesome heads tumbled into the center of the gathering. Lin Mang's indifferent voice echoed, the Heavenly Blade Society, having murdered the Imperial Guards, shall be deemed as treason. Your entire lineage shall be eradicated. Panic rippled through the crowd. Murdering the Imperial Guards? All eyes turned toward Xiuchun. His countenance darkened as he barked. What is there to fear? He is but one man. Kill him, and no one will be the wiser. Whoever can sever his head, I shall reward with 5,000 taels. Xiuchun understood all too well. With the Zhou family annihilated, this man would surely not spare them. If that were the case, they might as well fight to the death. At worst, they could flee to the border or take to the sea. Could the Imperial Guards truly pursue them? Those who roamed the martial world, while wary of the Imperial Guards, were not so easily intimidated. If they truly feared them, they would not have involved themselves in the Zhou family's affairs. He had already taken the lives of officials. One more would not deter him. In the realm of the untamed, there has always existed an inherent opposition to the authorities. As the saying goes, there are always valiant men who emerge beneath the lure of substantial rewards. Those who traverse this perilous world often do so with their lives precariously balanced. Ultimately, the seduction of wealth eclipses the trepidation within. Kill. Xiuchun bellowed fiercely, drawing his blade with audacity. In an instant, the streets and alleyways erupted with the roars of the Heavenly Blade Society's warriors, surging forth from all directions with formidable might. Over 300 members of the society had gathered here, nearly half of whom were elite fighters, each a martial artist of considerable prowess beyond the third stage of cultivation. Lin Mang raised his embroidered spring knife, his eyes glinting with cold determination. With a single step, he traversed 3 yards. With 2 steps, he covered 9. In the blink of an eye, he plunged into the throng, his knife whirling, his severed head sword and dismembered limbs filled the air. The cacophony of battle mingled with the rising flames, a symphony of chaos. With one hand wielding the 8 trigrams knife and the other executing the heart destruction palm. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with countless mangled corpses. The remaining warriors faltered, their courage waning. The fervor of blood and impulsiveness proved to be fleeting. Despite their prior experiences with the brutality of the martial world, the sight of that figure, charging forth with a blade, sent shivers down their spines. With a swift motion, Lin Mang cleaved through an assailant and leapt towards Chu Qing. A glint of malice flickered in Chu Qing's eyes as he sneered. After such prolonged combat, your inner strength must be nearly depleted. Even for one of innate talent, inner energy is ultimately finite. Continuous skirmishes would surely exhaust one's stamina. He intended to deplete his opponent's energy before delivering a decisive blow. Chu Qing leapt from his steed, drawing the horizontal blade strapped to his back, and advanced with ferocity. His feet splashing through the accumulated snow. The might of his blade was overwhelming, crashing down like a tidal wave. Lin Mang, once more, deflected an approaching warrior with a swift strike, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. At last, you dare to make a move. With a thunderous step, Lin Mang shattered the stone floor beneath him, debris scattering as he surged forth like a dragon piercing the sea. The edge of his blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, cleaving a path through the throng. Clang! With a resounding clash, their blades met with tremendous force. Chu Qing's expression shifted, for in an instant, an overwhelming power surged through his weapon, causing his arm to tremble. A tempest of emotion stirred within him. What manner of beast was this? After such an arduous battle, he still possessed such formidable strength. Lin Mang's demeanor remained impassive as he pressed forward, unleashing a series of lethal strikes with his 8 trigrams knife. Just then, a fierce wind tore through the air, and a crossbow bolt sliced through the night. Hurtling towards him, Lin Mang swiftly retreated, countering with a horizontal slash. The arrow was cleaved in two, its tip embedding itself 3 inches deep into the wall. From a distance, atop his steed, Jiwenyu's face darkened as he readied his specially crafted crossbow once more. Though he lacked martial prowess, he had mastered the art of hidden weapons from a young age, and his crossbow was designed to surpass the might of military-grade projectiles, capable of piercing through a tree that 3 men could scarcely encircle. Chu Qing let out a hearty laugh, swiftly advancing with his blade drawn. Lin Mang cast a cold glance at Jiwenyu in the distance, his figure flickering as the glimmer of his blade swiftly swept past the two, sending 2 heads soaring into the air. Like a ghostly apparition, he weaved through a throng of knife-wielders, closing in on Jiwenyu. As he observed Chu Qing's blade descending towards him, Lin Mang neither flinched nor retreated, boldly meeting the strike head-on, as if he were to risk everything. Chu Qing, filled with fury, widened his eyes in determination. Could I truly be afraid of you? With a fierce downward slash, he expected a scene of flesh and blood erupting. Yet instead, he was met with a dazzling flash of golden light. Bang! A colossal golden bell shimmered around Lin Mang's form. The golden bell shield. Chu Qing was taken aback. His widened eyes then beheld the sight of a headless corpse, blood gushing forth. It seemed to be his own body. Chapter 32. The hypocrite Chu Qing's severed head rolled in the snow, his furious eyes fixed on the head of the 3 blades master beside him. Their gazes locked in a haunting confrontation, blood splattered across the ground, creating a macabre tableau. The arena fell into an oppressive silence. The previously fervent fighters paused, their faces etched with terror. In the chaos of battle, momentum is vital, especially among these roguish warriors. The fervor ignited by greed and impulse was swiftly extinguished by the sight of scattered corpses. Lin Mang took a moment to catch his breath, steam rising from his body. Even with his innate mastery, having endured a series of relentless skirmishes, he felt his spirit and energy severely depleted. He exhaled heavily, a plume of mist forming in the air. With a cold glance sweeping over the gathered crowd, he declared icily, Chu Qing is dead. Do you still wish to resist? Do you desire to drag your families into this turmoil? Lay down your arms, and I shall be lenient. His thunderous voice echoed like a clap of thunder. Uncle. Jiwenyu's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, kill him. I will reward you with 10,000 taels. From a young age, his father had been strict with him. But his uncle, though seemingly reckless, had always shown him kindness. Thus, his uncle was akin to a second father to him. A few loyal guards seized him, urging, Young master, we must flee. The surrounding fighters hesitated, unwilling to advance. Lin Mang, blade in hand, steadily approached Jiwenyu. With each step he took, the fighters retreated, their expressions increasingly fearful. The crowd jostled, continually backing away, yet none dared to step forward. Blood mingled with the melting snow beneath their feet, splashing as boots pressed into the crimson liquid. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt whizzed through the air. With a swift motion, Lin Mang cleaved downward, sparks flying as the bolt split in two, veering off to either side. Ji Wenyong, bow in hand, prepared to knock another arrow but was yanked backward by his retainers, who now charged forward with blades drawn. Quick, protect the young master. A swift strike severed a head, sending it soaring, blood gushing like a fountain. With the few remaining guards falling, Ji Wenyong found himself utterly alone. Blood splattered onto his face, jolting him from his rage and awakening a flicker of fear within him. It dawned on him what his father had meant. Trembling uncontrollably, he screamed with all his might, "Father, save me." A soft sigh pierced the tension, and the doors of the Heavenly Blade Society slowly creaked open, revealing a man in a green robe, cradling a long sword. The man's complexion was pale, exuding an aura of ill health. "I have encountered the Blade Master." The surrounding fighters bowed in reverence. Ji Chongquan disregarded the others, fixing his gaze on Lin Mang in the distance. He bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Lord Lin." Lin Mang replied coldly, "At last, you have chosen to emerge. The Blade Master of the Heavenly Blade Society." Within the 100 households, there existed records concerning the Heavenly Blade Society. The 3 masters of the Heavenly Blade Society are all formidable beings of innate strength, their reputations widely known. However, in contrast to the other 2 masters' illustrious fame, this particular individual has always maintained a rather low profile. Rumors abound that Ji Chongquan suffers from a chronic ailment, confined to his bed. Ji Wenyuan, as if grasping at a glimmer of hope, hastens toward Ji Chongquan, exclaiming, "Father, please save me. He has killed my 2nd and 3rd uncles. You must avenge them." Ji Chongquan approaches slowly, casting a fleeting glance at him. In an instant, a blade swiftly seals his throat. Ji Wenyuan clutches his neck, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazes at Ji Chongquan, gradually collapsing to the ground. Thud! His lifeless body crashes heavily into the snow, his hand falling limply from his throat. Lin Mang stands in shock, while those around him stare with wide eyes, trembling in fear. Ji Chongquan, still appearing frail and unwell, shows no trace of sorrow on his face. Weakly, he clasps his hands together and addresses Lin Mang, "My son," in his youthful arrogance, was deceived by those from the Zhou family, leading to this calamity. However, the brothers within the Heavenly Blade Society are innocent. I hope, esteemed Lin, that you might show mercy and grant them a chance at survival. From this day forth, the Heavenly Blade Society will willingly recognize you as our leader." Lin Mang narrows his eyes and scrutinizes him intently. With a hint of amusement, he replies, "Very well. I can overlook their past transgressions, but you must take your own life." The crowd instinctively turns their gaze toward Ji Chongquan. He nods, raising his sword. Yet, in the next moment, a sinister smile crosses his face, and he lunges forward like a wraith. Buzz! The blade emits a resonant hum, accompanied by a piercing shriek. As if a musical instrument is played, the air crackling with the sound of countless sword shadows descending. Lin Mang lets out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with derision. A hypocritical character. He merely seeks to test how much internal strength I have left. Little did I expect he would strike down his own flesh and blood. Alas, this tactic of survival at the cost of one's own kin is misplaced. Lin Mang strides forward with sudden determination. The icy blade slices through the air, and when the swords clash, a crisp metallic sound reverberates. At this moment, an eerie smile appears on Ji Chongquan's face. A wave of foreboding surges within Lin Mang, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Almost instantaneously, Ji Chongquan pivots his right hand and draws a slender long knife from within the sword, a blade concealed within the sword. In an instant, a chilling aura emanates from the knife. True Qi realm. Lin Mang's expression sharpens as he delivers a furious strike, akin to a tempest. Ji Chongquan's knife grazes Lin Mang's embroidered spring blade, igniting a dazzling spark, while the icy blade's aura rushes toward him. The colossal golden bell shakes violently. The frigid aura splatters mercilessly, falling like rain. Utilizing the recoil, Lin Mang quickly creates distance. Ji Chongquan coughs gently, his expression filled with regret, and earnestly states, "Esteemed Lin, I truly do not wish to be your enemy. Prior to this, I had actually resolved to disband the Heavenly Blade Society. There is no way around it. You have forced my brothers into a corner, and we merely seek a path to survival." Ugh! Lin Mang spat out a mouthful of congealed blood and scoffed. "You are truly hypocritical. Yet, I cannot deny that your ruthlessness and cunning command my admiration. Ji Chongquan wore a smile on his face. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a panel materialized before him. Name, Lin Mang, identity, minor officer of the Jinyiwei realm. Innate perfection, techniques, iron cloth, perfection, pure yang infinite skill, 7th level. Golden Bell Shield, minor achievement, martial arts, golden crow blade technique, perfection, 8 trigrams palm, beginner, 8 trigrams blade, perfection, Blackfoot perfection. Heart-crushing palm, minor achievement, energy points, 44, 600 with a thought, he directly chose to allocate points. Enhancement, energy points minus 20, 000. Pure yang infinite skill, 8th level. Energy points minus 8, 000, golden bell shield major achievement. In an instant, the nearly depleted internal energy surged throughout his body, as pure yang internal force rapidly transformed into true pure yang energy. The true energy circulated throughout his being. Chapter 33. The demise of the Heavenly Blade Society. Lin Mang felt his internal energy surging like a boiling river, swiftly transforming into true qi. The pure yang wuji gong he practiced was inherently vigorous and radiant, and its resultant true qi was even more so, especially when complemented by the formidable strength cultivated through the Golden Bell Shield. As he unleashed this technique, it radiated like a blazing sun, exuding an overwhelming aura that generated scorching waves of heat. The Golden Bell Shield is a martial art that harmonizes both internal and external cultivation, yet its defensive capabilities primarily manifest as a protective barrier of qi surrounding the body. Consequently, this technique demands an exceptionally rigorous level of internal energy. Its cultivation involves extensive refinement of the internal force, rendering it exceedingly robust and fierce, while subtly transforming the practitioner's physique. Although the Golden Bell Shield emphasizes the protective qi, the physical prowess gained through its practice is not to be underestimated, especially considering his prior training in the iron cloth shirt. Even without the use of true qi, his sheer physical strength would suffice to contend with innate masters. Now that he had genuinely broken through to the realm of true qi, he could fully harness the power of this technique. Impervious to blades and fire, the entire process was swift, and he naturally transcended into the realm of true qi. In that instant, Lin Mang's essence, spirit, and vitality reached an unparalleled pinnacle. He sensed a qualitative leap in his bodily functions. True qi nourished his entire being. Warm currents flowed through his limbs and bones, and it felt as though boundless strength resided within him. The snow beneath him melted rapidly, rising in a shroud of mist. Ji Chongquan's pupils constricted sharply, and the smile on his face froze instantaneously. True qi realm. His tone carried an incredulity that shattered the previous calm and composure. How could this be? This individual had clearly been at the innate realm before. Could it be a sudden breakthrough? Or was he deliberately concealing his power? Such profound cunning. Initially, Ji had presumed this young man to be merely at the pinnacle of the innate realm, allowing Chu Qing's actions to drain the opponent's internal energy. Even if it failed, he could ultimately shift the blame onto Chu Qing. He had no desire to intervene unless absolutely necessary, primarily to avoid revealing his own strength and to evade the crime of harming the Jinyiwei. In the next moment, Ji Chongquan's figure flickered, swiftly retreating into the distance. Upon realizing Lin Mang had reached the true qi realm, he abandoned any thoughts of engaging in battle. Even if the opponent had just recently broken through, he was unwilling to take the risk. This young man was far too enigmatic. Lin Mang let out a cold chuckle, a stream of golden true qi swirling beneath his feet as he lightly tapped the ground, propelling himself into the air and once again swinging his blade downward. A dazzling golden blade aura cleaved through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea. The blade aura, entwined with frigid winds and swirling snow, seemed poised to shatter everything in its path. True qi unleashed. A barely perceptible joy graced Lin Mang's face. This was the true essence of the true qi realm. Previously, he had only managed to project a scant amount of true qi outward from within. Ji Chongquan evaded the strike, but the blade aura carved a 3-meter fissure into the snowy ground, snowflakes swirling in chaos. The icy blade aura seemed to freeze the very air, crystallizing into a layer of ethereal blue radiance mid-air. In the moment of collision between the two blade auras, both combatants met once more, blades in hand. The blade of the embroidered spring knife sliced through the slender sword's body, the sharp pure yang energy clashing with the icy cold true energy, producing a hissing sound, followed by a sudden crack reminiscent of metal breaking. Ji Chongquan's fine sword split into two, the severed ends remarkably even. His arm trembled slightly, His tiger's mouth numbed from the impact, and he involuntarily staggered back several steps, snow flying beneath his feet. While fear gripped Ji Changquan's heart, it was accompanied by a surge of rage. Why was it that after decades of arduous training, they could barely make any progress? Yet this young man could match their lifetime of efforts to elevate himself to the true energy realm. He had entered the frigid Millennium Pond to forge his physique and refine his internal power. Though he achieved a breakthrough, it came at the cost of cold poison invading his body, rendering him incapable of further advancement and subjecting him to the agonies of cold toxicity. Day and night, he endured the torment of the cold poison, a fate worse than death. Talent, resources, status. Why was this world so unjust? Yet Lin Mang offered him no time for reflection, the surging blade energy descending like a torrential river. Lin Mang advanced, his blade aimed squarely at Ji Changquan's heart. The piercing energy expanded in Ji Changquan's pupils. A faint golden light emanated from Lin Mang, the silhouette of a grand bell flickering into view. The golden bell shield not only protected him with its formidable aura, but also endowed him with an extraordinary and terrifying strength. With a powerful strike, it felt as though he wielded a force of 1,000 pounds. Ji Changquan's long sword was shattered, leaving him to struggle desperately in defense. The bluestone floor was reduced to rubble by the blade energy. Yet after merely a few exchanges, he felt the overwhelming pressure of superiority and strength. Lin Mang's true energy seemed inexhaustible, each strike imbued with an unparalleled dominance. The protective aura of the golden bell was impenetrable, and every slice against it sent a terrifying backlash coursing through him. With a crack, his already broken sword shattered once more. Ji Changquan's pupils constricted sharply. He retreated quickly, shouting, "Lord Lin, why pursue me so relentlessly? You have already slain enough today. If there are matters to discuss, let us sit down and talk. We need not face each other to the death. I can assist you." Fear had taken hold of him. After decades of hard-earned accomplishments, he could not bear to lose it all so easily. Had this been his earlier days, he would have fought fiercely without hesitation, but age had caught up with him. Though he appeared youthful, he was actually over 50. Even with his breakthrough into the true energy realm, he had lost the spirit of his youth. Otherwise, he would have demanded the fire spirit herb from the Zhou family directly rather than barter for it. Enough, Lin Mang coldly retorted, his blade's momentum growing ever sharper. The embroidered spring knife emitted a resonant hum. The surging true energy enveloped him, elevating his vitality to its zenith. A thread of golden light coalesced into a blade shadow that approached its ultimate speed. A brilliant golden blade light erupted from the dark snowy night. Following closely was a faint line of blood. The blade severed Ji Changquan's true energy and sliced through his throat. As the blade energy passed, a head filled with shock and resentment soared into the sky. Blood sprayed forth. As Lin Mang sheathed his blade, he exhaled softly, beads of perspiration evaporating from his body. At the moment Ji Changquan collapsed, a figure emerged from the shadows, sprinting through the snow. The black cloak billowed in the frigid wind. Chen Tiankuai halted abruptly, taking in the grim tableau of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, his expression a tapestry of emotions, punctuated by a soft sigh. Hearing a sound behind him, Lin Mang turned, his face momentarily betraying surprise. He then clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I have the honor of meeting you, Sir Baihu." Chen Tiankuai remained silent, casting a long, penetrating glance at him before turning to leave. "Tomorrow, I hope to see their evidence of wrongdoing." His figure gradually receded, ultimately vanishing into the shroud of night. Chapter 34. A visitor from the capital as the first light of dawn broke. The city of Yuanjiang lay in an unusual stillness, its streets devoid of the usual throng of pedestrians. Instead, grim processionals of corpses were being carted away to the mass grave. A thick layer of blood-tinged ice enveloped the thoroughfare, within which fragments of dismembered limbs could occasionally be disowned. The once bustling residences of the Zhou family and the Tiandao society now echoed with an eerie silence. To the ordinary citizen, there was merely a sense of curiosity. Their lives seemed unaffected. Yet, for the various factions within the city, the truth of the previous night's events was all too clear. The Zhou family had been annihilated, and the Tiandao society had met the same fate. In a single night, the two mightiest forces in the city had been utterly extinguished, all due to the actions of the fearsome Jinyiwei assassin, Lin Mang, whose name reverberated anew throughout Yuanjiang. At the city gates, several county soldiers observed the grim procession of bodies being removed, shivering involuntarily. One youthful soldier, visibly shaken, squeezed his eyes shut as a corpse seemed to glare at him. "Captain, why are all these bodies headless?" he stammered. Yuan Hu, standing nearby, shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, The heads were taken away just moments ago. His calm demeanor stemmed from having learned of last night's events in the latter hours of the night, which had left him drenched in a cold sweat. The entire Zhou clan, numbering over 400, had perished without exception. Today, some distant relatives of the Zhou family were also apprehended and thrown into the Jinyiwei prison. It was only a matter of time before the marketplace would be crowded with onlookers, though the complete annihilation of 3 clans was improbable. However, the murder of the Jinyiwei would undoubtedly implicate the Zhou's kin. As for the Tiandao society, their circumstances were somewhat more favorable, with the upper echelons eradicated. The remaining lower-tier members had long since fled. With no one left to claim the bodies, they would inevitably be disposed of in the mass grave. As for the heads, in such a multitude of corpses, distinguishing one from another was an impossibility, leaving them to be indiscriminately buried. The young soldier gingerly touched his own neck, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was still alive. Watching the departing cart, he murmured, to die without even a head, how tragic. Yet, upon learning that the deceased were from the Zhou family, he felt no pang of sympathy, even harboring a flicker of joy. Perhaps, with the Zhou family's downfall, Xiaochui from his village would finally consider marrying him. At that moment, a figure clad in a green cloak approached, riding a magnificent steed. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, bore high cheekbones and a lean visage, his eyes subtly slanted. He reined in his horse before the group of county soldiers and inquired, "Pardon me, gentlemen, might I ask what has transpired here? I have witnessed numerous corpses being taken from the city. Mind your own business." One soldier barked, but Yuan, who intervened, casually explaining, "There was some unrest in the city. A few individuals assaulted the Jinyiwei." "Thank you," the man replied, bowing slightly before urging his horse deeper into the city. Suddenly, a rounded stone hurtled through the air, striking the knee of the previously belligerent soldier and erupting in a spray of blood. A piercing wail erupted from the county soldier, who collapsed onto the ground. The expressions of those nearby shifted to one of anger as they prepared to draw their blades. However, Yuan, who commanded them to halt, his voice icy, "Stand down." The onlookers glanced at Yuan, who in confusion. With narrowed eyes, he coldly observed the retreating figure and murmured, "He is from the Jinyiwei." Although the individual was draped in a large cloak that concealed the embroidered fish suit beneath, the spring blade at his side, and his boots unmistakably revealed his identity. The others seethed with indignation. Yuan, who looked down at the fallen soldier and sighed, saying, "Take him for treatment," as he glanced at the disappearing figure down the street. Yuan, who felt a flicker of puzzlement. He was certain that this person did not belong to the local precinct but had arrived from afar. Yet, what could have compelled a Jinyiwei from another region to come to Yujiang City? Within the precinct, Lin Mang approached with measured steps, his sword slung at his side. As he walked, all the genie warriors bowed respectfully, displaying utmost reverence. The events of the previous night had stirred the entire precinct, and Lin Mang's reputation now overshadowed that of Qin Tianquai. While fear mingled with envy in their hearts, they understood little else, believing that should they one day fall victim to treachery, having a superior like Lin Mang to avenge them would be a worthy end. Upon entering Qin Tianquai's office, Lin Mang performed a courteous bow, addressing him as Sir. Qin Tianquai raised his gaze, his expression complex as he fixed his eyes on Lin Mang, remaining silent for a long while. It appeared he had underestimated the young man. Eventually, Qin Tianquai spoke in a low voice. "I have reviewed your memorial. I will report the matter concerning the Zhou family in the Tiandao Society to the Northern Pacification Commission. Furthermore, effective today, you will temporarily oversee the Jinyiwei in the Western Courtyard. I have already informed the Qianhu office of Dachang Prefecture, and your official appointment will arrive in a few days. Henceforth, you will be the chief flag of the Western Courtyard." Lin Mang was taken aback by this unexpected promotion. This was not quite what he had anticipated. Noticing Lin Mang's stunned silence, Qin Tianquai inquired, "Is there a problem?" "No," Lin Mang replied, cupping his hands in thanks. "I appreciate it, sir." Although the position of chief flag in the Western Courtyard might seem somewhat superfluous, it nonetheless sounded rather impressive. At that moment, a Jinyiwei rushed in, bowing respectfully. "Sir, a distinguished visitor has arrived from the capital, claiming to assume a new post." Lin Mang's expression shifted, his gaze drawn to the left side of the Jinyiwei's face, partially obscured by his collar, where a faint red mark was visible. Qin Tianquai gestured, "Let him in." Before long, a figure clad in a green cloak entered. The same man seen earlier at the city gate. A faint smile graced the man's face as he bowed and introduced himself. "I am Jiang Wensheng, chief of the Southern Pacification Commission, here to see the esteemed precinct leader." His words appeared courteous, yet they were laced with a hint of haughtiness. The mention of the Southern Pacification Commission startled both Lin Mang and Qin Tianquai. Traditionally, the affairs of the precincts were managed by the Northern Pacification Commission, while the Southern Pacification Commission was responsible for military conduct and discipline. As for the man's demeanor, Qin Tianquai had grown accustomed to such arrogance. Those who emerge from the capital's Jinyiwei often possess an air of arrogance. Qin Tianquai furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Wensheng before shifting his gaze to Lin Mang, a soft sigh escaping his lips. It appeared they were not here to seek glory, but rather to court death. Jiang Wensheng smiled and said, "My lord, in addition to assuming my new position, I am also tasked with investigating the legal matters concerning the various 100 households in Dongchang Prefecture." At that moment, Jiang Wensheng suddenly turned to Lin Mang and inquired, "You must be Lin Xiaoqi, correct?" Lin Mang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him, then respectfully clasped his hands towards Qin Tianquai and said, "My lord, I take my leave." "Indeed," Qin Tianquai replied, a peculiar smile flickering momentarily across his stern visage as he nodded. Jiang Wensheng's expression darkened, his gaze fixed ominously on Lin Mang's retreating figure, yet he uttered not a single word. Chapter 35. In the next life, do not be a dog as dusk approached. Lin Mang was dining in the courtyard when an unexpected visitor arrived. "Lin Xiaoqi, I apologize for the intrusion," Jiang Wensheng said with a cheerful smile at the entrance. Lin Mang looked up and replied coolly, "Mr. Jiang, I must correct you. I have been promoted to the position of commander, and I would appreciate it if you addressed me accordingly." Jiang Wensheng paused for a moment, his smile growing more pronounced. It appeared that Commander Lin was thriving in his current situation. He stepped into the courtyard and pondered briefly before stating, "In that case, I shall be direct. My lord Lin, we both understand certain matters implicitly. If you are willing to resign from the Jinyiwei, a certain gentleman in the capital is prepared to offer you a substantial sum and ensure that you live a life of luxury." Lin Mang set down his chopsticks and sneered, "It seems my suspicions were indeed correct. Your benefactor has gone to great lengths." From the moment the individual revealed his name, Lin Mang had already made up his mind. However, he did not anticipate that they would go to such lengths to send someone to him. With a frosty expression, Lin Mang replied, "Wealth is not something I lack nor desire." Jiang Wensheng's expression darkened, and his tone turned colder. "Lin Mang, do not be ungrateful. You must understand that certain matters are beyond your control, just as your presence here was once determined. This opportunity will not come again if you let it slip away," he added with a hint of disdain. Even though they were both captains, the captains of the Jingqing were far superior in status compared to those from other regions. Any captain dispatched from the Jingqing would at least be a deputy captain. Lin Mang retorted, "Do you think me foolish? Or do you believe yourselves to be clever? Leaving the Jinyiwei would be the true path to destruction." Jiang Wensheng's face grew grim as he replied coldly, "You need not worry, should you choose to resign. We can escort you to any place you desire." He had come on a mission. While the Southern Jinfu was ostensibly in charge of supervising the Jinyiwei, it was common knowledge that the Northern Jinfu held the real power within the Jinyiwei. Having inherited a legacy of generations within the Jinyiwei, he was no less capable than anyone else, yet he was forced to lower himself within the Southern Jinfu. Life in the Southern Jinfu offered little prospect for achievements, often leading to numerous grievances. If nothing unexpected occurred, this would likely be his fate. However, all would be worthwhile if he could accomplish this task, as it would provide him the opportunity for a transfer to the Northern Jinfu. Lin Mang shook his head with a derisive laugh. "Your suggestion is commendable, but my greatest virtue is my aversion to unsolicited advice." Jiang Wensheng's demeanor turned icy as he replied with increasing coldness, "Lin Mang, perhaps you are doing well in Yuanjiang City, but the waters in the capital are far too deep for you to navigate. You may think you have everything under control, but do you believe those under your command are equally clean? Can you trust their lips to keep secrets?" From the moment he set foot in Dongchang Prefecture, he commenced his investigation into all matters concerning Lin Mang. Upon entering the city, he learned of the two horrific family annihilation incidents that had transpired the previous night. Yet, had he been in Lin Mang's position, he would undoubtedly have acted with greater efficacy. Lin Mang's gaze turned icy, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he inquired, "What do you mean?" With a derisive smile, Jiang Wensheng turned and departed, remarking, "My dear Lin, you shall know soon enough." As he watched Zhang's figure recede, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Lin Mang's eyes. The following day, Wang Dashing, limping, hurriedly knocked on Lin Mang's door. Upon opening it, Lin Mang observed the anxious expression on Wang's face and frowned, asking, "What has happened?" Hesitating, Wang replied, "Sir, Several brothers have been apprehended by the new official. Lin Mang cast him a sidelong glance, questioning, have they left any incriminating evidence? He was acutely aware that no one in the realm of officials was entirely innocent. Wang, filled with shame, nodded and immediately knelt, swearing, rest assured, sir. I have instructed them, they shall utter not a word. Within the dungeon, 3 Imperial Guards were bound to wooden stakes, their bodies marred with whip marks and bloodied flesh. Beside them, a branding iron glowed red in the brazier. Seated in a chair, Jiang Wensheng smiled and said, Gentlemen, if you disclose how Lin Zongqi indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent, you shall be free to depart. Some matters merely require a different narrative. The Zhou family could either be accused of murdering the Imperial Guards and, upon discovery, attempting to resist extermination, or Lin Mang could be portrayed as coveting the Zhou family's wealth, harboring resentment and exacting vengeance. As for the deceased guards, the blame could easily be placed upon Lin Mang, condemning him for the cruelty against his comrades. Huh. One guard spat contemptuously at him, sneering, give it up. Even if I die, I shall not utter a single word. You, a wretch like you, think you can contend with a true official? Better luck in your next life. As Jiang Wensheng's expression grew increasingly frosty, he seized a nearby dagger, coldly declaring, then you shall meet your demise. The dagger was hurled, aimed at the heart of the guard. Suddenly, a long blade flew forth, deflecting the dagger and embedding it in the wall ahead. Lin Mang strode in with purpose, his voice cold as ice. Jiang Wensheng, you have overstepped your bounds. My men are not within your jurisdiction. After casting a glance at the 3 guards, he commanded Wang Dashing to untie them. Turning to Lin Mang with keen interest, Jiang Wensheng said, Sir Lin, I have come to uphold the law. Your subordinates have breached the regulations of the Imperial Guards. Do you intend to exonerate them? He then leaned in closer, whispering, Lin Mang, I have warned you. If you withdraw, there shall be no repercussions. You may remain indifferent, but your brothers cannot afford such a luxury, can they? Do not forget, they too have wives and children. The last words were delivered with particular emphasis as he patted Lin Mang's shoulder. Lord Lin, take care of yourself, Lin Mang said, calmly gazing at him with an indifferent tone. In your next life, do not serve as a dog for others. What? Jiang Wensheng was taken aback. Clang. A fleeting shadow of a blade swiftly magnified in Jiang Wensheng's pupils, and with a look of astonishment, it grazed his jaw, leaving behind a faint trace of blood. Jiang Wensheng's expression gradually faded into nothingness, and he collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The remnants of the Heaven's Blade Society attempted to rescue the imprisoned, while General Zhang valiantly fought against the enemy, tragically sacrificing his life in the process. Chapter 36. I assist you in entering the capital, gazing at the sun radiating its intense heat across the sky. Lin Mang squinted slightly. His eyes roamed over several officials and members of the Eastern Court's Imperial Guard at the entrance, causing them to immediately lower their heads in fear. Lin Mang hastened towards Chun Tian Kuei's courtyard. Once his footsteps receded, the others cautiously lifted their heads. The name of the god of death had already spread throughout the entire Yuanjiang city. Before long, the prison gate behind them was reopened, and several members of the Imperial Guard emerged, carrying lifeless bodies. Their gazes fixated on one particular corpse, a cold gasp escaping their lips, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Wasn't that the newly appointed chief? Especially the members of the Eastern Court's Imperial Guard. This new superior had recently led them in apprehensions and had made various promises. Yet, in such a short time, he had become a mere corpse. The mere thought of Lin Mang, who had just departed, sent a shiver down their spines. They collectively cursed Jiang Wensheng in their hearts, branding him as utterly useless. Wang Dashing cast a cold glance at them and stated in a chilling voice, the remnants of the Heavenly Blade Society attempted a prison break. Master Jiang bravely fought against the enemy and sadly perished. A shudder ran through the crowd, their already guilty consciences compelling them to echo his words. Upon entering Chun Tian Kuei's courtyard, Lin Mang bowed respectfully towards the figure seated on a stone bench. My lord, the remnants of the Heavenly Blade Society have just attempted a prison break. Master Jiang fought valiantly against the enemy and unfortunately sacrificed himself. Chun Tian Kuei paused, his hand holding the teacup momentarily stilled, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze as he looked at Lin Mang. You acted rather swiftly, didn't you? He was well aware of Jiang Wensheng's ulterior motives in coming here. Yet, these matters were ultimately to be faced by Lin Mang himself. He had not anticipated Lin Mang's decisiveness and resolve. With a sigh, Chun Tian Kuei regarded Lin Mang and spoke solemnly. It appears that the time has come for you to leave this place. Leave? Lin Mang expressed his confusion. His expression shifted, astonished as he stared at Qin Tiankui. The latter turned and entered the room, soon re-emerging with a blade in hand, stating, "Draw your sword." Lin Mang cast a deep glance at him, refraining from further inquiry, and instead clasped his hands in respect, saying, "My lord, I beg your pardon." Clang. The moment Lin Mang drew his sword, Qin Tiankui struck with his blade, aiming directly at Lin Mang's face. His figure moved like a darting dragon, arriving in an instant. With a resounding clash of metal, their blades collided fiercely, an immense force transferring between them. In the next moment, Qin Tiankui withdrew his blade for another strike, his sword akin to thunder, rapid and fierce. Lin Mang similarly unleashed his bagua blade to meet the challenge. In a mere few breaths, the two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, trading dozens of blows. Each of Qin Tiankui's strikes was almost lethal, devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, consisting solely of life-threatening blows. However, Lin Mang was no longer the same as before. His swordsmanship was sharp and precise. After a feint, he aimed for Qin Tiankui's throat. Qin Tiankui's pupils constricted, silently acknowledging, "This young man is more formidable than I presumed." Suddenly, he unleashed a palm strike, gathering his vital energy to form a fiery red imprint. Lin Mang felt a jolt of alarm within him. All along, no one within the 100 House had ever witnessed Qin Tianshui take action, leading them to assume he was akin to an ordinary 100 House member, merely at the innate stage. At this moment, Lin Mang realized that he was indeed at the true Qi stage. In an instant, Lin Mang altered his blade's momentum, striking toward the incoming palm print with a single, radiant slash. The clash of their energies resonated with a sharp sound, sending a chilling force scattering about, shattering the stone table within the courtyard. "Stop!" Qin Tianshui sheathed his sword, regarding Lin Mang with a complex expression. "True Qi stage. This lad, silently and without notice, when did he break through? Moreover, from where did he acquire the techniques?" There were no methods to ascend to the true Qi stage within this 100 House. Could it be that he had mastered the Golden Bell Shield? Yet, to utilize the Golden Bell Shield to penetrate the true Qi stage, one must cultivate it to perfection. Although the protective energy of the Golden Bell Shield is highly praised, this skill is notoriously difficult to master and requires an extensive period of dedication. Most practitioners begin their arduous training from a young age. Few, like Lin Mang, achieve such results after starting late. Qin Tianshui sighed inwardly and spoke gravely. "I didn't expect you to have reached the true Qi stage. It seems that you have no choice but to go to the capital. Staying here would only squander your talent. Achieving the true Qi stage at such a young age, with time, you might ascend to mastery. Only in the capital would he have access to sufficient resources and methods." Lin Mang sheathed his sword and clasped his hands, saying, "Sir, I have my doubts." Qin Tianshui shot him a glance and replied calmly, "You wish to inquire why I hold you in such high regard, correct?" Lin Mang nodded. Qin Tianshui shook his head. "I value you because you are worthy of it, and you bear a striking resemblance to someone from the past who is much like you. Of course, another reason might be your father's background, as both he and I hail from Liaodong." Lin Mang's expression stiffened as he gazed at Qin Tianshui in astonishment. Among the Jinyiwei, many were elite warriors selected from the military. From his memories, he recalled that the original's father came from the Liaodong army. It was unexpected that this 100 House lord also hailed from there. No wonder, upon witnessing his technique, it was evidently a martial art. Such skills are not surprising for someone from a military background. Remember to handle matters discreetly and leave no evidence. Understood. Lin Mang bowed respectfully and turned to leave. After Lin Mang departed, a figure clad in white emerged slowly from the nearby bamboo grove, smiling. "If a real fight had ensued just now, do you think you could have defeated him?" Qin Tianshui pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "I may not be able to break through his Golden Bell Shield, but I won't give him the opportunity to employ it." Qin Tianshui gazed at the white-clad figure, remaining silent for a while. "You don't expect me to assist you, do you?" Additionally, Danchang Prefecture is set to send a batch of talented maidens to the capital with official documents approved. They will arrive alongside Princess Xiuli of the Yun Kingdom and will require a substantial escort from the Jinyiwei. I intend to recommend him for this. With such an identity, he can safely enter the capital, and as for his training report, I will present it to the Jinfu Division. As for what follows, he must rely on himself. The figure in white expressed interest. It appears I must also make my way to the capital soon. I am somewhat eager to see how this young fellow performs after arriving in the capital. Chapter 37. Ascendancy of Lord Zhu. Time flies swiftly. After several days, Yuanzhang City appears to have regained its former tranquility. The streets are bustling with life, filled with the lively chatter of passers-by and vendors calling out their wares. In front of the brothels, various young gentlemen once again find solace in the arms of their favorite courtesans. Within the taverns, wanderers of the rivers and lakes engage in spirited discussions over their drinks. Yet, the once thriving Zhou family mansion now lies in a haunting silence. This estate, which had encroached upon the homes of many common folk, has now been seized by the authorities, but no one wishes to purchase it. This is largely due to the inexplicable chill that envelopes all who pass by the Zhou family residence. The blood on the steps remains uncleaned, as if it were narrating the events of that fateful night. Simultaneously, one can occasionally spot the formidable Jinyiwei galloping through the streets, exuding an air of menace. In the marketplace, heads roll as the butcher slaughters one batch after another. News spreads like wildfire between the 12 counties of Dongchang Prefecture. The name Jinyiwei has truly reached a level in Yuanjiang County where it silences the cries of children at night. And the entire Yuanjiang judicial system now displays a semblance of integrity. After all, any corrupt officials have long been confined to prison. In contrast to the fear felt by the officials and various factions, the common people, while apprehensive, are more filled with gratitude. As the saying goes, food is heaven for the people. Those who ensure their bellies are full earn their appreciation. However, the prerequisite for a full stomach is having land to cultivate. In the western courtyard of the 100 Households office, Lin Mang stands amidst the small yard, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Upon turning, he finds several individuals already gathered outside. "My lord." A group of Jinyiwei kneels on one knee, clasping their fists in salute. Lin Mang smiles gently and replies, "Please rise." He then turns to Wang Dashing and inquires, "Have the Zhou family's finances been settled?" Wang Dashing responds earnestly, "As per your instructions, half has been confiscated, with the remainder allocated such that 50% has been returned to the common folk, 10% to the families of the 3 fallen brothers, and 10% to our comrades." Upon finishing, he retrieves a stack of silver notes from his bosom and presents it to Lin Mang, stating, "My lord, this is the entirety of the remaining assets, amounting to 20,000 taels." Lin Mang accepts the silver notes, feeling a sense of awe. The Zhou family, indeed a wealthy clan for nearly a century, possesses an impressive accumulation of wealth. The cash seized from the Zhou estate amounts to 30,000 taels, and in addition, they own numerous plots of land, houses, and shops. These holdings represent a significant portion of their wealth. It is worth noting that even a mere few acres of inferior land he once owned could fetch 600 taels, while the Zhou family's fields are all of superior quality. Furthermore, the properties under the Zhou name occupy the most prosperous locations in the city. Their value is self-evident. However, the majority of the Zhou family's wealth was amassed through the exploitation of the common people, and the lands and homes they had wrongfully seized have now been returned to their rightful owners. While he is in need of funds, he does not intend to extort the ordinary citizens. Ultimately, the assets tallied from the confiscation reached an astonishing 150,000 taels, not including certain properties belonging to the common folk. Such wealth possessed by a single aristocratic family in Yuanjiang County underscores the profound depth of resources that these noble families truly possess. Yet, it is evident how arduous the lives of the common people in the Ming Dynasty truly were. Lin Mang cast a final glance at the small courtyard, shutting the gate behind him, while a cohort of Jinyiwei silently trailed in his wake. Though their time together was brief, this young superior had earned their admiration. While outsiders referred to Lin Mang as a harbinger of death, only they understood the kindness he bestowed upon his subordinates. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, Lin Mang was taken aback to find the area outside filled with Jinyiwei. Qin Tenquai, one hand resting on his sword, wore a perpetually stern expression. Lin Mang smiled and proclaimed, "Gentlemen, I express my gratitude to you all, regardless of the circumstances." The presence of so many wishing him farewell on his departure made his journey worthwhile. Qin Tenquai murmured, "Take care on your journey." At that moment, he found himself questioning whether it was indeed right to send Lin Mang to the capital. For a fleeting instant, he wished for him to remain, knowing all too well the nature of the capital city. Wang Dashing approached, leading a horse, his voice slightly choked with emotion. "My lord, this horse was obtained from the Tiandao Society. It is a steed capable of covering 1,000 miles a day." Lin Mang reached out to accept the reins, attaching his bundle and the embroidered spring blade to the saddle. He then patted Wang Dashing's shoulder and chuckled, "You too shall be a small flag bearer now. But do not emulate me." My lord. Wang Dashing hesitated, longing to accompany Lin Mang on his departure, yet he understood the impossibility of such a wish. Countless households could not enter the capital, let alone him. Lin Mang waved his hand dismissively, leading the horse toward the gate of the 100 Households office. Creak. The heavy crimson gate emitted a dull groan as it slowly swung open. However, the moment the gate parted, Lin Mang found himself momentarily stunned. Outside the gate stood a throng of common folk. From the crowd, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, stepped forward and called out hoarsely, "The people of Washi Lane, Su Xianding, have come to bid farewell to the esteemed lord, wishing him smooth sailing ahead." The elder was none other than Su Xianding, the teacher who had lost his son in Washi Lane. Upon hearing of Lin Mang's departure, he had come specifically to see him off. Behind him, a multitude of people knelt on the ground, their chaotic voices suddenly harmonizing. "The people of Washi Lane, Luodo, come to bid farewell to the esteemed lord. The people of Washi Lane, Qi Yumin, come to bid farewell to the esteemed lord. The people of Washi Lane, the Zhang family, come to bid farewell to the esteemed lord." In that moment, despite the noise surrounding the 100 households office, an extraordinary stillness enveloped the scene. One could hear a pin drop. The gazes of the Jinyiwei were filled with complexity. They had only heard of the common people bidding farewell to virtuous officials, but never had they witnessed the populace seeing off a Jinyiwei. They were often labeled as mere hounds of the court. Yet when they initially joined the ranks of the Jinyiwei, their aspirations were no less noble, driven by a desire to serve the country and its people. Lin Mang stood in silence, rooted to the spot. After a long while, he suddenly smiled, leading his horse forward and declaring loudly, "Everyone, please rise. I cannot accept such reverence." As Lin Mang approached, the crowd parted to form a pathway, countless eyes converging upon him. He gently guided the horse as he made his way toward the city gate. Along the way, numerous common folk and a group of Imperial Guards trailed closely behind. They eventually arrived at the outskirts of Yuanzhang City. At the city gates, many local soldiers were astonished by this spectacle. Lin Mang mounted his steed and clasped his hands in farewell, saying, "Esteemed friends, as we part ways after accompanying you for 1,000 miles, there is no need for further farewells." With that, he deftly pulled on the reins and galloped forth. The sound of hooves echoed resoundingly, and his black cloak billowed in the wind. In the distance, on the horizon, a crimson sun began its ascent, casting the golden rays of dawn upon the road ahead. Chapter 38. Entering the city of Dongchangfu. Outside the city of Dongchangfu, a modest tavern stands, a two-story structure enclosed by a rudimentary picket fence, with a few simple tables both inside and out. The dirt road before the tavern reverberates with the sound of galloping hooves as sword-bearing heroes of the realm hastily ride by, stirring up clouds of dust. The setting sun casts a cooler hue upon the scene. In a corner of the tavern's courtyard, a figure clad in a black overcoat sips tea leisurely. This individual is Lin Mang, who has journeyed from Yujiang City. After 3 days of relentless travel, he has finally arrived at the territory of Dongchangfu. Lin Mang cast a casual glance around, filled with contemplation. Indeed, this is the city of Dongchangfu, where he has encountered countless wanderers of the martial world, many of whom possess extraordinary innate skills. In contrast, such individuals are scarce in Yujiang City. Lin Mang pondered the matters regarding his trip to the capital. According to the information given by Chun Baihu, the entourage of Princess Li Xiu of the Union Kingdom would arrive in 5 days, coinciding with the departure of the selected maidens from Dongchangfu. Consequently, the 1,000 households of Dongchangfu have issued orders to mobilize the elite from various 100 households to partake in the escort mission. Particularly, the chosen maidens are to be presented to the palace, necessitating utmost vigilance. However, a peculiar smile crept across Lin Mang's lips. Wasn't that so-called princess a man? He was indeed curious to meet her. Oh no, him. These fellows entering the capital surely harbored ill intentions. Just then, a cloud of dust arose in the distance as a horse-drawn carriage approached swiftly, flanked by a team of bodyguards. Each guard appeared tall and robust, armed with long swords. Clearly seasoned martial artists. The carriage halted before the tavern, and one man, seemingly the head of the guards, dismounted and whispered a few words to the carriage before striding towards the tavern. Some guards followed him inside, while others remained by the carriage. "Waiter, prepare some food," commanded the guard leader, a rough man with a scruffy beard, appearing to be in his 40s. Lin Mang cast a casual glance at him, taking note of his heavy, powerful gait, indicative of rigorous training and footwork. For most, energy is finite, leading them to specialize in martial techniques they are adept at, be it boxing, palm techniques, leg techniques, spearmanship, or even hidden weapons. Having placed a few coins on the table, Lin Mang picked up a cloth-wrapped embroidered spring knife and turned to leave. Yet, just as he stepped out of the tavern, a finely crafted iron arrow suddenly shot forth from the distance. The shrill sound of its flight pierced the air. With lightning speed, Lin Mang's fingers darted forth like a dragon diving into the sea. channeling his true energy to deflect the arrow, altering its trajectory. With a sickening thud, a masked figure on horseback let out a cry as he fell to the ground. In the distance, over 20 masked riders charged forth, exuding a menacing aura. Inside the tavern, the guard's expression shifted instantly, and the leader bellowed, "Quick! Protect the young lady." The crowd immediately drew their blades and rushed towards the carriage. The leader of the guards moved with astonishing swiftness. As he landed, the ground beneath him instantly caved in, as if he bore the strength of 1,000 pounds. Simultaneously, a flurry of iron arrows soared through the air, piercing the guards surrounding the carriage, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Masked figures clad in black swiftly engaged the guards in fierce combat. Lin Mang observed the two assailants charging towards him, his brow slightly furrowed. Did they truly mistake him for one of the carriage's guards? A surge of true energy erupted from his palm as he executed the 8 trigrams palm, manifesting a formidable and domineering energy imprint. Although it was the 8 trigrams palm, he wielded it with unparalleled ferocity. With a resounding thud, one of the masked assailants was struck down, his blood spilling forth as he was flung over 10 meters from his steed, crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. The other assailant, startled, yanked on the reins and exclaimed, "True energy realm? Retreat!" A peculiar whistle escaped his lips, prompting the other black-clad figures, who had been embroiled in battle, to flee in a swift and orderly manner, clearly indicating they were not mere common bandits. Apart from the fallen guards, only 3 bodies of the masked assailants remained. The earlier leader of the guards approached, hesitating briefly before cupping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for your timely assistance." Lin Mang cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "My intervention was not to save you. Had they not sought their own demise, I would have paid little mind to the violent antics of such rogues. Throughout history, chivalry has often broken the law. These brigands were hardly superior to corrupt officials." He stepped forward to examine one of the black-clad bodies, tearing off the mask and searching the corpse. Frowning, he pulled aside the dead man's clothing. Lin Mang's pupils constricted in astonishment. The Ming sect. On the left side of the corpse's chest was a flame emblem, roughly the size of a thumb. This was the sacred fire insignia exclusive to the Ming sect, a mark etched upon all its members. In the current martial world, the Ming sect stood as one of the foremost demonic sections. Lin Mang turned to the leader of the guards, curiosity piqued. "How did you come to entangle yourselves with members of the Ming sect?" The guard leader appeared momentarily taken aback, beads of cold sweat quickly forming on his forehead. Lin Mang furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it seemed. The guard leader's expression suggested he was unaware and not feigning ignorance. Gazing down at the body of the Ming sect member and then at the mask, he suddenly grasped the implication. It had struck him as odd earlier. Now it dawned on him that if these individuals bore the Ming sect's mark, then the addition of the mask seemed rather superfluous, hinting at a potential frame-up. Yet, with the Ming sect's notorious reputation, was there truly a need for subterfuge? Of course, it was also possible that these individuals were indeed members of the Ming sect. Casting a glance at the carriage station nearby, his curiosity about its occupants suddenly piqued. Suppressing his intrigue, Lin Mang resolved to take his leave. However, the leader of the guards hastily interjected, "Sir, might I ask for your name?" No need." Lin Mang cut him off. Without allowing the other party to speak, Lin Mang raised his hand to interrupt, swiftly mounted his horse, and calmly declared, "I have stated before that my intervention is not to rescue you." The intentions of the leader of the guards were transparent. He was not foolish. If he wished for Lin Mang to escort them, he would need to pay the requisite fee for such service. After galloping for nearly an hour, Lin Mang finally arrived at the outskirts of Dongchang City. The crowd was tumultuous. Glancing at the long queue at the entrance, he directed his horse straight towards the city gate. A few soldiers were about to reprimand him when they suddenly noticed a bronze insignia before them. "Imperial Guard, my lord, please." These 4 simple words caused the expressions of the soldiers to shift dramatically, and they immediately cleared a path, their demeanor turning respectful. Chapter 39. Turmoil in the city. Upon entering Dongchang City, Lin Mang dismounted and led his horse toward the city's post station. He observed the surroundings meticulously along the way and soon arrived at a post station. After knocking on the door, an elderly post attendant emerged, bowing respectfully. "May I inquire who this esteemed sir is?" As he spoke, he noticed the insignia in Lin Mang's hand. "Imperial Guards." The post attendant's expression changed, and he hurriedly attempted to kneel. "There's no need for such formalities." Lin Mang gently supported him, stating, "Please prepare a room for me and provide some fodder for my horse." "Yes, sir. Right this way." The attendant promptly guided Lin Mang to a room on the second floor, near the window. Once the attendant departed, Lin Mang placed his sword aside and sat cross-legged on the bed. He silently practiced the pure yang Wu Jigong, feeling the surging energy within him wash away the fatigue from days of travel. After a full half-hour, Lin Mang slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His energy surged like an arrow, and white mist swirled around him. It felt as though thunder resonated within his chest, with a faint golden light flickering around his body. Lin Mang pondered aloud. It seems imperative to seek a new internal cultivation method soon. The pure yang Wu Jigong is undoubtedly a superior technique at the innate level, cultivating an exceptionally pure and yang energy, but its limits are confined to the true Qi realm. Without finding a suitable method, breaking through will be challenging. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Lin Mang led his horse to the Qianhu office outside Dongcheng Prefecture. He had already inquired with the post attendant, learning that aside from the Qianhu office in the eastern city, there were also 3 Baihu offices in the other cities. After all, it was a prefectural city, and the Qianhu office did not possess the resources to oversee the entire city. From a distance, he spotted a vast and magnificent estate up ahead. Stop. This is the domain of the Imperial Guards. No idle persons are permitted entry. Upon reaching the entrance, the guard of the Imperial Guards bellowed, his face stern. Lin Mang had no choice but to present his insignia. The insignia of the Imperial Guards captain differed from that of the ordinary guards, crafted from bronze. The 2 guards swiftly clasped their hands in salute. "We pay our respects, sir." One of them then inquired, "May I ask, sir, have you come from the Baihu offices in various cities to participate in the escort mission?" As guards at the gate, their keen observation was paramount. A glance at the horse behind Lin Mang made it clear that he was not one of the city's Imperial Guards. Lin Mang nodded in affirmation. "Please follow me, sir." The guard respectfully led Lin Mang into the courtyard, directing him toward the west wing. Passing through a long pavilion, they arrived at a massive training ground bustling with activity. The arena was filled with a multitude of individuals, creating a cacophony of noise. The nearby Imperial Guard remarked respectfully, "Sir, all those arriving from the Baihu offices need to register here." Lin Mang led his horse forward without hesitation. After a brief wait, it was soon his turn. "Baihu office of Yuanjiang City, Lin Mang." A voice, indifferent yet clear, reached the ears of the registering guard. Startled, the previously irritated guard abruptly lifted his head. Astonishment etched across his face. Not only him, but the surrounding Imperial Guards who had yet to depart also cast incredulous glances in Lin Mang's direction. The name of Lin Mang has become widely recognized throughout the esteemed Jinyiwei of Dongcheng Prefecture. With a light cough, Lin Mang roused the officer responsible for documentation. The officer promptly recorded the necessary details and respectfully presented Lin Mang with a token. "My lord, after traversing the corridor ahead, you will find a row of guest rooms. The token indicates your room number." Lin Mang nodded and, leading his horse, departed. As soon as Lin Mang left, the atmosphere buzzed with whispers. Upon seeing the room number on the plaque, Lin Mang chuckled softly and pushed the door open, nodding in satisfaction at the well-appointed room. The surroundings were indeed far superior to those of an inn. Meanwhile, news of Lin Mang's arrival at the Qianhu office spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the establishment and even beyond. The Qianhu office was both vast and compact. It would take several cups of tea to explore its entirety. Yet a piece of news could circulate in less than a quarter of an hour. In a refined courtyard, a young man clad in luxurious attire reclined in a rocking chair, enjoying the attendance of 2 enchanting maidens. He casually remarked, "I hear that Lin Mang has arrived at the Qianhu office?" A steward nearby nodded in affirmation. "Yes, he just arrived today." "Ah." The young gentleman chuckled lightly, teasingly adding, "This fellow is quite audacious. Does he not fear the noble families of the capital turning against him?" Although these influential families appeared unrelated, they were bound by an invisible covenant. It was easy to extinguish one clan, yet to challenge the entirety of the powerful families across the realm. Even the court would hesitate. Moreover, the most formidable family in the realm was, in fact, the royal family itself. By moving against the Zhou family, Lin Mang was encroaching upon the interests of these aristocrats, and it was likely that many would harbor ill feelings towards him. Nevertheless, this individual was indeed remarkable. "I shall send someone to invite him, as I wish to meet him." The elderly servant bowed and replied, "I shall attend to this matter immediately." Not long after Lin Mang settled into his room, a loud, boisterous knock echoed at the door. Opening it, he found several men outside and inquired tersely, "What is the matter?" Anyone disturbed from their rest in such a manner would surely feel irked. Standing outside were three men donned in Jinyiwei attire. 1. A towering figure with a robust build, nearly 2 meters tall, fixed a steely gaze on Lin Mang and declared, "I am Shui Yong, the chief of the Baihu office in Gushu City." His gruff voice carried an undertone of ferocity. "I've heard you are quite formidable. I wish to spar with you. If I win, you must vacate this room." A glimmer of amusement sparked in Lin Mang's eyes as he glanced toward the distance, where a group of Jinyiwei stood, arms crossed, adopting a spectator's demeanor. They were not only observers but possibly future participants. In the world of martial arts, reputation is paramount. And the same holds true within the Jinyiwei. Historically, there has been no first in literature, nor second in martial prowess, with Lin Mang's name echoing far and wide. It was inevitable that those seeking fame would wish to step upon his shoulders. The pursuit of fame and fortune has always been intertwined. With renown comes attention from superiors, leading to the possibility of promotion and, consequently, gain. Lin Mang gazed at the three individuals, a sudden smile gracing his lips as he coldly remarked, "What will you do if you lose?" He had heard of Gushu City, known as the foremost county under Dongchang Prefecture, and naturally, the power of the guards within the city was formidable. "Humph," Shui Yong scoffed dismissively, "do as you wish." The trouble with Lin Mang stemmed from two motives. One was for reputation, and the other was that someone had paid to teach Lin Mang a lesson, which Shui Yong was all too happy to facilitate. "Very well," Lin Mang replied, a glint of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. He suddenly extended his hand and struck Shui Yong squarely in the chest. Boom. It was as if the sound of bells and thunder resonated. And Shui Yong violently spat out a mouthful of blood, doubling over as he was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The bluestone floor shattered upon impact. Lying on the ground, Shui Yong's eyes gleamed with resentment and indignation. Despicable. At that moment, he felt as though his chest had been trampled by a wild stallion, his ribs shattered, and a searing pain radiated from his heart. Chapter 40. Who dares to dispute? Lin Mang stepped forward, towering over Shui Yong, gazing down upon him. "You have lost." Shui Yong's eyes widened in fury, muttering in disbelief. It was a shameless ambush. Lin Mang looked down at him, his expression icy, and retorted with a sneer, "Foolish and oblivious." With that, he turned and walked away. "You." Shui Yong's face turned crimson with anger, but it quickly shifted as he felt an unbearable heat coursing through his meridians, akin to a raging fire searing his veins. The pure yang qi, once it enters the body, blazes like a wildfire, incessantly scorching the meridians. Over time, this could lead to severe damage or even total collapse of his internal channels. Is this true qi? Shui Yong's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the receding figure. In the distance, a crowd of onlookers stood frozen, expecting a thrilling battle, only to witness that Shui Yong had not even made a move before it was all over. In comparison to Lin Mang's sudden emergence, Shui Yong had long been a figure of renown. Though merely a total banner leader, his strength had already reached the innate realm. Such situations were not uncommon within the Jinyiwei. With limited official positions available, even after years of advancement to the innate level, Shui Yong remained in his post for a decade. Once, Shui Yong had been a daring and tenacious individual, ascending to the position of total banner leader at a young age and breaking through to the innate level, thereby earning his early fame amidst the many households of Dongchang Prefecture. Any ambitious individual would naturally be discontent to linger indefinitely in the role of total banner leader. He had anticipated a smooth ascent, yet no one foresaw that he would remain stagnant for the next 10 years. Struggling to rise, Shui Yong forced a self-deprecating smile. He suddenly appeared utterly dejected, clutching his chest as he staggered away. Outside the door, a hesitant Jinyiwei paused momentarily before saying, "Sir." The visitor is the steward from the Dongchang prefect's household. Lin Mang cast a glance, coldly commanding, "Leave." The Jinyiwei dared not protest, quickly bowing and retreating. Lin Mang set down his teacup, his demeanor turning slightly frosty. Indeed, it resonated with the saying, "Fame brings much controversy." Though he had only recently arrived, he had already gleaned some understanding of Dongchang City. The three dominant forces in the city were the households of the 1,000 households, the prefect, and the aristocratic families. The prefect, appointed by the court, was at odds with the powerful families who held various key positions in Dongchang Prefecture. The prefect needed to achieve political results, which inevitably entailed encroaching upon the interests of the noble families, leading to heated conflicts between the two. The local 1,000 households seemed to be indifferent, adopting a stance of watching the tiger fight from the mountain. It was common knowledge that whoever could win over the Jinyiwei would become the paramount figure in the city. Alas, both sides had failed in this endeavor. In Lin Mang's view, the 1,000 household leader was the true clever one. As the emperor's elite troops, the Jinyiwei's loyalty was solely to the emperor, serving as his eyes and blade. To meddle in local affairs by taking sides was tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, while the 1,000 household leader remained neutral, many beneath him conspired with both factions. Sighing softly, Lin Mang summoned the system. Restlessness envelopes my spirit. Only through the enhancement of my prowess can I find solace. Name, Lin Mang. Title, Chief of the Jinyiwei Realm, True Qi Realm, Early Stage, Cultivation Techniques, Iron Cloth Perfection. Pure Young Wuji Skill, 8th Level, Golden Bell Shield, Major Achievement, Martial Arts, Golden Crow Blade Technique, Perfection, Bagua Palm, Beginner, Bagua Blade, Perfection, Blackfoot Perfection. Heart Crushing Palm, Minor Achievement, Energy Points, 38,400 Enhance. Energy Points minus 30,000. Pure Young Wuji Skill, 9th Level, in an instant. An immense surge of true qi flooded into my dantian, cascading throughout my limbs and nourishing my entire being. The torrent of true qi surged forth, akin to a raging river. Mid-true qi realm. A smile graced Lin Mang's face. He realized that he could now establish his own sect within the martial world. Upon reflection, since the awakening realm until now, the energy points he expended would amount to no less than 100,000 taels if converted to silver. Glancing at the remaining energy points, he allocated them to the Bagua Palm. His current realm could not be elevated further. Thus, he could only enhance his martial skills to attain greater combat strength. Energy points minus 1,000. Bagua Palm Minor Achievement. Bagua Palm Major Achievement. Bagua Palm Perfection. Suddenly, an ethereal silhouette materialized in Lin Mang's mind, accompanied by countless insights. The figure stood amidst the surging river, shifting gracefully. As a palm descended, the waters churned, coalescing into a distinct palm imprint. Boom! Lin Mang was struck with astonishment. Previously, his understanding of the Bagua Palm was superficial. Yet now, with its perfection, his comprehension had transformed entirely. No wonder this martial art was classified among the top 5. Lin Mang felt a surge of joy. If a mere 5th-tier martial art possessed such power, how formidable must the 3rd-tier techniques be? Sleep. Overthinking leads to dreams. Lin Mang promptly succumbed to slumber. He cared little for the affairs of the city. When the emissaries from the Yun Kingdom arrived the following day, he would proceed to the capital. What transpired in the city was of no concern to him. The next day, a Jinyiwei approached with a message, notifying the gathered Jinyiwei from various districts to assemble at the training ground. Upon Lin Mang's arrival, he found the training ground already bustling with individuals. Groups of 3 or 4 conversed casually among themselves. As Lin Mang entered, their gazes flickered with intrigue, turning towards Shui Yang, who stood in the corner, his expression peculiar. They had already heard of the previous day's events, where Shui Yang's provocations had inadvertently made Lin Mang a stepping stone to fame. With a single move, he had defeated a preternatural opponent, and now Lin Mang undeniably basked in the limelight. Lin Mang surveyed the crowd and chose a quiet corner to wait. After a considerable time, a resonant voice suddenly proclaimed, "The 1,000 household commander has arrived." A procession approached from outside the training ground, led by a figure clad in a flying fish uniform, a beautifully adorned spring knife at his waist, exuding an imposing presence. The surrounding Jinyiwei hastily clasped their hands in salute, exclaiming, "Greetings, 1,000 household commander. No need for excessive formalities." Yao Tingquan spoke in a solemn tone. "All of you are the elite of the various 100 households in Dongcheng Prefecture. I trust you understand the gravity of this mission. The matter concerning the talented young lady is of utmost importance. If we succeed, I shall commend you. Should we falter, you should comprehend the consequences." Yao Tingquan swept his gaze across the assembly, his eyes settling on Lin Mang, who was bowing his head in the crowd. He continued, "The responsibility for this escort mission falls to Lin Mang, who will oversee the entire operation. All of you must comply unconditionally." A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Mang's eyes. "Me?" At these words, someone in the crowd immediately protested, "My lord, we do not accept this." Yao Tingquan turned his attention to the dissenting voice, a playful smile suddenly gracing his face as he replied lightly, "Lin, what are your thoughts?" Stepping forward, Lin Mang offered a faint smile and coldly retorted, "Who dares to defy?" Chapter 41. To set an example through punishment, a voice thundered, abruptly shattering the silence that enveloped the arena. Lin Mang's expression was one of cold severity, an aura of menace subtly emanating from him. Regardless of the reason the esteemed leader had appointed him as the chief, he was acutely aware of one truth. Even if he were to decline this responsibility today, discontent would undoubtedly brew within the hearts of those present. He was determined to avoid any subsequent mishaps on their journey and had no desire to be subservient to others. Therefore, it seemed far more prudent to seize this position outright, especially since the accolades that accompanied the role of leader would surely surpass those of a mere participant. Lin Mang surveyed the assembly, his voice icy as he spoke. If any among you harbor dissent, feel free to step forward. I, Lin, shall gladly accept. Most of those present were the standard bearers, both grand and minor, so he felt no need for pretense. Standing nearby, Yao Tingquan observed Lin Mang with keen interest, a hint of admiration flickering across his countenance. Within this military stronghold, there was little he remained unaware of. In fact, he possessed comprehensive knowledge of affairs throughout Dongchang City. As a captain of the Imperial Guard, if he lacked even this minimal capability, he would indeed warrant his own resignation. His attentiveness was further fueled by a letter from Qin Tiankuai, who had mentioned Lin Mang multiple times, unambiguously expressing his regard for the youth. The position of leader had also been referenced in the correspondence. Thus, you had made a special trip today, eager to meet the young man whom Qin held in such high esteem. Upon this encounter, he noted a certain commanding presence and resoluteness in Lin Mang. The expressions of those in attendance darkened, their gazes turning hostile. Though they held the same rank, allowing such a young subordinate to openly challenge them was intolerable. Had it not been for Lin Mang's current reputation, which instilled considerable apprehension, they would have already acted. At that moment, the young man who had spoken earlier stepped forward. Yang Qingji directed his gaze at Captain Yao Tingquan and said in a grave tone, "Sir, I dare to request a demonstration with Captain Lin." Yao Tingquan narrowed his eyes, his expression cool as he regarded Yang Qingji. He recognized him as the standard bearer of the North City, and moreover, he was the nephew of the current governor, Yang Hongyan. The position of standard bearer in the North City would soon become vacant, and many were eyeing this opportunity. Yang Hongyan had gone to great lengths to secure his nephew's transfer to the North City precisely for this position. Lin Mang had been discreetly observing Yao Tingquan's demeanor and, upon noticing the coldness in his gaze, could not suppress a faint smile. Yao Tingquan then turned to Lin Mang and stated, "Lin Mang, it seems appropriate for you to engage in a contest with Captain Yang. Remember, it should be a demonstration only. Do not cause any harm." Lin Mang smiled slightly and replied, "As you wish." The crowd quickly cleared a space for the two to face off. Yang Qingji fixed a cold stare on Lin Mang, drawing his embroidered spring blade, and declared icily, "Draw your weapon." He had received word that Lin Mang had rejected his cousin's invitation the day before. Now, he was eager to teach this man a lesson for his perceived insolence, and was intent on claiming the position of task leader for himself. In a year's time, the position of the 100 households in the northern city will be reassigned. Many covet this role, and despite the machinations of an uncle, there are no guarantees of absolute certainty. Thus, he must accumulate sufficient merit. As for this individual, he shall merely serve as a stepping stone on his path to advancement. Regrettably, he cannot be eliminated. At this moment, Lin Mang smiled, his delicate features radiating a sunny disposition. Yet, in an instant, his demeanor transformed, becoming as cold as ice. Clang! Suddenly, a resounding clash of metal echoed. Swiftly, a blade, moving with unparalleled speed, sliced through the air. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Lin Mang sheathed his sword, leaving a few drops of blood on the ground. Almost instantaneously, Yang Qingji let out a horrendous scream as his right arm, still clutching the knife, was severed, blood gushing forth. Yang Qingji furiously tapped at his severed limb, his face contorted with rage, yet deep within his eyes lay a profound fear. Lin Mang, with an indifferent expression, surveyed the crowd and coldly inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to spar?" A chill ran through the hearts of those present, their fear intensifying. It was rumored that Yang Qingji had already advanced to the late stage of innate mastery, yet he had not been able to withstand a single strike. Their gazes instinctively shifted toward Qianhu Yao Tingguan, only to find the esteemed official smiling. In that moment, the crowd comprehended the reason behind Lin Mang's endorsement by the esteemed Qianhu. A dark conspiracy. This was undoubtedly a hidden agenda. Looking at Yang Qingji from a distance, a trace of pity crossed Lin Mang's countenance. With one arm severed, even if he retained his position as the chief standard bearer, his chances of ascending to the 100 households would be forever lost. Yao Tingquan waved his hand, and two guards in luxurious attire promptly escorted Yang Qingji away. Yao Tingquan declared solemnly, "In light of this, the responsibility for the escort mission shall fall entirely to Lin Mang." The crowd bowed in unison, responding, "As you command." Yao Tingguan extended his hand to receive a scroll from one of his subordinates, presenting it to Lin Mang. This was a directory of all the talented young ladies being sent to the capital, totaling 24, and it was imperative that no mistakes be made. Lin Mang clasped his hands in salute, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure their safe passage to the capital." Yao Tingguan nodded slightly and unexpectedly placed a hand on Lin Mang's shoulder, cautioning, "You must prioritize your own safety." With that, he turned and led his entourage away. Lin Mang stood there, momentarily stunned. Was this their first encounter? Yet, the demeanor of the esteemed Qianhu left much to ponder. The crowd observed quietly, increasingly convinced that Lin Mang shared a connection with the Qianhu. They had never heard of a chief standard-bearer receiving such treatment. After contemplating for a while, Lin Mang found himself unable to fathom the situation, opting to set aside his thoughts. He turned to the crowd and stated directly, "Everyone, let us depart." The crowd promptly responded, their attitudes now imbued with deep respect. As the gates of the Qianhu's headquarters slowly swung open, 24 mounted guards in luxurious attire galloped forth, making their way toward the eastern city gate. These 24 riders, in addition to those dispatched from various hundred households, included members from the city's 100 households and the Qianhu's office, with the weakest among them being at the 9th level of acquired mastery. Furthermore, the Dongchang prefecture had dispatched an elite contingent of around 100 troops to accompany them, who had already been awaiting them at the city gate. After a brief moment, Lin Mang tugged at the reins, bringing the horse to a halt, and directed his gaze towards the 6 carriages stationed at the city gate. Each carriage was drawn by 4 fine steeds, flanked by armed guards, accompanied by elegantly attired maidservants. As for the convoy from the Cloud Kingdom, it had long been awaiting just beyond the city's outskirts. A soldier clad in black armor approached on horseback and clasped his fists in salute, stating, "Captain Tang Chong, at your service, my lord." There were certain matters he preferred to address openly. Tang Chong replied in a deep voice, "My lord, please feel free to issue your commands." A hint of a smile graced Lin Mang's face as he nodded slightly, raised his whip, and declared, "Let us depart." Chapter 42. The ambush under the night sky. The biting cold wind swept through the air. The midday sun cast its warm glow upon the earth. As the distant caravan gradually came into view, Lin Mang tightened his grip on the reins, squinting to scrutinize the approaching convoy of the Cloud Nation. The caravan was not particularly large, comprising merely around 100 individuals in total. Furthermore, an additional contingent of approximately 100 soldiers from the Ming army surrounded it for protection. Whenever the Cloud Nation's convoy arrived at a location, local authorities would dispatch personnel for escort, and Dongchang Prefecture was no exception. What made this occasion unique was the necessity for the escorting party to accompany the select maidens into the palace. Lin Mang waved his hand, signaling for the procession to advance. The caravan resumed its journey. As they neared the Cloud Nation's convoy, the Centurion Tang Chong moved forward to initiate the handover with the soldiers stationed outside for protection. In truth, the responsibility of escorting the emissary from the Cloud Nation largely fell upon Tang Chong and his men. Their principal duty this time was to safeguard the maidens heading to the capital. Upon departing, he had received a secret letter from Qianhu Yao Tingguan. The letter indicated that while the ostensible purpose was to escort the Cloud Nation as Princess Xiuli to the capital, the true mission involved the group of maidens. The actual reasons behind this arrangement were evidently beyond his knowledge, as the letter did not elaborate. Soon, the soldiers on the perimeter galloped away, replaced by the provincial troops led by Tang Chong. The caravan was once again en route. As dusk descended, light snow began to fall. The caravan had crossed beyond the borders of Dongchang City and arrived at a relay station. Tang Chong rode forth, cupping his hands in salute, and said, "My lord, night has fallen, and we can only temporarily set up camp here. There is a relay station ahead where the maidens can be accommodated." Moreover, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I have inquired with the Cloud Nation's envoy, and they stated that their princess is unable to dismount from the carriage." He found these individuals rather peculiar. It was one thing for the so-called princess to remain unseen, but even the caravan was off-limits to outsiders. "Do not concern yourself with them," Lin Mang replied nonchalantly. "Let us proceed to the relay station and take a look." The fact that Yao Tingguan had specifically conveyed this information through a secret letter underscored the significance of the mission. He dared not exhibit any negligence. As for the Cloud Nation's convoy, if Wuwan were among them, ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to approach. The two men made their way toward the relay station, and Tang Chong knocked on the door. An elderly station master emerged, bowing low as he greeted the two men. "I greet you, esteemed sirs." Lin Mang scrutinized the station master from head to toe and inquired, "Are there any vacant rooms within the relay station?" The station master quickly replied, "My lord, there are currently no occupants in the rooms. We have 2 small courtyards with 42 rooms available." Lin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly. Glancing at the lantern the station master held, "Have you been outside recently?" "No," the station master exclaimed, shaking his head in surprise. "The weather is frigid, and no one has come by lately, so I retired early." Lin Mang nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, in the next instant, he abruptly drew his blade. A brilliant flash of steel sliced through the air before the station master's eyes. The old man's eyes widened in shock, and his body instinctively recoiled. The speed exhibited in that fleeting moment was far from typical for an elderly man, as the floor beneath him shattered under the force of his retreat. Yet his speed remained sluggish, and the overwhelming blade energy sent his head flying. Blood gushed forth like a column. Energy points, 1508 realm. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mang's mouth. Tang Chong stared at Lin Mang in astonishment, observing the lifeless courier. His eyes brimmed with confusion. Lin Mang bent down to search the courier, retrieving a token from his bosom. The bright religion. As he pulled aside the courier's garments, he indeed spotted a flame emblem upon his chest. Lin Mang couldn't help but frown. Another connection to the bright religion? This reminded him of the incident outside the city where he encountered the bright religion's murderous intent. Tang Chong's eyes widened in fury. These demonic sect traitors. Yet he quickly pondered why members of the bright religion would disguise themselves as couriers. "My lord, how did you discern his identity?" Tang Chong asked hesitantly. Lin Mang pointed to the lantern on the ground, sneering. "The base of that lantern is muddy, and it appears quite new, clearly indicating it has been taken outside. Yet this man claimed he had not ventured out. Does that not contradict itself? Furthermore, did you not notice how ill-fitting his attire was?" Tang Chong lowered his gaze to the lantern and indeed discovered some damp soil at its base. "Come here," Lin Mang commanded sharply. Several Imperial Guards rushed over, cupping their fists in respect. "My lord," Lin Mang coldly instructed, "search the entire courier station. I do not wish for such incidents to occur again." The guards glanced at the corpse on the ground and swiftly entered the station. These elites, drawn from various hundred households, were not only formidable in strength, but also possessed immense experience. After a while, several emerged, one clasping his fists. "My lord, we discovered several corpses in the backyard, recently deceased." Lin Mang gripped his sword and strode toward the backyard. In a garden within the yard, the earth had been disturbed, revealing 3 frozen, stiff corpses. Lin Mang looked down at the bodies, his expression shifting. "This is bad." He turned on his heel and sprinted swiftly toward the station's exit. Outside, the cacophony of battle echoed fiercely. A large group of black-clad figures, emerging from an unknown direction, instantly displayed a chilling murderous intent. These individuals were all highly skilled in martial arts, and several soldiers on the perimeter were swiftly slain. The remaining 16 Imperial Guards quickly surrounded the carriage, shielding it from the incoming arrows. Lin Mang burst from the station, the stone floor beneath him shattering as he soared into the air like an eagle diving downwards. With a swift slash, a chilling white blade of light cleaved through the air. A black-clad man was instantly torn asunder, blood splattering everywhere. "Protect the carriage!" Lin Mang shouted fiercely, his figure darting like a wraith, as cold beams of light from his blade flickered in the night. Heads rolled. Blood surged like columns. The carriage was filled with the piercing screams of women, arrows embedding themselves into its surface. The air crackled with the sharp sound of arrows slicing through the night. In the dark, a gleaming iron arrow, glinting with a cold light, sped towards Lin Mang, aimed directly at him. Lin Mang suddenly leaped, his entire being soaring into the air, radiating a brilliant golden light. At that moment, a shadowy figure swiftly approached the carriage under the cover of darkness. 2 guards in embroidered uniforms attempted to intervene, but in an instant, they were pierced by 2 flying daggers. Seeking death, Lin Mang let out a cold snort, a surge of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The terrifying blade aura descended like crashing waves. Lin Mang's figure followed closely. The edge of his blade aimed directly at the heart of the cloaked figure. Clang! Suddenly, 2 daggers appeared in the hands of the dark-clad man, crossing to intercept the strike. Sparks erupted, glimmering in the night. Lin Mang's pupils constricted. A true Qi realm. Chapter 43. Inflicting punishment upon her as snowflakes drifted gracefully down. The gazes of both parties converged. In an instant, they simultaneously parted ways, 2 daggers transforming into ethereal blue lights, piercing through the air with the silent ferocity of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Flurries of snow were sliced apart. Lin Mang swung his blade in a furious arc, a torrent of blade energy surging forth like a tempestuous wind dispersing clouds. In the darkness of night, the pale golden aura of his pure yang blade collided with one of the daggers. Crack! One dagger shattered instantly. Meanwhile, the other dagger shot forth at an exceptionally cunning angle. Clang! With a crisp chime, Lin Mang closed the distance, his embroidered spring knife trailing a brilliant light through the night. The black-clad figure's pupils constricted in alarm as he exclaimed, "Golden Bell Barrier?" In the next moment, the blade light in his line of sight surged rapidly, the chilling energy bearing down upon him. The figure swiftly extended both hands, two more daggers sliding from his sleeves. Suspended in midair under the manipulation of his true energy, resembling two spiraling blue vortices. The sound of breaking air erupted. The two daggers lunged toward Lin Mang's face once more. At this moment, Lin Mang suddenly noticed fine threads intricately entwined around the figure's fingers, with the other ends attached to the daggers. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Mang's eyes as he surveyed the battlefield. His true energy surged within him like a raging river. Golden Crow Blade Technique. Boom. The overwhelming pure yang energy coalesced upon the blade, erupting with a resonant hum akin to the cry of a golden crow. In an instant, an endless wave of blade energy surged forth. Where the blade passed, the ground shattered, carving a chasm 10 meters long, with dust swirling violently. The two daggers that shot toward him were immediately obliterated. Yet the momentum of the blade energy remained undiminished. A flicker of astonishment crossed the black-clad figure's eyes as he lightly stepped back, retreating frantically. Swoosh! The blade energy descended. The mask on the figure's face split apart, revealing a visage tinged with alarm. A woman? Lin Mang furrowed his brow slightly. However, his speed did not wane in the slightest. His black-clad figure advanced in the blink of an eye. He struck out with a palm. Heart-slaying palm. In a moment of panic, the woman hastily met his attack with her own palm. Bang! With a deep, resonating explosion, her arm trembled slightly, and her body was propelled backward. The force of the heart-slaying palm surged through her arm, coursing throughout her body. Spurt! The woman violently spat out a mouthful of blood, her heart feeling as if it were being mercilessly twisted by a blade. Had it not been for her protective true energy, her heart would have surely shattered by now. Lin Mang, however, showed no mercy. He stepped forward abruptly, delivering a palm strike to her dantian. The true energy exploded at that point. Having completed this, he swiftly withdrew his blade and slashed at the surrounding black-clad figures. Lin Mang plunged into the throng, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, the light of his blade sweeping across the battlefield, leaving a trail of corpses in its wake. Ultimately, this band of black-clad assassins, having discarded over 40 bodies, quickly vanished into the shadows. Lin Mang sheathed his blade, surveying the field strewn with bodies, his expression chillingly cold. This group of assassins displayed a calculated approach, evidently well-trained and far from ordinary killers. Lin Mang spoke in a frosty tone. What are the casualties? Beside him, a brooding Jinyiwei, clutching his chest, murmured with a pallid complexion, 8 have fallen, including one of innate caliber. Lin Mang pivoted sharply towards a woman, guarded by 2 Jinyiwei. Who are you? How dare you brazenly ambush a convoy escorted by the Jinyiwei? Few possess such audacity. The woman lifted her gaze, scoffing. Bah, the dogs of the court. With a resounding slap, Lin Mang struck her face, seizing her throat with a steely grip. My patience is finite. You should be well aware of the Jinyiwei's methods of torture. The woman regarded him coldly, retorting, You corrupt official, you will gain nothing from me. Lin Mang smirked, tearing open the fabric of her garment, yet found no emblem of the holy fire of the Ming sect. Her expression shifted, anger flaring. Shameless scoundrel, you court dog. Lin Mang approached a nearby corpse, ripping its clothing to reveal the holy fire emblem upon its chest. A glimmer of cold amusement crossed his face as he remarked, This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Summoning a subordinate, he commanded, inflict punishment upon her. No matter how resolute her tongue, I shall find a way to elicit her confession. At that moment, Tang Chong hurried towards him from a distance, his expression grim. My lord, he saluted. Lin Mang inquired, What is the casualty report? Tang Chong, filled with sorrow, replied, Over 30 brothers have perished. We thought this would be a routine escort, yet we were ambushed as soon as we left Dongchang City. How can I face their families now? After a moment of silence, Lin Mang glanced at the carriage behind him and said, Hasten the burial of the bodies. Inform everyone. We must depart post-haste tonight. Tang Chong hesitated. But what if the people of Yunguo object? Lin Mang's expression hardened as he declared, I shall go personally. He then strode swiftly towards the Yunguo convoy. Casting his gaze around, Lin Mang called out, Jinyiwei General, I request an audience with the envoy of Yunguo. After a considerable wait, a figure emerged from a carriage, garbed in the attire of Yunguo, appearing to be in his 30s. I am the envoy of Yunguo. Cui Wuorong. Lin Mang appraised him and stated solemnly, I am Lin Mang, the Jinyiwei General in charge of this escort. We have just been attacked by brigands, and further danger may loom. We have resolved to leave this place tonight. What is your stance on this matter? Cui Wuorong shook his head. That is not feasible. After days of travel, the princess is exceedingly fatigued and requires rest. Lin Mang furrowed his brow. We need only to vacate this location temporarily. A town lies ahead where we can recuperate for 2 days. Cui Wuorong reiterated, Lin Darin, it is not that I am unwilling. But the princess has endured a taxing journey and was recently startled. She has already retired for the night. I have heard that the Jinyiwei are the elite forces of the Ming Emperor. Mere bandits could hardly pose a threat. I trust that Lin Darin can ensure the safety of the princess. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone turning icier. Is this the will of the Yunguo princess? Cui Wuorong spoke. What is Lord Lin's intention? Is it not your duty to protect the princess? Would the esteemed Imperial Guards of the Ming Dynasty truly fear a mere band of ruffians? Lin Mang cast a deep glance at him, turned on his heel, and uttered in a low voice, Everyone, we depart immediately. Cui Wuorong's expression shifted, his gaze darkening as he fixated on Lin Mang's retreating figure, and coldly remarked, Lord Lin, it is not advisable for the princess to travel at night. Before he could finish, a cold xiuchun knife was pressed against his neck, the blade firmly resting against his skin. Lin Mang regarded him with an impassive expression and replied icily, I have stated, everyone, depart at once. Moreover, she is your princess, not the princess of our Ming dynasty. Lin Mang continued coldly, do you have any objections? And no. Cui Wuorong shook his head, his face betraying his unwillingness. Chapter 44. The White Lotus Sect in the southwest. Atop a precipice, a figure clad in a black cloak gazed quietly into the distance, the icy wind rustling his garment. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee, and spoke in a low voice, My lord, the assassination has failed. Silence ensued. After a moment of stillness, the cloaked figure gradually turned, revealing an exceptionally youthful visage. It appeared that there were skilled warriors among the escort. With a tone devoid of emotion, the man looked at the starry sky and sighed, You people are utterly useless. As his words fell, the kneeling figure's face transformed into one of sheer terror. In the next instant, his mouth agape, he was overwhelmed with dread as tiny insects poured forth from his eyes, ears, and mouth. In mere moments, he was devoured by countless gray worms, leaving behind only an empty skeleton. A palm-sized grotesque insect slipped from the black-cloaked man's hand, its menacing mandibles emitting a soft hum. Instantly, the ground's gray insects emitted piercing cries, soon succumbing to lifelessness. The grotesque insect's mandibles continued to buzz, producing a joyful sound. Just then, a ferocious screech pierced the night like a soaring eagle. Once again, you shameless beasts of the White Lotus sect dare to impersonate my Ming sect. A furious voice followed. Before the words had fully settled, another figure appeared atop the cliff. Dressed in scholarly robes and wielding an iron fan, he appeared refined and elegant. Ming sect, 5 scatterers, Lung Qian. The black-cloaked man regarded the newcomer with a smile, casually remarking, I did not expect to be discovered so swiftly. How dull. Humph. Lang Qian snorted coldly. With a flick of his iron fan, sharp blades were revealed. The air crackled with sword energy. Yet, the black-cloaked man merely smiled. As the earth beneath him stirred, countless insects rushing towards the blades. Instead of the anticipated scene of carnage, a symphony of metal clashing resonated. Gather. Upon uttering this command, the insects coalesced, forming a more formidable and grotesque creature. Iron-armored insect, Lang Qian stated flatly. So it is the Black Lotus Guardian. I have often heard that the Black Lotus Guardian hails from the 5 Poison sect and excels in the art of insect manipulation. Now that I see it, it is indeed true. Hiki. The Black Lotus Guardian smiled, a trivial matter. But in the next instant, the smile vanished from his face, and he plunged down the cliff. Beneath the precipice, a giant eagle with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters soared, carrying the Black Lotus Guardian aloft. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the eagle was not a true bird, but rather a formation of thumb-sized flying insects. The Black Lotus Guardian proclaimed, I did not expect the esteemed 5 scatterers of the Ming sect to grace us with their presence today. I am indeed flattered. Until we meet again. Countless insects lifted the Black Lotus Guardian, swiftly vanishing into the night. Almost simultaneously, several figures emerged from the forest behind, dressed as a Taoist priest. One man wore an iron crown, accompanied by two others in monk attire, one stout and the other slender. One carried a cloth bag, while the other was blind in one eye. As for the remaining individual, he appeared disheveled, resembling a beggar. Cursed be it. The thieves of the White Lotus sect have escaped again. The Taoist with the iron crown wore a grim expression as he coldly remarked, in recent years, the White Lotus sect has disguised itself as members of our Ming sect, ruthlessly attacking officials, leading to even greater suppression of our sect. I wonder what their intentions are this time. Zhou Jin took a swig from his flask of strong liquor and declared, the earthly flag will arrive shortly. We must eradicate the local branch of the White Lotus sect. After a brief discussion, the group hastily descended the mountain. After traveling for 3 hours through the night, they finally reached the outskirts of a town. Nevertheless, Lin Mang remained cautious, recalling the previous mishap at the relay station. He glanced at the cart behind him before turning to Tang Chong, instructing, Lord Tang, please dispatch a squad of soldiers to investigate alongside my Jinyiwei. Tang Chong nodded and quickly assembled an elite team, accompanying 3 innate-level commanders of the Jinyiwei into the town. He looked around and whispered, my lord, do you think those masked assassins are here for Princess Shuli of the Yun Kingdom, or? His sentence trailed off, abruptly interrupted by Lin Mang's raised hand. Lin Mang replied indifferently, these assassins are clearly coveting the princess's beauty. Tang Chong was taken aback. Lin Mang shot him a glance, choosing not to elaborate further. Some matters were best left unknown. He then pulled on the reins and moved to the rear. Have you made any progress? A Jinyiwei member shook his head, reporting, we have exhausted all available methods of interrogation, yet she remained silent. A fierce horse was tethered to the earlier captured woman. Although her dantian had been crippled, her innate strength and robust physique allowed her to endure being dragged for 3 hours without losing consciousness. The woman regarded Lin Mang with cold disdain. Her eyes filled with scorn. Her clothing was tattered, and she appeared utterly disheveled. Lin Mang dismounted and approached her, pausing momentarily before coldly stating, speak, and I shall spare your life. Humph. The woman opened her mouth to spit at Lin Mang, but he was quicker. With a swift strike, he struck her chin, forcibly closing her mouth with a faint sound of cracking bones. The woman glared at Lin Mang with a fierce look, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Clang! A flash of steel sliced through the air, and blood splattered. The previously defiant woman gradually slumped down, a stream of crimson flowing from her neck. Lin Mang's gaze remained impassive. To withstand the severe torture of the Jinyiwei, her will had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. Dealing with such individuals required the slow dismantling of their spirit, shattering their psychological defenses. However, at this moment, he clearly could not afford to keep a killer alive, nor did he have the luxury of time. Energy points, 5,000. Lin Mang sheathed his blade and calmly instructed, bury the body. Understood. In the present day, the members of the Jinyiwei have developed a profound sense of reverence for Lin Mang, a practitioner of the true Qi realm. Had it not been for the preceding skirmish, many of them would likely have remained in ignorance. Lin Mang turned towards the carriage, dismissing those around him, and instructed the Jinyiwei to allow no one to approach. Approaching one particular carriage, he whispered, Chief of the Jinyiwei, Lin Mang, humbly requests an audience with the esteemed individual within. He felt compelled to ascertain the true identity of the person he was escorting. The assassins were not merely targeting the noble ladies. Among the carriages, only this one bore the faintest tracks, indicating it likely contained the fewest occupants. Moreover, it was the only carriage amidst the chaos that had not echoed with cries of terror. In light of the impossibility of extracting information from the assassins, he resolved to seek out the target instead. After a prolonged silence, a gentle voice emerged from within the carriage. Lord Lin, please do come inside for a conversation. Chapter 45. The granddaughter of Li Chongliang. The moment Lin Mang stepped into the carriage, he was momentarily taken aback. The carriage was spacious, specially designed to accommodate 10 passengers. However, at that moment, it housed only 2 individuals. In the center lay a basin of charcoal, its flames gently flickering, exuding a tender warmth. Beside the fire, a maid knelt on a soft fur rug, meticulously adding charcoal to the fire. Upon noticing Lin Mang's entrance, she shot him an irritated glance. Lin Mang's attention, however, was captivated by a young girl holding a scroll. She was draped in a white fox fur coat and wrapped in a thick robe, yet her complexion appeared somewhat pale, her frail form seemingly vulnerable to the slightest breeze. After Lin Mang entered the carriage, she set down her scroll, offering him a faint smile tinged with apology. I am Milan, and it is an honor to meet you, Sir Lin. I apologize for the troubles I have caused you and the esteemed members of the Jinyiwei due to my circumstances. Lin Mang furrowed his brow and clasped his hands in greeting. Miss, could you elucidate? Li Yilan hesitated for a moment before softly replying. My father is Li Rusong, and my grandfather is Li Chongyang. Those assassins must have come for me. In an attempt to ensure my safety, my father specifically requested the Jinyiwei to escort me, inadvertently endangering your lives. A thunderous shock resonated within Lin Mang's heart. Li Qingyang, the renowned general from Liaodun? It dawned upon him why such a task necessitated the personal escort of the Jinyiwei. Yet, he was unaware of his granddaughter's existence. Li Yilan offered a gentle smile, saying, I recall having met Sir Lin once before. This marks the second time you have saved me. Lin Mang's eyes widened in astonishment as a memory flashed in his mind. At the tavern outside Dongchang City? Yes, Li Yilan nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting regret. The guards at home had already ensured the empty carriage's departure, believing they could deceive them. But alas, they were discovered. Them? Lin Mang inquired, a look of curiosity crossing his face. By Lian Jiao, Li Yilan replied softly. Lin Mang's gaze sharpened, and he nodded in understanding. I comprehend now. I apologize for the intrusion, Mississippi. He then turned to exit the carriage. Once Lin Mang had departed, the maid whispered, Miss, why did you reveal that to him? The master stated that this journey is perilous, and your identity must remain confidential. If only we had requested the Iron Cavalry for escort. This journey is fraught with danger. Li Yilan picked up her scroll again, shaking her head with a sigh. If the Iron Cavalry enters the capital, my father would surely face censure from the officials. In truth, I never intended to come to the capital, but my father's good intentions were impossible to refuse. I do not wish for the esteemed members of the Jinyiwei to perish because of me. The maid pouted, Miss, I believe you should heed the master's advice. There are physicians in the capital who can surely cure your ailment. Let us hope, Li Yilan replied, shaking her head, her gaze returning to the scroll in her hands. Lin Mang summoned someone, speaking softly, instruct them to keep a close watch on this carriage. We must prevent any unforeseen incidents. By Lian Jiao. A faint smirk appeared on Lin Mang's face. These individuals are indeed treacherous, masquerading as members of the Ming sect and attributing all manner of blame to them. One wonders what the Ming sect would feel upon discovering this. In truth, both the White Lotus sect and the Ming sect are malignant tumors in this world. Tang Chong approached from a distance, cupping his hands in salute. My lord, the inspection is complete, and no issues were found. Lin Mang nodded slightly and instructed. Let the team rest here for the time being. We shall resume our journey tomorrow. Within the Cloud Kingdom's caravan, in a finely crafted carriage, the national master, Cui Wuwan, sat contemplatively, remarking in a low voice, the strength of the Ming dynasty's Jinyiwei is indeed remarkable. Even a mere junior commander possesses such power. Beside him, Cui Wuron's countenance darkened as he retorted, yet this person is far too arrogant, showing such disdain even for the princess. Though he and Cui Wuwan were of the same lineage, their statuses were worlds apart. In the Cloud Kingdom, all recognized Cui Wuwan, while none knew of Cui Wurong. Cui Wuwan cast a sidelong glance at him, scoffing, They are not here to escort us. Displaying your authority before them is merely inviting ridicule. Despite being seated within the carriage, he was not oblivious to the external skirmishes. At the onset of the battle, the Jinyiwei had prioritized the protection of the rear carriage, indicating the presence of significant individuals within. He was acutely aware of his relatives' thoughts. Cui Wuwan spoke solemnly, Do not forget our true purpose in this endeavor. It is regrettable that the Ming has not dispatched their true experts. Cui Wurong sneered. The White Lotus sect is utterly incompetent, achieving nothing while causing endless trouble. With no hesitation, Cui Wuwan delivered a sharp slap to him, his gaze frigid as he coldly commanded, Mind your words. Cui Wurong, begrudgingly acquiescing, nodded and murmured, I was wrong. The following day, at noon, the caravan set forth again. In the ensuing days, they encountered no further attempts on their lives. Yet, Lin Mang felt a sense of unease. The White Lotus sect had pursued them relentlessly, even dispatching true Qi assassins. It was clear they would not simply relent. The tranquility was, in fact, more worrisome, as they were nearing the territory of Shuntian Prefecture. Once they crossed into Shuntian, the White Lotus sect would likely find it difficult to make a move. As the sun began to set, they finally arrived at the vicinity of Wuqing County, thus entering Shuntian Prefecture. Lin Mang pondered with curiosity, had the White Lotus sect truly given up? Upon reaching the gates of Wuqing County, the county magistrate, accompanied by local officials, awaited their arrival. Lin Mang dismounted and approached, introducing himself, commander of the Jinyiwei, Lin Mang, the county magistrate. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a slightly portly figure replied, "I am Wu He, the magistrate of Wuqing County." After a brief exchange, Wu He promptly led the group into the town. "Lord Lin, I have prepared a guest house. The Cloud Kingdom's princess may take residence today." Lin Mang cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your efforts, Lord Wu." The secluded villa offered by Wu Hiding, while somewhat remote, was favored for its tranquility, as it was devoid of nearby inhabitants. Meanwhile, the entourage of the beautiful lady was settled in a courtyard not far from the villa. After considerable effort, it took them a good 2 to 3 hours to arrange everything. Once the princess of the Yun Kingdom was comfortably accommodated, Tang Chong approached Lin Mang to bid farewell. Upon entering Shuntian Prefecture, their mission would be deemed accomplished. Tang Chong clasped his hands and remarked, "My Lord Lin, take care on your journey." "Safe travels, Lord Tang." Lin Mang sighed softly as he watched Tang Chong depart, then turned to enter the adjacent residential quarters. He had a foreboding sense that the members of the White Lotus sect would not easily relent. As evening fell, Lin Mang received an invitation, extending from the local Baihu Suwa. Chapter 46. Ablaze at the ladies' retreat. Gazing at the invitation in his hand, Lin Mang furrowed his brow, lost in profound contemplation. Upon their arrival in the city, no one from the 100 House had come forth, yet now, unexpectedly, an invitation had been delivered. Thus, it was a challenge for him to decline, especially on another's territory. However, Lin Mang rose and cast a glance at the adjacent retreat, pondering briefly before making his way to the courtyard. After a moment, Lin Mang emerged from the courtyard, leading several Imperial Guards towards the 100 Fragrance building. Outside, 2 Imperial Guards awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Lin Mang, they respectfully greeted him. "We salute you, Captain Lin." Lin Mang nodded slightly, preparing to enter the 100 Fragrance building. At that moment, the 2 at the entrance suddenly reached out to stop him. One of them said, "My Lord Lin, please forgive us. Our master of the 100 House has only invited you." Lin Mang's eyes narrowed as he replied coolly, "The invitation did not specify the number of attendees, did it? If it were merely for my presence, then I regret to inform you that I cannot attend the banquet today. We have shared life and death together, enduring numerous trials. These are my sworn brothers. How could I attend alone? Therefore, please convey to Master Chow that I am unable to join the banquet today." Having spoken, Lin Mang turned to leave. The 2 exchanged glances, and one hastily said, "Captain Lin, please wait." Lin Mang thoughtfully scrutinized them before stepping into the 100 Fragrance building. The 100 Fragrance building was a renowned tavern in Wuqing County, known for its lively performances by dancers and musicians at night. Typically, the atmosphere here would be bustling with activity. At the head of the hall, on a yellow flower chair, sat a figure draped in a black cloak, exuding an imposing presence. Lin Mang clasped his hands in salute. "I pay my respects to Master Chow." Silence. Lin Mang's eyes narrowed, and his tone grew noticeably firmer. "I bow before you, Master Chow." Behind him, 2 figures stood proudly, holding embroidered spring knives, their expressions cold and disdainful. Casting Lin Mang a glance laced with subtle mockery, Lin Mang gradually straightened his posture, lowering his clasped hands, and after a fleeting glance at the nearby seat, he boldly seated himself. Impudent. Before he could voice his thoughts, a figure abruptly appeared before him, rising off the ground, their gaze fixated on Lin Mang in shock. In that instant, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Lin Mang grasped the person's neck, his voice icy. "What do you wish to say?" His grip tightened slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Cough, cough. The individual, struggling for breath, attempted to resist, but the pain in his neck intensified with each effort. "Captain Lin, do let it go." The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. With a sharp crack, Lin Mang released his grip, nonchalantly dusting off his sleeve. Producing the invitation, he slammed it onto the table, his voice cold. "Master Chow, this invitation was sent by you, was it not? Yet you greet me with such hostility upon your arrival. I believe it is you who have overstepped, Master Chow. Prior to today, I do not believe I have had the pleasure of meeting you, so I must inquire where I have offended you?" Seeing this, Lin Mang gestured for everyone to step back. "You cannot enter the capital." Lin Mang let out a cold laugh and remarked softly, "It appears that the influence of that individual exceeds my expectations. I am quite intrigued." With one hand resting on his sword, he coldly inquired, "Is a mere 100 households worth such effort on your part? First, you bribed servants to orchestrate an assassination, then dispatched people from the capital, and now, having entered Shuntian Prefecture, you are obstructed by a mere 100 households. You persistently hinder me. Do you truly believe I lack temper? Or do you think me easily intimidated?" In an instant, his expression turned ice-cold as he rose and said, "Lin Zongqi, today I invite you to witness a splendid performance." Turning his gaze, Lin Mang's pupils constricted sharply. In the southeast, a fierce blaze raged uncontrollably in the darkness, its flames illuminating half the sky. Thick smoke billowed upward, and the fire spread wildly in all directions. The few Jinyiwei accompanying Lin Mang changed color. One of them exclaimed in panic, "My lord, that is the courtyard where the talented young ladies reside." But in the next moment, the sound of long blades being drawn echoed abruptly around the tavern. Countless figures clad in black and masked rushed out from the private rooms on the second floor, wielding steel blades with ominous gazes. The dancing maidens in the hall also unsheathed their soft swords, revealing their murderous intent. Lin Mang's gaze darkened as he coldly stated, "Do you not fear plotting against the talented young ladies?" As for Lin Zongqi, bravely fighting the villains of the Ming cult and unfortunately sacrificing himself would surely become a tale of heroism. Meanwhile, leading the Jinyiwei of Wuqing County to engage in a bloody battle against the Ming cult villains and slaying their assassins should at least balance the scales of merit and fault. No? Lin Mang glanced at the assassins above and sneered, saying, "I see not the Ming cult, but rather the White Lotus sect. Do you not have the audacity to conspire with the White Lotus sect? That is a crime punishable by extermination of 9 clans. You actually know of the White Lotus sect?" Chapter 47. The higher the path, the greater the magic. Gazing at the blazing inferno outside the window, a sudden smile broke upon Lin Mang's face. The roaring flames illuminated the nocturnal darkness, infusing the frigid night with a semblance of warmth. However, Lin Mang paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, lightly remarking, "Today, I have invited a most special guest to witness this performance. Miss Li, I must apologize for the inconvenience caused." As his words fell, a voice, frail yet distinct, emerged from behind him. "There is no need for such formality, Lord Lin. It is I, Ilan, who ought to express gratitude. It is I who have inadvertently brought trouble upon you." Following this, a member of the Jinyiwei slowly peeled away a human mask from his face, revealing the slightly pallid visage of Li Ilan. Despite the grim circumstances, her eyes radiated calmness, devoid of fear. "Haha." Lin Mang laughed heartily, reflecting on the resilience of those from noble military families. Ordinary women would likely have succumbed to terror by now. Since when did the Jinyiwei include women? A remarkable lady indeed. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Mang taunted, "Lord Xiao, it seems your partner has not divulged the truth of the matter to you. TSK. The White Lotus sect has deceived even someone as naive as you. Rest assured, next time, I shall ensure that 2 more of their members meet their demise on your behalf. Lin Mang, regardless of your schemes, you shall not evade death today." In an instant, a horde of masked assassins surged forth from all directions. Clang! Lin Mang swiftly drew his blade, a brilliant flash of light slicing through the air. His figure danced like a specter among the black-clad killers, elusive and unpredictable, leaving behind a series of indistinct afterimages. The chilling white blade shimmered, freezing the movements of one black-clad figure after another. With a spray of crimson, severed heads rolled upon the ground, lifeless bodies collapsing in a gruesome display. Lin Mang flicked the blood from his blade, commanding coldly, "Protect Miss Li." He had brought 4 members of the Jinyiwei with him, aside from Li Ilan. The remaining 3 were seasoned veterans, each a chief of innate prowess with years of combat experience. "Understood," they shouted in unison, brandishing their weapons to shield Li Ilan. Lin Mang, wielding his Bagwan knife, weaved through the assassins, relentlessly reaping lives with each strike. The gleaming blade glinted with each arc, accompanied by sprays of blood, leaving his robe stained and his face marked with a streak of crimson, enhancing his menacing aura. In the blink of an eye, over 30 corpses lay strewn across the ground. What a swift blade! Taking a slight step back, his gaze fell upon Li Ilan, now surrounded by her protectors. He suddenly barked, "You 3, eliminate that woman, and I shall guarantee your survival. You all have families. Why follow Lin Mang to your doom? Let me be frank. Lin Mang has offended those he ought not to have. Do you wish to perish alongside him? Kill her, and I shall reward each of you with 3,000 taels." The 3 guardians of Li Ilan hesitated momentarily. In this world, secrets are best kept by the dead. Moreover, they were acutely aware of Lin Mang's formidable prowess. Should they indeed slay Miss Li, it would likely be their own demise that would follow. Regardless, it was evident that none of them would leave this day unscathed. From atop the towering edifice emerged a figure, cloaked in a tiger skin and adorned with a conical hat, bearing a longbow upon his back. In his grasp was an exceptionally large longbow, while a quiver behind him contained 20 finely crafted iron arrows. Knocking an arrow, he drew the bowstring. A surge of vital energy coalesced upon the arrowhead, forming a swirling azure vortex. The air crackled ominously. In that instant, a resonant hum reverberated as the bowstring vibrated. The arrow, imbued with the azure cyclone, descended like a shooting star, propelled by an overwhelming force towards Lin Mang's back. In a heartbeat, Lin Mang felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. Boom! The golden bell shield activated instantaneously, materializing into a colossal protective barrier that enveloped him. The arrow collided with the shield's force, producing a thunderous explosion. The rebound generated by the golden bell shield sent the arrow spiraling away, piercing through two black-clad assassins in succession. The distinctiveness of the golden bell shield was unmistakable. Yet, what astonished him further was the revelation that Lin Mang had already cultivated his protective vital energy. The phrase vital energy realm flashed through his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Such innate talent was indeed remarkable. It was rumored that he was once of mediocre potential, yet here he was, clearly concealing his true abilities. After over 30 years of arduous training, he had only reached the late stage of the innate realm, and with this realization, his anger intensified. Internally cursing the wretches of the White Lotus sect for withholding this information from him, Lin Mang suddenly pivoted, his icy gaze locking onto the figure on the second floor. Boom! The azure stone floor shattered beneath him as Lin Mang ascended like a great rock, a blade aura coalescing at the edge of his weapon. At that moment, the figure knocked another arrow, launching 4 shafts simultaneously. Forged entirely from fine iron, the arrows gleamed with a chilling light as they whistled through the air from various angles, their piercing sounds growing sharper as they sliced through the atmosphere. Vital energy enveloped the arrows, aimed squarely at Lin Mang. Lin Mang's expression darkened as he summoned his protective vital energy, charging against the arrows with a fierce slash of his blade. A resplendent golden blade aura erupted like a surging tide, cleaving downward with ferocity. The terrifying blade aura shattered one of the arrows to smithereens. Boom! The floor above was carved out, leaving a gaping chasm of over 10 meters, with wood splintering in every direction. Meanwhile, the bowman, akin to a swift arrow, had already landed nearby, knocking another arrow. Lin Mang stepped onto the incoming projectile, using it to propel himself into the air, his vital energy surging into the blade. In that fleeting moment, his essence reached its zenith. In his sight, there was only the solitary figure ahead. Vital energy converged, and the fearsome blade light accompanied his form as he vanished from his original position. This strike embodied the entirety of Lin Mang's strength. Chapter 48. The Massacre at Wuqing's 100 Households. A terrifying wave of sword energy enveloped his figure, causing him to vanish from his original position. The sharp blade loomed larger within the eyes of the bowman, as if all vision were consumed by that glimmer of cold steel. A chilling aura rushed forth. Swiftly, the speed of this strike startled him to his core. In a moment of panic, he raised his longbow. Clang! The violent clash ignited a spark that swiftly extinguished, as the frenzied blade severed the bowman's hands, leaving them a bloody mess. Wood splintered into the air. The bow of superior quality shattered in twain. Yet, the force of the blade did not diminish, rather, it intensified. The bowman's eyes widened in terror, his body swaying as he sought to evade to the side. But Lin Mang was quicker. Countless dark lines coursed along his legs. Although this martial technique was not lightness skill, after his breakthrough to perfection, he had revealed extraordinary speed. In that fleeting moment, he could unleash unparalleled swiftness. The blade's light flashed. With a soft thud, a line of blood appeared at the bowman's forehead, and almost instantaneously, his body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth and staining the hall crimson. Energy points, 5,000 useless. He cursed inwardly, lamenting the incompetence of the White Lotus sect, where not a single reliable person could be found. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and leapt through the window. Lin Mang's expression turned icy as he descended into the hall, his embroidered spring knife enveloped in an endless wave of sword energy, slaughtering the black-clad figures without mercy. Blood flowed like rivers. Heads rolled. In mere moments, over 100 corpses lay strewn across the floor, blood cascading down the stone steps of Baixiang Tower and into the streets beyond. The cold wind howled. Blood congealed upon the ground into a thick layer of ice crystals. Dragging his bloodied knife, Lin Mang coldly regarded the three individuals and uttered, "Protect Miss Li. I trust you will refrain from any thoughts that should not cross your minds." A shiver ran through the three as they beheld the figure of Lin Mang, resembling a god of death, instilling a flicker of fear within them. Today, they finally understood the origin of the moniker God of Death in Yuanjiang City. Suddenly, Lin Mang halted, his gaze sweeping into the darkness, imbued with a chilling intensity. On the pitch-black street, the sound of metal scraping against metal began to emerge, akin to blades being dragged across the ground, illuminated by the moonlight. Countless silhouettes materialized in the shadows. Members of the Jinyiwei appeared from all directions, encircling Baixiang Tower with impenetrable resolve. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The cold wind roared. Garments billowed. Lin Mang colluded with the Ming sect, plotting against the virtuous maidens. Such crimes are unforgivable. He must be slain. The sound of numerous mechanisms being activated echoed in the darkness. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt sliced through the night. His bloodied robe rustled in the chilling breeze. His long hair, which should have been tied back, flowed freely over his shoulders, dancing in the wind. As his hair brushed against his face, it revealed his cold, lifeless eyes. With a single step forward, a sense of dread surged within the crowd, compelling them to involuntarily retreat a step. Lin Mang gazed upon the Jinyiwei in the arena, unleashing a thunderous roar. At his words, the surrounding Jinyiwei momentarily froze in astonishment. Collaborating with the White Lotus sect? Attack! What are you waiting for? In an instant, a myriad of crossbow bolts rained down from all directions, cascading like torrential raindrops. The piercing sound of whistling arrows filled the air. Lin Mang remained composed, slowly raising the embroidered spring knife in his hand. In that fleeting moment, a golden radiance enveloped his figure, as if he had transformed into a colossal bell, heavy beyond comprehension. Bang! Bang! Boom! The massive stone beneath him shattered, debris scattering wildly. Braving the relentless onslaught of crossbow bolts, Lin Mang charged forth. The surrounding Jinyiwei drew their blades and advanced, without a hint of hesitation. He struck with his knife, blood splattering before him. Heads rolled. With every flash of his blade, another head fell to the ground. Fear and helplessness gripped the hearts of the Jinyiwei. As they beheld the figure bathed in golden light, the blades in their hands trembled slightly. Their attacks appeared utterly futile in that moment. Suddenly, a bizarre thought emerged in Lin Mang's mind. Would that esteemed individual ever come to regret this? Swiftly, he dismissed this absurd notion with a scoff. No matter how formidable one's martial prowess, under the overwhelming weight of power, the only fate that awaits is annihilation. How many martial sects ultimately succumbed? One by one, the Jinyiwei fell, their blood staining the streets. Lin Mang raised his knife, pointing coldly, "Lord Xiao, now you stand alone." Though his skills were on the rise, he seemed unable to recall the last time he had engaged in battle. Do you believe you can bear the title of slaughtering the 100 households of Wuqing County? You must understand, they will not believe you. Even if the truth were different, who would vouch for you? Or do you place your hopes on those who accompanied you? He continued, in the face of power, the so-called truth is utterly inconsequential. No one cares for a mere captain. We are but pitiful creatures. Lin Mang suddenly let out a cold laugh. And with a fierce step, he executed a horizontal slash. The blade's energy surged. Energy points, 2,000. A head was sent flying, the incision precise and clean. His pupils widened in fury, fixated on the headless corpse before him. Enough of your empty words. Chapter 49, A small gift beneath the luminous full moon and the twinkling stars. Lin Mang entered the Baixiang building, his dagger slung at his side. The scene before him evoked a slight astonishment. Beside a table, a young girl was quietly engrossed in a book. The flickering candlelight illuminated half of her delicate profile. The ground was strewn with corpses, the azure stone floor stained with blood. 3 guards in brocade stood behind him, their expressions peculiar. Even they felt discomfort in the presence of such a scene, yet this girl seemed unfazed, absorbed in her reading. Truly, a remarkable individual. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, Li Yilan turned her head, standing up with a smile. "Lord Lin, I beg your pardon for my rudeness." Lin Mang shook his head, curiosity piquing. "Miss Li, do you have a great fondness for reading?" Li Yilan narrowed her eyes slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied. "Lord Lin finds it strange that I can still read in such circumstances, does he not?" Lin Mang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Li Yilan to be so composed, and nodded in acknowledgement. Li Yilan set down her book, gazing out the window with calmness. "Lord Lin, I grew up in Liaodong and have long since become accustomed to such sights. Furthermore, they are all dead. What is there to fear?" Lin Mang clasped his hands, expressing sincere admiration. "I am impressed." In that fleeting moment, he found himself yearning to witness the world of Liaodong firsthand. He tore open the garment of a cloaked figure, revealing the emblem of a holy flame etched upon his chest. Upon examining several corpses, he discovered the same insignia repeatedly. Approaching the body of the earlier bowman, he bent down to search through his clothing. Suddenly, a thin booklet fell to the ground. Ding! Discovered martial technique, Phoenix Tail Arrow. Would you like to spend 300 energy points to cultivate it? Phoenix Tail Arrow? Lin Mang's eyes widened in surprise. He picked up the booklet, casually flipping through its pages. A subtle joy blossoming on his face. He glanced at the special arrows in the quiver not far away, the Phoenix Tail Arrow. Without hesitation, he chose to cultivate it. Having an additional martial technique at his disposal was certainly advantageous. While others required a significant amount of time to hone their skills, this was not a concern for him. The archery skills displayed by this individual were formidable, had his own cultivation not surpassed the foe's, coupled with his superior speed. He might not have so easily vanquished him today. Within the confines of the tavern, the limited space further restricted his archery prowess. In an instant, Phoenix Tail Arrow was mastered, and his mind flooded with insights. Spending energy points, he continued to enhance the Phoenix Tail Arrow. Phoenix Tail Arrow Minor Achievement. Phoenix Tail Arrow Major Achievement. Phoenix Tail Arrow Perfected. A total of 8,000 energy points were expended, bringing the Phoenix Tail Arrow to a state of perfection. Instantly, Lin Mang's mind brimmed with countless archery insights, as though he had practiced for decades. From nothingness to abundance, his thoughts were filled with various shooting techniques. Gazing at the longbow split in two, Lin Mang inwardly regretted not being gentler in his initial strike. Nevertheless, he collected the arrows crafted from special refined iron and hardwood, tossing them to a commanding guard in brocade who accompanied him. At that moment, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed down the street, illuminated by the flickering glow of torches. The county magistrate, Wu of Wuqing, hurriedly approached, flanked by a cadre of yamen runners and county soldiers. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight of corpses strewn across the street, he drew in a sharp breath. Not only he, but the surrounding soldiers and yamen runners also broke out in a cold sweat. They had been engaged in firefighting efforts when they learned of the chaos and slaughter here, only to be met with this horrific scene. Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Mang rose from the Baixiang building, narrowing his eyes, and called out in a deep voice. Wu He, do you know your crimes? The thunderous proclamation rendered Wu He momentarily speechless. Lord Lin, faced with the blood-soaked figure before him. He hesitated to acknowledge the identity. Wu He's complexion paled as he quickly replied, Lord Lin, I am wronged. I truly have no idea what has transpired. To conspire with the White Lotus sect is a crime punishable by the annihilation of one's entire clan. Wait. Wu He instinctively cast a glance at the ground and suddenly noticed a severed head rolling near his feet. His face drained of color, and his legs quivered uncontrollably. Oh. Lin Mang approached Wu He, leaning in and whispering, Wu Darren, do you truly know nothing? At that moment, Wu He felt a tremor of fear in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Lin Mang's gaze and the glint of a blade as it slipped from its sheath. Lin Mang patted Wu He's shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips as he earnestly remarked, there are still numerous bodies of the Ming cult and the White Lotus sect within Baixiang building, without a doubt. Wu He's eyes flickered momentarily before he bellowed. Someone, clean this place up. Lin Mang smiled and cupped his hands, saying, my apologies, Wu Darren. I mistakenly accused you earlier. Wu He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly returned the gesture. Lord Lin, you are too kind. I am grateful for your timely intervention in eliminating these brigands and saving Wuqing County. Otherwise, it would surely have resulted in a catastrophe. Your contributions are invaluable. Lin Mang regarded Wu He with a penetrating gaze, choosing not to say more. The 100 households of Wuqing County had all met their end. The dead cannot speak. Even if Wu He were reluctant to cooperate, there remained one exceptionally crucial witness, Li Yilan. She was the sole observer of the entire incident, yet unless absolutely necessary. He did not wish for her to step forward. It was best for Wu He to take the lead. Those who attain the position of county magistrate in Shuntian Prefecture are invariably backed by various influential civil officials. The incident in Wuqing County provides a prime opportunity for those officials to voice their grievances. The officials have suffered greatly under the tyranny of the Jinyiwei and the Qiaowei. On one hand, they seek to entrench their own people, while on the other, they yearn for the downfall of these institutions. With this incident, they could likely vent their frustrations for 3 days and nights in the court. Furthermore, the Zhenfu division, in its attempt to stabilize the situation, would undoubtedly need to pay some price or create scapegoats. Others would hardly be willing to bear the brunt of your mistakes. Such is the nature of the officialdom. And the same holds true for the Jinyiwei, where harmony is not to be expected. Lin Mang's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a hint of a cold smile. As he inwardly mused, I hope you will appreciate this small gift I have bestowed upon you. Chapter 50, The Foster Father. A man tied to the Western Depot throughout the night, Wuching County was engulfed in chaos. First, the Xian Pavilion was set ablaze, followed by the complete annihilation of the 100 households of the Jinyiwei. The entire populace trembled in fear. However, Lin Mang remained unusually at ease, seated in a yellow flower chair, observing Wu He as he penned a memorial. Since entering the city, he had dispatched inquiries regarding the county magistrate of Wuching. He could hardly be deemed a fool, yet he was far from being a virtuous official. A corrupt man, he had nonetheless performed good deeds for the common folk, which was precisely why Lin Mang chose him. For Wu He, discovering the collusion between the Jinyiwei and the White Lotus Society presented an unparalleled opportunity for merit. Being young and ambitious, he would undoubtedly be tempted by such a significant achievement. Nevertheless, Lin Mang remained focused, watching Wu He as he completed the memorial and witnessed the Yamen runner dispatch it. Lin Mang rose and remarked, "Master Wu, it is late. You ought to retire for the night." Wu He forced a smile, his expression somewhat unnerving. "Master Lin, it is you who should rest early." Lin Mang chuckled softly and turned to exit the Yamen. As he observed Lin Mang depart, a figure emerged slowly from behind a partition within the Yamen. Dressed in a scholar's robe, it was the county's secretary. "My lord, are you truly going to heed his words?" The secretary gazed at Wu He in astonishment, then suddenly chuckled. "So, my lord, you are merely riding the tide? What other choice do I have?" Wu He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose with a wry smile. "Lin Mang has already drawn his sword. I dare not gamble. I fear that madman might truly strike." The sight of the corpses strewn across the ground had instilled genuine fear in him. In the realm of officials, most adhered to decorum. Yet this particular individual appeared to have little regard for such conventions. Wu He suddenly smiled, lifted a cup of tea from the table, and took a sip, saying nonchalantly, "In truth, this outcome is advantageous for us. I have already enlisted the help of my mentor within the court. With this merit, alongside my previous accomplishments, I shall be sufficiently qualified to enter the Ministry of Personnel. Thus, I ought to express my gratitude to him." The secretary hurriedly clasped his hands in salute, exclaiming, "Congratulations on your promotion, my lord." "Haha." Wu He laughed heartily. "Rest assured, I shall take you with me when I depart." The secretary bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for your support." Yet, Wu He failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of something unusual in the secretary's eyes as he lowered his head. Outside the Xian Pavilion, upon seeing Lin Mang approach on horseback, several Jinyiwei rushed forward. Lin Mang pulled the reins and inquired, "Is the Xian safe?" One of the Jinyiwei, filled with admiration, replied, "Thanks to your foresight, my lord, the Xian was evacuated in time. The only structure destroyed by those scoundrels was this pavilion." Initially, they had questioned Lin Mang's decision, but the moment the pavilion ignited, they felt a chill run down their spines, fearing for their own fate should harm befall the Xian. Gazing at the ruins of the pavilion, Lin Mang smirked disdainfully. Thus, after his departure, he instructed the Jinyiwei to discreetly relocate the Xian to a nearby residence. This Xian pavilion was merely an empty shell. Lin Mang spoke in a low voice, "Instruct everyone to heighten their vigilance. We shall set forth at dawn." "Understood." Several individuals clasped their fists in response. The following day, at the break of dawn, outside Wuching County, Lin Mang clasped his hands and said, "Lord Wu, there is no need to see us off." Wu He waved his hand, and a person behind him presented a brocade box. "Lord Lin, this contains the ill-gotten gains seized from those members of the Ming sect last night, and as they were eliminated by your hand, we request that you handle them appropriately." Lin Mang narrowed his eyes, gazing at the brocade box, then opened it for a fleeting glance. A smile graced his face. He took the box and declared with righteous indignation, "Since this is the wealth of thieves, it surely comes from dubious origins, extorted from the common folk, and thus must be returned to them." Wu He's lips twitched, yet being a seasoned official, he echoed, "Lord Lin speaks wisely." He mused inwardly. "This lad is truly discreet in his dealings. Return it to the common people? Not a soul would believe such a claim. Yet, these funds did not belong to him, so he felt no loss." Lin Mang tugged at the reins and shouted, "Let us depart." In the procession, the grand banner of the Jinyiwei fluttered boldly in the cold wind. The caravan gradually receded. As the sun illuminated the earth, it vanished entirely beyond the horizon. In the capital, at the xiuchun, a secret report was laid upon a desk. Shenju casually flipped through it, a smile unwittingly spreading across his face. He murmured, "From the very first encounter, I knew this lad was no ordinary person. I never anticipated such a significant stir would ensue in such a brief span of time. I truly did not misjudge him." A youthful eunuch, with a refined countenance, quietly inquired, "Foster father, Who is this individual that commands your esteem so? As Chen Ju's trusted confidant, it was rare for him to witness such a smile from Chen Ju. Foster father, if you truly admire him, why not recruit him to our xiuchun? Chen Ju shot him a glance and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I sense he harbors no intentions of self-castration. Though he himself was a eunuch, he held no shame in discussing such topics. During the reign of the Qingzu, the Sanbao eunuch famously ventured to the western seas. And he too had entertained aspirations. What of being a eunuch? What does it matter if the world looks down upon them? One must first hold oneself in esteem. One day, Chen Ju shall carve his name into the annals of history. He picked up the secret edict from the table and handed it to the nearby young eunuch, saying, Jinzhong, take a look and share your thoughts. Li Jinzhong took the report, and gradually, astonishment spread across his face. Jinyiwei, Lin Mang, I seem to recall this individual. Chen Ju rose with a chuckle. Of course, you do. His father was involved in the Zhang Shofu incident and was promoted to the position of Jinyiwei Baihu due to his merits. However, Chen Ju shook his head, a look of regret crossing his features. The current Jinyiwei is rife with chaos, with numerous factions vying for power. Li Mingcheng has long had his eyes on that position. Li Jinzhong, astonished, queried, is he the son of the Wuqing Marquis, Li Mingcheng? He set down the report and whispered, Foster father, this individual truly possesses merit. Why not invite him to the xiuchun? Chen Ju replied with irritation, you, day after day, are preoccupied with recruiting people for the Western factory. Are you, perhaps, planning for your future as a factory supervisor? Li Jinzhong gave an awkward smile and hastily replied, adoptive father, I am merely considering your interests. Chen Ju pondered for a moment, then turned to his desk and began to compose a memorial. In that case, let me lend him a hand and see how far he can go. Chapter 51. Fish eyes mixed with pearls. The sun hung high in the sky as the escort team, after several hours of travel, paused for a respite in a wooded area. A few members of the Jinyiwei had already begun roasting fresh game. Lin Mang leaned against a tree, squinting at the convoy of the state of out cloud ahead. Throughout this journey, he had yet to see the illustrious Princess Li Xiu emerge from her carriage. Furthermore, not even a glimpse of the out cloud's Yuruin had been spotted. At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air, reminiscent of an arrow slicing through space. A feathered arrow swiftly shot from the forest, embedding itself in the trunk of a tree beside Lin Mang. The Jinyiwei immediately heightened their vigilance. Lin Mang scanned the surroundings, rising to retrieve a scroll of correspondence bound to the arrow. To the Honorable Lin Durin. The bold, vigorous characters inscribed on the note made Lin Mang's eyes narrow. He swiftly unfurled the letter, his pupils constricting sharply. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet, one hand resting on his embroidered spring blade as he made his way toward the convoy of ladies. The Jinyiwei, witnessing his urgency, quickly gathered around him. Bring forth all the ladies from within the carriage. The crowd fell silent, perplexed. However, given Lin Mang's formidable reputation, they dared not disobey and promptly complied. Soon, with the exception of Li Lan, all the ladies were ushered out of their vehicles. Each of these chosen maidens possessed remarkable beauty and grace. Much to the delight of the Jinyiwei, Lin Mang retrieved the roster entrusted to him by the Qianhu and approached one of the ladies, commanding, state your name, origin, and family circumstances. The ladies selected were from reputable families, often affluent households, many belonging to noble lineages. For these illustrious families, alliances through marriage were customary, and sending daughters to the palace was commonplace. Although the chances were slim, who would not wish to seize even the slightest opportunity? Among those residing in esteemed families, who did not aspire to ascend to greatness? In stark contrast, daughters from impoverished households struggled to meet basic needs. Mastery of the arts was beyond reach, and their appearances were often unrefined. Even if a few possessed exceptional beauty, they would likely prefer to mar their own faces than to enter the palace. Startled by Lin Mang's thunderous demand, the lady trembled and promptly divulged her information. Lin Mang continued his inquiries, moving methodically from one maiden to the next. Clang. Suddenly, Lin Mang drew his sword, pointing it menacingly. Sever the heads of these three. The command sent shockwaves through the gathered ladies, their faces draining of color. Not only the maidens, but also the Jinyiwei accompanying them displayed expressions of astonishment. A singular thought resonated in their minds. Has this man lost his sanity? The three maidens, now pale and trembling, cried out in terror. Help! One of them screeched in fear. Not far off, Cui Wurong approached, furrowing his brow. Lin Durin. What are you doing? Lin Mang cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. Noting the hesitance among the Jinyiwei, he brandished his blade and advanced toward the three maidens. Upon witnessing the scene, the three young ladies hastily retreated, with one seeking refuge behind several guards clad in brocade, while another dashed behind Cui Wuorong. Sui Ning took a deep breath, gazing at Lin Mang, and inquired, "My Lord Lin, what do you intend to do?" Among the guards, he was the most seasoned, hailing from the 1,000 Household Division. Had it not been for Lin Mang, this position of authority might have rightfully belonged to him. Nevertheless, he had never placed much value on such matters and trusted the judgment of the 1,000 Household Lord. Throughout their journey, Lin Mang had indeed demonstrated his prowess, however. Today's actions left Sui Ning perplexed. Lin Mang smirked slightly, casting a glance at the young lady cowering behind Sui Ning, and coldly declared, "She is a member of the White Lotus sect." "What?" Sui Ning exclaimed in astonishment. The young lady behind him wept like a rain-drenched pear blossom, stammering in fear. "My lord, I am not. What is the White Lotus sect? I know nothing of it." After a moment of contemplation, Sui Ning stepped aside and abruptly drew his embroidered spring blade. He believed that Lin Mang would not make baseless accusations. In an instant, the surrounding guards unsheathed their long blades, and the atmosphere grew tense. Observing the unfolding events, two young ladies staggered backward, seeking shelter behind Cui Wuorong. Lin Mang commanded, "Stand aside." Cui Wuorong snorted disdainfully, responding, "My Lord Lin, I have heard these individuals are to be sent to the palace as young ladies. Is your action not excessive? Do you not fear the wrath of our great Ming Emperor? Any matter should be deferred until we reach the capital and hand it over to the palace authorities." As his words fell, he once again felt the chilling edge of a blade, the sharp steel pressed closely to his throat. Lin Mang's expression was frigid, his gaze unwavering as he coldly retorted, "When has the affairs of the Jinyiwei required the intervention of an outsider like you? Or do you from the land of Izumo wish to meddle in the matters of our Ming dynasty?" Cui Wuorong's countenance darkened. No sooner had he spoken than the three young ladies, hidden behind him, suddenly drew daggers from their waists and lunged forward with ferocity. In that fleeting moment, they exhibited a speed comparable to that of a formidable warrior. "Dog official, perish!" One of the young ladies glared fiercely, darting past Cui Wuorong, only to be met with a flash of steel. With a sickening sound, a bloodied head soared into the air, blood gushing like a fountain, staining Cui Wuorong. Lin Mang advanced a step, his embroidered spring blade sweeping across, leaving a crimson mark on the neck of another young lady. In a swift motion, he struck the last young lady on the back, pure yang energy invading her body, eliciting a cry of despair. From the onset of the combat to its swift conclusion, mere moments had passed. The onlookers gazed at the three young ladies, their hair standing on end. These individuals bore no resemblance to young ladies. They were evidently well-trained assassins. Should these individuals truly be sent to the palace, any ensuing calamity would result in a grave punishment for all involved. Lin Mang gradually sheathed his blade and instructed, "Sui Zongqi, send a few men 300 meters into the forest. The genuine young ladies are there. Take this one away." Several guards promptly escorted the last half-conscious young lady away. At that moment, Lin Mang suddenly turned to Cui Wuorong, a playful glint in his eye. "Lord Cui," he inquired, "may I ask why you chose to shelter these three individuals? Furthermore, why did they refrain from taking action against you?" Cui Wuorong replied coldly, "What do you mean by that, Lord Lin? Do you suspect that I am in collusion with them?" Lin Mang chuckled softly, then turned to leave, leaving behind a cryptic remark, "I have never made such an assertion." Soon, Sui Ning appeared, escorting the three talented ladies out from the woods. Sui Ning clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Earlier, we were foolish and unaware." Before Sui Ning could finish, Lin Mang raised his hand to interrupt. "You are not the only one in the dark. I am as well." Glancing at the letter in his hand, he murmured, "Please wait here for the time being. I shall meet with this friend who has brought gifts." Chapter 52. The Grand Ceremony of Mingzong in the Forest. Lin Mang steadied his sword and gazed ahead. Speaking calmly, "Friends of Mingzong, please step forward." A gust of wind swept through the fallen leaves, stirring up a slight cloud of dust. Suddenly, a hearty laugh resonated through the woods. "Haha, Mr. Lin, at such a young age, your prowess is indeed remarkable." From the bamboo grove emerged a man clad in a black robe, his face adorned with a broad smile. In his 30s, he nevertheless exuded an air of weariness. "I am Yin Yuan, the standard-bearer of the thick earth banner, representing Mingzong." A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Mang's eyes upon hearing the title of the standard-bearer. Yin Yuan clasped his hands and continued, "Mr. Lin, the White Lotus sect has impersonated members of Mingzong, committing heinous acts and poisoning the populace. This is truly detestable. I have sent word to you, hoping to spare you further deception." Lin Mang replied with a faint smile. I must thank you, Master Yan. Yin Yuan regarded Lin Mang with profound intensity, saying meaningfully, I trust that even without our warning, Mr. Lin would have discerned the truth. He then posed a question. What? May I ask, is the purpose of your invitation? Yin Yuan smiled as he responded, Mr. Lin, we have heard of your deeds, and the entire Ming zone holds you in high esteem. Lin Mang raised his hand to interrupt. No need for flattery, Master Yan. Oh? Lin Mang's interest was piqued, and he asked curiously, what manner of wager do you propose? Yin Yuan retrieved a brocade box from within his robes and stated solemnly, this is the first gift from Mingzong to you, Mr. Lin. With that, he tossed the brocade box toward Lin Mang. With a swift motion, Lin Mang caught the box, opened it, and his expression turned to one of astonishment. Yin Yuan maintained a subtle smile, saying meaningfully, I wonder if this gift meets your satisfaction. We are aware that you cultivate the yang techniques, thus we have specially prepared this item for you. Ding. You have discovered the technique Supreme Pure Yang Art. Would you like to spend 500 energy points to cultivate it? A flicker of intrigue flashed in Lin Mang's eyes. If he recalled correctly, this technique originated from the Xiao sect, evolving into the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies technique of the Tianshan Tonglao. Such an internal martial arts manual would likely not be preserved even in the secret treasury of the Jinyiwei. Even if it were, it would not be accessible to ordinary individuals. However, where did Mingzong acquire it? To cultivate. Lin Mang quietly closed the brocade box, looking at Yin Yuan. He shook his head and said, Master Yin, this gift is far too precious. I fear I cannot accept it. Yin Yuan appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly not anticipating Lin Mang's refusal. However, he quickly composed himself and replied earnestly, Mr. Lin, there is no need for hasty rejection. I assure you, Mingzong will not place you in any perilous situations. Even if disaster were to befall us one day, you would not be implicated. Lin Mang remained silent. This gift was not so easily relinquished. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Yuan continued, Mr. Lin, now I present the second gift. He then produced a palm-sized scroll from his robes. Lord Lin, this is a map detailing the distribution of troops and personnel of a branch of the White Lotus sect. I intend to eradicate this sect, and such a feat would undoubtedly elevate your status, Lord Lin. Lin Mang gazed at the map, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Indeed, it is a significant gift. Unlike other martial sects, the court is relentless in its pursuit of the White Lotus, given their history of rebellion. Of course, the Ming sect is not in a much better position. One could say they are equally matched. Their sect's ideology naturally aligns with that of the court. Should we succeed in dismantling a branch of the White Lotus sect, it would be a monumental achievement. Yin Yuan gently clapped his hands, and a figure clad in the earthly banner emerged from the woods, cradling a long knife forged from cold iron, the blade exuding a chilling aura even from several meters away. Yin Yuan explained, this blade, crafted by a renowned master, emulates the design of the embroidered spring knife. This, too, is a third gift for you, Lord Lin. Gazing at the long knife radiating an astonishing coldness, Lin Mang felt a stirring within. His own embroidered spring knife, a bestowed blade, was indeed formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the one before him. Each of the 3 gifts is extraordinary. I do not comprehend. Lin Mang pondered aloud, are you not placing too much significance on me? Furthermore, I may not be able to provide you with any assistance. Yin Yuan shook his head, saying, I have already stated our intention. We seek to befriend you, Lord Lin. Moreover, regarding this matter, only 2 individuals within the Ming sect are privy to it. Lin Mang's gaze darkened as he instinctively glanced towards the depths of the bamboo forest. 2. In the entire Ming sect, the only one capable of commanding the earthly banner at present is likely the left envoy. Lin Mang inhaled deeply, weighing the pros and cons. Collaborating with the Ming sect is undeniably a perilous endeavor. As a member of the Imperial Guard, he ought to eliminate Yin Yuan at this moment. Yet, Lin Mang cupped his hands, a smile gracing his face. I am grateful for your generous gifts, Yin Qishur. Yin Yuan felt a silent relief wash over him. Lin Mang accepted the map and the long knife, turning to leave. After a while, a figure in white emerged from the forest, and Yin Yuan respectfully addressed him, Sect Master. Yin Yuan hesitated, asking, Sect Master, I do not understand why you hold him in such high regard. He has swiftly progressed from the post-heaven realm to the true Qi realm, which speaks to his exceptional talent. Furthermore, retaining these items serves little purpose. Should the Ming sect ever meet its demise, it would only benefit our enemies. Establishing a good rapport with him may ensure that, even if our Ming sect faces ruin, some embers of hope remain. Meanwhile, within a tavern in Wucheng County, A figure clad in black robes sat by the window, quietly observing the distance, the very direction where a great fire had raged the previous night. The individual in black was none other than the Black Lotus Guardian of the White Lotus sect. A middle-aged man dressed in merchant attire hurried upstairs, approaching the Black Lotus Guardian and whispering, "Guardian." The Black Lotus Guardian glanced at him, a light chuckle escaping his lips. That esteemed leader of the Imperial Guard is likely reveling in his triumph at this moment. He mistakenly believed that he had successfully diverted the attention from the talented maidens, unaware that we had already uncovered his ruse. Leon is merely a secondary target. Our true intention was to swap the maidens. A faint smile of self-assurance graced his face. The middle-aged man standing beside him, reluctant to speak, found himself compelled to interject at that moment. The expression on the face of the Black Lotus Guardian instantly froze. Chapter 53. Entering the capital as Lin Mang emerged from the woods, all eyes were drawn to him, immediately fixating on the brand-new broad blade in his hand. For those who practice martial arts, a superior weapon is a universal aspiration. Envy. Lin Mang cast a fleeting glance at the crowd and remarked nonchalantly, "I just picked it up in the forest." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched in disbelief. Picked it up? Such a claim could only deceive the gullible. Approaching a tree, Lin Mang gently unsheathed his newly acquired xiuchun knife. Clang! A dazzling cold light flashed forth. The blade emanated an endless chill, imparting an extraordinarily frigid sensation. The bright surface of the blade reflected Lin Mang's sharply defined features. He lightly flicked the blade with his fingers, producing a crisp sound as the blade trembled, seemingly slicing through the air. Leaves drifted down. With a gentle stroke, he effortlessly carved a perfectly neat incision into the dry foliage. A fine weapon indeed. Lin Mang's eyes sparkled with delight. With a thought, he summoned the system panel. Name, Lin Mang. Identity, Chief of the Jinyiwei Realm. True Qi Realm. Mid-stage. Cultivation method. Supreme Pure Yang technique. First layer. Iron cloth shirt completed. Supreme Pure Yang skill. 9th layer. Golden Bell shield. Major completion. Martial skills. Golden Crow blade technique completed. Bagua palm completed. Bagua blade completed. Blackfoot completed. Heart-crushing palm, minor completion. Phoenix tail arrow, completed. Energy points, 65. For 100 Lin Mang felt an inner joy, realizing that he had unknowingly amassed such a significant number of energy points. Casual flipping through the Supreme Pure Yang technique revealed a satisfied expression on his face. The martial arts of the Xiao sect were indeed remarkable and equally embodying utmost rigidity and brightness. Practicing it posed no discomfort whatsoever. This technique is also divided into 9 layers, but can only be cultivated by those of innate realm, placing a greater emphasis on foundational strength. Mastering the first 3 layers is sufficient to ascend to the true Qi realm, while the middle 3 layers lead to the Tiangang realm. Should one break through the 7th layer, they would attain the master realm. Given that he was already training in the Supreme Pure Yang skill, transitioning to this technique would pose no challenges. He effortlessly transformed his entire true Qi into the true Qi of the Supreme Pure Yang technique. In fact, during his training in the Supreme Pure Yang skill, he had discovered that this method was incomplete. Or rather, he was only practicing the upper portion. The true teachings regarding the Tiangang realm and Master realm were absent. Initially, he intended to select from the Jinyiwei secret repository upon entering the capital. But with the Supreme Pure Yang technique now at hand, that plan was rendered unnecessary. Enhancement. Energy points. 40,000. True Qi late stage. Instantly, his internal true Qi surged like a tidal wave, as if pure Yang true fire was igniting within his meridians. The immense true Qi flowed through him, invigorating his blood and nourishing his organs. Crackling. With a fierce clench of his fist, a resounding sonic boom echoed through the air. Glancing at the remaining energy points, Lin Mang continued to invest them into the Golden Bell Shield. Energy points. 12,000. Golden Bell Shield completed. Boom. Within the depths of his chest and abdomen, it felt as though a thunderous roar erupted, coursing through his limbs and organs with an overwhelming force. Those who cultivate external martial arts often possess strength that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. While one in the true Qi realm can lift colossal weights, it is predominantly through the utilization of their vital energy. Yet, at this moment, he relied solely on his innate strength, sufficient to lift 1,000-gene cauldron, rivaling that of those born with divine power. When the Golden Bell Shield reached its zenith, he comprehended the distinction between mastery and perfection. Lin Mang sighed softly, his eyes reflecting a tinge of regret. It is a pity that he cannot attain complete mastery of true Qi before entering the capital. Rising, he commanded, gather. Prepare to set forth. The grand procession resumed its journey. Inside the carriage of the Cloud Kingdom, Cui Wuwan lowered the window, his expression dark and foreboding. Who authorized your meddling? He coldly inquired. Cui Wuong bore a vivid red handprint on one cheek, murmuring, but those individuals were deliberately placed by the White Lotus sect. Before he could finish, Cui Wuwan interrupted sharply, foolish. Utterly foolish. If your stupidity jeopardizes our plans, prepare for self-destruction. Cui Wuong's complexion paled. Cousin, I was wrong. Cui Wuwan inhaled deeply, a cold smirk gracing his lips. You ought to feel fortunate. This person holds a lowly position. Should he discover anything, none would believe him. Once we enter the capital, you need not appear again. I shall take full responsibility for the diplomatic mission. Cui Wuong nodded reluctantly. Cui Wuwan cast a sidelong glance at him, stating coolly, do not harbor discontent. The capital is far from the simplicity you envision. Cui Wuong fell silent, leaning against the side and closing his eyes in quietude. In the western chamber of the Northern Pacification Office, Zhao Jingzhong set down the confidential report, his countenance icy. Below him, Zhou Yunxing knelt on one knee, his shoulders trembling incessantly. The atmosphere was thick with tension. After a prolonged silence, a detached voice gradually broke the stillness. Do you understand? He is soon to enter the capital. The calm words fell upon Zhou Yunxing's ears like a thunderclap. Zhao Jingzhong's voice rose sharply, declaring, moreover, he has presented us with a significant gift. The Lord has faced reprimand from the Emperor, 2 deputy captains have been dispatched, and 300 captains have been dismissed. The censors have berated us for 3 consecutive days. Were it not for the Lord's protection, I too would have been exiled. Currently, the officials, censors, and various factions are scrutinizing us. Any further action would only hand them a weapon against us. Imbecile. Zhou Yunxing shuddered inwardly, grappling with his own unspoken grievances. Who could have anticipated that this young man would be so formidable? Ironically, that fool had colluded with the White Lotus sect, providing the censors with grounds for their accusations. Zhao Jingzhong's expression remained impassive as he waved his hand. You may leave. Should this matter go awry? You know what must be done. Understood. Zhou Yunxing rose and retreated. Beyond the capital, the procession of the Cloud Kingdom passed by slowly. Ahead of them, officials from the Ministry of Rites awaited to extend their greetings. Lin Mang took a deep breath, steadying his grip on the sword as he moved towards the rear. He dismounted and retrieved a small box, carrying it toward Li Yilan's carriage. Miss Li, I have an unusual request. May I change my attire within your carriage? Li Yilan opened the carriage door, smiling as she replied, Lord Lin, please feel free. She then gracefully descended from the carriage, accompanied by the talented maidens, while Lin Mang stepped inside. After a brief moment, he emerged from the carriage, now adorned in a resplendent silver flying fish robe bestowed by the Emperor. His sharp brows slanted elegantly, and his phoenix-like eyes radiated authority. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Li Yilan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her gaze. Lin Mang remounted his horse, gazing intently at the magnificent city in the distance, and proclaimed in a commanding voice, to the capital. At your command, came the resounding reply from the crowd, their voices echoing with fervor and strength. Chapter 54. Entering the Northern Town Administrative Office, the brocade-clad arrival. At the moment he donned the imperial bestowal of the 100-house flying fish attire. His heart had already resolved that upon entering the city today, he would either wear this garb until his last breath or be buried in it. Of course, this was the most pessimistic of scenarios. As the procession reached the gates of the capital, agents from the Western Depot awaited their arrival. After all, the talented ladies were to enter the palace, and the ensuing inspections were beyond the purview of the brocade guards. Yet, he had not anticipated that the individuals present for the handover would belong to the Western Depot. From a distance, Lin Mang discerned a figure poised majestically upon a steed. The person's features were strikingly fair and refined. At this moment, he was smiling, and his mirth appeared genuine. By instinct, Lin Mang surmised that this individual was smiling directly at him, though he was certain he did not recognize him. Suppressing his confusion, Lin Mang urged his horse forward and saluted. I pay my respects to the esteemed official. Li Jinzong approached and scrutinized Lin Mang for a moment, then clapped his hands and exclaimed, indeed, quite remarkable. He generously lavished praise before shifting the conversation. Lord Lin, with your refined appearance and distinguished demeanor, might I inquire if you would consider joining our Western Depot? Lin Mang was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, Your kindness is duly noted, esteemed official. But the Lin family has only one line of descent, and I have yet to bear any offspring. Li Jinzong sighed softly, a look of regret crossing his face. It seemed that his adoptive father's words were indeed true. He had undertaken this task of welcoming the talented ladies specifically to meet the young men his father had spoken of. In truth, he felt a tumult of emotions. While he experienced a sense of loss, he also felt a tinge of relief. If his adoptive father valued Lin Mang so highly, should Lin Mang truly join the Western Depot, his own position could become precarious. Thus, Lin Mang's refusal could be deemed a fortunate turn of events. Li Jinzong rode closer and earnestly advised, Lord Lin, from this point forward, you must rely on yourself. The gates of the administrative office are not easily breached. Additionally, I must caution you that the son of the Marquis of Wuqing, Li Mingcheng, has taken an interest in you. It would be wise for you to ponder this carefully. At times, a modicum of humility may serve one well. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Mang's eyes as he looked at Li Jinzong in bewilderment. Why would the Western Depot be concerned with his affairs? A sudden realization flashed through his mind. Lin Mang clasped his hands and inquired, May I ask, esteemed official, is this related to Lord Chen? His only connection to the Western Depot likely stemmed from the incident involving the evil-repelling sword manual. Li Jinzong smiled and replied casually, Indeed. Lord Lin, you are astute. My adoptive father is none other than the superintendent of the Imperial Horse Guards, Chenju. Understanding dawned upon Lin Mang. And he thought to himself, as expected. Li Jinzong smiled, tugged on the reins, and stated, Lord Lin, the doors of the Western Depot shall always remain open to you. You may come at any time. He then waved to the cohort of Western Depot agents behind him, who proceeded to escort the carriage into the city. Lin Mang followed closely behind, accompanied by his retinue. Although the Western Depot had taken charge, they too needed to fulfill their duties at the administrative office, completing the task of transferring official seals. More importantly, they had to ensure the safe passage of Li Yilan into the city. As the group entered the city, they were soon awestruck by the capital's opulence. Nevertheless, Lin Mang remained composed, his expression unchanging and tranquil. Having witnessed the bustling traffic of the 21st century, he naturally faced it with serenity. The crowd that followed him gazed at him with admiration, internally sighing, I am not as capable as he. As pedestrians caught sight of Lin Mang's flying fish attire, they instinctively stepped aside. Compared to the famed East and West factories, the well-established Jinyiwei held even greater authority in the eyes of the common folk. Yet, curiosity stirred within some. Who was this young man adorned in the imperial flying fish garb? The ordinary citizens of the capital possessed insights that surpassed those outside the city. A mere glance at the sedan chairs on the street revealed the rank of officials seated within. Some onlookers, watching Lin Mang and his entourage depart, began to whisper among themselves. Lin Mang approached the carriage and quietly inquired, Miss Li, might I ask if you have accommodations within the city? The carriage window opened, and Li Yilan, setting aside her scroll, replied apologetically, My father owns a residence in the North City. I am grateful for your assistance, Lord Lin, during this journey. Lin Mang shook his head, replying, There is no need for such formality, Miss Li. It is my duty. Thus, he guided the group of Jinyiwei to ensure Li Yilan's safe return home. After some inquiries, they soon arrived at the North Town Protectorate. Outside the northern gate of the imperial city, they beheld the expansive and imposing estate. At first glance, it emanated a chilling and formidable aura. Surrounding it stood no other structures, and even the pavement was laid with exquisite blue stone. This served as a symbol of status and power. At the entrance of the protectorate, 2 grand stone lions stood sentinel. People continuously moved in and out of the protectorate. Some arrived on horseback, while others departed with royal steeds. Lin Mang dismounted, leading his horse forward. Upon reaching the entrance, the 2 Jinyiwei guards, upon seeing Lin Mang clad in the special flying fish attire, were momentarily taken aback. This outfit was not merely that of 100 households, it was imperial bestowal, distinctly different from the ordinary attire. Yet, they could not recall when such a personage had emerged from the protectorate. Lin Mang stood firm, a hint of solemnity gracing his features, and declared, We are here on the orders of the East Chang Prefecture's 100 households to escort the talented young lady. With our mission accomplished, we have come to report and transfer duties. He paused slightly, then raised his voice, stating with gravity, At the North Protectorate, Jinyiwei 100 households. Lin Mang has returned from his trials, here to report. His records were indeed within the jurisdiction of the North Protectorate. As his words fell, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically. They finally recalled who he was. Yet, as mere lower-ranking Jinyiwei, They understood that such matters pertained to the intricacies of high-level power struggles, far beyond their influence. They both bowed and greeted. "We pay our respects, my lord." Lin Mang nodded slightly and led his entourage through the gates of the North Protectorate. Observing Lin Mang's entrance, the two exchanged glances, an inexplicable chill running through them. One gazed at the sky and murmured, "A change is coming." The news of Lin Mang's arrival at the Northern Town Protectorate spread like wildfire, swiftly permeating every corner of the establishment. In response, Lin Mang exhibited an air of unperturbed calmness. Even when passers-by whispered in hushed tones, he remained oblivious to their murmurs. He merely guided his companions in the completion of task handovers while simultaneously fulfilling his own duty report. Among the documents were the seals of the 100 Household Chen Tianhui and the seal from the Eastern Changfu's 1,000 Household Office. Once all was accomplished, a smile finally graced Lin Mang's face. "The mountains are high and the roads are long. May we meet again by fate." With these words, he grasped his sword and strode purposefully towards the western courtyard, his silhouette brimming with resolute determination. The cold wind billowed his newly donned flying fish attire, while the two embroidered spring sabers seemed to emanate an astonishing chill. The biting gale howled through the courtyard, and heavy snowflakes danced down from the heavens. Chapter 55. Lin Mang's assertiveness in the western courtyard. Snowflakes as delicate as goose feathers drifted down from the heavens. Lin Mang stood outside the courtyard, gazing quietly. A few pale snowflakes had already settled on his shoulders. He recalled having visited this place only a handful of times. After his father's demise, he fell under the jurisdiction of the western courtyard, and his name was registered there, including the bestowed title of 100 households in the Imperial Guards. This was the very reason he could not assume the position of 100 households. The title rightfully belonged to Zhao Jingzhong, the 1,000 households of the western courtyard. Only Zhao Jingzhong had the authority to withhold this title from him. Behind him trailed a group of Imperial Guards, drawn by the news, eager to observe. Lin Mang paid no heed to the onlookers and brushed the snow off his shoulders, his expression calm as he stepped into the courtyard with his sword at his side. Within the courtyard, the Imperial Guards halted in their tracks, watching in silence. The atmosphere was palpable with tension. None dared to greet Lin Mang, the so-called 100 households, as they were well aware of the underlying circumstances. To them, Lin Mang was now a figure devoid of both name and substance. Lin Mang surveyed his surroundings and proceeded directly towards Zhao Jingzhong's office. However, just as he reached the door, a figure approached from the corridor. "Lord Lin." Zhou Yunsheng came forward, a faint smile gracing his face. Lin Mang glanced at him and replied coolly, "What is it?" Zhou Yunsheng's smile faltered, caught off guard by Lin Mang's demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the timid individual he once knew. Lin Mang scoffed inwardly. The entire western courtyard was under Zhao Jingzhong's command. Any who approached him now were merely Zhao Jingzhong's sycophants or those entangled in self-serving alliances, and thus, he saw no reason to grant them any courtesy. Zhou Yunsheng quickly masked his surprise, forcing a smile as he said, "Lord Lin must be seeking an audience with the 1,000 households. Unfortunately, he is not here today." "Oh." Lin Mang nodded, continuing to stride forward. Zhou Yunsheng's expression shifted, and he coldly asserted, "Lord Lin, I said he is not here." Calmly, Lin Mang turned his head, his indifferent gaze locking onto Zhou Yunsheng. "Does your statement imply that he is truly unavailable, or does it mean I am barred from waiting inside?" Zhou Yunsheng found himself momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Lin Mang chuckled and reached for the door, but at that moment, the door swung open of its own accord. Seated in the prominent master's chair was a figure with a somewhat grim visage, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on Lin Mang outside. Having long occupied a position of authority, most would feel a tremor of fear at his sight. "Greetings, my lord." Lin Mang bowed deeply, proclaiming, "I am Lin Mang, 100 households of the Northern Pacification Department, here to report on the completion of my mission." His solemn voice resonated amidst the swirling snow. The onlookers were taken aback, internally exclaiming, "Madman." Lin Mang's assertiveness exceeded their wildest expectations, clearly challenging Zhao Jingzhong. In the realm of politics, a degree of tact was typically essential, making Lin Mang's boldness all the more remarkable. Zhao Jingzhong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Mang, who stood outside the door. He suppressed the disdain that lingered in his heart. In just a few short months, Lin Mang seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. The shadow of his former self had vanished entirely. A faint smile graced Zhao Jingzhong's face as he gently invited, "Please, come in." Lin Mang strode into the room, presenting his report. Zhao Jingzhong did not glance at the document on the table but instead focused on Lin Mang, praising, "Young Lin, You truly live up to the illustrious reputation of your ancestors. At such a tender age, you have already distinguished yourself remarkably. I often hear the governor commend your talents. Your Excellency, you flatter me, Lin Mang replied with a respectful bow. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to assume my post. However, Zhao Jingzhong sighed softly and stated earnestly, Young Lin, it is not that I wish to hinder your advancement, but rather that your youth and lack of experience may lead to discontent among your subordinates. It would be wise to further hone your skills and accumulate more achievements. Lin Mang raised his head, his expression still composed. Your Excellency, I have already accomplished 8 significant merits and 16 minor ones. Not enough, not enough. Zhao Jingzhong shook his head. You are aware of the situation in the Northern Patrol Office. It is not comparable to the outside world. A cold glimmer passed through Lin Mang's eyes. Unfortunately, I am no longer the Lin Mang of old. He surveyed the room and spoke solemnly. I have discovered a branch of the White Lotus sect. I wonder if this merit suffices? His voice was soft yet distinctly audible to all present. Zhao Jingzhong's eyes widened in astonishment. A branch of the White Lotus sect? His expression shifted subtly. Outside, the crowd's demeanor changed, their gazes filled with uncertainty. If a branch of the White Lotus sect truly existed, even mere discovery would be deemed a significant achievement. The sect was known for its secretive operations, making their branches exceedingly difficult to locate. Otherwise, the court would have eradicated them long ago. Amidst the crowd's uncertain glances, Lin Mang's voice rose sharply, tinged with an interrogative tone. Your Excellency, might I inquire if this merit is sufficient? Has anyone in the Northern Patrol Office uncovered a branch of the White Lotus sect? Zhao Jingzhong's gaze darkened, his tone growing colder. Young Lin, being a commander of the Imperial Guards is no trivial matter. If you cannot manage your subordinates, the repercussions could tarnish the reputation of the Northern Patrol Office. Can you bear such a burden? Anger surged within him, nearly overwhelming his composure. Since assuming the rank of commander, he had never faced such humiliation. Lin Mang replied icily, That is my concern. Were it not for Zhao Jingzhong's position, he would have struck out in that moment. Hypocrisy. Today, he had witnessed the true nature of pretentiousness. Though Zhao Jingzhong seemed to wish for his demise, he still addressed him as Young Lin, a title that made Lin Mang feel utterly repulsed. Zhao Jingzhong's expression darkened further as he signaled to Zhou Yunxing outside. Understanding the silent cue, Zhou Yunxing spoke up. Lord Lin, I have heard of your remarkable prowess. I have a cousin who delights in challenges. Might you grant him the honor of a match? Very well. Lin Mang spoke no more, gripping his knife as he stepped outside. From the moment he crossed the threshold of the Northern Justice Office, he had steeled himself for bloodshed. In the courtyard, a figure had already emerged, clutching a silver spear. The individual wore thin garments despite the heavy snowfall, their eyes obscured by a black cloth. I am Jiang Yi, wielder of the soul-pursuing spear. Please enlighten me. Lin Mang cast a half-smile at Zhou Yunxing and inquired, Could it be that you are an illegitimate child? Zhou Yunxing's expression darkened with anger as he retorted coldly. What brings you to speak such words, Sir Lin? With unabashed laughter, Lin Mang responded, laced with mockery, Then why does your cousin bear the surname Jiang? Zhou Yunxing's countenance soured further as he replied icily, That matter need not concern you, Sir Lin. Lin Mang lowered his gaze to Jiang Yi and calmly declared, The moment I draw my blade, you are certain to perish. Are you truly prepared for this? Chapter 56. Shattering the Pride of the Western Courtyard. The Gunman, King of all weapons. It is often said that years of boxing and months of stick training pale in comparison to the mastery of the spear, which demands relentless dedication over the years. Thus, practitioners of the spear in the martial world are indeed few. The individual before us, wielding a chasing soul spear and standing blindfolded, is undoubtedly a master of spear techniques. Such a person is likely not an inconspicuous figure in the martial realm. Jiang Yi, unperturbed, clasped his hands together and said, I humbly request your guidance. Very well, Lin Mang replied, his voice cold. Today, let our fates be determined by life and death. With that, he unsheathed his brand new xiuchun knife. A chilling glint flashed in the snow, as if the falling snowflakes had been cleaved asunder by this blade. Lin Mang swiftly stomped the ground, shattering the blue stone floor beneath him, and his figure surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Entwined with an unrelenting icy wind, the wind howled beneath the might of his strike. In an instant, the blindfolded Jiang Yi felt his spear tremble in his grip as he executed a direct thrust, though seemingly a simple lunge. It exuded an irresistible force in that fleeting moment, a true advance. Clang! With a resounding clash of metal, Lin Mang's blade met the spear's tip, sparks flying in all directions. As the two collided, Lin Mang gracefully maneuvered with his bagua steps, the swirling snow following his every movement, his garments billowing in the gusts. With a swift motion, Jiang Yi withdrew his spear and thrust once more. The long spear moved like a dragon, striking forth with the speed of a serpent strike. At the spear's tip, a piercing azure energy coalesced. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, sparks erupting with each clash. Lin Mang's inner energy surged, his blade enveloped in a delicate layer of pure golden true energy. The cascading snow transformed into a mist that billowed upward. Suddenly, he unleashed a furious downward strike. The air beneath his blade seemed to part, hissing as it was cleaved. The overwhelming momentum of his strike rolled forth like a tidal wave. The onlookers outside were already captivated in astonishment. True energy realm. Such formidable energy was beyond the capacity of the innate realm. They couldn't help but gasp in awe, their hearts racing. In just a few short months away, had he truly grown to such heights? Gazing from a distance at that strike, they found themselves unable to muster the courage to draw their own blades. The crowd instinctively turned their gazes toward the figure inside the hall. In the master's chair, Zhao Jingzhong paused in his manipulation of the iron orb, his gaze sharpening with an increasing intensity of murderous intent. Boom. The terrifying wave of blade energy grazed Jiang Yi's body as it swept past. A stone mountain within the courtyard was instantaneously shattered into fragments. The strike met the spear's shaft, unleashing an immense force that surged forth. Jiang Yi's arm trembled, his hands splitting, blood trickling down the spear as he staggered back several steps, finally dissipating the tremendous impact, leaving the blue stone floor beneath him in ruins. Rarely did a look of astonishment appear upon Jiang Yi's rigid countenance. Was it innate divine strength? Lin Mang, equipped with the unparalleled might granted by his perfected golden bell shield, wielded an overwhelming advantage among his peers. No matter how intricate your spear techniques may be, I shall cleave through them with a single stroke. As Jiang Yi retreated in an instant, Lin Mang surged forward, shadowing him closely, wielding his blade with furious precision. The gleaming blade flashed in a mesmerizing dance, akin to a dragon diving into the sea, unleashing a terrifying might in a fleeting moment. The dense flurry of blade light left countless blurred afterimages in the air, each shadow seemingly carrying a lethal strike. Reality intertwined with illusion, blurring the lines of truth. The Golden Crow blade technique. With each slash, it echoed as if a golden crow were crying out. At that moment, golden flames seemed to flicker upon the blade. The essence of true energy coalescing, infused with the power of the heavens. Within the hall, Zhao Jingzhong's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mang. In that moment, no one noticed as Zhao Jingzhong sprang upright from his grand chair with a start. Bang! The smile vanished from Zhou Yunshen's face, replaced by a flicker of fear in his eyes. Jiang Yi, the soul-chasing spear, was a figure confined to the imperial prison. Not only was he a master of true energy, but he also held a significant reputation in the martial world, having slain 3 fellow martial artists of equal standing with his spear. Today, the intent was to allow him to deliberately take Lin Mang's life in their duel. Yet the scene before him incited a sense of absurdity within Zhou Yusheng. How could this young man possess such formidable strength? He could understand if it were the scions of prominent families or great sections. At that moment, Zhou Yusheng suddenly felt a pang of trepidation. His pupils contracted in horror as an overwhelming chill washed over him. In a split second, Zhou Yusheng leapt forward and rolled to the ground. The dazzling blade light swept through the air. Bang! The blade energy struck a massive pillar, shattering it in an instant, splintering wood flying everywhere. Lin Mang. Zhou Yusheng scrambled to his feet, his heart a tumult of shock and fury, letting out a frantic roar. Lin Mang, do you seek to harm your comrades? Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos had already swung his blade toward Jiang Yi, casually uttering a phrase. A moment of carelessness. Zhou Yusheng's chest heaved as his heart raced, his back drenched in cold sweat. You. Zhou Yusheng seethed with anger, yet found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he knew that the strike was undoubtedly intentional. Had he not rolled away swiftly in that moment, he would have surely met his demise beneath the blade. In the courtyard, Jiang Yi found himself cornered, almost retreating to a standstill under the pressure of Lin Mang's blade aura. Crack! With a series of sharp sounds, Jiang Yi's spear shattered in his grasp. The blade gifted by the Ming sect was far sharper than ordinary weapons. A sense of despair flooded Jiang Yi's heart as he gripped the 2 broken pieces of his spear and lunged forward. Yet, at the moment his spear broke, his speed faltered just slightly. Swoosh! A flash of pale light sliced through the air. Jiang Yi's right arm, which held the spear, was instantly severed. Blood sprayed forth. Yet the xiuchun blade showed no signs of halting. The blade energy erupted in waves, accompanied by a sound that pierced the air. The blindfold over Jiang Yi's eyes tore, revealing his pale eyes beneath the black cloth. In that instant, he unleashed the pinnacle of his lifelong training. After 26 years of diligent practice with the spear, he knew only to advance. Bang! As the tip of the gun approached within 3 inches of Lin Mang, a resounding sound reverberated through the air, halting any further advance. Jiang Yi's face bore the marks of shock and a hint of confusion. He remained oblivious to the fact that his gun had struck something. He had not even noticed the headless corpse in the courtyard. All he could remember was a cold, indifferent voice whispering in his ear, "Your life, I shall take." A severed head was tossed high into the air, and blood surged forth like a pillar. The crimson liquid stained the pale ground, forming a layer of blood crystal. Energy points, 6,000. Lin Mang sheathed his blade gracefully and descended, evading the splattering blood. Silence. Yet, at that moment, the figure standing resolutely amidst the swirling snow suddenly raised his blade and pointed it into the distance. His gaze fell upon the astonished Zhu Yijun, and his calm words struck like a thunderclap upon the earth. "Zhou Baihu, Lin, though unworthy, dares to seek your guidance. I wonder if Zhou Baihu would be so generous as to impart his wisdom." Chapter 57. I take heaven from the blade. The air seemed to grow even colder. A thick layer of snow blanketed the courtyard. Jiang Yi's lifeless body lay in a pool of blood, frozen in rigid stillness. Zhu Yijun stood nearby, his expression grim. At this moment, he found himself in a dire predicament. Did he dare to accept the challenge? The instant he witnessed Jiang Yi's demise at the hands of the soul-pursuing spear, he understood that he was no match for Lin Mang. Within the ranks of the Jinyiwei, not all who attained the rank of Baihu were exceptional masters. Although Zhu Yijun held the title of Baihu within the Xinfu division, his cultivation barely reached the early stage of true Qi, rendering his combat prowess rather meager. In fact, there was even a Qianhu in the eastern courtyard who lacked martial skills entirely. The onlookers outside the arena whispered among themselves, calling him mad. They had seen recklessness before, but never to such an extent. Everyone was aware that Zhu Yunsheng was a subordinate of Zhao Jingzhong. To seek guidance from him was tantamount to slapping Zhao Jingzhong in the face. Yet, an inexplicable chill crept into their hearts. Suddenly, Lin Mang smiled, locking his gaze onto Zhou Yunsheng, and casually remarked, "Lord Zhou, are you unwilling to impart your wisdom? Or do you merely look down upon me?" Zhou Yunsheng's countenance darkened. If he were to lose, he would be utterly humiliated. Henceforth, should he claim that Lin Mang lacked the strength to fulfill the role of Baihu, it would simply be a jest. If Lin Mang was not capable, then what was he? At that moment, Zhao Jingzhong in the hall spoke in a deep voice, "Lin, my dear nephew, you have already fought once, and your true Qi has been severely depleted. Would it not be unfair to engage in another battle? Perhaps it would be best to postpone until another day." Externally calm, Zhao Jingzhong's heart brimmed with a palpable murderous intent. Lin Mang clasped his hands and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, esteemed Qianhu, but I feel I still possess sufficient energy and am eager to learn from Lord Zhou. There is no need for restraint. It is my honor to spar with a senior such as yourself. Even in the unfortunate event of my demise, I would have no regrets." With a resounding crash, the iron orb in Zhao Jingzhong's hand shattered, and his expression darkened significantly. Zhou Yunsheng instinctively glanced towards Zhao Jingzhong in the room. After a moment, Zhao Jingzhong solemnly declared, "In that case, Baihu Zhou, you may spar with my esteemed nephew Lin. However, I urge you both to hold back and refrain from causing any fatal injuries. As we are all comrades." Zhou Yunsheng felt a quiet sigh of relief within. He knew this was the best outcome he could hope for. Losing was far preferable to losing one's life. Drawing his embroidered spring blade, he coldly stated, "Lord Lin, please." However, Lin Mang did not immediately strike. Instead, he slowly approached Zhou Yunsheng, leaning in to whisper, "I will kill you." Zhou Yunsheng's pupils constricted in shock. "You?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Mang had already drawn his blade and struck. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Yunsheng was gripped by terror. In a frantic rush, he raised his blade to defend himself. The two embroidered spring blades clashed, and an overwhelming force surged along the blades. Zhou Yunsheng's shoulders sank, his arm trembling violently as a flicker of horror crossed his eyes. Lin Mang laughed heartily. "Lord Zhou, do not lose your focus." A terrifying blade aura suddenly manifested, grazing Zhou Yunsheng's cheek and leaving a trail of blood. Blood trickled down the cheek. In an instant, Lin Mang surged forward, striking down once more with his blade. What appeared to be a casual stroke concealed an overwhelming might. Clang! Zhou Yunqing staggered back several steps under the force of the blow, and the blade bore countless intricate cracks. A flicker of panic flashed in Zhou Yunqing's eyes as he let out a furious shout. His vital energy surged within him, and his body sprang into motion, unleashing a torrent of blade energy. A hint of derision glimmered in Lin Mang's eyes. His opponent was rattled. The momentum of the blade faltered. Despite Zhou Yunqing's high proficiency in martial arts, the moment his technique became disordered, his defeat was sealed. At that moment, only one thought consumed Zhou Yunqing's mind. I must kill him. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Mang. The blade energy poured forth uncontrollably. The spring embroidery blade in Zhou Yunqing's hand erupted with a dazzling brilliance, as if countless blade shadows cascaded down like a torrential rain. The blood-red blade energy brimmed with a terrifying, murderous intent. The technique Zhou Yunqing practiced was the blood blade technique, known for its ruthless and lethal strikes. Observing the deadly precision of Zhou Yunqing's attacks, Lin Mang smiled deepened. Then, seemingly inadvertently, he revealed a flaw. Zhou Yunqing's face lit up with joy as he lunged forward. The tip of his blade aimed directly at Lin Mang's heart. 3 inches, 2 inches, 1 inch. At that fleeting moment, the tip of Zhou Yunqing's blade was a mere hair's breadth from Lin Mang's flying fish attire. Suddenly, Lin Mang shouted, "Zhou, you dare to kill me." This exclamation not only startled the onlookers but also jolted Zhou Yunqing to awareness. However, a flicker of resolve quickly crossed his eyes. Killing Lin Mang, with the backing of the Lord of the Thousand Households, would merely result in his demotion. He thought this, yet at that moment, his blade found itself unable to advance even a fraction. A faint golden aura circulated around Lin Mang. Golden bell shield. Zhou Yunqing's pupils constricted sharply. Not good. Just as this thought arose, a palm struck towards him. Heart-crushing palm. Pure yang energy coalesced into a hazy golden palm imprint, instantly thrusting towards Zhou Yunqing's chest. Unbridled, Zhao Jingzhong bellowed as he burst through the door, rushing outside with fury. Stop. A faint smile crept across Lin Mang's lips. Bang. The palm descended. Zhou Yunqing's chest caved in. Pure yang energy rampaged within him, annihilating all meridians, and at that moment, his heart shattered completely. Zhou Yunqing let out a muffled groan, hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. The brilliance in his eyes gradually faded, blood spilling from his lips as he mumbled incoherently. The light in his gaze extinguished entirely. The hand that wielded the blade fell limply to his side, his visage slowly cloaked in the snow. Energy points. For 1,000, Zhao Jingzhong stormed out, his voice seething with anger. Lin Mang, you dare to recklessly kill a comrade? Lord, discern the truth. Before Zhao Jingzhong could utter another word, Lin Mang declared loudly, it was Lord Zhou who sought to kill me first. I acted in self-defense out of desperation. I know not why Lord Zhou suddenly turned against me, but in such dire straits, I had no choice but to protect myself. Zhao Jingzhong fixed a cold glare upon Lin Mang, his heart ablaze with fury, casting a disdainful glance at the lifeless Zhou Yunqing on the ground. He internally berated him as a worthless fool. No matter how one attempted to disguise it, the scene of Zhou Yunqing committing murder was indelibly etched in memory. Among the onlookers were undoubtedly individuals from other factions, their eyes eagerly awaiting his misstep. A death at the hands of a rogue was solely Zhou Yunqing's transgression, bearing no consequence for him. To his dismay, Zhou Yunqing had brought forth such a useless wretch. Zhao Jingzhong inhaled deeply, swiftly regaining his composure, and waved his hand nonchalantly. 2 guards in splendid attire promptly advanced to remove Zhou Yunqing's corpse. Lin Mang offered a faint smile and remarked, "My lord, I wish to challenge once more." As his words fell, several hundred household members hastily departed. Madman. A lunatic. Enough. At that moment, Zhao Jingzhong could no longer contain his wrath. He turned. Speaking in a grave tone, Lin Baihu, there will be time for you to spar in the future. His concession was unmistakable. The very utterance of Lin Baihu signified his capitulation. Lin Mang smiled, sheathing his blade, his face radiant with joy. I take my leave, sir. With a flourish in the snowstorm, he strode away with purpose. Chapter 58. The gift of the town protector, my lord. That is the entirety of the matter. In the grand hall of the northern town protectorate, 100 households knelt on one knee, speaking with utmost reverence. Seated upon the yellow flower chair, a figure clad in a flying fish robe slowly set down the teacup in his hand and replied calmly, "You may leave." Yes, the 100 households clasped his fists respectfully and departed. The only one who could command such deference in the hall of the town protector was none other than Cheng Hongyue. As the 100 households exited, A light chuckle unexpectedly echoed from the inner chamber. You seem particularly concerned about this, Lin Mang. As the words fell, a person emerged from the back room, wrapped in a thick overcoat, his complexion somewhat pallid. His frail body appeared as if it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind, exuding an air of illness. Snowflakes clung to his collar, and strands of white speckled his hair. Cheng Hongyue glanced at him and smiled faintly. Are you not also paying attention? He soon furrowed his brow and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, on such a cold day, you come here in such thin attire. Are you unaware of your own health? With a soft sigh inwardly, he acknowledged that while everyone in the town protectorate knew of the unskilled 1,000 households in the east courtyard, few were aware of the heights of his martial talent. No matter, as the warm tea coursed through him, his complexion seemed to improve slightly, and he continued, with such a commotion, how could one not take notice? I did not expect this young man to be so formidable, daring to commit murder beneath Zhao Jingzhong's very nose. He possesses a certain audacity and considerable strength. He is indeed a promising talent. Yuan Changqing's words carried a note of appreciation. He could not help but chuckle. After all, you are the town protector. It seems unbecoming to revel in the humiliation of your subordinates. Humph. Cheng Hongyue suddenly snorted coldly, the smile vanishing from his face as he spoke in a frigid tone. Over the years, the influence of those aristocratic families and the in-laws has extended far too long, both overtly and covertly sending people to the northern town protectorate. Do they truly believe I am unaware? In the west courtyard, that fellow Zhao Jingzhong has long allied himself with the new Wuqing Marquis. He has controlled the west courtyard for years, at times even daring to openly defy my orders. A glint of dangerous ferocity flickered in Cheng Hongyue's eyes as he scoffed. To forsake a fine marquis and seek to seize control of the Jinyiwei is a path to destruction. The Jinyiwei has always been but a blade in the hands of His Majesty. If that Wuqing Marquis wishes to be the one wielding it, he must first consider whether he possesses the qualifications. Ah, Yuan Changqing set down his teacup, exasperated. Whenever the subject arises, you become so impatient. As I have said, these matters cannot be rushed. They require a gradual approach. The current Jinyiwei is not what it once was. Cheng Hongyue took a hearty sip of the hot tea, pondering leisurely. However, I do have a new idea brewing. Yuan Changqing cast him a knowing glance, as if he had anticipated this, and inquired, Lin Mang? Precisely. Cheng Hongyue arose to gaze at the swirling snow outside, speaking solemnly. This individual is truly a talent, bold and resolute. In Yuanjiang County, he has already extinguished a powerful clan. If given a modicum of support, he could become a razor-sharp blade, ideal for severing the grasp of those noble families and external relatives. Yuan Changqing furrowed his brow in silence, pondering, but have you considered whether this blade might turn against us? He does not seem the type to be easily controlled. Cheng Hongyue chuckled softly, stepping into the courtyard, allowing the snow to blanket him as he replied, if it were otherwise, I would not have chosen him. If he were a docile character, how could he serve as such a keen weapon? Come in. A member of the brocade-clad guards entered the courtyard, bowing respectfully, Sir. Cheng Hongyue's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated for a moment before instructing, go to the west courtyard and deliver a commendation to the new Lin Baihu. The brocade guard, Lin Mang, had repeatedly achieved merit and now deserved entry to the 7th level of the secret treasury. Yes, the guard clasped his fist and bowed respectfully before departing. Inside, Yuan Changqing's calm demeanor revealed a hint of surprise as he remarked softly, this gift of yours carries considerable weight. The treasury housed martial arts from various sects, and only those of the rank of 1,000 household could enter the 7th level. Furthermore, this commendation signified that the Northern Town Pacification Office recognized Lin Mang as the new Baihu, solidifying his position. The news of the new Baihu taking office swiftly spread throughout the Northern Town Pacification Office, particularly among those in the West Courtyard, who were acutely aware of how this position had been attained. In the West Courtyard, the 600th Household Office was expansive, delineated into several independent small courtyards, each serving as a household office. Lin Mang traversed the corridor, stepping into the courtyard. A passing brocade guard noticed Lin Mang's approach, his expression shifting with a flicker of reluctance. He then cupped his hands in salute. Greetings, Baihu sir. Lin Mang paused, intrigued, and inquired, what is your name? Throughout his journey, everyone had avoided him, yet this individual appeared distinctly different. Reporting to you, sir, I am Tang Qi. Lin Mang nodded slightly and instructed, please summon all the chief flags and junior flags to the council hall. Having said that, he turned to depart. Sir. Tang Qi hastily called out to Lin Mang, glancing around cautiously before whispering, "Sir, they all claim to be unwell today and are resting at home." Lin Mang's eyes narrowed as he looked down at the bowing brocade guard, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Let us proceed. Guide me in familiarizing myself with this place." Tang Qi gritted his teeth and respectfully replied, "Sir, please. Fortune often lies in peril." He did not wish to remain an ordinary brocade guard for life. Tang Qi led Lin Mang on a tour of the entire household office, granting Lin Mang a general understanding of the 600th household office. Though small as a sparrow, it possessed all the vital organs. Everything a household office should have was present, with its jurisdiction centered around Jiaozhongfang. Although the capital's security was managed by the 5-city military command and the Shuntian prefecture, there were still matters beyond their purview. Certain regions will be entrusted to the Northern Town Protectorate's Imperial Guards for assistance and management. To put it plainly, this is merely a struggle for power among various factions. "My Lord Lin." The Imperial Guard first offered a respectful salute and then stated, "The Town Protectorate has commanded, and the esteemed 100 household of the Imperial Guards has repeatedly achieved notable merits, thus deserving access to the 7th level of the secret treasury for a day." After speaking, he turned and departed without further ado. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Mang's eyes as he furrowed his brow in silence. Beside him, Tang Qi promptly congratulated, "Congratulations, my lord. Being valued by the Town Protectorate will surely elevate you to great heights in the future." Lin Mang smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "Whether I am truly valued remains to be seen." Chapter 59. The Enchanted Blade hidden in the treasury within the precincts of the 100 House. The inhabitants appeared to have conspired in advance. Some feigned illness, while others claimed pressing matters. The so-called 100 House now stood desolate, rendering its master a mere figurehead, a solitary commander devoid of substance. Yet, in comparison to a previous state of utter obscurity, this was an improvement of considerable magnitude. Tang Qi momentarily faltered, then knelt on one knee with utmost sincerity, stating, "My lord, you are the true master of this 100 House. Those others are merely ignorant and arrogant, incapable of comprehending your prowess." A soft chuckle escaped Lin Mang's lips. The flattery was rather melodious. "Rise," he commanded. "Thank you, my lord." Tang Qi stood, maintaining a respectful posture, his body slightly inclined in deference. Lin Mang regarded him with a piercing gaze and asserted, "You must comprehend my predicament. Have you truly made your decision?" "I do not indulge in circumlocution. I harbor a profound disdain for traitors. You still possess an opportunity to retract your commitment." The initial encounter had been premeditated. It seemed that regardless of his origins, a serendipitous meeting with Tang Qi was inevitable. "My lord." Tang Qi clasped his hands in greeting, gravely declaring, "I am prepared to serve you faithfully, to hold your reins and be your loyal hound." His expression was solemn, eyes betraying a resolute determination. Some opportunities are singular. In this town's pacification office, without sufficient connections or wealth, advancement becomes exceedingly arduous. He had dedicated 5 years to the Northern Pacification Office, and he believed his capabilities and contributions were no less than those of his peers. Yet while others were dispatched or promoted, he remained merely a captain of the Jinyiwei. To outsiders, the Jinyiwei appeared resplendent, yet the tribulations within were known solely to them. He was unwilling to accept a life confined to such mediocrity. "That is unnecessary," Lin Mang replied with a smile, approaching and gently patting his shoulder. "From this day forth, you shall be the chief banner of this 100 House." A glimmer of astonishment crossed Tang Qi's eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. Soon, he regained his composure and hesitantly responded, "My lord, the chief banner is still in place." Lin Mang, maintaining a placid demeanor, cryptically remarked, "Are they not supposed to recuperate at home? If that is the case, I shall grant him an extended leave. However, the affairs of the 100 House are burdensome. The responsibilities of the chief banner must be shouldered by someone." Before this, he had been an ordinary captain. Now he was elevated to the position of chief banner, a rank of proper 7th-grade official. Tang Qi's heart surged with excitement as he knelt once more, solemnly expressing, "Tang Qi is deeply grateful for your promotion, my lord." Lin Mang waved his hand dismissively and turned to exit the courtyard. He intended to inspect the treasury. Although the intentions of the pacification envoy remained unclear, one ought to seize advantageous opportunities when they arise. The treasury was centrally located within the Northern Pacification Office, not constructed above ground, but rather beneath it. The entrance, concealed within a building on the surface, was forged entirely of fine iron, impervious to destruction, even by the most formidable of warriors. Within the treasury lay the martial arts secrets of various sects from the preceding dynasty and the founding of the Ming. as well as divine weapons and miraculous elixirs. It appeared to be unguarded, yet formidable individuals were stationed within. Furthermore, it was unlikely that anyone would dare intrude upon the office of the Jinyiwei's deputy. Arriving at the entrance of the secret vault, Lin Mang produced the seal of the 100 households, stating, "I am Lin Mang of the Jinyiwei, awarded by the esteemed deputy. Here to comprehend the martial arts on the 7th level." A flicker of intrigue passed through the eyes of the 2 Jinyiwei guards stationed in the corridor, who promptly opened the iron door. The heavy door creaked open, releasing a chilling and ominous aura. "Enter," one of the guards cautioned, "but do not venture recklessly." Lin Mang nodded slightly and stepped inside, the iron door slamming shut behind him. Before him lay a profound staircase descending into the depths. Lin Mang descended the stairs, approximately 5 or 6 meters, until he encountered a passageway on his right. He continued until he reached the 7th level, where he entered the adjacent corridor. Before long, rows of bookshelves came into view, densely populated with tomes, some encased in exquisite silk boxes. Lin Mang cast a cursory glance, noticing a simple desk beside the shelves, along with a bed. Sitting cross-legged upon the bed was an elderly man clad in gray, his face weathered and eyes tightly shut. A monk? The thought flickered through Lin Mang's mind. He approached, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Lin Mang of the Jinyiwei, awarded by the esteemed deputy. Here to observe the 7th level." Silence enveloped the room. Lin Mang refrained from further conversation and swiftly proceeded to the bookshelves ahead. Sword techniques, spear techniques, staff techniques, blade techniques. The shelves were neatly categorized with specific labels. Lin Mang headed straight for the blade technique section and began to peruse the titles. Divine Blade Slash, Grade 3, lower tier. Lin Mang's pupils contracted sharply. A sweeping glance around the surrounding shelves left him in awe. No wonder only individuals of the 1,000 households could access this 7th level. He continued to search, finding several martial arts classified as Grade 4. Gradually, he ventured deeper into the shelves and opened a silk box, revealing a blade manual. Demonic Blade, Grade 2, lower tier. The moment he laid eyes upon this manual, Lin Mang's heart raced. While it was true that practitioners of this technique risked losing their sanity to madness, he possessed a system that would mitigate such concerns. He had not anticipated that this level would house such a technique. Just as he prepared to grasp the manual, an abrupt voice resonated. "This blade technique is a peerless demonic art. Its practice easily leads one to madness and loss of reason. Are you truly prepared?" Lin Mang turned to regard the elderly man on the bed, replying calmly, "Thank you for your concern, senior." He picked up the manual and scrutinized it carefully, only to discover it was incomplete. "Senior, why is this technique missing pages?" The elder replied nonchalantly, "Had it not been incomplete, it would not be stored here. The latter portion of this technique is too infused with demonic essence and has been concealed in the 8th level, accessible only to grandmasters." Lin Mang felt a twinge of regret and silently resolved, "I shall practice." Energy points minus 5,000, demonic blade entry. In an instant, a torrent of insights flooded his mind, and his entire being surged with vitality. Around his body, an overwhelming and terrifying blade aura coalesced out of thin air. On the bed, the old man suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression changing dramatically as he fixed his gaze on Lin Mang not far away, bolting upright from his resting place. The old man's countenance shifted repeatedly, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "He has entered the threshold?" As he took a step forward, intending to approach Lin Mang, it felt as if an immense demonic blade was descending upon him in that instant. The intent of the blade. The old man's pupils constricted. His eyes unwaveringly focused on Lin Mang as he murmured to himself, "What is the origin of this young man?" Chapter 60. The recent slaughter has been insufficient after a prolonged period. Lin Mang slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant aura of blade energy seemingly slicing through the air around him. The pure steel floor beneath appeared to have been subjected to an invisible onslaught of this energy, emitting a faint hissing sound as it left shallow scars in its wake. Upon awakening, Lin Mang noticed the elder on the bed intently gazing at him, a mixture of astonishment, curiosity, and a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. "Senior?" Lin Mang tentatively called out. The elder managed a wry smile. Uncertainty etched on his face as he remarked, "Your talent, young friend, is indeed extraordinary. This demonic blade manual has resided here for decades, and countless individuals have sought to practice it, yet merely attempting it leads to mental disarray. Even the venerable monks of Shaolin shun this technique. It remains here solely due to its rarity. To destroy it would be a lamentable loss. Who could have anticipated that today I would encounter such a prodigy? Not only have you swiftly entered the realm, but you have also grasped the essence of the demonic blade. Strange indeed. In the eyes of martial artists, the so-called essence represents a unique realm and a form of momentum. Those in positions of power exude a certain aura. This aura is an external manifestation of the essence, a state of being that is solely one's own, one's heart, and one's weapon. The sword possesses sword intent, the blade possesses blade intent, and the fist possesses fist intent. Countless heroes of the martial world may spend their entire lives without comprehending this essence. Indeed, many spend a lifetime practicing the sword without ever understanding what sword intent truly is. Yet, the elder sighed softly, observing Lin Mang's attire, a sense of helplessness growing within him. Such remarkable talents. If only he could focus on his cultivation, he would undoubtedly become a titan of the martial world. Perhaps even ascend to the realm of celestial beings. Alas, what a pity. A lackey of the court. Lin Mang felt a peculiar sensation. This elder seemed rather strange. What was the source of his inexplicable lamentations? With a heart full of joy, he set aside the demonic blade manual and made his way towards the lightness training area. He had long felt the absence of a superior lightness martial art, relying primarily on the techniques of Zhang and the Blackfoot. However, even after attaining a profound understanding of the Blackfoot technique, its lowly tier remained unchanged. While it sufficed in combat, he feared the day he would encounter an adept in lightness, unable to pursue them. After perusing several lightness techniques, Lin Mang's eyes suddenly brightened. Wudong Cloud Ladder? A fourth-tier technique. To achieve such a rank in a lightness martial art is indeed extraordinary. In the martial world, reputable lightness techniques are exceedingly rare. The blade techniques he had just examined were mostly of the third tier at best, a scarce find. Lin Mang felt a sense of gratitude. This was the true advantage of being sheltered by a great tree. Those martial sects and noble families would go to great lengths, even to the point of bloodshed, for a single manual. Yet for the court, if I desire it, then it is mine for the taking. After a brief perusal, he mused silently. Thankfully, it does not require stepping on one foot and then the other. With a beaming smile, Lin Mang silently declared, cultivation, in the vicinity. The elder observed Lin Mang placing down the manual in his hands. Perplexed, he inquired, what is this? Do you hold the techniques of Wudong's Tiyunzong in disdain? This is indeed an exquisite skill of lightness. He asserted, I dare say there are hardly any techniques of comparable quality within the entire secret repository. Lin Mang, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, shook his head and replied, it is indeed a commendable skill. However, I have already mastered it, rendering further examination unnecessary. The elder paused momentarily, shaken from his reverie, and soon realized, nearly forgetting that this young man had comprehended even the demon blade. A wave of regret washed over him. What a waste of talent. Lin Mang surveyed his surroundings and asked, Elder, might there be any martial arts from the Xiaoyao sect in this place? The elder contemplated for a moment, then gestured towards the left rear, saying, there should be some over there. However, the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect are quite scarce here, even in the entire repository, and most of their techniques require specific mental methods to activate. Lin Mang hastily made his way over. After flipping through several tomes, he finally discovered what he sought within a brocade box. The Life and Death Talisman. A joyful expression graced Lin Mang's face. While the martial techniques were commendable, the inner cultivation methods constituted the core of each sect, and acquiring them was no simple feat. The elder regarded him with a peculiar expression, then turned to walk toward the bed. With such divine skills, why should he remain in this dreary place? He was here to guard, but in exchange for his duties, he could peruse the martial arts within. Were it not for this, few would willingly sit idle in such a frigid locale. Watching the elder depart, Lin Mang smiled brightly. After bidding the elder farewell, he turned and exited the repository. Although he longed to stay and explore further, he lamented that he had recently slain far too few individuals. As night fell, in the Jia's Hongfang at the Pingkong building, a group gathered in a private box, contentedly observing the enchanting dance of exotic dancers below. At the head of the table sat a somewhat portly figure, nearly 2 meters tall, standing out among the crowd. This man was none other than Lei Xiao, the commander of the 600 households. Surrounding him were several upright figures, including his 4 subordinates and trusted aides. Raising a wine cup, Lei Ming took a hearty sip and jovially remarked, I wonder what our newly appointed 100 household lord is doing at this moment? A nearby subordinate chuckled. He is likely busy with official matters. Laughter erupted among the assembled. Lei Ming's tone turned stern as he declared, that young man truly knows no bounds. Daring to provoke Lord Zhao, he can forget about remaining in the western courtyard. A subordinate hesitated. Sir, I have heard that this fellow bested by who in a contest, even slaying him before Lord Qian's eyes in the courtyard. What if he? Lin Mang interrupted sharply, sneering. Remember, our superior is only lordly. Do not forget. That lord is the son of the Marquis of Wuqing. Aligning with him will pave our path to greater prospects. That Lin Mang is merely a doomed man. Do we truly need to stake our lives for him? If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon his ill fate. Lin Mang let out a cold snort, heavily setting down his wine cup, and said in a frosty tone, Do not forget the instructions I have given you. Ensure that your people remain vigilant. You are well aware of the consequences of offending the Marquis of Wuqing. The crowd nodded in agreement, and soon resumed their toasts and exchanges of cups. Throughout the gathering, intermittent sounds of slander and vitriol echoed among them. Chapter 61. Major movements of the Western Depot. Li Jinzong hurried into the room, brushing off the snow that had settled on his clothes at the doorway. Chenju, seated on a yellow flower chair, lifted his head slightly in surprise and inquired, Where have you been this time? Given his disposition, it was unusual for him to venture out in such inclement weather. With a chuckle, Li Jinzong entered and retrieved a confidential report from his bosom, presenting it before Chenju. Father, this is an intelligence update regarding Lin Mang that has just arrived. Chenju took the report, a look of resignation crossing his face as he remarked, You are so preoccupied with deciphering your superior's intentions. Instead of spending your time on that, you should focus on honing your skills. Li Jinzong replied with a forced smile. Father, I would never presume to fathom your thoughts. I merely found this piece of intelligence intriguing and thought it worthy of your attention. Besides, you know my lack of talent. No amount of practice will elevate me beyond the level of a master. Without further comment, Chenju unfolded the document and read it meticulously. After a considerable pause, he sighed. From our first encounter, it was evident that this young man was no ordinary individual. It appears he possesses even greater resolve than I anticipated. His ascent to this point should not be underestimated. Li Jinzong hesitated, voicing his concern. But father, does this not completely alienate Zhao Jingzhong and the son of the Marquis of Wuqing? Zhao Jingzhong is, after all, his superior. How can he expect to reconcile after such an affront? Having reviewed the report during his journey, he felt both alarmed and deemed Lin Mang's actions somewhat reckless. Chenju cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, At times, a firm stance compels others to fear you. Ultimately, we are mere observers, from his perspective. Whether he draws his sword or refrains from doing so, the outcome remains unchanged. He lifted his cup of tea from the table, only to set it down again, questioning, What is the situation at the Northern Pacification Commission? Li Jinzong promptly responded, The senior and junior banners claim to be indisposed, remaining home under the guise of illness, while their subordinates pay lip service. Chenju suddenly turned his head, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Li Jinzong meaningfully. You seem quite well informed. Li Jinzong's expression shifted, realizing he had been caught off guard. He quickly knelt, flustered. Father, I was wrong. While we may be eunuchs, do not consider us inferior. First and foremost, you must hold yourself in high regard. Thank you, father. Li Jinzong rose hurriedly, donning a cheerful smile once more. He understood that his father was imparting a lesson. Yet, he felt no remorse for his actions. Some matters his father was reluctant to address. Thus, he would take on the role of the blade in his father's hand. After a moment of contemplation, Chenju picked up another confidential document from the table, chuckling softly. Send this memorandum to the palace. It contains detailed accounts of the Marquis of Wuqing's land encroachments, the usurpation of fertile fields, and the illicit detention of beautiful maidens. Li Jinzong was taken aback, exclaiming, Has the Marquis of Wuqing lost his mind? The first two issues are troubling enough. But the latter, does he not realize he is competing with his majesty for women? Although not every maiden will necessarily become a consort, should his majesty take a fancy, he might just bestow them upon ministers and nobles. However, that was bestowed by your majesty. The Marquis of Wuqing has essentially taken it by force. A flicker of coldness flashed in Chenju's eyes as he remarked meaningfully, It's not just him who has gone mad. Time flies. It has been a full 3 days since Lin Mang assumed the position of the 600th household. During these 3 days, the entire West Courtyard seemed to revel in his misfortune. He has been rendered powerless. Not a single subordinate among the Jinyiwei, from the highest-ranking leaders to the lowest officers, heeded his commands. The murmurs of gossip resonated throughout the West Courtyard. Yet, Lin Mang remained remarkably composed amidst the external turmoil, embodying a sense of detachment from the world beyond his eaves. Beneath the eaves, a figure cloaked in a black greatcoat quietly gazed at the swirling snow outside. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a nearby corridor. "My lord," Tang Qi greeted respectfully. Lin Mang smiled faintly, extending his hand to catch a falling snowflake, and asked nonchalantly, "Is everything in order?" A smile appeared on Tang Qi's face as he replied, "My associates are eager to follow your lead, my lord." The snowflake in Lin Mang's hand was instantly scattered, and his expression gradually turned colder, his tone tinged with indifference. "Then let the news be spread. This farce must come to an end." An hour later, a piece of news swiftly swept through the west courtyard like a thunderous clap. An inconspicuous officer had been appointed as the chief flag of the 600th household. Additionally, several others were promoted to the rank of flag bearers. To top it off, an officer from the Southern Pacification Division had ascended to the role of chief flag. Upon hearing this news, the entire west courtyard erupted in uproar. Bang! Zhao Jingzhong abruptly hurled his teacup to the ground, his face contorted with rage, his expression dark as night. This wretch is truly insidious. Generally, the appointments of chief and flag bearers within the household are determined by the Hu. Nominations are submitted by the Hu and subsequently reported to the Qianhu, who typically does not reject nominations made by the Hu. In essence, it is merely a procedural formality. However, the situation in the Northern Pacification Division is rather unique. Apart from the direct oversight of the Qianhu, there exists one individual with the authority to make direct decisions, the Pacification Commissioner. Lin Mang has clearly bypassed him, reporting directly to the commissioner. Yet, he could not fathom how Lin Mang had persuaded the commissioner to acquiesce. A bunch of fools. The Jinyiwei who had rushed in from outside departed in haste. Soon after, a group burst into the 600th household, led by Lei Xiao, followed by several flag bearers. Beside Lei Xiao stood another chief flag from the household, Su Bin. The group entered the courtyard with a fierce demeanor, brimming with indignation. Under the eaves of the courtyard, Tang Qi, accompanied by several others, watched the approaching Lei Xiao's group with a mocking expression. "Fools! This household is not a monolithic entity. Not everyone is content to remain a mere officer for life. There are those willing to take a gamble. Lin Mang, on what grounds do you dismiss me from my position?" Before even stepping through the door, Lei Xiao bellowed in fury. This morning, he had learned that a new chief flag had emerged within the household. These individuals have all become mere placeholders. The so-called general banner has utterly transformed into an empty title, nominal yet devoid of substance. After perusing the documents, Lin Mang slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes icy and penetrating, as he coldly inquired, "What did you just call me?" Chapter 62. Disrespecting the face. As Lin Mang's voice faded, beneath the eaves of the courtyard, Tang Qi and his companions stepped forward in unison, their right hands resting ominously on the hilts of their blades, exuding an air of menace. Lei Ming cast a disdainful glance at Tang Qi and the others, bellowing, "Get the hell out of my way." His anger simmered. Witnessing these once contemptible subordinates daring to draw their weapons against him was a bitter pill to swallow. With a cold smile, Lei Ming scoffed. "Do you truly not comprehend your own standing? You lot, thinking you can ride on my coattails, should remember who the true leader of this 100 household is." "Oh." Lin Mang feigned surprise. "Then I am most curious to know, who is the true leader here?" He set aside the tome he had been holding and rose. Stepping forth with measured grace, Tang Qi and the others stood respectfully to the side. Lin Mang lowered his gaze to Lei Ming, inquiring, "Now, enlighten me. Who is the actual leader in this place?" Under Lin Mang's penetrating gaze, Lei Ming momentarily averted his eyes, but quickly recalled the people standing behind him, stating bluntly, "Lin Mang, we are all sensible individuals here. There is no need for pretense. The leader of this 100 household can only be the young Marquis." Lin Mang surveyed the crowd within the courtyard, his expression serene. "Is this how all of you perceive it?" His seemingly casual words carried a chilling undertone. In that moment, an oppressive weight enveloped the courtyard, causing tension to ripple through the onlookers, some retreating involuntarily. Among them, Su Bin, who had accompanied Lei Ming, smiled faintly and clasped his hands, daring to inquire, "Might I ask, my lord, what transgression we have committed that necessitates our dismissal?" Lin Mang cast a sidelong glance at him, responding coolly, "And who might you be?" A flicker of indignation crossed Su Bin's eyes as he retorted, "I am Su Bin, the banner leader of the 600 households." Lin Mang nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, you have committed no errors." Su Bin's face brightened with a mild smile, ready to speak, but Lin Mang's next words lodged in his throat. The smile vanished from Lin Mang's face, replaced by a chilling tone. "Your error lies in your failure to recognize the times." Lin Mang's gaze swept over the group, a cold smirk forming as he noted. Each of you feigning illness to avoid your duties. Do you not wish to occupy your positions? If you have no desire to serve, then let another take your place. How audaciously disrespectful. Suddenly, Lin Mang's attention shifted to Lin Ming, asking, "By the way, what did you just call me?" Lin Ming snorted derisively, retorting angrily, "Lin Mang, do not presume you can remain here. The young Marquis is our superior. Do you truly believe you can contend with the Marquis of Wuqing? Do you comprehend the stature of the Marquis? I advise you to recognize the times. The perceptive are those who thrive." Lin Mang nodded slowly, a smile gracing his lips. Well said. Before his words could fully settle, Tang Qi's blade at his waist suddenly emitted a low, ominous hum, transforming into a streak of pale light that shot forth from its sheath, slicing through the swirling snow. In that instant, the surroundings seemed to plunge into an unfathomable chill, a terrifying atmosphere enveloping all. The blade's energy cleaved through the blizzard, as if shattering the very sky. The crowd was momentarily dazzled as Lei Ming's severed head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a pillar. A headless corpse crashed to the ground. Lei Ming's head rolled to the feet of the onlookers, its eyes wide open, filled with boundless terror. Lin Mang, with a serene expression, surveyed the crowd and inquired once more, "Does anyone still have objections? Those dissatisfied with my role as the captain may step forward." Su Bin's face stiffened, a mixture of shock and anger swelling within him. "Lord Lin, how dare you recklessly slay a comrade? Murdering a fellow officer is a grave offense." "Reckless murder?" Lin Mang descended the steps deliberately, locking eyes with Su Bin, his voice cold. "Did you witness my supposed recklessness?" Su Bin instinctively recoiled, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Lin Mang let out a chilling laugh and said, "Tang Qi, would you kindly enlighten him on what transpired?" Tang Qi promptly declared. Lei Ming, discontented by his dismissal, attempted to assault the Lord and was slain by him. Lin Mang smiled faintly. "Did you hear that? This is the truth of the matter." A chill spread through Su Bin's heart, while the expressions of the others shifted uneasily. With a sharp slap, Lin Mang struck Su Bin, sneering, "Did you think that because you have the son of Marquis Wuqing backing you, I would hesitate to act against you?" Su Bin's face flushed with anger, yet, upon witnessing Lei Ming's fate, he hesitated to speak. "Why not put that to the test, Lord Lin?" Just then, a cool voice rang out from outside the courtyard. A figure approached, surrounded by several others. The snow underfoot crunched as they walked. The leader wore luxurious furs, adorned with a white fox collar, an air of arrogance evident in his brow. Behind him, one person held a white umbrella, shielding him from the wind and snow, flanked by two armed guards. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Bin's expression brightened instantly. He hastily clasped his hands in "Greetings, young Marquis." A mocking smile graced Su Bin's face. "Lin Mang, how could you possibly contend with the young Marquis? Had it not been for his command, they would not have barged in so boldly." The crowd behind Su Bin bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to the young Marquis." Lin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Mingqing chuckled lightly. "Lord Lin, such authority you wield. Did I not just hear you accused of recklessly slaying a comrade?" Lin Mang cast him a sidelong glance, replying coolly, "Perhaps it is your ears that are deaf." "Impudent!" An individual behind Li Mingqing bellowed, his face contorted with fury. "Do you realize to whom you are speaking?" Yet, before he could finish, a figure suddenly materialized before him. The umbrella holder's pupils dilated sharply. When had he arrived? With a swift motion, a dagger plunged into his mouth, piercing through to the back of his skull. Blood sprayed forth as his lifeless body collapsed, the white umbrella slipping from his grasp. Silence enveloped the scene in an instant. The abruptness of it all left the crowd astounded, swiftly followed by a creeping fear. How could he dare to kill the young Marquis? Tang Qi quickly stepped forward, respectfully presenting a handkerchief. "My lord." Lin Mang accepted it, casually wiping the blood from his hands before tossing it onto the man's face, obscuring his expression of terror. Lin Mang turned to Li Mingqing, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "It seems peaceful now, Lin Mang." Li Mingqing's face darkened with rage as he coldly admonished, "You are utterly audacious, daring to kill my man. Do you hold the law in any regard?" Lin Mang merely smiled, suddenly inquiring, "Is he a member of the Jinyiwei?" "No," Li Mingqing replied, furrowing his brow, his voice icy. "What are you implying?" Lin Mang's expression hardened as he retorted, "I am an officer of the Jinyiwei, a direct subordinate of His Majesty. This mere commoner dares to insult the Jinyiwei. Pray tell, who has granted him such audacity? Is it you, young lord? Or perhaps the Marquis of Wuqing? Have you no respect even for His Majesty?" Li Mingqing's countenance darkened, yet he refrained from responding. Lin Mang strode towards Su Bin, lowering his voice to a whisper. I warned you. Today, no one shall save you. Su Bin's face paled dramatically. As he attempted to evade, Lin Mang bellowed, Su Bin, how dare you attempt to assault me? Su Bin froze for a moment, horrified to discover a dagger had somehow appeared in his hand. In the next instant, he felt as if his heart had exploded, the world around him spinning wildly. Chapter 63. The young lord's revenge. Li Mingqing's expression was frigid as he glared at Lin Mang, taking a deep breath before turning to leave. My dear Lin, the capital is not as splendid as you envision. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Arrogance demands a toll. Suddenly, Lin Mang erupted into laughter, exclaiming, I shall remember your words. Wishing you a safe journey, young lord. Li Mingqing's countenance darkened, his steps faltering momentarily as he cast a cold glance back at Lin Mang. The onlookers exchanged glances, hastily kneeling on one knee in unison, declaring, We are willing to follow the esteemed sir's lead. The fates of the two captains were vividly etched in their minds, with the downfall of even the young lord behind them. To remain obstinate would be tantamount to courting death. As Lin Mang approached one of them, he summoned his inner energy, catching a few falling snowflakes. In an instant, the snow transformed into water, which solidified into ice. A shard of ice, no larger than a fingernail, was swiftly embedded within the body of the attendant. Lin Mang remarked nonchalantly, This is the life and death talisman. I trust you are familiar with its name. The crowd's expression shifted, revealing their growing terror. As members of the Imperial Guards, they were no strangers to such legendary martial arts. Once the talisman activated, it would inflict escalating torment, with each day intensifying the sensations of unbearable itch and pain for a total of 81 days, only to recede and then re-emerge in an endless cycle. Lin Mang conjured several more life and death talismans, methodically embedding them within each individual present. Their faces betrayed their anguish. From that moment forth, their fates lay precariously in another's thoughts. The most alarming aspect was the absence of anyone within the Northern Town Supervisory Office capable of dispelling the talisman. Unless a masterful figure chose to intervene, their plight was dire. Lin Mang turned and directed coldly, Remove the bodies. The incident regarding the 100 House soon created a stir throughout the western courtyard, eventually resonating across the entire Northern Town Supervisory Office. 2 captains had perished. Although the official narrative suggested dissatisfaction had led to an attack on superiors, such a tale was merely a ruse. Everyone understood that these 2 had been slain by Lin Mang. Yet, those present at the scene, including the subordinates who had been following Lin Mang, adamantly insisted that Lin Mang and his companion were the assailants, and the matter was hastily concluded. While fear gripped the crowd, an inexplicable chill lingered in the air. First the 100 House, then the 2 captains. Was he truly unrestrained? In the grand hall of the Northern Town Supervisory Office, Cheng Hongyan set down the confidential report in his hand, laughing heartily. This young man has truly surprised me. Beside him, Yuan Chongqing leisurely placed his teacup down, remarking, I am rather curious as to what justification he provided to elevate his associates to positions of power. Though Cheng Hongyan possessed the authority to appoint and dismiss, the realm of officialdom demanded a semblance of legitimacy. Without a valid reason, he would undoubtedly refuse. Cheng Hongyan smiled knowingly, retrieving a document from the table and handing it to Yuan Chongqing. Take a look for yourself. Yuan Chongqing accepted it, glancing through the contents with a look of astonishment. The White Lotus Sect S branch? Indeed. Cheng Hongyan nodded and remarked that this young man sought to promote a few individuals under the pretext of lacking personnel to suppress the White Lotus Sect's branch. Yuan Chongqing pondered, stating that a mere 600 household could not possibly eradicate a White Lotus Sect stronghold. What are your intentions? Since Lin Mang has brought this matter to light, it must not be without reason. Furthermore, he is acutely aware that the governor of the Northern Town Pacification Office would never allow the White Lotus Sect to run rampant. The rebellion instigated by the White Lotus Sect in years past had claimed countless innocent lives, and this individual's family was also obliterated in that turmoil. Yuan Chongqing's expression shifted, as if he had divined Cheng Hongyan's intentions, and he sighed, saying, You are always so impatient. Cheng Hongyan snorted coldly, responding that while your strategy may be sound, I cannot afford to wait that long. This campaign against the White Lotus Sect's branch, if word gets out, the prominent families and officials in the court will undoubtedly wish to have their descendants involved to gain merit. I, too, wish to see who among the court is secretly colluding with the White Lotus Sect. Yuan Chongqing cast a sidelong glance at him and sighed. Your scheme likely extends beyond that, does it not? Lin Mang must also be a part of your plan. The lineage of the Marquis of Wuqing will certainly not allow him to claim this merit. nor will the influential families be willing. So you intend to use him as a pawn? Cheng Hongyan remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the implication. Yuan Chaqing rose and inquired whether he had considered that such actions could endanger Lin Mang. Furthermore, the aristocratic families and officials would not let you off easily. Cheng Hongyan's countenance was solemn, yet his gaze was resolute. Yuan Chaqing suddenly appeared taken aback, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Cheng Hongyan, exclaiming, "You have changed." Cheng Hongyan suddenly smiled, unsheathing the embroidered spring blade from his waist, gently caressing it, and declared earnestly, "We, the Jinyiwei, are the Emperor's sword, the blade of the Ming Dynasty. It is our duty to execute all in service of the Emperor and the Ming, with the blade in my hand. For the sake of the Ming, I must prepare for any eventuality. The sacrifice of the individual is of little consequence." Cheng Hongyan stated calmly, "Then I shall request merit on his behalf." Yuan Chaqing gazed deeply at Cheng Hongyan before turning to exit. He knew well that this individual's machinations likely extended beyond what was apparent. Within the 100 household office, Tang Qi respectfully presented a report. Hesitating as he remarked, "My lord, this is already the 9th occurrence. In recent days, there have been frequent skirmishes among the river and lake factions in Zhaozhongfang, and the Wuqing Bingmisi has been overwhelmed. Thus they have no choice but to transfer the matter to the Jinyiwei." Lin Mang took the report, glanced over it, and scoffed. "Now the Wuqing Bingmisi remembers us." Tang Qi quietly added, "My lord, these river and lake factions are backed by certain nobles in the capital, and the Wuqing Bingmisi clearly wishes to avoid entanglement." "No," Lin Mang coldly replied, "this is directed at me. The retaliation from that young marquis has begun. It is too coincidental that trouble arose just as I took office, neither too early nor too late." Tang Qi's complexion shifted slightly. If this is indeed the case, should it continue like this, our 100 household office may bear the blame of negligence. At that time, they would inevitably leave behind incriminating evidence. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Mang's eyes as he commanded, "Go, put up a notice. Tomorrow evening, I wish to meet those individuals from the Zhaozhongfang." Chapter 64. There will always be some self-righteous fools. As dust descended upon the bustling Zhaozhongfang, the Yunqi Tower stood as both an esteemed tavern and a celebrated brothel. Renowned throughout the capital, it attracted a myriad of dignitaries, noble scions, and literary figures each night. Additionally, a diverse array of wandering heroes graced its halls. Some engaged in grandiloquent discourse, others hosted lavish banquets, while some merely sought to indulge in the refined arts or listen to the melodious strumming of courtesans. However, all the women within were esteemed courtesans, offering only their talents, never their bodies. At this moment, within a private chamber on the 3rd floor, Lin Mang gazed quietly out at the myriad lights twinkling in the evening. The streets below bustled with life. The sound of hooves echoed as patrons entered and exited the establishment. The chill of the season appeared to have no bearing on the thriving business of Yunqi Tower. A knock at the door interrupted the ambience, and Tang Qi entered respectfully, his countenance dark with displeasure. Bowing slightly, he spoke in a grave tone, "My lord." Lin Mang acknowledged him, noting Tang Qi's evident anger. "The invitations have been sent, yet an entire hour has passed, and not a single soul has graced us with their presence. They clearly hold our 100 house in contempt. How dare these mere ruffians behave so? I anticipated this." Lin Mang remarked with a faint smile, showing no sign of surprise as he lifted a cup of tea and took a delicate sip. Tang Qi looked perplexed. "Then why do you still?" Lin Mang chuckled lightly, setting down the teacup. "You wish to inquire why I remain here, do you not? It is because I desire to grant them a chance. Alas, they have proven unworthy of such an opportunity. The world is indeed populated with clever individuals, yet it is never devoid of fools." Suddenly, Lin Mang's expression brightened as he pointed out the window. "Do you see that brothel across the way? Though it houses mere courtesans, it thrives just outside the Yunqi Tower. Can you fathom the reason for its success?" Tang Qi turned his gaze outside, then shook his head in confusion. "I do not understand, sir." Lin Mang replied thoughtfully, "Because people are inherently despicable." Rising from his seat, he declared, "Gather the men. Tonight, I shall lead you to fortune." In Zhaozhongfang, on the cobblestone lane, there lay an expansive estate, the territory of the Tianhong gang, the foremost faction within the district. The Tianhong gang controlled the prominent brothels, gambling houses, and trade routes of Zhaozhongfang. Yet, it was the lucrative trade that truly solidified their status as the leading gang. To make a name in the capital, one must either be backed by the influential nobles or the affluent families. In essence, these gangs served as tools for the city's elite to amass wealth and execute their agendas. For lesser gangs, Survival necessitated constant tributes to the Wuqing military command and various officials. Genuine advancement was unattainable without the support of powerful patrons. Within the main hall of the estate, revelry abounded as cups clinked and laughter filled the air. At the head of the table sat a formidable man, his broad shoulders accentuated by a grotesque scar that marred the left side of his face. Flanking him were two exquisite women, their beauty captivating all in attendance. The individual in question is none other than Li Tianhong, the leader of the Tianhong gang. Surrounding him are the heads of various factions within the city. The banquet is adorned with exquisite dishes, each plate worth over 100 taels of silver. At that moment, someone entered from outside and bowed, reporting, "Gang leader Lin Mang has left Yunxi building." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room fell silent. Li Tianhong took a sip from his cup and laughed heartily. I truly wish to witness the expression on this new 100 household's face. Although the other party is the newly appointed 100 household of the Jinyiwei, they are backed by the Marquis of Wuqing's estate. What does the title of 100 household signify? Within the Jinyiwei, Zhao Qianhu is of the same lineage as the Marquis of Wuqing. It is said that he is also Lin Mang's direct superior. That Zhao Qianhu is utterly inept. As a direct superior, he cannot even keep his subordinate in check. Were it him, he would have long since brought the matter under control. Even the guards of the Wuqing Bingmisi treat them with utmost respect. When officials encounter him, they must address him as young Master Hong. The young Marquis has already issued a decree to teach this fellow a lesson. Should he wish to invite them to a banquet, he must first prove himself worthy. Li Tianhong suddenly scoffed. I wonder if, given his background, he can afford the cost of the banquet at Yunxi building. Instantly, the crowd erupted in laughter. Among the factions in Zhaozhongfang, who wouldn't he wish to align themselves with the Marquis of Wuqing? How could a mere newly appointed 100 household compare to a royal relative like the Marquis of Wuqing? Moreover, they have not committed any offense. What can the Jinyiwei do? One person immediately quipped, this 100 household might have pawned his own embroidered spring knife. The crowd chimed in with various disparaging remarks. It would be best to target those scholarly fellows. They are far more ruthless than us in handling matters. If anyone were to be imprisoned, there is no need to fear, for the young Marquis has already assured that they will encounter no issues in jail. Outside Qingstone Alley, nearly 100 individuals tread through the snow. The clash of swords reverberates, emitting a clear metallic sound. Torches illuminate the dim night, and beneath the flickering flames are faces marked by extreme indifference. In the night, some caught sight of the attire worn by these figures, and their expressions changed drastically. Those who had just exited the brothel, intoxicated, were jolted awake, their drunkenness dissipating. Houses and shops swiftly shut their doors, with occupants trembling in fear inside. The patrolling officers' faces shifted slightly, and they quickly stood respectfully to the side, not daring to breathe a word. However, these figures paid them no heed. Passing by with cold expressions, a carriage approached slowly from behind, flanked by Jinyiwei guards. The patrolling officer watched the procession disappear, finally exhaling a breath of relief tinged with trepidation. What purpose do these harbingers of death serve? Over 100 Jinyiwei mobilized. Such a sight is rare in Zhaozhongfang. My lord, we have arrived. Tang Qi stood beside the carriage, speaking with utmost respect. Lin Mang alighted from the vehicle, and Tang Qi promptly opened an ink-black umbrella for him. The continuous snowfall had yet to cease. Surrounded by the Imperial Guards on either side, they followed Lin Mang only after he had passed. Outside the residence of the Tianhong gang, several guards, upon seeing the dense throng emerging from the alley, immediately changed their countenance. The Imperial Guards, startled, one of them hastily rushed toward the manor. A chief guard quickly stepped forward and inquired, My lord, may I ask the purpose of your visit? Lin Mang slightly turned his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at him. The aura of his blade crystallized. With a swift motion, a head soared into the sky, blood gushing forth. Lin Mang advanced with resolute steps, his voice chillingly firm. Should there be any obstruction, there will be no mercy. Understood. A thunderous roar, akin to the crashing of mountains and seas, resonated through the snowstorm. Chapter 65. Those who follow will prosper, those who oppose will perish within the hall. After several rounds of wine, the guests appeared flushed and intoxicated, their senses blurred. Li Tianhong, his face flushed, was nestled between two lovely women who continuously fed him wine. One of his hands wandered beneath the garments of a nearby beauty, a hint of excitement gleaming in his eyes. Chief, the Jinyiwei have arrived. At that moment, a guard from the entrance rushed in, shouting loudly in the courtyard. Several guards within the courtyard intercepted him. Li Tianhong's expression darkened as he coldly commanded, Let him enter. The guard entered the hall, trembling as he reported, "Chief, a multitude of Jinyiwei are outside, their demeanor fierce." Li Tianhong narrowed his eyes and beckoned the man forward. Uncertain, the guard cautiously approached, only to be kicked away. Bang! He crashed against the wall, bent over, spitting blood and losing consciousness. Li Tianhong casually waved his hand, fuming, "Insolent fool. Remove him," as several of his men attempted to drag the guard away. A sudden cacophony of footsteps resonated from outside. Before long, a group of Jinyiwei, their faces filled with murderous intent, stormed into the courtyard, causing several of Li Tianhong's men to retreat in terror, bloodied. Upon their entrance, however, they stood respectfully to the sides. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a silver-white flying fish attire strode forward. "My lord!" The crowd bowed in unison. Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned towards him. With some rising in shock, Lin Mang stood beneath an umbrella, one hand resting on his embroidered spring knife, calmly surveying the assembly within the hall. His voice, devoid of emotion, rang out, "It seems I have interrupted your festivities." Li Tianhong's expression darkened as he frowned. "Who are you?" "Impudent!" Tang Shi immediately bellowed. "This esteemed individual is our 100th House Lord. Have you lost your wits?" Lin Mang lightly raised a hand and chuckled. "I sent an invitation. Yet you all delayed your attendance. Thus, I had no choice but to come personally with my men." The crowd was taken aback. "He is the newly appointed 100th House Lord?" Observing his youthful visage, they were inwardly astonished, thinking he appeared far too young for such a title. They were aware of the arrival of a new 100th House Lord, but had no knowledge of his appearance. The events occurring within the Bazentusi were beyond their reach, and they were not meant to know. Li Tianhong's demeanor soured. A moment later, a smirk appeared on his face as he lazily leaned back in his chair, eyes filled with arrogance. "What brings Lord Lin here? If it is to join the feast, I fear you have arrived too late." The smile faded from Lin Mang's face, his tone turning grave. "I require the heads of you all." As his words fell, the expressions of those present shifted. Li Tianhong slammed his hand on the table. Instantly, numerous fierce-looking enforcers surged in from all directions. In the realm of underworld factions, there was no shortage of desperate men. The Tianhong gang had firmly established itself as the foremost faction in Jia's Hongfang, nurturing many desperate souls over the years, some even drawn from the depths of prison. The atmosphere instantly grew oppressive. Li Tianhong sneered, "Lord Lin, though you serve as a member of the Jinyiwei, you cannot recklessly take lives. My Tianhong gang also carries weight and prestige. Do you believe your superior would approve of your actions?" "Indeed." Lin Mang nodded, reaching for a blade from the waist of a nearby Jinyiwei and casting it to the ground. "The Tianhong gang harbors arms with intentions of rebellion. Obey my command." The surrounding Jinyiwei erupted in a fierce shout, drawing their swords in unison. Inside the hall, Li Tianhong slammed his hand on the table, fuming, "Lin Mang, do not overstep your bounds. Do not think that just because you are a member of the Jinyiwei, I fear you." Clang! A flash of steel suddenly glinted. Lin Mang unsheathed his sword, stepping forward as his true energy surged. Wherever the blade passed, heads flew. The guards at the entrance collapsed with a resounding thud. With a single stroke, the swirling blade energy surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea. Li Tianhong's expression changed drastically as he swiftly evaded. Bang! The wine table shattered into splinters. The onlookers were already paralyzed with fear. Li Tianhong bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Attack!" Under normal circumstances, he might have remained calm, but intoxicated by the wine, he could no longer maintain composure. The courtyard was filled with desperate outlaws, accustomed to living on the edge, who held no fear of the Jinyiwei. In an instant, countless blades surged toward the Jinyiwei, and chaos erupted between the two sides. Yet Lin Mang smiled, radiating brilliance. "Fools!" Li Tianhong seized a nearby 9-ring broadsword and swung it down in fury. The heavy blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. The clash of their swords resonated, unleashing a cacophony of metal against metal. Overwhelming true energy surged, fracturing the 9-ring broadsword with countless fine cracks. Li Tianhong's face drained of color, his grip on the sword trembling violently, his palm splitting open and blood flowing freely. This sword weighed 122 pounds, wielded with the might of a heavy weapon to overpower foes through sheer force. Yet, unexpectedly, after a single clash, he found himself at a disadvantage. Panic seized Li Tianhong as he realized he was no match for Lin Mang. He feigned an attack and dashed toward the courtyard exit. "Quick! Kill him! I will reward anyone who does with 50,000 taels." Li Tianhong bellowed, and more swordsmen surged around him. A flash of pale light sliced through the air, Lin Mang's figure danced like a specter among the throng. In an instant, heads began to tumble. Watching Li Tianhong flee, Lin Mang closed his eyes. In the moment he reopened them, the air crackled with a fierce and malevolent sword intent. An overwhelming aura enveloped everyone, constricting their hearts as if gripped tightly. Their breathing hastened. It was as if they were shrouded in the very shadow of death. My heart, my being, my blade. At that moment, Lin Mang fell back into the profound state he had first experienced with the Devil's Blade. He raised his sword, lightly bringing it down. The pure yang sword energy coalesced upon the blade, instantly transforming into a surge of several Zhonglong sword energy that sliced forth. Quickly, this is a strike that approaches perfection. The dazzling blade energy seems to cleave through the darkness. Beneath this blow, the starry sky appears to dim into obscurity. In that fleeting moment, Li Tianhong was horrified to realize that he could muster no thought of resistance. With a swift motion, Li Tianhong's figure, still suspended in midair, was already cleaved in two. Blood gushed forth. Lin Mang turned and strode towards the hall. Those present immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. My lord, spare us. We were ignorant and foolish. All of this was forced upon us by Li Tianhong. Lin Mang's expression remained cold and indifferent as he replied, then I shall send you to find him. With that, the terrifying blade energy was unleashed. Lin Mang flicked the blood from his blade and plunged once more into the courtyard. The gruesome slaughter persisted for a full half-hour, the air thick with the stench of blood. Boxes filled with wealth were carried out by the Imperial Guards. Tang Qi stepped forward respectfully, saying, My lord, all of Tianhong Gang's assets are contained here. Lin Mang nodded slightly and remarked, Send Li Tianhong's corpse to that young marquis. Consider it a New Year's gift from me. An Imperial Guard approached, cupping his hands and announcing, My lord, the commander from the North City military has arrived. Lin Mang chuckled lightly and replied, The cleanup crew has come. Chapter 66. The Aftermath of the Zhao Loyalty Workshop. This official has the final say. Wushu followed a member of the Imperial Guard into the courtyard. The sight before him was shocking, causing him to involuntarily gasp. The multitude of bodies had a profound visual impact on him. Although the 5 cities' military command oversaw law and order within the city, he had rarely encountered such a scene. His gaze inadvertently swept over the surrounding faces, each one devoid of emotion, sending a chill down his spine. The Tianhong gang had been utterly annihilated. As the commander of the North City Military Command, he was acutely aware of the powerful figure standing behind Li Tianhong. That individual had always treated him with utmost arrogance. Lord Wu. Wushu instinctively looked up to see a young figure clad in a silver-white flying fish robe leaning on a sword at the entrance of the hall. The depth of his gaze was icy. The fabric of his robe rustled in the air. Wushu instinctively took a step back. Lin Mang sat in a grand chair, gripping the hilt of his sword, his eyes filled with mocking amusement as they fell upon Wushu. A sudden panic gripped Wushu's heart, and he hurriedly spoke. As the commander of the North City Military Command, I, Wushu, pay my respects to Lord Lin. Although the title of commander sounded impressive, he was merely a 6th-rank official. Upon seeing Lin Mang, the words he had meticulously prepared evaporated from his mind in an instant. Lin Mang surveyed him leisurely and remarked, Lord Wu, you have certainly brought me quite a dilemma. The weighty implications of his words caused Wushu's heart to lurch, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Lord Lin, Wushu began, but found himself at a loss for words. Lin Mang smiled faintly, descending the stairs and speaking softly, Lord Wu, I believe you are an intelligent man. I shall pose a simple question. Are you unable to manage the affairs of the Zhao Loyalty Workshop? Or do you simply choose not to? Wushu let out a silent sigh, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was not that he was incapable, rather, he was unwilling. With the Marquis of Wuqing having issued orders, he, a mere commander of the North City Military Command, could only obediently comply. Wushu's face was etched with bitterness. Lord Lin, sometimes in the realm of officialdom, one is not in control of their own destiny. Lin Mang responded with a cold smile, dripping with sarcasm. Why must you feign such victimhood, Lord Wu? I presume the personnel of the North City Military Command are nearby. Correct? What is it, Lord Wu? Do you intend to take me down, or are you here to obstruct me on behalf of certain individuals? Wushu's pupils constricted sharply. Lin Mang bent down and seized a corpse from the ground, placing a blade in its hand. In the next moment, the cold, blood-stained steel was pressed against Wushu's throat, blood trickling down his neck. Wushu was momentarily stunned, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Lord Lin, what are you doing? Indeed, Lin Mang nodded with a broad smile, his voice low and firm. The Tianhong gang has committed treason. Lord Wu led the suppression, and amidst the chaos, one of their assassins unfortunately took your life. Fear not, I shall certainly advocate for your merits. Wu Shu's heart was shaken to its core. He stared at Lin Mang, feeling an icy dread enveloping him. Lin Mang casually discarded the corpse and remarked nonchalantly, Lord Wu, how does this justification strike you? Wu Shu was momentarily rendered speechless. Lin Mang suddenly burst into laughter, patting Wu Shu's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Lord Wu, do not be afraid. I was merely jesting. Wu Shu replied with a hoarse voice, Lord Lin, such jokes are ill-timed. At that moment, his back was already drenched in cold sweat, his complexion exceedingly pale. However, Lin Mang's smile gradually faded, and he coldly remarked, should there be a next time, I believe that the leader of the Li gang would be quite pleased to see you. What do you think, Lord Wu? A slight shudder coursed through Wu Shu's shoulders as he gazed upon the youthful visage before him, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping him. He nodded laboriously. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mang, still smiling, patted his shoulder before turning towards a chest. He casually retrieved 2 silver notes and stuffed them into Wu Shu's embrace. Lowering his gaze to the notes, Wu Shu forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. He realized that it would be exceedingly difficult for him to disembark now. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a casual glance at Wu Shu, and said nonchalantly, Lord Wu, I trust you know how to articulate this without my guidance. Wu Shu clenched his teeth, picked up a knife from the ground, and made a decisive cut across his arm, stating solemnly, the Tianhong gang has rebelled. Slaying officials of the court, their crimes are unforgivable. With one hand gripping the knife, Lin Mang strode away. A chilling voice echoed through the wind and snow. Lord Wu, please have your men clean this place thoroughly. Remember, from now on, matters of the Jiaozhong Fong shall be dictated by me. The Imperial Guard swiftly loaded the chest and departed from the Tianhong gang's residence. Once they had left, Wu Shu felt as if all strength had abandoned him, collapsing onto the ground. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt fear. Offending the young Marquis might lead to mere dismissal, but to affront Lin Mang, he was certain that the man would not hesitate to strike him down. The following day, the Northern Town Pacification Office was once again in an uproar. The first gang of Jiaozhong Fong, the Tianhong gang, found itself entirely implicated, with no one spared. The instigator of this chaos was none other than the newly appointed head of the 600 households. As for the charges against the Tianhong gang, a litany of unforgivable crimes was laid out, any one of which could lead to capital punishment. Notably, many of these accusations originated from the Northern City Military Command. It was impossible for the Tianhong gang to remain untainted, and for Wu Shu, having commanded the Northern City Military Command for many years, uncovering evidence against them was a trivial task. Previously, it had not been a matter of inability, but rather of cowardice. In the courtyard, Lin Mang leisurely savored his tea, appearing quite content. Beside him, Tang Qi respectfully reported, My lord, the assets seized from the Tianhong gang totaled 130,000 taels, and as per your instructions, 60,000 taels have been submitted to the pacification office. Lin Mang flipped through the silver notes on the table, extracted 20,000 taels, and handed them to Tang Qi. Distribute this accordingly. Regardless of the time, benefits are the most stable form of relationship. Simply shouting slogans will not compel others to exert themselves. Tang Qi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. The salary of the Imperial Guards was not particularly generous, and many of them lacked additional sources of income. Given the substantial expenses associated with martial training, their living conditions were quite modest. The distribution of these 20,000 taels would ensure that each individual received at least 100 taels of silver. After Tang Qi departed, Lin Mang picked up the silver note from the table and quietly murmured, Recharge. Name, Lin Mang. Identity, Captain of the Imperial Guard. Realm, True Qi Realm. Late Stage, Cultivation Techniques, Supreme Pure Yang Technique. 3rd Level, Iron Cloth Perfected. Pure Yang Infinite Technique, 9th Level, Golden Bell Shield Perfected. Martial Skills, Demon Blade, Beginner. Wudong Cloud Ladder, Beginner. Phoenix Tail Arrow Perfected. Energy Points, 84, 600 Enhancement. Energy Points, 50,000. In an instant, Lin Mang's internal true Qi surged, and a resounding sound echoed as a brilliant golden shield of Qi enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, the pure Yang true Qi coursed through his limbs and bones, converging into his dantian. Lin Mang extended his hand, and within his palm, a flicker of golden ethereal flame seemed to ignite. True Qi Realm Perfected. Chapter 67, The conspiracy resurfaces in the Chanjiafeng. The Zhou family has been enveloped in mourning. Draped in white for days, the family's anticipated pillar, Zhu Yijun, has tragically passed away. The incessant snowfall has delayed the mourning rites. Outside the Zhou residence, a steady stream of visitors arrives, paying their respects. Though the Zhou family is not among the most prominent in the capital, their ancestors once fought alongside the founding emperor. They have experienced both glory and decline, enduring cycles of prosperity and hardship. While they may not rival those illustrious families with centuries or even millennia of heritage, they possess a modest legacy. With Zhou Yunxing's demise, however, the Zhou family faces inevitable decline. This generation lacks capable successors, with Zhou Yunxing being their sole asset. While the remaining offspring are largely frivolous and irresponsible, a carriage halts at the family's entrance, and a figure steps out slowly. A servant at the door announces loudly, "The Jinyiwei, Captain Zhao, has arrived." Zhao Jingzhong strides into the morning hall, where guests bow in respect. Kneeling on either side are Zhou Yunxing's wife and children, with a 5-year-old boy being gently urged by a nearby woman to bow in return. Zhao Jingzhong offers incense, his gaze flickering towards a woman clad in mourning attire, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. An elderly man hastily approaches, bowing respectfully. "I am Zhou Pingli, honored to meet you, Captain." Dressed in simple black, he appears aged and weary, his expression heavy with fatigue. "Life is unpredictable. Yunxing was my most capable subordinate. Who could have foreseen this tragedy? If you encounter any difficulties, please communicate with me, and I shall do all in my power to assist," Zhao Jingzhong assures him. Zhou Pingli bows again, gratitude evident on his face. "Thank you, sir." Zhao Jingzhong narrows his eyes, speaking gravely. "Patriarch Zhou, may I speak with you privately?" Zhou Pingli steps aside. "Please, sir." Nodding, Zhao Jingzhong leads the way to the back hall. Inside, Zhao Jingzhong settles into a grand chair and states softly, "Patriarch Zhou, I believe you are aware of who is responsible for Yunxing's death." He continues, "Regrettably, Lin Mang is protected by the local governor, leaving me powerless against his rampant behavior." Zhou Pingli glares at Zhao Jingzhong, gritting his teeth. "It is infuriating. Lin Mang deliberately murdered my son. How can we let this grievance go unpunished? I implore you to advocate for us." He bows deeply. Zhao Jingzhong shakes his head, sighing, "This matter is complex. Without concrete evidence, I fear it would be difficult for me to intervene." After a pause, he suddenly adds, "However, Patriarch Zhou, I have a plan that may hold promise. Please, do share." "Sir." Zhou Pingli responds eagerly. A cold glimmer appears in Zhao Jingzhong's eyes as he speaks coolly. What if it became known that he has bullied Yunxing's wife and children? Would the Jinyiwei tolerate such behavior? Stripped of his Jinyiwei identity, would it not be easy to deal with him? Zhou Pingli's heart quakes at the implication. Zhao Jingzhong smiled as he patted Zhou Pingli's shoulder and said softly, "Chief Zhou, having reached this point, the course of action now rests in your hands." Watching the departing figure, Zhou Pingli appeared to age a decade in an instant. Did he truly remain oblivious to the matters within the Northern Town Pacification Office? No. He was acutely aware that although Yunxing had fallen at Lin Mang's hands, the calamity of today would not have transpired had it not been for Zhao Jingzhong. Yet, he dared not harbor hatred. The Zhou family, once basking in glory with Zhou Yunxing as their esteemed leader, now found themselves vulnerable, with countless families watching them intently. Without Zhao Jingzhong's protection, the Zhou family would be on the precipice of annihilation. Gazing at the dissipating true energy in his hands, Lin Mang's face broke into a smile. Indeed, he was not far from reaching the realm of Gang Qi. True energy taking form. Heavenly Gang Qi. A practitioner of the Heavenly Gang realm could condense protective Gang Qi without relying on techniques. He had been studying the Supreme Pure Yang technique, which elucidated that the true energy cultivated in the true energy realm is merely Qi, while the Heavenly Gang realm is characterized by strength. For instance, the Golden Bell shield he practiced exemplifies such strength, capable of manifesting the appearance of a golden bell. To transcend into the Heavenly Gang realm, one must transform true energy into Heavenly Gang true energy, requiring repeated refinement and tempering. In terms of techniques, he was well equipped with the Supreme Pure Yang technique, which sufficed for his needs. Now that he had achieved perfection in the true energy realm, the Golden Bell shield had also reached its consummate state. Its protective Gang Qi rendering him invincible beneath the Heavenly Gang. Those who could cultivate the Golden Bell shield to perfection were likely few, even among the eminent monks of Shaolin. Satisfied, Lin Mang stretched and entered his room to change his attire. Noticing Lin Mang's intention to depart, Tang Qi hurried forward and inquired, "My lord, Do you require me to prepare a carriage? His father had left a small courtyard in Jiaozhongfang, and upon leaving the capital, had left the ancestral tablets within. Now that he had some leisure, it was time to pay his respects with incense. Riding a horse, Lin Mang headed straight for the Wushi alley in Jiaozhongfang. The morning bustle filled the air with the sound of vendors calling out their wares. Along the streets, various merchants vociferously advertised their goods. Since last night, the myriad factions within Jiaozhongfang had suddenly ceased their activities, and the area now radiated a peaceful atmosphere. Had he not anticipated that the resolution of these factions would lead to further chaos, he would have already led a force to breach their gates. With these factions eliminated, others from different neighborhoods would inevitably come to vie for control of Jiaozhongfang, potentially inciting further turmoil. At that moment, a group of figures in the distance captured his attention. Several individuals clad in blue robes surrounded a breakfast stall, loudly clamoring about something. Beside the stall stood a young girl, perhaps 14 or 15, already in tears. The onlookers around her pointed and whispered, yet none dared to intervene. Lin Mang furrowed his brow. Blue robes, scholars? If his memory served him correctly, in the Ming Dynasty, those adorned in blue robes were mostly scholars. Yet they often acted as a peculiar breed of ruffians. Dismounting, he led his horse directly towards the scene. I casually patted a man's shoulder and inquired, "What has transpired here?" The man, initially inclined to offer a dismissive response, instinctively divulged the truth upon catching a glimpse of Lin Mang's expression. "It is merely that these ruffians dined without settling their bill. This was not an isolated incident. Just moments ago, a young girl had approached to reason with them, only to be met with an unprovoked slap. They accused her of soiling his attire and demanded compensation." Sighing heavily, the man lamented, "Alas, these individuals are cloaked in titles, and the authorities inevitably tilt in their favor." Chapter 68. The schemes of the Zhou family. Lin Mang furrowed his brow as he gazed at the group of blue-robed scholars in the distance, his expression turning icy. He strode directly forward and delivered a resounding slap to the loudest among them. Scram! Lin Mang coldly glared at the group, his face devoid of warmth. The scholar, who had been boasting moments earlier, was momentarily stunned before erupting in fury. "You lowly commoner, how dare you strike me? I hold a title." With a swift motion, Lin Mang retaliated with another slap, forcefully pressing the scholar's head against the ground. Repeatedly, he struck, leaving the man bloodied and dazed. The others nearby were taken aback, and one of them shouted in panic, "Someone, quick, fetch the authorities." Before he could finish, Lin Mang sent him sprawling with a swift blow, silencing the remaining scholars in fear. Lin Mang contemptuously regarded them, sneering, "Trash?" The bloodied scholar, seething with rage, clutched his swollen face and rose to yell, "My father is an official in the Ministry of Rights. How dare you strike me?" Before he could finish, Lin Mang seized him by the throat, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I am the law, a captain of the Jinyiwei, Lin Mang. Pray tell, who is your father?" With his throat gripped and blood marring his face, the scholar's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Lin Mang's declaration. The mention of the Jinyiwei sent a chill down his spine. He had come here with the others, hoping to intimidate the vendor selling tofu, believing his status would facilitate his desires, only to find this commoner resolute against him. Lin Mang released his grip, his voice cold and foreboding. "If I see you again in this teaching courtyard, I assure you, your end will be most gruesome. Leave." The group, filled with trepidation, hurriedly retreated. Yet, the bloodied scholar cast a resentful glance at Lin Mang as he departed. Lin Mang briefly glanced at the terrified maiden cowering nearby. Choosing not to utter another word before turning away, a sigh of resignation escaping his lips, he understood that this was but a small reflection of the times. Each day, countless similar incidents transpired. The once prosperous Ming Dynasty was now in decline. Yet, as a mere captain, he could not concern himself with the broader issues. All he could do was manage the matters at hand. In a certain courtyard of the Marquis of Wuqing, Li Mingxing was practicing martial arts when a steward entered, bowing respectfully. "Young master." Li Mingxing replied coldly, "What is it?" The steward hesitated for a moment before quietly stating, "Two Jinyiwei have just delivered a coffin, claiming it to be a New Year gift from your captain." With a thunderous crash, a wooden post shattered into splinters as Li Mingxing spun around in fury. "Lin Mang, how dare he?" The steward continued in a hushed tone, "Young master, Li Tianheng is dead, and his entire clan was exterminated last night." Li Mingxing's expression darkened, his voice icy. "Was it Lin Mang who did this as well?" The steward nodded gently, and then remarked, "The master said that if you do not handle this matter well, he will take action himself." No need for that. Li Mingqing's expression darkened further as he coldly replied, I will resolve it myself. You may leave. In the main hall of the Northern Town Patrol Office, Cheng Hongnian held the confidential report in hand, chuckling softly as he mused, this fellow truly knows how to maneuver. The various factions of the martial world had always posed a challenge, yet in his current position, he could not intervene. Should he take action, he would undoubtedly face unanimous condemnation from the officials. Yuan Changqing, holding a teacup, gently blew on it before looking up and saying, Isn't this exactly to your liking? You must have made considerable preparations for that matter? Cheng Hongnian nodded and replied, The news has already spread, today. There are reports from the court indicating that those individuals are already in a heated dispute. The emperor has issued an edict that the eradication of the White Lotus sect will be led by the Imperial Guards, with support from the Eastern Factory, the Six Doors, and the Five Armies Command. Yuan Changqing pondered, It seems the emperor is taking this matter very seriously. Cheng Hongnian shook his head, saying, Originally, the Five Armies Command was not involved, but as you know, the situation in the court is such that those who merely occupy their positions will not miss this opportunity. Today, I have already received numerous invitations from the prominent figures in the court. Their intentions are all too clear. Yuan Changqing chuckled lightly and remarked, Even so, you still intend to send Lin Mang? What is clearly a campaign to eradicate the White Lotus sect has transformed into an endeavor to allocate credit. A branch of the White Lotus sect has thousands of members at the very least. However, the true members of the sect are few. Most are merely peripheral members. Cheng Hongnian, however, spoke in a grave tone. The son of the Marquis of Wuqing will also be participating. Yuan Changqing furrowed his brow, uncertain, by what identity? Cheng Hongnian did not respond but turned to retrieve a document. Yuan Changqing glanced over it and suddenly understood. His expression filled with regret. It seems Zhao Jingzhong intends to follow the Marquis of Wuqing to the end. A certain Zhou Yunqing from the Western Courtyard has fallen, and his offspring are still young. Thus, the position of the head of the 400 households in the Western Courtyard will now be assumed by Li Mingqing. What appears to be an utterly unreasonable occurrence has indeed transpired. The position Zhao Jingzhong originally sought was Lin Mang's, but now that Lin Mang has taken office, he can only settle for the position of the 400 households. However, different households possess varying jurisdictions and powers. In an effort to curry favor with Li Mingqing, Zhao Jingzhong had previously arranged for the management of Zhao Zhongfang to be handed over to the 600 households, which now inadvertently benefits Lin Mang. Humph. Cheng Hongnian scoffed coldly and remarked, He merely desires the position of the town protector. Yuan Changqing pinched the bridge of his nose, speaking softly. If the Five Armies Command is involved, their overwhelming might may alert the enemy. Cheng Hongnian calmly replied, Do you truly believe that the officials in the court are oblivious to this? They are merely afraid that the accomplishments of the Imperial Guards will be too grand, and their power too significant, posing a threat to their own interests. On this occasion, the forces of the Five Armies Command will depart the capital under the pretext of eradicating bandits, participating in the encirclement from the periphery. Yuan Changqing set down his teacup and shook his head, remarking, There are still many loopholes. He continued, If this task were to be solely undertaken by the Jinyiwei, such troubles would certainly be avoided. Yet, it is unfortunate that various factions are now intertwined. Cheng Hongnian cast a sidelong glance at him and replied solemnly, Thus, I shall personally partake in this endeavor. Yuan Changqing was momentarily taken aback, gazing deeply at him before advising, What necessity is there for this? As evening approached, Lin Mang received an unexpected invitation. The Zhou family. He shook his head dismissively and tossed the invitation aside, stating, This official has no time. Tang Qi, standing nearby, whispered, My lord, the Zhou family has sent someone who wishes to personally apologize to you. Lin Mang let out a cold laugh and replied nonchalantly, If I were to have killed your son, would you not harbor resentment? Tang Qi immediately knelt on one knee, exclaiming loudly, My lord, please see clearly, I would never. He continued, From that day forth, I have already resolved that this life belongs to you, my lord. Lin Mang blinked in surprise and chuckled lightly. I was merely offering an example. Rise. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes as he murmured, Send someone to investigate the Zhou family. If they do not comply, then their existence will no longer be necessary. Chapter 69. Betrayal. At the rear entrance of the Northern Town Supervisory Office, a black carriage stood silently at the corner of the alley. Zhou Pingli occasionally cast a weary glance outside, his face etched with profound fatigue. Some actions, once undertaken, are irrevocable. Even though he was acutely aware that this course of action could plunge the Zhou family into irretrievable despair, he felt compelled to proceed. Should his plan succeed, with the protection of the Marquis of Wuqing, the Zhou family could not only reverse their dire straits but perhaps ascend to even greater heights. As for his late wife, she was merely a woman. With Ping's demise, she ought to accompany him to the grave. If she could offer any assistance to the Zhou family in her final moments, it would be her honor. My lord has decreed that this banquet is to be dismissed. He is preoccupied with state affairs, henceforth. There is no need for further visits unless necessary. Inside the carriage, Zhou Pingli's countenance darkened. If Lin Mang did not arrive, all his meticulously laid plans would be rendered futile. His gaze shifted to Tang Qi, who stood outside the carriage, and he noticed the garments adorning him. In that instant, Zhou Pingli's mind raced, and a cunning scheme took shape anew. Please wait, my lord. Zhou Pingli hastily called out to Tang Qi, then alighted from the carriage. Tang Qi frowned and inquired, "What is it?" Zhou Pingli bowed respectfully, stating, "I would be grateful if you could inform Lord Lin that Ping Sheng reaped what he sowed. In atonement, my Zhou family is willing to offer 100 acres of fine land as a gesture of contrition. I shall convey your message." Tang Qi replied with a slight nod before turning to depart. At that moment, as Zhou Pingli bent forward in a gesture of respect, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he sprang forth, the frail body suddenly surging with formidable strength, his garments rustling in the cold wind. With hands resembling the talons of an eagle, he seized Tang Qi with ferocity. Hearing the powerful gust behind him, Tang Qi was taken aback and unsheathed his blade in a swift motion. However, he was merely in the mid-stage of the innate realm. While Zhou Pingli had long attained the pinnacle of the innate realm, his inner strength exceedingly robust. Zhou Pingli's fingers, as unyielding as steel, left several indentations on the blade before delivering a palm strike to Tang Qi's chest. With a cough, Tang Qi expelled a mouthful of blood. As he was propelled backward, Zhou Pingli suddenly unleashed an object from his sleeve. A fine dust dispersed in the air. Tang Qi's pupils constricted, and he promptly lost consciousness. "Make haste." Zhou Pingli urged the coachman to hasten the departure of the carriage. Within the western courtyard's 100 household office, a brocade-clad guard burst into Lin Mang's quarters. His expression fraught with alarm. "My lord, something has transpired." Lin Mang set down his teacup, frowning. What has caused such distress? He recognized this man as Li Yu, one of the individuals Tang Qi had initially chosen for him, comprising those who had been marginalized within the supervisory office. These individuals possessed capabilities but lacked the necessary connections and the know-how to curry favor with superiors, relegating them to the lower echelons. Li Yu took a deep breath, his expression grim. "This morning, news reached us that Captain Tang defiled Zhou Yunxing's wife last night, subsequently slaughtering several members of the Zhou family before fleeing. His whereabouts are now unknown." Bang! Lin Mang abruptly hurled the teacup onto the stone table, his countenance instantly turning frigid. The temperature in the surroundings seemed to plummet. Li Yu's gaze trembled, secretly alarmed. "The Zhou family," Lin Mang coldly declared, "you are courting death." Such a matter was evident even to a fool. It was clearly a fabrication. Even if Tang Qi had lost his mind, he would never tarnish the wife of Zhou Yunxing. Suddenly recalling the events of the previous night, Lin Mang's expression grew even icier. It appeared that the Zhou family's original target had been himself, and only due to his refusal to attend the banquet had they resorted to targeting Tang Qi instead. Lin Mang took a deep breath and commanded, "Send someone to notify the various factions of Jiao Zhongfang, instructing them to seek out Tang Qi. Inform them that if they dare to play both sides, the next to fall will be the Tianhong gang." Some matters these factions were more aware of than the Jinyiwei. No sooner had he spoken than a clamor erupted from outside the courtyard. Following closely, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Soon, a figure clad in a flying fish uniform led a group into the room. The leader appeared to be in his 30s. His face somewhat cold, and his inverted triangular eyes exuding an unsettling aura. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding these uninvited guests. "Lin Baihu." The newcomer casually saluted and stated, "I am Ho Wan, Baihu of the Southern Town Patrol. Someone has reported that you incited your subordinates to harm the wives and children of former colleagues. Please accompany me." Lin Mang's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "Ho Baihu, you arrived quite swiftly. I have only just received the news, and here you are, too eager, aren't you?" He had previously wondered why Zhou Qi was being framed. Now, upon seeing the officers of the Southern Town Patrol, he finally understood. Zhou Qi was merely a decoy. Their true target remained himself. Hoen shook his head calmly, saying, I am unaware of what Lin Baihu is referring to. As he spoke, two Jinyiwei from the southern town patrol advanced, wielding specially crafted steel shackles designed for martial artists, capable of sealing a cultivator's meridians. Even those at the true Qi realm, once adorned, would be unable to channel their energy and would be left vulnerable. Lin Mang cast a cold glance at the two. They were immediately taken aback. As if being stared down by a ferocious beast, their steps faltering. They had heard of Lin Mang's formidable reputation. He had not only slain two commanding officers, but had also beheaded a Baihu. Suddenly, countless Jinyiwei rushed into the courtyard, drawing their blades. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lin Baihu. A trace of amusement gradually appeared on Ho Wen's face as he remarked, "Could it be that you intend to defy the orders of the patrol?" In an instant, a flash of pale blade light sliced through the air. Ho Wen's pupils constricted sharply. The blade's shadow was swift beyond measure. He found, to his astonishment, a chilling xiuchun knife suddenly pressed against his neck. Everyone gasped in shock. Ho Wen, caught between surprise and fury, bellowed, "Lin Mang, what do you intend to do?" In Lin Mang's profound gaze, a chilling intent to kill emanated as he coldly declared, "The affairs of the northern town constabulary are not within the purview of your southern town constabulary. Should there be any matters to discuss, I shall humbly seek forgiveness from the prefect myself. I care not who sent you. Utter another word, and I shall eliminate you along with it." Ho Wen's countenance darkened. Feeling the cold blade against his throat, he hesitated momentarily. Prior to this encounter, he had never envisioned himself as fearful, yet at this instant, genuine terror gripped him. A madman. This man was nothing short of a lunatic. "Leave." Lin Mang replied with a chilling smile, sheathing his blade, his face still etched with murderous intent. "Inform everyone." To the Zhou family. Chapter 70. The horse tramples. The Zhou family in the western courtyard. Zhao Jingzhong sat contentedly in the hall, savoring his tea. Beside him, Li Mingqing chuckled softly, considering the time. The personnel from the southern town pacification office should be arriving soon. Zhao Jingzhong nodded slightly, a glimmer of cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Though our plan has deviated somewhat, the outcome remains favorable." Li Mingqing, however, wore a look of regret. "It is indeed a pity for that woman. I never imagined Zhou Yunqin's wife to be so youthful. Her years have been squandered following him." Zhao Jingzhong cast a barely perceivable glance at Li Mingqing, feeling a twinge of disdain. Compared to the Marquis of Wuqing, this young lord appeared too naive, lacking the composure necessary for his station, and foolishly infatuated with a woman. Nevertheless, such matters were not his concern. He merely sought to leverage the power of the Marquis of Wuqing to secure the position of pacification commissioner. At that moment, a member of the Imperial Guard entered, cupping his hands in greeting, hesitatingly reporting, "My lord, Lin Baihu has just departed with his men." Zhao Jingzhong was taken aback, frowning as he asked, "The southern town pacification office has not arrived?" "They have." The Imperial Guard nodded cautiously, "but then they left." "What?" Li Mingqing sprang to his feet, enraged. "What on earth are those fools at the southern town pacification office doing?" "Useless. A bunch of worthless scoundrels." Zhao Jingzhong's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "Do you know where Lin Mang is gone?" "I heard it's the Zhou residence." "Oh no." Zhao Jingzhong's complexion shifted as he rose, commanding, "Alert the others. Head to the Zhou residence." The gates of the northern town pacification office swung wide open, and over 100 Imperial Guards charged forth on horseback. Their presence formidable. Each face was set in icy determination, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Leading the charge, Lin Mang commanded coldly, "Liu, take your men to notify the Northern City Military Command, Wushu, as well as the major factions of Jiaozhongfang. Inform them that within the hour, no one aside from my men is permitted to enter Chongjiaofang." "Understood." Liu clasped his fists and swiftly led several men in a different direction. The throng of Imperial Guards galloped through the streets, creating a tumult that sent the citizens scurrying in alarm. Observers exchanged anxious glances as the ominous procession of guards thundered past. What are these harbingers of doom up to? One wondered. Who knows? But someone is certainly in for misfortune. Whenever the Imperial Guards appear, it bodes ill. Boom. The sound of hooves striking the bluestone pavement resonated like muffled thunder, causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly. At the end of the street, a line of figures clad in black fish-scale uniforms emerged, resembling a dark cloud descending upon the world. The horses galloped in formation, a formidable sight, before the Zhou residence. Two guards, upon witnessing the advancing mass, turned pale with fright. Imperial Guards. The two hastily retreated into the estate, slamming the door shut behind them. In the distance, Lin Mang showed no intent to pause as he urged his horse forward, drawing his sword with a fierce resolve. Flash! A chilling aura of malevolence coalesced around the blade, erupting like a tidal wave in an instant. With a resounding crash, the grand entrance of the Zhou residence shattered into fragments, scattering debris everywhere. Gather all members of the Zhou family in the main hall. If met with resistance, show no mercy. Lin Mang bellowed from atop his steed, galloping into the Zhou estate. Yes. Behind him, the Imperial Guard swiftly drew their swords, following closely, accompanied by the clashing sounds of metal. The formidable guards brazenly invaded the Zhou household, their fierce steeds trampling indiscriminately. Those who dared to resist were mercilessly dragged down from horseback, leaving a gruesome scene in their wake. Lin Mang led a contingent of dozens directly to the main hall of the Zhou family. Emerging from the morning hall was Zhou Pingli, suppressing his fury and trepidation. Lord Lin, what is your intention? Lin Mang, looking down imperiously at Zhou Pingli, replied coldly, you ought to know my purpose. Enough of your prattle. Hand over Tang Qi. Zhou Pingli's face darkened with anger. Lord Lin, your subordinates have defiled my son's wife and have slain several members of the Zhou family. They have fled. How could I possibly know their whereabouts? Shouldn't I be the one demanding answers here? With a disdainful snort, he continued. Tang Qi claimed to be acting under your orders, so I believe an explanation from you is warranted. Is that so? Lin Mang's gaze narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Do you understand? I had no intention of harming you. Some matters are best left separate, and I am not a heartless, bloodthirsty fiend. Yet, you leave me no choice. At that moment, the Imperial Guards herded the remaining Zhou family members into the main hall. Lin Mang, dragging his weapon, approached an individual slowly. With a swift motion, blood erupted like a fountain as a terrified head soared into the air. This is my explanation. As the severed head fell to the ground, the onlookers were immediately engulfed in terror. They committed murder. The Imperial Guards are killing. Help me, master. Save me. Lin Mang. Zhou Pingli's heart raced with a mix of shock and fury. Lin Mang, have you lost your mind? Are you not afraid of retribution from the pacification office? His loud outburst could not mask his inner fear. Lin Mang coldly regarded Zhou Pingli, sneering, retribution? If I were afraid, I would not be here today. I ask you once more, where is Tang Qi? Zhou Pingli retorted icily, Lord Lin, I do not know. His aged visage was filled with rage as he proclaimed loudly, Lord Lin, do the Imperial Guards believe they are above the law? My Zhou family is not without renown. How dare you act thus? Lin Mang scanned the room, seizing a young member of the Zhou family. Remember, it is your family patriarch who has condemned you. With that, he struck again, sending another head flying, blood gushing forth. Lin Mang. Zhou Pingli's eyes were wild with fury. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Lin Mang let out a chilling smile, once again placing the blade against the throat of a member of the Zhou clan. Tell me, where is Tang Qi? Moreover, who instigated you to act in this manner? The head of the Zhou family, I implore you to ponder this carefully. The lives of your entire clan rest in your hands. Master, save me. Master, please save my son. Zhou Pingli stared intently at Lin Mang, his heart filled with dread. Yet, suppressing his fear, he slowly closed his eyes and shook his head, saying, I know not, Lord Lin. You may proceed. The vengeful spirits of the Zhou family shall await you in the netherworld. Very well, Lin Mang replied coldly. The head of the Zhou family possesses remarkable fortitude. Just as Lin Mang was about to strike again, a middle-aged man suddenly charged at him with a knife, shouting, I will fight you. A surge of profound inner strength erupted as the man swung a fist towards Lin Mang. A flash of icy, brilliant blade light sliced through the air, and a body fell lifelessly to the ground, cleaved in two. Lin Mang suddenly chuckled coldly, surveying the terrified members of the Zhou clan, and said, Do you see clearly now? This is your patriarch. For the sake of his own selfish desires, he is wholly willing to disregard your lives. Who among you can tell me? And I shall let him go. Zhou Pingli's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 71, Preemptive Strike, I exclaimed. Amidst the crowd, a young man, appearing to be in his 20s and pale as death, suddenly stepped forward. I know where the person you seek is, he cried, raising his hand, his face a mask of terror. Panic gripped him. He could sense that soon it would be his turn. He was still young, and the thought of death was unbearable. With a face twisted in resentment, he declared, Patriarch, you cannot let us all perish because of your actions. That night, it was clearly you who brought that esteemed officer of the Jinyiwei. Silence. Zhou Pingli bellowed, his voice cutting through the air. He lunged forward like an arrow, his fierce talons aimed at the young man's throat. Yet, In that split second, a figure appeared before him. Instantly, he felt as though he had been struck by an immense force, letting out a muffled groan as he was sent hurtling into the hall. Lin Mang coldly remarked, "How dare you act in my presence, Patriarch Zhou? You possess an audacity most audacious." Zhou Pingli, bloodied and battered, rose to his feet, a grim smile spreading across his face as he laughed maniacally. "Fools. A gathering of utter fools." Lin Mang sneered, then turned his gaze to the trembling young man beside him, his voice icy. "Speak. Where is he?" The young man, in a flurry of anxiety, replied, "In the cellar of the back courtyard. Last night, when I got up, I saw the Patriarch take someone to the cellar." Lin Mang summoned a member of the Jinyiwei, instructing him to lead the way to find Tang Qi. Moments later, 2 Jinyiwei officers emerged, escorting a figure. A shiver ran through the crowd. Tang Qi lay on the ground, choking back sobs. "Sir, I have implicated you." His body bore numerous wounds, and a hideous scar marred his once handsome face. Fortunately, there were no life-threatening injuries. Lin Mang offered a few words of comfort and inquired, "Now, tell me, what transpired?" Tang Qi took a deep breath, his voice filled with shame. "I fell into that old man's trap. When I awoke, there was a woman's corpse in my bed. They then took me to the cellar, where they told me that if I claimed you were behind all of this, they would let me go." Lin Mang nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards Zhou Pingli in the morning hall, speaking calmly. "Now, tell me, who orchestrated all of this?" Zhou Pingli let out a self-deprecating laugh, coughing up blood as he spoke in broken phrases. "No one orchestrated it. This is all my doing." He had plotted everything but had not anticipated Lin Mang's swift arrival. According to their original plan, Lin Mang should have been locked away in the Southern Town Patrol's prison by now. Once Lin Mang was imprisoned, the 600 house would be leaderless, unable to stir any chaos, and they would have ample means to compel Tang Qi to accuse Lin Mang. As long as the Northern Town Patrol could not locate Tang Qi, Lin Mang would remain under suspicion indefinitely. Without Tang Qi's accusation, even with the patrol present, mere unfounded allegations would not suffice to topple Lin Mang. Despite all their careful calculations, they had failed to account for Lin Mang's rapid approach. Lin Mang suddenly let out a mocking laugh, taunting, "Are you waiting for your master behind you, Zhao Jingzhong, or that young marquis? If so, you need not wait any longer. They shall not arrive today." Zhou Pingli's complexion shifted slightly. Lin Mang slowly wiped the blade of his knife, his tone chilling. "The Zhou family, driven by resentment, has conspired with the 1,000 household Zhao Jingzhong to plot against the Jinyiwei. Execution." As his words fell, Lin Mang lunged forward, his embroidered spring knife dancing in the air. Where his figure passed, countless heads were severed. Limbs and severed arms flew through the air, shattered corpses littering the ground. Surrounding Jinyiwei drew their blades once more, unleashing a bloody slaughter. The white cloth of the morning hall had long been drenched in crimson. The wailing cries echoed far and wide. The cold wind swept through the blood-stained white lanterns, emitting a mournful wail. Outside Changjiafang, Zhao Jingzhong rode in with his trusted subordinates, an imposing presence. Just then, a multitude of ruffians suddenly appeared on the street ahead, pushing carts and herding cattle and sheep, driving them to run wildly down the thoroughfare. The once broad street had descended into utter chaos. With a sharp tug on the reins, Zhao Jingzhong coldly commanded, "Take another route." The group swiftly changed direction, only to soon find numerous soldiers from the Wuqing Bingmisi blocking the way. Various road construction tools lay scattered, and many horse-blocking stakes cluttered the ground. Zhao Jingzhong's expression turned icy, and he fumed. Dismount. If he could not discern such a simple ruse, it would be a grave underestimation of his capabilities. However, at this moment, he could not be bothered to entangle himself with these people. Zhao Jingzhong led his men forward quickly, as several Jinyiwei swiftly cleared the horse-blocking stakes. Yet, just a few dozen meters ahead, more gang members brazenly engaged in combat on the street. Though it appeared grand, it was more noise than substance. The clashing of weapons produced little bloodshed. Almost simultaneously, countless soldiers from the Beijing Bingmisi emerged from all directions, armed with powerful crossbows. The chaotic crowd clogged the street, filling it to the brim. Zhao Jingzhong's expression darkened as he turned and commanded, "You resolve the matter here." With that, he soared into the air, crossing over 10 zhang in mere moments, vanishing at the end of the street. Behind a small door in a room, Wu Shu, watching the retreating figure, patted his chest, feeling a lingering dread. "Lord Lin, I can assist you no further." To confront Zhao Jingzhong would be tantamount to seeking death. After all this time, by the time Zhao Jingzhong arrives, it should be over, right? He then turned and ordered, "Prepare to withdraw." The biting wind howled. Lin Mang's boots splashed in the blood. sending droplets flying. He bent down beside Zhou Pingli's corpse, took his finger, and dipped it in the blood to make a handprint. A Jinyiwei stepped forward, whispering, "My lord." "Everything has been forged." Lin Mang nodded slightly. Framing and weaving charges were not unfamiliar to the Jinyiwei. "Sir, this is the silver note seized from the Zhou family, totaling 80,000 taels. Additionally, there are gold and silver amounting to 30,000 taels, while the details of the property deeds remain unclear." Lin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly and said indifferently, "Have them all removed." Zhao Jingzhong rushed into the courtyard. His face contorted with anger as he surveyed the corpses strewn about. Lin Mang. However, Lin Mang suddenly shouted, cutting him off, and coldly remarked, "Sir Zhao, Zhou Pingli has already confessed and submitted to justice. He claimed that all of this was orchestrated by you. Could you provide me with an explanation?" Chapter 72. Today. 3 steps into the heavenly gang. Zhao Jingzhong was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly darkened, with veins bulging on either side of his forehead. "Aha." He laughed coldly. "What a splendid preemptive strike. Lin Mang, it seems I have underestimated you." His eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the surroundings, a trace of amusement curling his lips. "Unfortunately, you've miscalculated one thing. When it comes to framing and deceit, I am far more adept than you. This is not the Northtown Pacification Office." As the last word fell, Zhao Jingzhong's figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. He struck with a palm. In midair, a blue palm print, nearly a yard in size, solidified and descended with ferocity. The cold wind howled. The space was filled with sharp, explosive sounds. Zhao Jingzhong regarded Lin Mang as if he were already deceased. In the Northtown Pacification Office, he would have had reservations about acting, but here, apart from the personnel from the 600 house, there was no one else. Once Lin Mang was dead, these inept individuals would not dare to utter a word. Just as he had stated, in terms of framing and deceit, he was far more familiar than Lin Mang. As long as the man was dead, he could easily shift all blame onto the Zhou family. The Zhou family had framed the Imperial Guard, and when Lin Baihu sought the truth, he was besieged by them. He had already concocted the charges in his mind at that moment. After all, the Zhou family members were all dead. It would be their honor to be of use even in death. Even the pacification commissioner would ultimately have to swallow this bitter pill. A dead man was not worth his efforts. But in the next instant, a resounding crash echoed. Accompanied by the sound, a golden bell emerged around Lin Mang, its protective aura flowing over its surface. The terrifying palm print collided with the giant bell, unleashing a horrific shockwave that surged like a tidal wave toward Zhao Jingzhong. Zhao Jingzhong's pupils constricted in astonishment. The golden bell shield. The golden bell, a perfect amalgamation, radiated brilliance, clearly indicating the pinnacle of mastery in this technique. Many practiced this skill, yet only a select few could achieve its fullest form. Although he had repelled Zhao Jingzhong, Lin Mang still staggered back a couple of steps, the stone floor beneath him shattering instantly. He was inwardly alarmed. Was this the power of the heavenly gang realm? Truly terrifying. "You shall not escape." Zhao Jingzhong's face turned icy as he unsheathed his embroidered spring knife. In an instant, a blade aura, almost tangible, coalesced. The blade aura produced by ordinary true Qi was formless, while that formed from heavenly gang true Qi was nearly substantial. The temperature around plummeted. Instantly, a layer of frost formed on the ground, and a white mist emanated from the blade aura, as if it had frozen the very air. A chilling fog enveloped the area within dozens of meters. Lin Mang's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a torrent of pure yang true Qi with a sweeping strike. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the energies collided violently, and amidst the rising dust, a figure swiftly surged forward. Zhao Jingzhong's face was filled with murderous intent. "In your next life, do not be so arrogant." Clash. With a resounding clash of metal, the two blades collided, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of strikes were exchanged. Each slash was lethal. The blood beneath their feet had long since crystallized into sharp ice. Lin Mang, increasingly alarmed, felt a chilling cold envelop him. The air was frigid. And with each clash of blades, the icy energy penetrated his body, were it not for the unyielding and radiant nature of his true energy. This penetrating cold would have been sufficient to freeze his meridians and internal organs. "Young man, have you come to understand? This is the chasm that separates us, as vast as the sky and the earth. Such a realm is beyond the comprehension of someone as lowly as you." Lin Mang let out a cold chuckle, and with a fierce swing of his blade, he evaded Zhao Jingzhong. The swirling blade energy dispersed around them. "You need not provoke me. You are afraid. Your heart is trembling." Lin Mang's laughter echoed, unabashed and defiant. "A strong warrior like you would not waste words in battle. You are fearful. You are intimidated. You have grown old, while I, still in my youth, have an abundance of time. Zhao Jingzhang's expression darkened, his gaze icy. In the realm of ordinary true energy, one would be defeated within a mere 10 strikes, yet this fellow, whom he had previously encountered at the late stage of true energy, now evidently possessed full mastery. More importantly, he had discerned that this man's true energy had coalesced into the form of heavenly energy. Should he fail to eliminate him this time, he would undoubtedly become a future calamity. Lin Mang suddenly stomped the ground, creating distance between them. A calm voice followed, merely the realm of heavenly energy. Today I, Lin Mang, shall ascend into the heavenly realm in 3 strides. As the words left his lips, his aura surged rapidly. In an instant, boundless true energy emanated from him. Pure yang energy burning like flames, reminiscent of the blazing sun in the sky. Recharge. Elevate. Energy points minus 100,000. Pure yang supreme art, 4th level. Heavenly energy, 1st level. With each step, his true energy transformed swiftly, and with the final step, Lin Mang's essence surged to its zenith. The last stride resonated like a thunderous roar of heaven and earth, solidifying and refining the air around him. The ground trembled, rolling pure yang energy swayed, and faint golden flames coalesced around him. In that moment, the blood crystals on the ground melted, releasing vast clouds of crimson mist. Heavenly realm achieved. Zhao Jingzheng was struck with terror, a tumult of shock and fury coursing through him as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" He had toiled for 5 years to reach the pinnacle of true energy, having entered the Songzhan sect to master the icy true energy, only then achieving the heavenly realm. Many sects, pressured by the Imperial Court, had formed collaborations, with the court sending talented individuals to various prominent sects for training. Though the court possessed abundant resources, the deep-rooted heritage of the major sects, along with their possession of natural treasures, greatly benefited their cultivation. If truly compelled to surrender, it could drive the sects to desperation. Hence the court sent individuals to train within them. Lin Mang smiled, a radiant grin. Yet, to Zhao Jingzheng, it appeared as mockery. "Lord Zhao, I have a blade to present to you today." As the words fell, Lin Mang gently raised the knife in his hand. What appeared to be a mere stroke at that moment seemed to evolve into a boundless sea of blood. The intent of the blade. Lin Mang's aura transformed at that instant, soaring to a pinnacle, as if myriad shadows of knives surged behind him. Solely the heart, solely myself, solely the blade. Countless knife shadows converged, merging into the singular blade. He wielded. Lin Mang's gaze shimmered with a hint of crimson. In the realm of heaven and earth, it seemed that only this deadly strike remained. Zhao Jingzhang's expression shifted dramatically. The pervasive ferocity of the knife intent surrounding him felt akin to being ensnared in a quagmire. "Demon blade!" Zhao Jingzheng exclaimed in astonishment. He had once aspired to cultivate this technique, yet merely observing its execution had left his mind in turmoil, forcing him to abandon the endeavor. In his gaze towards Lin Mang, there was an abundance of confusion and shock. "Halt!" Suddenly, a thunderous shout resounded from outside the door. A terrifying golden blade light seemed poised to tear through the firmament, as the blazing sun dimmed in that moment. In a critical juncture, Zhao Jingzheng summoned all his strength to unleash his most formidable strike. Bang! The sky was filled with the shattering of ice crystals. After a single sweep of the blade, everything lay in ruins. Chapter 73, Confronting the Marquis of Wuqing. 4th update. Zhao Jingzheng maintained his grip on the dagger, his body beginning to fracture and shatter like fragile porcelain. His eyes were filled with resentment, fear, and regret. He could never have imagined that he would meet his demise here. Even at the moment he struck, he did not believe he would be vanquished. He had been in the Celestial Gang realm for many years, yet the lethal force unleashed by that fatal blow mercilessly crushed him. Is this the might of a second-grade martial art? A wry smile crossed his face, and in that instant, he felt a profound despair. Once, he had devoted himself entirely to martial cultivation, only to later realize that the skills he had honed were utterly worthless in the face of overwhelming power, prompting him to obsess over authority instead. In the end, it was all a grand illusion, a hollow dream. Energy points, 12,000, Lin Mang, dragging his bloodied embroidery spring knife, was enveloped in a chilling aura of death as he slowly turned to face the newcomer. "Is there something you need?" Outside the morning hall stood an elderly man clad in gray robes. At that moment, the gray-robed elder could not help but tremble. Upon his arrival, he had witnessed the fatal blow delivered, unable to intervene in time. Soon after, a surge of inexplicable rage welled up within him. He had been intimidated by a mere junior. "Lin Mang, how dare you slaughter your fellow?" "Slaughter?" Lin Mang replied with a cold smile, casually flicking the blood from his blade. It was Zhao Jingzhong who struck first. Should I have waited for him to kill me? Words require evidence. Indeed. Lin Mang suddenly scrutinized the gray-robed elder, his voice icy. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Jinyiwei? Humph. The elder snorted disdainfully. I am a vassal of the Marquis of Wuqing. Lin Mang's expression shifted to one of fierce disdain. Since when does a vassal of the Marquis of Wuqing have the audacity to interfere in the matters of the Jinyiwei? I suspect you are an impostor. How bold to impersonate someone from the Marquis's household. As he spoke, Lin Mang swung his knife down ferociously. The torrent of pure yang celestial energy converged, the cold winds ripping apart beneath the force of his strike. The air was thick with a ferocious and demonic blade intent, embodying a tyrannical will that proclaimed, in this realm, it is only I and my blade. The malevolent nature of the demonic knife not only influenced its wielder, but also instilled fear in his foes. The gray-robed elder felt a jolt of alarm, a hint of trepidation flickering in his gaze as he looked at Lin Mang. He turned to flee. Initially summoned by the young Marquis to deal with this boy, he realized that even Zhao Jingzhong had perished at Lin Mang's hands. He would undoubtedly not be a match for this formidable adversary. Uncanny. Truly uncanny. The gray-robed elder cursed under his breath as he leapt over the high wall. But in that very moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. Not good, just as he attempted to evade. A terrifying blade aura descended upon him with a thunderous crash. Boom. The stone wall of the courtyard crumbled in an instant, dust billowing into the air. Witnessing this scene, the gray-robed elder was filled with astonishment and fury. Lin Mang lightly touched his feet to the air, ascending to new heights before delivering another strike. Wudong's cloud-soaring technique. The gray-robed elder was engulfed in uncertainty. A brilliant golden blade aura carved a long, lingering shadow in the air. In a moment of peril, the elder in gray abruptly flicked his sleeves, and countless blood-red nail shadows materialized. The clash between the blood nails and the blade produced a series of crisp sounds. Almost instantaneously, the elder in gray pivoted sharply, a steel mechanism manifesting upon his arm. Whoosh! Although the crossbow bolt appeared diminutive, measuring merely the length of a fingertip, its speed was astonishingly swift. The Tang sect of Shu. Lin Mang's pupils constricted. Such mastery of hidden weapons could only belong to the Tang sect of Shu. Thud! The golden bell barrier surrounding him emitted a muffled sound, rippling with golden light. Witnessing this, the elder in gray wasted no time and accelerated further. Those from the Tang sect were inherently adept at lightness skills, swiftly creating distance between themselves and Lin Mang. The elder cast a disdainful glance back. Kid, your Wudong Tiyun's own training is still lacking. Lin Mang's expression remained tranquil as he pursued, dragging his blade behind him. Enhancement. Energy points minus 6,000. Wudong Tiyun's own minor accomplishment. In an instant, Lin Mang's speed surged exponentially. Lightly stepping on the scattered gravel, he soared upwards over 10 meters, diving down like a soaring eagle. With nimble steps, he traversed dozens of zhang in a flash, as swift as a gale. Above the street, two figures chased each other relentlessly, moving from desolate alleys to bustling thoroughfares. Observing the relentless pursuit of the two figures, the onlookers lifted their gazes in awe. The elder in gray could no longer restrain himself from cursing. Madman, is it truly necessary to pursue so doggedly? With a flick of his sleeve, a thick white mist dispersed. Lin Mang slashed down fiercely, and the poison released by the elder dissipated in an instant. The elder in gray shot a cold glance back at Lin Mang, then turned and raced toward the Marquis Wuqing's estate. I do not believe you dare to follow. However, Lin Mang's speed escalated, and the fiery blade aura emanating from his embroidered spring knife swept through the surroundings. The elder was alarmed. What kind of speed is this? He desperately hurled various hidden weapons, fleeing with all his might. In the distance, a magnificent estate came into view. Marquis, save me. The elder in gray leapt down. While Lin Mang's speed surged even higher, he raised his embroidered spring knife with ease. With one decisive strike, this blow was both fierce and tyrannical, imbued with an essence of utmost ferocity. Follow my will and live. Defy my heart and die. This was the blade intent he had gleaned from the demonic knife, becoming increasingly clear since his breakthrough to the heavenly gang realm. Lin Mang's aura was imposing, his spirit reaching a pinnacle in an instant. At that moment, he illuminated the entire firmament, enveloped in a golden light. A golden cross-shaped blade shadow descended like a blazing sun. The ground before him shattered inch by inch. A grievous wound, deep enough to expose bone, appeared on the elder's back, blood immediately saturating his entire being. Blood spilled from his mouth, his meridians obliterated by the pure yang true energy. Just then, a glimmer of sword light appeared in the distance. Quick! A glimmer of sword light cascaded like a mighty river, a single sword plunging into the depths. The shadows of blades shattered, and the figure of the gray-robed elder was sent flying as if he were a torn sack. The grand doors of the estate slowly creaked open, revealing several figures emerging from within. At the forefront stood a man adorned in opulent robes, appearing to be in his 30s, while a graceful woman sheltered him with an oiled umbrella. Beside them stood a man clutching a sword. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the sword in the swordsman's hand, and spoke in a low voice, "Lord of the Golden Serpent, xiuchun." He had previously familiarized himself with the influence of the Marquis of Wuqing, aware that his household harbored numerous martial experts. It was rumored that a cold-blooded swordsman known as the Lord of the Golden Serpent was in close proximity to the Marquis. It was evidently this individual. Lin Mang directed his gaze towards the indifferent figure beneath the umbrella and declared, "Captain of the Jinyiwei, Lin Mang, pays his respects to the Marquis." Within his seemingly casual words lay an impending weight, reminiscent of an approaching storm. Chapter 74. Drawing the blade, the streets were enveloped in a profound silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. A seemingly innocuous question pierced the stillness. "Might I inquire what brings Lin Baihu to this place?" Though simple in form, the words bore an extraordinary weight, infused with an unparalleled pressure, a testament to the authority of one accustomed to power. Even in silence, merely standing there commanded a sense of reverence. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the fallen elder clad in gray. In a solemn tone, he addressed the Lord. "Your Excellency, this individual has intruded upon our investigation as members of the Jinyiwei, asserting himself as a vassal of the Wuqing Marquisate. I wonder if you are acquainted with him?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue seemed to ripple through the eyes of the Wuqing Marquis, who stood beneath an umbrella. "Oh." A hint of color emerged on the Marquis's stern visage as he slightly turned his head to glance at the nearby Jin Langjun. At that moment, an air of foreboding pervaded the surroundings. The essence of swordplay subtly permeated the atmosphere. Lin Mang felt a shiver run down his spine. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from a distance. "Aha! Your Excellency, my subordinate has acted thoughtlessly and offended you. Allow me to extend my apologies on his behalf." As the words faded, a figure hastened toward them. Initially, only a vague silhouette was discernible at the far end of the street, but with a few strides, the individual arrived beside Lin Mang. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Mang promptly clasped his hands in respect. "I pay my respects to the Grand Commandant." Cheng Hongyan suddenly stepped forward. Boom! It was as if something had shattered, and the oppressive aura dissipated entirely. Lin Mang was inwardly astonished. What strength did this Grand Commandant possess? Cheng Hongyan turned to the Wuqing Marquis, offering a courteous bow. "I pay my respects to your Excellency." With a light chuckle, the Wuqing Marquis's austere demeanor softened. "Oh, Cheng Darren, your subordinates are quite commendable." Cheng Hongyan smiled lightly, his expression serene as he replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Your Excellency. But it would be best not to flatter him too much. He has a tendency to become arrogant, causing me trouble daily." The Marquis laughed softly, his gaze suddenly shifting to Lin Mang, as he inquired, "What was it you just said?" His tone now held an intriguing undertone. Cheng Hongyan turned his attention to Lin Mang, his gaze deep and probing. Lin Mang gripped his blade, pausing for a moment before responding calmly. "This individual has interfered with our investigation, claiming to be a vassal of the Wuqing Marquisate. I wonder if your Excellency is aware of him." Suddenly, the Wuqing Marquis erupted in laughter, though the sound was chilling. "Cheng Darren, your subordinate is truly exceptional. However, you must ensure this talent is protected. We cannot afford any further incidents." Cheng Hongyan chuckled lightly and bowed, stating, "Your Excellency jests. We, the Jinyiwei, stand ready to sacrifice ourselves for His Majesty at any moment." The Wuqing Marquis regarded Lin Mang with a penetrating gaze and said softly, "Lin Baihu, the words of those from the rivers and lakes can often be nonsensical. There is no such person in my household. You may take him away." "Understood." Lin Mang replied with a bow and stepped forward. Yet, after only a few strides, his expression grew increasingly grave. The air around him felt as heavy as quicksand, and with each step, the pressure upon him intensified. A barely perceptible glance was cast at the woman holding the umbrella behind the Marquis of Wuqing, who seemed to be smiling subtly. Yet, within that smile lay a hint of mockery. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Lin Mang's mouth. Suddenly, a resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. In the biting wind, a fierce blade aura surged forth, exuding a terrifying intensity that left countless phantoms in its wake. With a sickening thud, a severed head soared into the sky, blood gushing forth. Energy points, 11,000. Lin Mang slowly sheathed his sword, asserting with righteous indignation, such reckless wanderers of the martial world, daring to impersonate individuals from the Marquis of Wu Qing's household, deserve death. Cheng Hongyan was momentarily taken aback, while the Marquis's expression gradually turned frosty, his eyes betraying a hint of indifference. With a decisive clap, the Marquis turned and made his way slowly back into the Marquisate. The gates of the Wu Qing residence slammed shut with a thunderous crash. The North Town Protectorate was thrown into complete turmoil. Not only the North Town Protectorate, but even the South Town Protectorate was stirred by this incident. In the western courtyard, Qianhu Zhao Jingzhong had perished. This individual, one of the three Qianhis who had wielded immense power in the western courtyard for years, met his end at the hands of the Zhou family. As a dignified Qianhu of the North Town Protectorate, holding the 5th rank of the Jinyiwei, he was killed by one of his own subordinate Baihus. Along with him, the entire Zhou family was annihilated. In contrast, the downfall of the Zhou family garnered little attention. Lin Mang had once again achieved notoriety. Discussions surrounding this event erupted fervently. While many marveled, there was also an air of lamentation. This fellow was truly a madman. A born killer. Within the brief span of less than a month since arriving at the North Town Protectorate, he had already executed a Baihu, slain his commanding officer, and then obliterated the Tianhong gang. Were it not for these deeds, they would not have been so astonished. Countless factions were extinguished daily within the capital, and many martial artists vanished without a trace. However, it was the death of Zhao Jingzhong that instilled a newfound sense of reverence for this young newly appointed Baihu. Soon, rumors regarding Zhao Jingzhong's crimes circulated widely, alleging that he had incited the Zhou family, fabricated accusations against his subordinates, and even murdered his colleagues. Everyone believed these allegations without question, for Zhao Jingzhong's reputation was well known. Such accusations were tactics he had often employed himself. His rise to power was no secret. Yet, what truly shocked them was the manner in which this young man had dispatched Zhao Jingzhong. Within the main hall of the North Town Protectorate, Lin Mang stood quietly at the lower end, his demeanor calm. Observing Lin Mang's composed countenance, Cheng Hongyan felt a slight headache. To be honest, this incident had disrupted his original plans. Was it difficult to kill Zhao Jingzhong? If he had wished, a single strike could have ended him. However, Zhao Jingzhong was backed by numerous vested interests, including factions within the Marquis of Wu Qing's lineage, certain powerful figures in the court, and even the influential Zhao family. The entanglements were too intricate. To act against him would be akin to provoking this vast network of interests. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Hongyan spoke gravely. From today onward, you shall oversee the Imperial prison. Lin Mang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Just that? He thought, before bowing respectfully, as you command. As Cheng Hongyan watched Lin Mang depart, he pressed his fingers against his brow, a soft laugh suddenly emanating from the inner chamber. No need to pretend. I am aware that you have already devised new plans in your heart. Yuan Chongqing approached leisurely and seated himself beside Cheng. With an expression of helplessness, Cheng Hongyan remarked, You have wronged me. This young man has landed me in quite a predicament. Yuan Chongqing smiled without uttering a word, his gaze profound as he held his tea, softly stating, I believe I have discerned your thoughts. Chapter 75, The Reputation Becomes Absurd. Yuan Chongqing seated himself quietly beside, lifting a cup of tea, smiling yet silent. His gaze as tranquil as a deep well, imbued with profound significance. Cheng Hongyan, however, shook his head and remarked, This matter is not so easily resolved. Allowing him into the Imperial prison is a consideration for his safety. Yet, he paused, reflecting, You did not witness today's spectacle. This fellow dared to slay the offering in front of Lord Wu Qing. I am inferior to him. The longer one dwells in the bureaucratic realm, the greater the apprehensions. Here, one is often bound by circumstances beyond one's control. Yuan Chongqing's hand holding the tea momentarily faltered, his countenance gradually revealing surprise. He soon regained his composure, observing Cheng Hongyan in silence. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, What exactly are you scheming? Your arrival seems rather coincidental. Haha. Cheng Hongyan chuckled lightly, You overestimate me. To speak truthfully, this affair was not within my plans. Upon learning that Zhao Jingzhong had pursued, I followed suit, but unexpectedly. This rascal acted with such swiftness and had the North City Military Command seal off the various entrances to Chongjiao Square, causing a delay. As the two conversed, A member of the Jinyiwei approached from outside, clasping his fist in salute. "My lord, someone from the eastern depot in the palace requests your presence." Cheng Hongyan inhaled deeply, rising to adjust his attire, glancing at Yuan Chongqing, and lightly shrugged. True trouble has arrived. Meanwhile, the external world was already in an uproar. The Shuntian Prefecture, the 5-city military command, and even the censorate were all mobilizing in succession. Carriages belonging to significant court figures entered the palace one after another. If it were merely a Qianhu, it would hardly provoke such a commotion. After all, this was an internal matter of the Jinyiwei. However, Zhao Jingzhong was entangled with too many vested interests. His demise would inevitably impact the benefits of numerous individuals. In the Western Depot, Li Jinzong hurried in. Excitement evident in his demeanor. "Adoptive father, we can invite that Lin Baihu to our Western Depot now." In the hall, Chenju, engrossed in handling official documents, set down his brush and replied nonchalantly, "Enough. Do not entertain thoughts of him any longer." Chenju lifted his gaze, fixing a steady stare upon the entering Li Jinzong. Remaining utterly silent, Li Jinzong awkwardly chuckled. "Adoptive father, why do you look at me like that?" "Nothing." Chenju shook his head, exhaling. "I merely find you somewhat unfamiliar. Your cunning makes even me feel apprehensive. Were it not for this incident, I would not have realized that you have quietly nurtured a group of practitioners from the rivers and lakes." With a thud, Li Jinzong knelt down, speaking solemnly. "Adoptive father, this life was given by you. Should you require it, feel free to take it at any moment, and I shall harbor no grievances." Chenju cast him a sidelong glance and responded coolly, "Rise. I merely wish to convey that I can uncover the truth, and so can others." Li Jinzong was momentarily taken aback, but soon rose with a smile. "Adoptive father, I understand what to do now." Indeed, Chenju nodded slightly, regarding the current Jinyiwei matter. "His Majesty has issued an edict for the Western Depot to assist in the investigation. Do you understand why I advised against harboring any intentions toward him?" Li Jinzong pondered for a moment, his pupils suddenly constricting. Chenju gazed at the sky outside, reflecting. "Because he has already caught His Majesty's attention." Lin Mang departed from the main hall of the Northern Town Pacification Office, making his way towards the 600 Household Bureau. Outside the hall, a throng had gathered, including several officers of the Jinyiwei at the 100 household level. The crowd scrutinized Lin Mang's expression, hoping to glean some insight from his countenance. However, Lin Mang maintained an unwaveringly cold demeanor, revealing no hint of anything amiss, leaving the onlookers secretly disappointed. They were genuinely curious about the nature of the punishment Lin Mang would face. Upon stepping into the western courtyard, all the Jinyiwei saluted him, then quickly retreated to his safe distance, fearful of becoming casualties beneath the blade of this feared 100 household officer. Among them, some were under the control of life and death tokens. Should Lin Mang encounter any misfortune, they would lose all hope of ever breaking free from their fate. Others had already come to acknowledge this new 100 household officer, recognizing his strength, capability, and decisive manner, as well as his fair treatment of subordinates. Tang Qi approached hesitantly, inquiring, "My lord, is everything all right?" He executed 1,000 households. Such a notion was beyond his imagination. At the moment of Zhao Jingzhong's demise, each of them had felt a cold sweat trickle down their palms, as if the entire scene were but a dream. That was the 1,000 household Zhao Jingzhong. Tang Qi's expression shifted instantaneously, urging, "My lord, perhaps you should flee?" Lin Mang chuckled softly. "You are overthinking it. I merely intend to oversee the imperial prison." Upon hearing this, Tang Qi finally exhaled in relief. "Go on with your duties. I shall pack a few belongings." Lin Mang turned and entered the room, quickly gathering some personal items. After informing everyone, he proceeded to the imperial prison. The Jinyiwei's imperial prison was situated underground in the rear courtyard of the Northern Town Pacification Office. Similar to the secret vault, this prison comprised 9 levels, with the first 3 levels housing ordinary criminals. However, beginning from the 4th level, the inmates included some of the most heinous offenders, some of whom even the current Jinyiwei were not entirely familiar with. Certain prisoners confined in the depths may have originated from the time of the late emperor, or even earlier. Their survival remained uncertain. Additionally, many martial artists from the Jianghu were also imprisoned within. Outside the prison, the guarding Jinyiwei, upon seeing Lin Mang's arrival, promptly saluted. "We pay our respects to Lord Lin. A name carries weight, as does a shadow, before this killing god. As long as he remains in power, everyone must show him respect." The iron gate creaked open, revealing a rugged-featured man stepping forth. The man laughed heartily, clasping his hands. "I am Xiuchun, the prison warden and deputy thousand household of the eastern courtyard. Lin Mang also returned the gesture with a salute. The thousand households within the pacification office each held distinct responsibilities. For instance, Zhao Jingzheng of the western courtyard was tasked with patrolling the city, thus wielding considerable authority as one of the most powerful thousand households. In contrast, there were those within the pacification office specifically assigned to oversee the imperial prison, a duty that was, by comparison, a rather arduous task. The imperial prison was frigid and dreary, a place where even the most formidable warriors could easily sustain injuries over prolonged exposure. Xiuchun, with a hearty laugh, pulled Lin Mang closer and exclaimed, "Lin Baihu, there's no need for formalities. I have heard of your remarkable deeds. You have truly excelled. You have accomplished something we have longed to achieve. I hear you have a penchant for wielding your blade. You have come to the right place. This prison is filled with individuals, and should you find anyone to your disliking, simply draw your sword and strike." With a warm demeanor, Xiuchun guided Lin Mang further inside. Bewildered, Lin Mang followed as the heavy door behind them slammed shut with a resounding thud. Chapter 76. The gift to Ming's own come. Brothers, gather around and make your acquaintance. This is Lin Baihu. Upon entering the imperial prison, Xiuchun eagerly introduced Lin Mang to the others. Lin Mang seized the opportunity to observe his surroundings, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. They found themselves in the outermost layer of the prison, which could be considered a modest living area. A few tables were scattered about, alongside some rudimentary beds. The walls, hewn from massive stones, were further reinforced with cold iron. Hearing Xiuchun's voice, several individuals nearby turned their heads in curiosity. Lin Mang quickly scanned the group. They were all robust men in their 30s, exuding vitality, with their strengths predominantly exceeding the innate level. A few cast curious glances at Lin Mang but dared not stare too long, aware of the impoliteness of such behavior. Some even pondered if lingering too long in observation might provoke a violent reaction. Despite their confinement within the prison walls, the tales of Lin Mang's exploits had reached their ears. News, after all, tends to spread like wildfire, transforming with each retelling until it morphs into something almost fantastical. Various versions circulated, with some claiming the new Baihu to be a maniacal killer. However, upon laying eyes on Lin Mang, the gathered men found such rumors utterly implausible. Regardless of perspective, he appeared to be a youthful figure of striking features. Yet, one undeniable truth lingered. Lin Mang had indeed slain the Qianhu Zhao Jingzhou. This singular feat was enough to command their respect. Lin Mang regarded the assembly and cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings to all, I am Lin Mang." In response, the men returned the gesture of respect. Xiuchun let out a hearty laugh and remarked, "Lin Baihu, we have no strict customs here. Feel free to be at ease." The role of a prison guard was typically a thankless task, devoid of any substantial rewards or power struggles, which fostered a spirit of camaraderie among them. Xiuchun handed Lin Mang a flask, saying, "Try this." The prison's cold and harsh environment could take a toll even on martial artists, and prolonged exposure was detrimental to one's health. This medicinal wine from the Thai hospital was designed to nourish the heart and lungs, as well as warm the meridians. Upon taking a sip, Lin Mang's expression transformed with astonishment. This medicinal wine was indeed extraordinary. As it coursed through him, a surge of vitality seemed to awaken within his very being. Prolonged consumption of such a tonic would significantly enhance one's internal strength. Xiuchun beamed with pride. Though the prison is bitterly cold, there are still some treasures to be found. Come, let me show you around. As they walked, Xiuchun elaborated, "Brother Lin, unlike us who rotate every 3 days, your stay here may be prolonged." Lin Mang nodded slightly. "Lord Xiao, I understand. As long as Cheng Hongyan remains silent, I shall be here." The first and second levels of the prison were largely vacant, with only the third level housing a greater number of officials who had run afoul of the law. Xiuchun pushed open a steel gate, and a chilling aura rushed forth. Lin Mang was taken aback by the frigid atmosphere. What kind of construction had given rise to such an intense chill? This was no ordinary subterranean environment. Before them lay an elongated corridor, flanked on either side by numerous impenetrable steel cells. Suddenly, the clanking of chains echoed through the air, and a disheveled figure appeared at the window of one of the steel doors. "Bah, you court lackeys, butchers, may you meet a wretched end." Xiuchun calmly responded, "Master Zhang, it would be wise for you to conserve your energy. The imperial prison is bitterly cold, and your constitution may not withstand it." Xiuchun turned to Lin Mang, explaining, "Pay him no heed. He was once the governor of Zhenjiang, affiliated with the Zhang Chancellor faction. However, after embezzling disaster relief funds, he was cast into the imperial prison. Lin Mang refrained from further inquiries. Undoubtedly, there were wronged souls within the imperial prison, yet such matters were beyond his concern. As for the Zhang Chancellor, that was an even more delicate subject. The two ascended to the 4th level. Outside the steel gate, 2 guards from the Jinyiwei stood watch. Upon seeing xiuchun, they bowed and produced a key. Lin Mang pondered thoughtfully. As the gate behind them clanged shut, xiuchun stretched leisurely and chuckled. Brother Lin, if you wish to execute someone, the moment is ripe. Lin Mang paused, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Master Su, you jest, do you not? He had assumed it was merely a jest, yet it seemed there was genuine intent behind those words. Xiuchun, unfazed, remarked, in the imperial prison. Countless lives are extinguished each year, each month. Many perish during the torturous interrogations. Life is utterly worthless. A smile adorned his face, yet to Lin Mang, it bore traces of helplessness and mockery. Xiuchun, with blade in hand, stepped forward, his icy words echoing, once one enters the imperial prison, they shall never leave alive. Lin Mang froze momentarily. He accompanied Xiuchun on a cursory tour of the 4th level, which housed 89 individuals, all possessing innate abilities. Truthfully, he felt a stirring within. However, he understood that while the demise of 1 or 2 might be permissible, the wholesale slaughter was an impossibility that Xiuchun would not sanction. Upon reaching the 5th level, Lin Mang halted before a cell, his gaze fixed upon a middle-aged man within. The man was unkempt, his body pierced by iron, with his limbs nailed down to prevent movement. Xiuchun remarked with a smile, "This is a member of the Ming sect, the former commander of the Fire Flag." Lin Mang stood in silence for a moment before suddenly asking, "Master Su, may I enter?" Xiuchun, slightly taken aback, tightened his grip on the blade, but soon nodded in acquiescence. Upon opening the cell door, Xiuchun positioned himself behind Lin Mang, maintaining a readiness to draw his weapon. As the door creaked open, the disheveled man abruptly lifted his head, a glint of derision reflecting in his murky eyes. He muttered incessantly, "Burn my wretched body. Sacred flames blaze, what joy in life, what sorrow in death, to vanquish evil for the sake of virtue, only for the light's sake. Pity the world." Fraught with tribulations. Clang. A flash of steel sliced through the air, and the head of the Fire Flag commander flew from his shoulders. Energy points, for 1,000. Xiuchun stood momentarily stunned. Lin Mang lightly wiped the blood from the blade, casually remarking, "Lord Xiao, it should not be a problem to eliminate him. Should it?" Xiuchun, his expression rigid, nodded slightly, responding, "He has been imprisoned here for over a decade. He is a man deserving of death." At this moment, he felt utterly bewildered. Could this individual truly possess a penchant for violence? That would be fortunate. Lin Mang chuckled softly, inquiring, "Lord Xiao, are there still members of the Ming sect present here?" Xiuchun's grip on the knife relaxed completely. Previously, he had harbored suspicions that Lin Mang might be in collusion with the Ming sect. However, it now seemed evident that there was a personal vendetta at play. Lin Mang discreetly cast a glance at the lifeless body behind him, silently reflecting, "Your sect once bestowed upon me 3 grand gifts. Now, I shall return them in kind." The presence of these individuals in this place would only subject them to relentless torment. It would be far better to grant them an early release. For them, death would indeed be the most favorable outcome. Chapter 77. Lin Mang. Your kindness fills me with trepidation. The matter concerning Zhao Jingzhong continues to escalate, drawing increasing attention from the outside world. The Changjiafang has seen a surge of personnel from the Xichang and Nansenfusi, with several individuals from the 600 house also taken away by the agents of the Xichang for questioning. Shortly after Cheng Hongnian entered the palace, numerous individuals infiltrated the Basenfusi. Their objective was straightforward, to seek Lin Mang. Among these individuals were stakeholders connected to Zhao Jingzhong, representatives from the 3 law offices, and members of the Ministry of Justice, all intent on meddling in the affair. Only by removing Lin Mang from the Basenfusi could they seize greater control. Of course, there were also adversaries of Zhao Jingzhong's interest group who came to win Lin Mang over. The moment Lin Mang executed Zhao Jingzhong, he had already captured the attention of various influential figures within the court. The charge of intruding into the Jinyiwei's prison was one that no one dared to bear. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. Unbeknownst to Lin Mang, the commotion outside continued unabated. Although the prison was cold and desolate, he found no boredom in his confinement. Within the prison were numerous members of the Mingjiao, however. Aside from the leader of the Huaxinki, the others were merely heads of various branches. The situation was similar within the Baliangio, comprising primarily mid-level personnel. As for the higher-ups, they presumably existed, yet they were all confined below the 7th tier, a level even Xiaoqing lacked access to. It seems only the Zenfushi held the authority to unlock these depths within the Basenfusi. Lin Mang lifted a cup of medicinal liquor recently delivered by the Tai hospital and drank deeply. Before him, the system panel materialized. Name, Lin Mang. Identity, Captain of the Jinyiwei Realm, Tian Gang Realm, 1st level. Techniques, Supreme Pure Yang Technique, 4th level. Iron Cloth Shirt complete. Pure Yang Infinite Technique, 9th level. Golden Bell Shield complete. Martial Skills, Demon Blade, Beginner. Wudong Cloud Stepping, Minor Achievement. Phoenix Tail Arrow complete. Energy points 71. 000. Lin Mang felt a twinge of regret. If only he could slay the masters imprisoned on the 5th and 6th levels. He could at least ascend to the 4th level of the Tian Gang realm. With a thought, he focused on the Demon Blade. Energy points minus 20. 000. Demon Blade achieved. In that instant, a flicker of blade light danced in Lin Mang's eyes. Around him, blades of pure Yang Tian Gang, true energy coalesced in the void. The pale golden blade energy gathered an overwhelming might. Though it was the most rigid and fierce pure Yang blade energy, it emanated an aura of formidable ferocity and demonic essence. Behind Lin Mang, a terrifying demon blade exuding an aura of boundless malevolence descended. That strike was tyrannical, brutally overbearing. To follow my will is to live, to oppose my heart is to perish. One slash, and life and death are sealed. This was his might. And this was his intent. At that moment, the iron gate slowly creaked open, and Xiaoqing stepped through. However, the instant he crossed within 10 meters of Lin Mang, an intense tremor surged through his heart. He felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if he were teetering on the edge of an abyss. He could not help but take a step back, his hand clutching the sword tightly, yet the blade refused to budge. In that moment, an ominous sensation enveloped him. Should he draw the sword, death would surely be his fate. Gazing at the figure seated with eyes closed, he felt as though he were in the presence of a master. Lin Mang slowly opened his eyes, and the terrifying aura of the blade, akin to an unfathomable abyss, gradually dissipated. Xiaoqing, with a complex expression, clasped his hands together and smiled. Congratulations. It seems that Brother Lin has further enhanced his strength. Such talent is truly enviable. To be able to improve in this cold and harsh prison is nothing short of remarkable. Due to the peculiar nature of the prison, cultivation was generally unfeasible. Practitioners of innate realms typically required constant internal energy to nurture their meridians and fend off the chilling atmosphere, let alone engage in training. Once cold poison entered the body, years of recuperation were necessary. Lin Mang rose with a smile. You flatter me, Sir Xiao. It is merely an understanding of martial techniques. Xiaoqing shook his head, a look of wistfulness crossing his face, before stating, the governor has issued an order. You are free to leave. Lin Mang was momentarily taken aback. Had the matter been resolved so swiftly? Yet, the prospect of leaving was indeed a blessing. Remaining here for too long would drive anyone to madness. Haha. Xiaoqing laughed heartily. Remember to visit often. Lin Mang's lips twitched, and he refrained from responding. After gathering his belongings, he stepped out of the prison. As he gazed at the sunlight in the sky, Lin Mang tilted his head back, squinting for a while before heading towards the western courtyard. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, the surrounding Imperial Guards displayed expressions of surprise and promptly bowed in greeting. With one hand resting on his sword, Lin Mang acknowledged them with a slight nod before striding towards the main hall. Tang Qi followed him inside, accompanied by several junior guards. No, my lord, Tang Qi hurriedly explained. After your departure, the Western Factory and Southern Town officials sought us for a routine inquiry. However, the Ministry of Justice and the 3 law offices attempted to intervene and take us away, but were halted by the Western Factory personnel. Lin Mang paused momentarily, his hand holding the teacup faltering, a look of astonishment crossing his face. It seemed he owed a debt of gratitude. Setting the cup down, Lin Mang instructed, prepare a gift for me. It need not be extravagant, just something simple. As you command, Tang Qi replied. While they conversed, a member of the Imperial Guards approached from outside. Lord Lin. The newcomer bowed respectfully, stating, the governor requests your presence. My lord. Lin Mang halted at the entrance of the main hall. Cheng Hongyan, seated at the desk, raised his head and spoke in a deep voice, come in. Lin Mang entered the hall, first offering a bow before raising his gaze to Cheng Hongyan, questioning, might I inquire why you summoned me, my lord? Cheng Hongyan's expression remained calm as he replied, it pertains to the White Lotus sect. Regarding the branch you uncovered last time, I have reported to His Majesty. This operation will involve a joint effort from the Imperial Guards, the Eastern and Western factories, and the military governor's office. Additionally, some noble offspring from the court will participate. As you discovered the location of this branch, I have decided that you shall lead the Imperial Guards in this operation. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Mang's eyes. Me? Such a significant matter entrusted to a mere 100 households? Lin Mang hesitated and said, My lord, this matter is of great importance. Should we not deliberate further? Unusual occurrences often conceal hidden dangers. Although commanding such an operation would bring substantial merit, it seemed inconceivable that a mere 100 households should be tasked with such a responsibility. Zhang Juzheng subtly narrowed his eyes, his tone taking on a heavier weight. I have already reported this matter to His Majesty. You shall prepare. We depart in 2 days. Lin Mang ceased his inquiries and turned to exit. Chapter 78. Zhang Juzheng's scheme upon returning to the 100 household office. Lin Mang remained deep in thought regarding the matter at hand. A branch of the White Lotus Society, comprising thousands, would require not merely the mobilization of the Jinyiwei, but at least one Qiandu office, along with the collaboration of the local Qiandu office. Even though this operation involved a coalition of various factions, it ought to have been led by a deputy Qiandu commander. In this world, nothing comes without reason. If it appears so, it is undoubtedly a trap. However, if Zhang Juzheng truly intended to harm him, there would be no need to protect himself in the case concerning Zhao Jingzhou. My lord, a horseman exited the northern town pacification office, making his way directly to the western depot. At the western depot, a eunuch from the western factory entered Qinju's office, respectfully stating, My lord, 100 household from the Jinyiwei, named Lin Mang, is here to inform you about certain case proceedings. Seated behind his desk, Qinju was slightly taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Bring him in to see me. Yes. Moments later, Lin Mang entered the hall, accompanied by a eunuch from the western factory. He bowed and greeted, I am Lin Mang, 100 household of the Jinyiwei, paying my respects to Commander Chun. Qinju chuckled softly, appraising Lin Mang from head to toe, and gestured for him to sit. From the first moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed you were no ordinary individual. In just a few short months, you have stirred the winds of this city, Qinju remarked, a hint of admiration on his face. He had encountered many, yet none like Lin Mang, who exhibited no fear of power, even imperial authority. Regardless of the angle, Lin Mang bore no resemblance to a madman. Lin Mang rose and clasped his hands, stating, I have come to express my gratitude for your care towards my subordinates and for your numerous assists to me, my lord. Qinju replied with a light laugh. It is but a trifling matter. Some actions are not merely for your benefit. I have my own considerations as well. For example, how do you know I have not profited from this incident? Qinju glanced at the items Lin Mang had brought, about to speak, but Lin Mang was quicker. Qinju's expression shifted momentarily, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. He regarded Lin Mang with uncertainty, honestly. It was the first time he had encountered such an unusual discourse. No wonder his adopted son had attempted several times to bring Lin Mang into the Western factory. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qinju chose not to elaborate further. After a brief conversation, Lin Mang rose to take his leave. As he watched Lin Mang's departing figure, Qinju's smile gradually faded, and he murmured to himself, Zhang Juzheng, what exactly are you plotting? The matter concerning Zhao Jingzhou is far from being as simple as it appears. Lin Mang's safety, aside from the support from various parties, can also be attributed to Zhang Juzheng relinquishing certain interests. In the realm of officialdom, this is the reality. There are no absolute friends nor absolute enemies. There are only interests. Later that evening, Lin Mang unexpectedly received an invitation. Holding the invitation in his hands, he felt a slight headache. He was quite averse to such gatherings, knowing that they rarely brought about good fortune. However, he understood that in the world of officials, various social events were indispensable. Even the most esteemed chancellor must attend imperial banquets. If it were an ordinary gathering, he would have declined. However, this particular invitation was not one he could easily refuse. The messenger was from the Western Depot, Qinjui's adopted son, Li Jinzhou. He now recognized that the person he encountered upon entering the capital was indeed Li Jinzhou. If his memory served him correctly, this renowned figure, known as the 9,000 Years, was once called Li Jinzhou before his name change. Being adopted by Qinjui certainly indicated that he was no ordinary individual, hence there was no one else but him. Sighing softly, Lin Mang instructed Tang Qi and mounted his horse, making his way to Yunxi Tower. As night fell, Yunxi Tower was ablaze with lights. Lin Mang dismounted, and a servant swiftly approached him, wearing a sycophantic smile, "My lord, I shall take your horse to the back courtyard." Those who dwelled in the lower echelons had honed their ability to discern character. Lin Mang cast a surprised glance at the servant. After taking a few steps, a youthful figure approached briskly, beaming with joy. "Lord Lin," Li Jinzong exclaimed with a warm smile, "it has been a long time." Lin Mang returned the gesture, saying, "Lord Li, I was unaware of your identity during our last encounter and acted presumptuously." Haha. Li Jinzong chuckled lightly, his warmth palpable as he led Lin Mang inside. The two ascended to a private room on the third floor, where Li Jinzong explained, "The chef at Yunqi Tower possesses exceptional culinary skills. So I took the liberty of reserving this place. I hope Lord Lin does not hold it against me." Lin Mang teased, "Had it not been for your invitation, Lord Li, I might not have had the pleasure of dining here." Li Jinzong's smile deepened, clearly in high spirits. As a eunuch, he was acutely aware of the sensitivities surrounding his position. Many feigned respect while secretly deriding him as a castrated dog. Yet, he sensed that Lord Lin did not regard him with disdain due to his status. Overcome by emotion, Li Jinzong raised his glass, proclaiming loudly, "Lord Lin, this toast is for you." With that, he downed his drink in one go. Lin Mang followed suit, also drinking heartily. Li Jinzong set down his cup, grinning as he said, "I invited you here to discuss the White Lotus sect. I will be overseeing matters from the Western Depot, and I hope for a fruitful collaboration ahead." Lin Mang paused, his expression one of surprise and uncertainty as he asked, "How did you know I was the head of the Jinyiwei for this mission?" Li Jinzong nonchalantly replied, "I found out 3 days ago." Lin Mang's gaze sharpened slightly. "Come, Lord Lin, let us eat," Li Jinzong urged, diving into the meal without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Mang felt no need for restraint. After all, someone else was treating. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. At the martial arts training ground of the Northern Town Pacification Office, Lin Mang arrived with his subordinates, finding 5 captains of the Jinyiwei awaiting him. Upon his arrival, they exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Lin Mang surveyed the group, his brow furrowing slightly. All were from the Western Courtyard. Moreover, these individuals had once been trusted confidants of Zhao Juzheng. Rubbing his temples, he felt a slight headache. Indeed, this matter was far from simple. Soon, a member of the Jinyiwei approached, speaking in a deep voice. "The prefect has issued an order. This operation shall be under the sole authority of Lin Baihu. All Jinyiwei from various divisions must heed his command." The expressions of the crowd varied. In the next moment, they collectively clasped their hands and replied, "As you command." Lin Mang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to the 5 Baihu, pondering thoughtfully. These individuals did not appear to be the type willing to submit easily. Chapter 79. The Qingyi building. Lin Mang stepped into the arena, his aura gradually swelling with each stride. With every footfall, the force emanating from him intensified, and after several steps, he had amassed a formidable presence. His piercing gaze swept across the crowd, exuding an air of authority. In that fleeting moment, everyone felt an immense weight akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. Lin Mang spoke coldly. "Since I am in charge of this operation, I have a rule that I hope you will all remember. From this moment on, my words shall serve as law. You are to execute my orders without objection. Anyone who disagrees may step forward now. Who has any objections?" Silence ensued. At that moment, even the 5 captains remained mute. "Very well, I shall assume you have none," Lin Mang remarked with a chilling smile. "Captains, you will accompany me out of the capital, while your respective subordinates will be led by their own banners, dispersing from the city to regroup at the capital of Hejian Prefecture." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously composed expressions of the 5 captains shifted dramatically. This was clearly an attempt to diminish their military authority. They had long been aware of Lin Mang's appointment as the overall commander, and knowing it was unchangeable, any further protest would be sheer folly. Yet, Lin Mang's maneuver had disrupted their original plans. One captain stepped forward, cupping his hands. "Lord Lin, is this not a bit inappropriate?" Lin Mang's expression suddenly darkened. Bang! Before the captain could finish, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The crowd gasped in shock. Lin Mang coldly stated, "I have made it clear. You need only execute my orders. If you wish not to listen, you may leave now." The remaining captains, shaken, glanced nervously at their fallen comrade, a chill running down their spines. "As you command," they replied in unison, bowing deeply. Lin Mang's countenance grew increasingly grim. His earlier action was both a display of authority and a test. The strange demeanor of these men intrigued him. Lin Mang regarded them with a cold smile. "I am eager to see what tricks you possess." At the residence of the Marquis of Wuqing, in a separate courtyard, Li Mingqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he slowly turned around. A young man entered, accompanied by two oddly dressed middle-aged men. "Young master, the individuals have arrived," the young man announced. The two men who entered the courtyard were clad in a black robe and a white robe, respectively, each holding a two-stringed instrument and bearing cold expressions. Li Mingqing scrutinized the two figures, speaking icily. "You are aware of your target, I presume?" "Kiki." The man in the black robe chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, young Marquis. Our Qingyi building has never failed in its endeavors." However, the man in the white robe interjected frostily. "Yet, this target is no ordinary adversary. It may prove challenging." Li Mingqing's brow furrowed, his expression darkening as he questioned, "Are you toying with me?" A palpable aura of lethal intent materialized in the courtyard. The two men exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We require additional compensation." Li Mingqing coldly remarked, "Money is not an issue, should you succeed in eliminating him. I shall double your reward." The two exchanged glances once more and replied with a respectful bow, "Rest assured, young lord, we await good news." With that, they gracefully departed. Outside the courtyard, a faint melody from the eru floated through the air, accompanied by sorrowful and melodic lyrics. "Time ages the young, affairs abound, and dreams are fleeting. A touch of deep affection, a hint of shallow soil, and a half-wall bathed in the slanting light of dusk." Atop the grand estate, a silhouette beneath an umbrella quietly gazed down at the adjoining courtyard. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared beside her, kneeling with respect as he reported, "My lord, I have gathered the information. Those two are the infamous black and white twins from the Qingyi building, sent by the young lord to assassinate the Jinyiwei Lin Mang." A chilling wind howled past. The figure behind, holding the golden snake sword, coldly stated, "I have only promised to protect you. Should I intervene, we shall owe each other nothing henceforth." With that, she turned and strode away. The woman holding the umbrella expressed her displeasure. "My lord, this individual is exceedingly arrogant." Crack. The Marquis Wuqing turned his gaze toward the fallen woman, saying coolly, "Did I permit you to speak?" The woman hastily knelt, trembling. "My lord, spare me. I was in error." The Marquis's expression remained frosty as he intoned, "Remember, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you." "Yes." She nodded vigorously. Outside the building, the steward of the estate approached, bowing as he announced, "My lord, the Jinyiwei have left the capital. I have conveyed the necessary instructions." The Marquis Wuqing nodded slightly and descended the stairs. 3 days later, the sky was dim. Heavy clouds gathered overhead, and a fierce northern wind raged. Amidst the swirling snow, steeds galloped forth. Lin Mang pulled on the reins, gazing ahead at the inn. "We shall rest here for the night." It had been 3 days since their departure from the capital. After leaving, they had changed out of their Jinyiwei attire, disguising themselves as ordinary wanderers. Not only they, but the skilled individuals from the east and west factories had also blended into the populace. As for the personnel from the 5 armies command, they would head to Hejian Prefecture under the guise of suppressing bandits and training troops. Additionally, Lin Mang had learned from Li Jinzong that the heir of the Marquis Wuqing would also partake in this operation. However, he would not be acting alongside the other noble youths. The White Lotus Society's branch was located within the territory of Hejian Prefecture. Yet the precise location remained known only to the responsible parties. A guest approaches. Gazing at the sign of the inn, Lin Mang chuckled softly to himself. The name is quite fitting. He pushed open the door, and the howling wind and snow outside met him, while the flickering coals within seemed on the verge of extinguishing. Instantly, numerous eyes turned towards him, with some wanderers resting their hands on their weapons. The atmosphere in the inn grew somewhat tense. Lin Mang furrowed his brow slightly. Soon, a young attendant approached with a smile, inquiring, "Gentlemen, what may I serve you?" Lin Mang cast a glance over the crowd and spoke nonchalantly, "Just some meat will suffice." He then selected an empty table and walked over directly. The 500 households following him chose a nearby table. Tang Qi and the others also took their seats beside him. Within the inn, a group of wanderers silently scrutinized these unexpected guests. Young, with refined features and accompanied by bodyguards, they resembled the scions of noble families newly stepping into the martial world, filled with fervor for the Jianghu, yet destined to become mere cold corpses on this treacherous path. After a considerable pause, the inn's door was pushed open once more. A figure clad in a wide-brimmed hat entered, followed by several armed bodyguards. The figure paused, seemingly surveying the inn's surroundings. Moments later, It strode purposefully towards the table where Lin Mang sat. Beneath the hat, a soft female voice inquired, "May I sit here?" The tone was gentle, laced with an enchanting allure. Lin Mang glanced at her and coldly replied, "Leave." The figure, poised to take a seat, instantly froze in place. Chapter 80. The White Lotus Murderous Intent. Lin Mang's expression was cold, his murderous intent evident and unmasked. In this inn, with so many vacant spaces, it was curious that they chose to sit near him. If that were all, it would be fine, but the moment this woman spoke, her vital energy manifested as a distinct sound wave technique, enchanting and disturbing the minds of those present. As soon as this group entered the inn, the eyes of the wandering warriors fixated on this individual, their gazes rife with unabashed greed. Lin Mang scoffed inwardly. Did they truly mistake him for one of those naive young masters just stepping into the martial world? The figure clad in a bamboo hat seemed equally unprepared, slightly bowing as he leaned closer to Lin Mang, murmuring an apology before turning to a nearby table. At that moment, a burly man wielding a heavy hammer strode forth from the corner of the inn. With a resounding thud, the massive hammer struck the ground. "Humph!" The hammer-wielding man snorted. Addressing the other, "You there, remove your hat." The inn's patrons turned their attention, their expressions mocking. From beneath the hat came a light laugh. "This humble girl is quite plain. Perhaps it is best to let it be. You have no say in the matter." The burly man retorted with a sneer, lunging towards the figure in the hat. A sharp screech pierced the air. At that moment, a nearby guard, brandishing a sword, suddenly drew his weapon and struck at the burly man. Clang! The blade met the hammer with such force that the burly man was compelled to retreat several steps. The atmosphere in the inn grew tense. Someone nearby chuckled. It seems the so-called 12 celestial signs are not so formidable after all. Huang Yo. It appears someone looks down upon you. At a nearby table, a man with a goat beard and flowing white hair maintained a cold demeanor. Huang Yo bellowed in rage, swinging his massive hammer down with a whoosh. Bang! The sword-wielding man braced for impact, his blade bending under the force, sending him flying backward. Crack! A faint sound echoed as the sword in the man's grasp splintered under the blow. Almost simultaneously, chaos erupted in the inn as patrons surged toward the group, plunging the scene into disorder. A brutal melee ensued, violent and merciless. Such was the nature of conflict in the martial world. A single careless action could spell disaster. Lin Mang sipped his tea, slightly furrowing his brow. Tang Qi stepped forward, inquiring, "My lord, shall we drive them away?" Suddenly, two sword-wielding warriors approached, one grinning maliciously. "Hey, kid, did that girl give you something? Hand it over." Lin Mang cast a glance at him. Swish! A streak of blade energy sliced through the air. A head soared skyward. Lin Mang turned to the remaining warrior, asking, "Speak. What brings you all together?" The last man, pale and trembling, stammered, "1,000-year ginseng." The Baiyan Manor was destroyed, and it is rumored that someone escaped with 1,000-year ginseng. Lin Mang nodded slightly. Swish! The chilling blade of air sliced through the man's neck, and blood gushed forth. Suddenly, a brocade box flew from afar, landing upon Lin Mang's table. In an instant, countless gazes converged. There lay the Millennium Ginseng. With a loud shout, over 10 individuals from the earlier group of wanderers surged forward, wielding their blades, their eyes shimmering with intense greed. "Boy, hand over the ginseng." Meanwhile, a figure adorned with a conical hat hurriedly led a few companions towards the inn's exit. But the very next moment, the inn's door slammed shut. Lin Mang forcefully struck the table, causing chopsticks to soar into the air, silently suspended in the void. The atmosphere felt as if it had been torn apart. Whoosh! Pht! Pht! The chopsticks, akin to iron arrows, swiftly pierced through the throats of the crowd under the guidance of true energy. One by one, the bodies collapsed like dumplings falling into boiling water. In an instant, the inn fell into an eerie silence. The remaining individuals' expressions shifted, revealing fear in their eyes. True energy realm. The innate realm could not achieve the levitation of objects. In the corner of the inn, several onlookers who had been observing the scene turned to gaze, astonishment etched on their faces. Lin Mang calmly remarked, "It's too noisy." He composedly opened the brocade box on the table, revealing a ginseng, 2 fingers thick. It was indeed ginseng, but far from a millennium old. The world is replete with extraordinary treasures, each possessing remarkable properties. A 3,000-year-old ginseng could extend one's lifespan by at least a decade. If consumed by someone in the innate realm, aided by a strong individual to digest its potency, one could attain the pinnacle of the innate realm within months. Even for warriors of the true energy realm, its effects would be profoundly significant. Lin Mang leisurely sipped his tea, his tone ominous. "Speak. Who are you really? Do not claim to be from Baiyun Mountain Manor, for the techniques you've employed are not befitting of them." The performance was commendable, but it was time for this play to conclude. Did they truly believe the intelligence network of the Jinyiwei was merely for show? Along this journey, numerous secret letters had reached his hands, detailing various events in Hejian Prefecture over the past 3 months. Baiyun Mountain Manor was merely a second-rate force in the martial world, with its strongest member not exceeding the true energy realm. The extermination was true, yet not a single soul escaped. For those who annihilated Baiyun Mountain Manor were none other than the Eastern Factory. That millennium ginseng, possessing 3,000 years of age, was taken by the Eastern Factory for the current emperor. When the Eastern Factory intervenes, how could they leave any survivors? Hiki. Suddenly, a light laugh emerged from beneath the conical hat, and the figure turned around, applauding. "It is no wonder that you, Lin Baihu, stir the winds of the capital. You are indeed remarkable." Lin Mang slowly set down his teacup, pondering for a moment, then inquired, "So, are you from the White Lotus sect or the Wuching Marquis estate?" The figure, still wearing the conical hat, smiled as they removed it, revealing a face of exquisite charm, appearing to be in their 20s with delicate features. Yet their eyes exuded an allure that was utterly captivating. This was a woman capable of igniting a man's desire for conquest. Lin Mang, slightly taken aback, remarked nonchalantly, "You are indeed quite attractive." "Many thanks for the praise, Lin Baihu." The woman smiled, curtsying slightly, and said, "I am the guardian of the Qinglian sect. I have come here to invite Lin Baihu to join us in our true homeland." Lin Mang scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Join you? What can you offer me?" "A bunch of deceitful individuals. Why would I abandon the Jinyiwei to seek death alongside you?" The Qinglian guardian chuckled lightly. "What does Lin Baihu desire? A position of power or wealth? I believe we can assist you in attaining either." Lin Mang's gaze sharpened, and he remarked wistfully, "It seems there are those in the court who support you." The Qinglian guardian smiled silently. Lin Mang continued, "The terms are quite appealing, but unfortunately, I prefer to seize what I want on my own, so there is no need for your concern." "So Lin Baihu is unwilling?" The guardian's expression gradually turned cold. Suddenly, on the upper floor of the inn, numerous assassins armed with crossbows appeared. The inn's door swung open, buffeted by the howling wind and snow. A frigid gale swept through the inn, and the swirling snowstorm rushed inside. One could faintly hear the sound of blood flowing upon the ground. The atmosphere turned lethal. Chapter 81. Carnage. The flickering embers of the charcoal fire were abruptly extinguished, and a gust of frigid wind carried a hint of chill. Lin Mang slowly rose to his feet and calmly inquired, "I am quite curious." "Oh, what is it that intrigues you, Lord Lin?" The Qinglian guardian's face once again adorned a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. Lin Mang turned his gaze, his cold eyes resembling an ancient frozen lake, fixated on the 500 households beside him, and coldly remarked, "How is it that you have accurately discerned our movements, while we have maintained such secrecy along our journey?" As he spoke, Lin Mang advanced towards the 5. An oppressive aura of murderous intent gradually accumulating around him. In an instant, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense, as if the very air had solidified. The 5 exchanged glances and suddenly bellowed, "Attack!" In unison, they drew their blades and leapt forward, one of them flinging an array of hidden weapons. Clang! A colossal golden bell abruptly manifested around Lin Mang, radiating a shimmering golden light. The golden bell shield. The 5 were instantly propelled backward by the force of the protective energy's rebound. "It seems it truly is you," Lin Mang said with a hint of mockery in his expression. He had anticipated that these individuals would not easily acquiesce. Nonchalantly brushing off his sleeves, he chuckled. "You have truly endured for quite some time." One among them sneered, "Lin Mang, today you shall find it impossible to escape, even if you had wings. It is your misfortune to have offended so many. Do you genuinely believe you can contend with those esteemed individuals? Do not be foolish. That esteemed one has promised that once Lin Mang is dead, they shall be promoted to the capital city's 1,000 households. At the very least as a deputy 1,000 households. Escape? It is you who should be fleeing," Lin Mang retorted with derision. "How disgraceful for the illustrious Imperial Guard to consort with such cowardly creatures. In your next life, perhaps you might consider becoming a true dog." No sooner had he spoken than the air was rent by a sound akin to thunderclaps. Boom! Lin Mang's figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind a blurred afterimage. The floor beneath him splintered in that moment. The icy blade swiftly magnified in one individual's pupils, which narrowed in sudden alarm. In that fleeting instant, he attempted to retreat. But the strike was extraordinarily swift, the glint of the blade flashing before his eyes. Thud! A head rolled to the ground, the severed edge smooth and even. Energy points, 2,500. The remaining 4 were taken aback. One shouted, "Why are you not attacking yet?" Before his words had fully escaped. A chilling flash of steel illuminated his face. Splat! As the blade's light vanished, overwhelming force cleaved him in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The Qinglian Guardian's expression shifted, retreating hastily. What devilish speed is this? In quick succession, 3 more heads, their faces contorted in terror, soared into the air. Blood spurted forth like columns. The Qinglian Guardian bellowed, "Engage." In that instant, a barrage of finely crafted iron arrows rained down from the heights of the loft. The poisoned iron crossbow bolts possess an extraordinarily terrifying explosive power, capable of easily penetrating innate martial artists. Even those at the true Qi realm find it exceedingly challenging to evade such a dense barrage of arrows. Suddenly, figures emerged from one side, including the previously mentioned 12 Zodiac. Bang! Bang! Lin Mang was enveloped in a protective aura, rendering the arrows ineffective against him. The surging true Qi within him erupted, causing the incoming projectiles to abruptly halt midair. In the next moment, countless iron arrows redirected their trajectory, striking the upper loft. A chorus of anguished screams emanated from above. Lin Mang swept his gaze across the scene, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You truly regard me with considerable seriousness." 5 true Qi experts. Among them were the renowned figures of the Jianghu from Hejian Prefecture, the Yellow Ox and the White Sheep of the 12 Zodiac, the Deadly Scholar, and the Iron-Faced Judge. The man dressed as a scholar wore a faint smile, his demeanor haughty as he declared, "Lin Baihu, please enlighten me." Lin Mang scoffed, "You are nothing but a shameless flower thief. Killing you would sully my blade." The Deadly Scholar's expression instantly turned frosty, for he despised being labeled as a thief. The Qinglian protector coldly interjected, "Enough with the chatter. Eliminate him quickly so we can rendezvous." The Yellow Ox charged forward, wielding a massive hammer that whipped through the air. Lin Mang suddenly slashed down with his blade. The true Qi surged. The terrifying force traveled along the blade in layers. The Yellow Ox's face displayed shock. His hands trembled violently, and his palms split. The force of the strike sent him staggering backward. Before he could react, Lin Mang unleashed a flurry of strikes. Bang! The Yellow Ox's hammer shattered instantly, and a wave of dreadful blade energy surged forth. With a splatter, his imposing form was cleaved in two. "Yellow Ox!" cried the man with the goatee in fury. "Damn it! I shall kill you." Lin Mang replied coldly, "Fear not. I shall send you to join him." The goateed man's expression shifted. In his line of sight, a shadow of the blade rushed toward him. In a frantic moment, he raised his long sword. Yet Lin Mang's blade grazed his body. With a squelch, another head soared into the sky. "Altogether," commanded the Qinglian protector, her face stern as she drew a soft sword from her waist, stepping forward with an unusual gait. Her figure shifted and danced, revealing fleeting illusions as if she had multiplied. Not far away, the Deadly Scholar and the 2 iron-masked men charged forth with ferocity. Lin Mang snorted disdainfully, his body emanating streams of pure young true Qi, his blade radiating light. The demon blade. Thousands of blade shadows coalesced around him. Countless blade silhouettes converged into one. With a single downward stroke, it was as if an endless sea of blood surged forth, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust gathering. This strike exuded a terrifying momentum capable of shattering mountains and severing seas. The Deadly Scholar at the forefront felt his pupils constrict sharply, a chill surging within him. His blade aura was ruthlessly torn apart at the moment of collision, and immediately after, the shadow of the sword swept across his body with an overwhelming ferocity. Lin Mang wielded the xiuchun blade, moving as one with the weapon. Wherever the blade passed, a fierce aura enveloped the surrounding area within several dozen meters. The 2 so-called iron-faced judges unleashed their full vital energy, their iron pins stabbing forward like spears, yet under the terrifying blade aura, they crumbled inch by inch. The duo barely had time to emit a cry of despair before being cleaved in half by the blade's might, blood gushing forth in torrents. The Qinglian Guardian was taken aback. Clang! The clash of sword and blade erupted with a resonant metallic shriek. A flicker of flame suddenly ignited upon the Qinglian Guardian's sword. With a single stroke, the fire surged and rolled. Lin Mang's blade also erupted with a golden flame of true energy. Boom! The end was instantaneously engulfed in a sea of flames. Almost simultaneously, Lin Mang surged forward once more, his immense vital energy crashing forth like a turbulent river. The Qinglian Guardian's expression turned grave, inwardly cursing incessantly. Damn it! The intelligence was flawed. How could this young man possess such formidable strength? This sword technique is far beyond an ordinary third-tier skill. Stepping back, the Qinglian guardian scoffed. Master Lin, this time we have been outmatched. The mountains and waters shall lead us to meet again soon. As he attempted to make his escape, a long blade suddenly barred his path. A ghostly figure drew nearer within his line of sight. Lin Mang smiled slightly, teasing, why the haste to leave? These individuals are all waiting for you. With a furious downward slash, he unleashed a force akin to a tumultuous wave, crashing down with overwhelming power. Chapter 82. The predicament of Salt Mountain. Lin Mang showed no signs of stopping. The relentless surge of his blade radiated an ominous ferocity. The Qinglian protector struggled to defend against the onslaught. Although she was in the Heavenly Gang realm, she was merely at the first level, and her combat skills were lacking. As the two drew closer, a chilling glint flickered in Lin Mang's eyes. The clash of blades sent sparks flying. Suddenly, Lin Mang unleashed a powerful palm strike, conjuring a tangible imprint that materialized out of thin air. With a resounding thud, the heart-crushing palm struck her chest, causing the Qinglian protector to let out a muffled groan as she was sent hurtling backward. Despite her protective gang qi, the suddenness of the blow allowed the pure yang energy to penetrate, inflicting damage upon her meridians. In an instant, it felt as if flames ignited within her body. Fear gripped the Qinglian protector's heart. What kind of true energy was this? As she landed, Lin Mang was already upon her with his blade. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she retreated swiftly, shouting, Lin Mang, if you kill me, it will be an unending feud with my sect. The White Lotus sect will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Lin Mang remained impassive, his blade unwavering in its course. You think you are worthy? In a moment of desperation, the Qinglian protector gathered her true energy in an attempt to block the strike. However, she gravely underestimated the force behind Lin Mang's attack. With a swift motion, her palm was cleaved in two. Panic washed over her as she cried out, I can serve you. I find you repulsive. In that instant, Lin Mang pivoted his blade and delivered a horizontal slash. With a horrific sound of flesh being torn, the Qinglian protector's head was sent sailing through the air, her blood-soaked body collapsing to the ground. Energy points. 11,000. Lin Mang flicked the blood from his blade and stepped out from the engulfing flames. The winds howled and the snow swirled. Beneath the night sky, the burning and cast a crimson glow across the heavens. The figure emerging from the inferno exuded an aura of terror. The chilling wind whistled past. Tang Qi and the others approached from the side. Lin Mang, with a frigid gaze, addressed the void ahead, Gentlemen, having watched the spectacle for long enough, it is time for you to reveal yourselves. A poignant lament echoed. Where can one find a kindred spirit in this vast world? Suddenly, the haunting strains of the Eru resonated through the air. Two figures emerged from the swirling snow, advancing with incredible speed. In an instant, the snowflakes above coalesced into countless sharp blades, centering around the two. The ground rapidly froze in their vicinity. The tempo of the air quickened, resonating with an intense urgency. The sudden surge of true energy struck Tang Qi and the others, causing them to spurt blood in shock. Lin Mang intoned coldly, cover your ears, seal your senses. Amidst the tempest of snow, the black and white duo exchanged glances, their movements accelerating once more. Lord Lin, allow us to present a piece, the spirit sacrifice. The melody turned mournful and sorrowful, imbued with a profound sense of desolation. Invisible blades of sound swirled amidst the falling snow, infused with a murderous intent of death. Lin Mang effortlessly shattered the sound blades with a fierce slash, bellowing, two masters of the Heavenly Gang realm. Quite the display. Pray tell, who sent you? The robust true energy surged forth, resonating with a sound akin to thunderclaps. The melodic notes were abruptly interrupted, and the string of the instrument in Bai Sha's hand snapped under the intensity. What a profound essence of true energy. After swiftly replacing the string, the two began to draw their bows with a fervor reminiscent of a tempest, growing increasingly ferocious, as if hailstones were plummeting from the sky. Countless ethereal, intangible sound blades cascaded forth, their true energy unleashed in a frenzied torrent, executing their unique techniques, conjuring a vision akin to an army of thousands charging forth. The stampede of horses was resounding. The momentum was overwhelming. Lin Mang felt a serious concentration within. It was his first encounter with such an extraordinary martial art. With a resounding thud, he suddenly stepped down, sending the flying snow spiraling into a tumult. Lin Mang's figure soared into the air, like an eagle in the sky, and he descended with a blade from the heights. Bang, bang. It shattered like glass, as countless sound blades erupted, stirring the winds and snow. In an instant, Lin Mang closed the gap between him and the duo. The black and white duo exchanged a glance, and the music suddenly grew chaotic. The jarring, irritable sounds surged incessantly. In that moment, a battlefield of over 10 zhang in height materialized behind them. The fierce horses beneath them resembled untamed beasts. Kill! Kill! In an instant. The aura of slaughter permeated the air, accompanied by the echoes of battle cries. The sound blades covered the heavens and the earth. Lin Mang's expression remained impassive, his blade intent radiating. "Those who follow me shall live," Lin Mang uttered softly, and the embroidered spring blade in his hand levitated in midair. With a sudden grip, he slashed. At that moment, the demonic blade's intent enveloped the surroundings. Once the blade was unleashed, all things would submit. "Those who oppose me shall perish." A terrifying blade aura surged forth like a mighty river. The winds and snow ceased abruptly. Following that, a tempestuous snow dragon swirled violently. In the realm of heaven and earth, there existed only this strike. Thousands of sound blades detonated. The dreadful blade energy collided with the black and white duo, sending them flying backward, their instruments shattered in hand. Both spat out a mouthful of blood. Before they could touch the ground, they attempted to flee into the distance. Yet, Lin Mang was a step faster. Before one of them, a blade gleaming with cold light suddenly appeared. Bai Sha dashed away from the neck down, while his head tumbled to the ground. Energy points 11,000, Lin Mang forcefully stomped the ground, condensing the snow into arrows. Phoenix tail arrows. Whoosh! The snow arrows pierced through Haisha's limbs. Lin Mang approached with his blade in hand, looking down from above, coldly stating, "Speak. Who sent you?" Haisha chuckled lightly. "The Qingyi Tower conducts its affairs without revealing the names of its employers. Then perish." A flash of blade light sliced through. Energy points 12,000, leaning down to search Haisha. Lin Mang was astonished to discover a stash of 100,000 taels and silver notes hidden within his garments. He then moved to the other individual, finding only a sound wave technique, nothing else of value. Tang Qi arrived with several others, feeling ashamed. "My lord, we have hindered you." Lin Mang waved his hand dismissively, his voice steady. "Hasten your pace, we must regroup at Hejian Prefecture." As the crowd mounted their steeds, they galloped towards Hejian Prefecture. At this moment, the entirety of Yinshan County was engulfed in a cacophony of fear and despair. Upon the city walls stood the nearly 50-year-old county magistrate, clad in tattered armor stained with blood. Surrounding the walls, in addition to the local militia, were numerous civilians, also clad in worn armor. Some bore makeshift bandages, their bodies marred by numerous wounds. Outside the city walls, 1,000 horse bandits had gathered. Leading them was a one-eyed man in black armor, in his 40s, with a face adorned by a thick beard. He was none other than the infamous bandit of this era, Yin Kuei, known as the Wolf of the Western Desert. "Magistrate, surrender," Yin Kuei urged, advancing on horseback with a menacing tone. "Look behind you, these are your subjects. Do you truly wish to witness their demise?" Behind him, a group of bandits forcefully pushed forward a number of common citizens. Suddenly, a bandit swung his sword, severing a man's head. "Help! I do not wish to die. Spare me!" cried the terrified voices of the crowd. "Magistrate, save us!" they lamented. On the city wall, the aging magistrate, Gao Kunshan, wept bitterly. He had served in this position for 30 years, and these people were his charges. It is often said that a magistrate should benefit his people during his tenure. Yet now, he could only stand helplessly, witnessing the anguish of those he had sworn to protect. Chapter 83. The sun and moon, the mountains and rivers remain. "Do not weep, gentlemen. Take care." Lord Gao, the captain of the Yin County Jinyiwei, Sun Hung, approached hastily, his expression grave. "My lord, you must not open the city gates. These horse bandits are not to be trifled with. Once the gates are opened, given the military strength of Yin County, we would be utterly unable to withstand their onslaught. These bandits are no ordinary marauders. They are all robust and formidable, many of them skilled fighters. With the Jinyiwei and local soldiers amounting to no more than 500, the disparity in strength is significant. Should the gates open, the outcome is uncertain." "I understand," Gao Kunshan replied, tears brimming in his eyes as he wiped them away, his voice choked with emotion. "But how innocent these common folk are." With a heavy fist, Gao struck the city wall, suppressing his tears and lamenting, "I am unworthy of their trust. I am unworthy to serve as their guardian." Sun Hung sighed softly, gazing at the elderly man before him, momentarily at a loss for words. The world was murky, and the political arena was fraught with darkness. There were those who were corrupt, and those who remained virtuous. This county magistrate had served in Yin County for 30 years, diligently attending to affairs of state and caring for the people, earning their deep affection. A decade prior, he had the opportunity for promotion and transfer to the capital. Yet the thousands of citizens of Yin County had implored him to remain, and thus he stayed. And so 10 years passed. Outside the city walls, Yin Kuei sat grimly upon his horse. One of the bandits behind him spoke. "Chief, this old fool refuses to open the gates. Let us storm the city directly." "Absolutely not." Yin Kuei scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "Bring those children forward." Soon, more than 10 children, around 7 or 8 years old, were brought forth by the bandits. Upon witnessing this, Gao Kunshin's pupils constricted in shock, and he shouted in fury, "Beasts! What do you fiends intend to do?" With a hearty laugh, Yin Kuei responded, "Oh, nothing much, just inviting Magistrate Gao to enjoy a little spectacle." With that, he gestured lightly. In an instant, a bandit drew his knife, and a severed head rolled to the ground. The remaining children erupted into terrified wails. "Monsters! You fiends!" Gao Kunshin roared, his voice filled with rage. A sentiment echoed by those around him. Yin Kuei, still laughing, called out, "Lord Gao, open the gates. Surrender, and I assure you, no further lives will be lost. My brothers have come only for wealth." Gao Kunshin struggled to suppress his boiling fury, breathing heavily. Wealth? If they truly sought riches, why besiege the city for days? If it were wealth they desired, why ignore the gold he offered? "My lord, allow us to charge forth," the captain of the county soldiers urged, his muscles trembling with indignation, suppressing his wrath. All around, the local soldiers clamored for battle. Among those below were many from their own villages, their kin and elders. They could only watch helplessly as the marauders wreaked havoc. Suddenly, Gao Kunshin drew his long sword from his waist, his face a mask of fury. "Gentlemen, follow me to slay the enemy." Sun Heng's expression shifted slightly as he urged, "County Magistrate Gao, once the city gates open." Gao Kunshin raised his hand to interrupt, solemnly stating, "I am well aware of your concerns, Sun Baihu, but those are my Salt Mountain citizens. How can I not rescue them? Shall we truly stand by and witness the innocent perish beneath the blade? Moreover, the food supplies within the city are scant, and these marauders have besieged us for several days. We cannot hold out much longer. Once we exit the city, you must temporarily close the gates and hold fast behind the walls. I will lead Zhang Baihu and his men to rescue the citizens while carving a bloody path for you. I implore you, Lord Sun, to send a skilled member of the Jinyiwei to relay our message for reinforcements from the prefecture. After we rescue the citizens, I will need you to send someone to assist us." Sun Heng replied gravely, "Lord Gao, perhaps it would be better for me and Zhang Baihu to go while you command from a secure position." Gao Kunshin laughed heartily, declaring, "I am no feeble scholar. An official of the Ming Dynasty can wield the pen to secure the realm and mount a horse to pacify the world. Sun Baihu, should we encounter misfortune, the city shall depend on you. I am but an old man. My death is inconsequential. If I go, I shall surely lift morale and bolster our fighting spirit." Seeing the resolute expression on Gao Kunshin's face, Sun Heng ceased his objections, for he understood the resolve of this elder. "I comprehend your intentions, Lord Gao." Within the city, at the entrance, Gao Kunshin adjusted his tattered armor and addressed the assembled crowd, his voice booming, "Are you afraid, gentlemen?" "No, no." The response was a thunderous chorus. The countenance of each individual was steeped in fierce determination. Donning his helmet to conceal his white hair, Gao Kunshin mounted his steed, shouting, "Then let us slay the enemy." With a creaking sound, the gates slowly opened. Yin Kuei, seated upon his horse, wore a smug grin. However, his expression darkened swiftly. Leading the charge, Gao Kunshin surged forth, followed by over 100 county soldiers with fierce resolve. Yin Kuei sneered, drawing his blade with a wicked smile, "Kill. Slay them. Brothers, butcher them." The marauders cheered excitedly as they rushed forward. In an instant, the two sides clashed, flesh and blood flying. Gao Kunshin galloped through, slicing down 5 or 6 marauders with a single stroke. In his youth, he had trained in martial arts, aiming to quell the coastal threats. Yet, fate had cast him as the magistrate of this county. The dying rays of the setting sun bathed the battlefield in a crimson hue, the ground soaked with blood, staining it a deep red. Amidst the chaos, more than a dozen riders suddenly broke away from the fray, fleeing into the distance. Yin Kuei narrowed his eyes, but paid no attention to the fleeing figures. Signal! A marauder nearby fired a flare. The anguished sound pierced the heavens. Above, an orange-red firework slowly unfurled. Not good. Sun Heng's expression shifted with concern. Gazing at the fireworks ascending into the sky, a sense of foreboding stirred within him. "Quick! Prepare to assist Lord Gao," he exclaimed, readying himself to descend into the city. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from below, followed by the sight of numerous burly men armed with knives charging from one side of the city wall, clashing with the Imperial Guards. Some ordinary officers were caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties in an instant. With unrestrained fury, Sun Hung glared at a figure ahead, bellowing, "Su Lai, what do you intend to do?" Leading the charge was none other than Su Lai, the head of the influential Su family within the city. He was not alone. Two others trailed behind him, Wang Yuanshan from the Wang family and He Zhuo, the county magistrate of Yanshan. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes, Sun Hung thought. Su Lai, brandishing a bloody long knife, sneered, "That old fool Gao Kunshan is exceedingly foolish. These bandits merely wish to slay a few lowly commoners and will soon break through. These marauders are only after wealth. Handing over the money of those commoners will suffice. Yet we are made to provide them with provisions." Sun Hung retorted angrily, "Do you truly believe those marauders will spare you once they enter the city? When the gates open, do you comprehend how many will perish?" Su Lai wore a mocking smile. Sun Heng's figure flickered as he caught sight of the fireworks still dissipating in the sky, a sudden realization dawning upon him. He furiously exclaimed, "So you have long since colluded together?" Su Lai coldly commanded, "Kill him." Countless blades surged towards Sun Hung. He fought valiantly, slaying several assailants, and prepared to flee the city wall, but a sword struck from the shadows. With a sickening sound, Sun Hung was pierced in the back. A gaping, bloody wound opened. "Sun Baihu, you should remain here." He staggered back, shouting, "When the court conducts its reckoning, you shall not escape unscathed." "Ha ha." Su Lai laughed heartily, advancing with his sword drawn. "The court? They will never know. The court will only learn of our fierce resistance and our determination to fight." Arrows rained down like a storm, and Sun Hung, unable to evade, was struck in the back once more. After slaying over 10 foes, he ultimately exhausted his internal strength, and Su Lai pierced his chest with a single stroke of his sword. Su Lai withdrew his blade, coldly stating, "Eliminate everyone. Leave no survivors." Gao Kunshan led the county soldiers into the fray against the marauders, swiftly protecting the civilians in their retreat. However, Gao Kunshan's countenance darkened. "Let us go." No sooner had he spoken than a deluge of arrows descended from the city walls. More than a dozen county soldiers were immediately transformed into pincushions. The recently rescued civilians fell to the ground, none escaping unscathed. "My lord, hurry. We shall protect your escape." Several soldiers hurriedly shielded Gao Kunshan. "Ha ha." Su Lai looked down from his lofty perch, laughing, "Farewell, Lord Gao. After 30 years of service, life has not been easy for you among these noble families. Blame your own stubbornness." As he regarded the noble figures atop the city wall, despair took root in the hearts of the few remaining. Gao Kunshan wielded his sword to sever several arrows, gazing at the county soldiers who wept loudly. He slowly polished his longsword, fixing his gaze upon the marauding horsemen charging forth, and with the last vestiges of his strength, he shouted, "The sun and moon, the mountains and rivers still endure. Do not weep, my comrades. Hold your ground." It was as if he had ignited the very essence of his being, resolutely charging into battle with his sword held high. 10, 20, 30. One man with a sword, claiming heads in a relentless tide. As the final foe fell, that aged figure too began to crumble. The broken sword slipped from his grasp, falling weakly to the ground, as his breath gradually faded. His white hair danced in the biting wind. In the distance, a troop of swift steeds approached, the banner of the White Lotus sect fluttering in the breeze. Lin Mang and his companions had endured a grueling night of travel and finally arrived at Hejian Prefecture at midday. They hurried to the 1,000 household office. The guards of the Jinyiwei, upon seeing their approach, were about to issue a reprimand, but upon witnessing Lin Mang present his token, they quickly bowed in respect. Lin Mang spoke coldly, "Take me to your 1,000 household." From the moment he encountered the 5 captains colluding with the White Lotus sect, he knew that their plan had been compromised. There was no longer any need for concealment. The guards of the Jinyiwei dared not delay, promptly leading Lin Mang and his cohort into the 1,000 household office. Not long after Lin Mang seated himself in the hall, a figure entered, donning a red flying fish uniform and carrying a beautifully embroidered spring knife. The newcomer, appearing to be in his 40s, bore a square face and an air of righteousness. "Lin Baihu." The newcomer clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Sun Xingye, 1,000 household of the Jinyiwei in Hejian Prefecture." Sun Xingye, taken aback, inquired, "What has transpired?" Yet Lin Mang chose not to elaborate further, instead asking, "Do you know where the personnel from the eastern and western factories, as well as the 5 armies command, have gone?" Sensing Lin Mang's reluctance to divulge more, Sun Xingye refrained from pressing further. Though he was 1,000 household, Lin Mang hailed from the capital, inherently placing him a notch higher in authority. Sun Qingye had received secret orders from the Northern Pacification Office. Lin Mang was the one in charge of this operation, and they were obliged to cooperate unconditionally. The significance that the Pacification Commissioner placed on Lin Mang suggested that this young Lin Baihu was no ordinary figure. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Qingye replied, "For reasons unknown, the personnel from the eastern and western factories have yet to arrive. However, the representatives from the 5 armies command are already here." But Lin Mang furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there an issue, Lord Sun?" Sun Qingye sighed softly, producing a confidential report. "Lord Lin, you may wish to peruse this." Lin Mang took the report, glanced through it, and his expression darkened instantaneously. He turned to Tang Qi, his face as cold as ice, and commanded, "Go, send word for all Jinyiwei to assemble at the 1,000 household office in Hejian Prefecture. Additionally, inform those young lords from the 5 armies command to come and see me." Chapter 84. Go, capture him at the Qianhu office of Hejian Prefecture. Within the martial arts training ground, over 500 Imperial Guards from the capital gradually gathered. However, the expressions of the assembled guards were somewhat peculiar. Looking around, they found no sign of their captain. Lin Mang cast a cold glance over the crowd, a sneer escaping his lips. "Are you curious as to why your captain is absent?" The crowd fell into a hushed silence. "Because he is dead." The proclamation struck like thunder, startling everyone present. Lin Mang spoke with an unsettling calmness. "He is dead, slain by my hand." At his words, the crowd involuntarily inhaled sharply, a chill creeping into their hearts. Fear flickered in their gazes directed at Lin Mang. He rested a hand on his sword, his robes fluttering ominously in the cold wind. His icy voice resonated once more. "He conspired with the White Lotus sect, plotting to harm me, a capital offense. If any of you possess knowledge of this, now is the time to speak. However, should I uncover any knowledge withheld, you know well the consequences. Those who conceal such truths shall be judged equally guilty." With that, Lin Mang fell silent, his piercing gaze emanating a lethal intent, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The guards exchanged glances, some appearing unperturbed while others exhibited signs of unease. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if the very air had solidified. After a prolonged silence, Lin Mang surveyed the crowd once more, his voice icy. "Do none wish to speak? In that case, let us begin with you small flags." He stepped towards one individual. With a clang, his embroidered spring blade was abruptly drawn, slicing through the air with a faint glimmer. The cold edge pressed firmly against the throat of the Imperial Guard. The expression of the small flag guard shifted instantly. Suddenly, a senior flag officer from the crowd interjected, "Lord Lin, one can easily fabricate charges. Even if the 5 captains were guilty, it bears no relevance to us, does it?" Lin Mang shot him a sidelong glance, then lowered his gaze to the terrified small flag guard, calmly stating, "Are you truly innocent?" Without waiting for a response, Lin Mang continued, "Embezzlement, withholding compensation from subordinates, these transgressions you have committed, have you not? You have even caused the death of a colleague, have you not? How did you obtain your position as a small flag? Do you believe others are unaware? Previously, you were under Zhao Jingzhong's protection, and thus, no one dared to touch you. Yet you fools fail to recognize the gravity of your situation. Zhao Jingzhong is dead, slain by my hand." Lin Mang's voice escalated, his demeanor icy. With a swift motion, a cold blade sliced through the air. A terrified head was sent soaring upward. Holding the blade, Lin Mang turned to the senior flag officer who had just spoken, and remarked indifferently, "What did you just say?" Zhao Jin's expression shifted subtly. Just then, an Imperial Guard suddenly stepped forward from the crowd, declaring loudly, "My lord, I have a confession. Zhao Jin, the chief flag officer, is a trusted confidant of our 100 households. I once overheard their conversation, wherein they ominously proclaimed that after you depart from the capital, death would surely follow." Furious, Zhao Jin cursed and swiftly fled into the distance, acutely aware that he could never match Lin Mang in strength. With a cold visage, Lin Mang retaliated with a swift, lethal strike. A dazzling blade aura sliced through the air, and in an instant, the fleeing Zhao Jin's body was shattered, blood gushing forth. The previously bold Imperial Guard stood momentarily stunned, only to quickly kneel before Lin Mang, exclaiming their gratitude. Lin Mang, with a chilling laugh, coldly declared, "I grant you one final opportunity. Step forth willingly." In the crowd, 3 chief flags exchanged resigned glances before reluctantly stepping forward. The truth was known to many. Even with the death of the 100 households, their authority could not suppress all. Moreover, under the temptation of a substantial reward, courage would inevitably surface. These former confidants of the 100 households could not escape their fate. Even if they chose silence now, Lin Mang would likely fabricate a reason to eliminate them. It was wiser to reveal themselves, for the worst consequence would merely be demotion to exile in the borderlands. One among them spoke, "My lord, we were unaware of the 100 households' collusion with the White Lotus sect. The 100 households merely instructed us to obstruct your men upon leaving the capital. Henceforth, we pledge our unwavering loyalty to you." The three knelt, swearing fealty. Lin Mang gazed down upon them, his expression unyielding. "I believe you." They released a sigh of relief, but their relief was short-lived as terror gripped their hearts. The menacing blade aura surged towards them. In a heartbeat, 3 heads were severed, blood spurting forth. Lin Mang slowly sheathed his sword, gathering ice crystals in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, life and death talismans were embedded within the bodies of the chief and minor flags. You should know what these talismans signify. Upon hearing this, the chief and minor flags turned pale, yet dared not voice their grievances. Lin Mang's demeanor remained icy. The stakes of the ensuing battle were too high for any unexpected turns. Only by instilling profound fear within them could he ensure their compliance. Outside the martial arts training ground, Tang Qi approached rapidly, his countenance particularly grim. Lin Mang cast a sidelong glance at him, noticing the red mark on his face. His expression darkening. "Who did this?" he inquired coldly. Tang Qi, filled with shame, replied, "The son of Lord Wu Qing, Li Baihu." Lin Mang scoffed. "They refuse to come." "Do they?" "Indeed," Tang Qi murmured, withholding further details. "Very well," Lin Mang retorted icily. "In that case, I shall personally extend the invitation." At Jinyiwei Tower, within a private room, a gathering of individuals reveled in merriment, toasting and laughing heartily. A young man raised his glass, exclaiming, "Come, brotherly, this toast is for you." That slap earlier was truly satisfying. The look on that fellow's face was priceless. Beside him, a man scoffed. "I have heard that he is a subordinate of the infamous killer, Lin Mang, yet he does not seem particularly formidable." "What a joke." Another interjected, "What killer? It's merely gossip. A mere 100 households in the capital hold little significance. How can he possibly compare to brotherly?" Li Mingqing raised his wine glass, his face adorned with a broad smile. He relished this sensation. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open with a resounding bang. An angry voice erupted. "Who dares disturb the peace? Are you tired of living? Close the door, you fool." A young man, his face flushed, approached Lin Mang, brandishing his wine glass and shouting indignantly. With a swift motion, Lin Mang retaliated with a slap, sending the man sprawling to the ground. His gaze then settled coldly on Li Mingqing as he uttered, "Go, strike him." Chapter 85. This official lacks silver to spend. Lin Mang, what do you intend to do?" Li Mingqing exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table, his eyes wide with fury. The surrounding guests set down their cups, their expressions darkening as they fixed their cold gazes on Lin Mang. As sons of noble families in the capital, when had they ever been bullied by a mere 100 households of the Jinyiwei? While the Jinyiwei were indeed the emperor's personal troops, the court was no longer solely under the emperor's control. Given their esteemed status, unless they committed the grave sin of rebellion, who could dare to touch them? The atmosphere in the private room plummeted to an icy chill. The young nobleman, recently knocked to the ground, rose in anger, his face flushed with rage. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you strike me?" Slap. Lin Mang unceremoniously delivered another resounding slap, sending him sprawling once more. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, and he spoke calmly, "Trash? Degenerates." His words, though delivered in a flat tone, were laced with unmistakable disdain. "Enough." Li Mingqing's face darkened as he retorted coldly, "Lord Lin, your actions are excessively outrageous. You intrude upon our chamber and resort to violence. Shouldn't you offer us an explanation?" "An explanation?" Lin Mang's expression remained indifferent as he turned to Tang Qi behind him, stating coolly, "What are you waiting for?" Tang Qi paused momentarily, glancing at Li Mingqing, gritting his teeth before stepping forward. "You dare!" Li Mingqing suddenly shot a furious glare at Tang Qi. A glint of determination flashed in Tang Qi's eyes as he struck, delivering a sharp slap to Li Mingqing's face. Smack! The crisp sound resonated through the room. In that instant, Tang Qi felt an exhilarating rush. After all, this was the son of the Marquis of Wuqing. Surely no one in the entire capital would dare to slap him. Even if he were to perish, he could boast about it in the afterlife. Silence. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Li Mingqing wore an equally astonished look, as if he could scarcely comprehend that Tang Qi had truly dared to act. Yet the fiery pain on his face served as a stark reminder that it was all too real. Veins bulged on either side of his forehead, his eyes blazing red as he roared, "You seek death." With his words barely uttered, he drew his sword, aiming a strike at Tang Qi. Swish! Suddenly, a gleaming blade sliced through the air from the side, sparks flying. Lin Mang's icy gaze met Li Mingqing's, and he intoned with chilling calm, "Do you truly believe I am inconsequential? To openly assault a member of the Jinyiwei, Li Mingqing, what are you plotting, rebellion?" Li Mingqing retorted coldly, "As 100 households of the Feiyu, am I not entitled to discipline a subordinate who has struck an officer?" "Indeed," Lin Mang replied with a slight nod. But his expression swiftly turned frigid. In an instant, he delivered a slap to Li Mingqing's face, his voice ringing out sharply, "Li Mingqing, you defy military orders. What punishment do you deserve? Since you acknowledge your position as a member of the Jinyiwei, I wish to inquire why I have commanded all Jinyiwei to assemble at the Qianhu office in Hejin Prefecture, while you indulge in revelry. Bring Li Baihu down and give him 30 strikes. Lin Mang, you dare?" Li Mingqing was instantly enraged. In such a scenario, regardless of whether Li Mingqing acknowledged it or not, this slap would inevitably be swallowed down with shattered teeth. "Lord Lin." At that moment, a man dressed in a blue robe leisurely spoke from beside the table. "Lord Lin, now that you have established your authority, it would be wise to cease further actions. It would benefit everyone." "Oh?" Lin Mang chuckled softly, casually pulling over a chair to sit, gently wiping the knife in his hand, and slowly inquired, "And who might you be?" The blue-robed man lightly set down his wine cup, his tone slightly arrogant. "I am Song Jinyiwei, the adjudicator from the military governor's office, and the commanding general of this operation." Lin Mang smiled faintly, suddenly seizing a wine cup from the table and hurling it towards Song Jinyiwei. The cup soared through the air, infused with formidable energy. Crack! The cup shattered against his forehead, spilling wine all over him. Blood gushed from Song Jinyiwei's brow, and he could no longer maintain his earlier composure. Disheveled and furious, he shouted, "Have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe we fear you?" As Song Jinyiwei's words echoed in the room, everyone rose, their faces etched with coldness. Lin Mang coldly retorted, "Revelry and indulgence. Are these the actions befitting a soldier? To squander the day in drunken merriment, what punishment should one deserve for such behavior? This mission falls under the purview of my Jinyiwei. My request was a courtesy. Yet you all have shown blatant disrespect." A nearby individual sneered, "Lin Mang, do we, who are not part of the military governor's office, fall under the jurisdiction of your Jinyiwei?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Jinyiwei's expression shifted slightly. "This is bad." The smile on Lin Mang's face vanished in an instant, his eyes flashing with a cold glimmer. A brilliant arc of light from his blade flashed. Thud. The head of the noble scion who spoke flew off. Silence. The room became so quiet one could hear a pin drop. The spurting blood assaulted everyone's vision. Lin Mang. Li Mingqing's face turned furious. These nobles were all from his faction, some even invited by him. Now, Lin Mang had publicly committed murder, leaving him with no face to show. Calmly sheathing his knife, Lin Mang maintained a composed demeanor. "Bring forth Li Mingqing for 50 strikes, Song Jinyiwei for 100. And the rest shall each receive 30. A group of Jinyiwei stepped forward assertively. They were well aware of their superior style of handling matters. As the saying goes, a cowardly soldier breeds a cowardly general. With such a leader, they found it difficult to exhibit any cowardice. Li Mingqing was about to act when Song Jinyiwei quickly reached out to stop him, gently shaking his head. They had indeed violated military law, but such matters were typically disregarded. They had not anticipated Lin Mang would seize this opportunity to make an example of them. Song Jinyiwei cast a cold glance at Lin Mang and solemnly stated, "Lord Lin, I will remember this incident." Lin Mang chuckled lightly and replied, "General Song Jinyiwei, leading the revelry, earns you an additional 20. Song Jinyiwei's countenance darkened as he observed several individuals being escorted away. Lin Mang lifted his gaze toward the ceiling, a sense of trepidation stirring within him. There, an icy aura subtly fixated upon him. This place was neither Yuanjiang County nor Jiaozhongfang. Otherwise, the punishment would be far more severe than mere caning. Tang Qi glanced around and whispered, "My lord, should we?" He made a subtle gesture across his throat. The severity of the punishment rests entirely in the hands of the executioner. Should they wish your demise, a mere dozen strikes could shatter your spine, resulting in instant death. Lin Mang gently shook his head, replying, "No need. Let the executioner deliver a harsh punishment, but do not allow anyone to perish. Inform the prominent families in the capital that I wish to see them. Tang Qi, puzzled, inquired, My lord, if I may be so bold. Why the sudden desire to meet them? Shouldn't our immediate priority be to eradicate the White Lotus sect's branches? Lin Mang stepped outside, his cold voice trailing behind him. I am in need of silver. Chapter 86. The performance outside the Yuansheng building, luxurious carriages gracefully traversed the street, flanked by imposing warriors serving as escorts. Within the city of Hejian, numerous esteemed families existed, yet only 5 stood at the pinnacle. These 5 clans wielded control over the vast majority of commerce in Hejian, with their members holding positions of influence even within the city itself. Although these prominent families often found themselves at odds, they naturally formed an alliance. Anyone who dared to provoke these clans would inevitably face a united front against them. Brother Zhang, a figure descended from one of the carriages, clasping his hands in greeting towards a horseman approaching. The man in a short coat dismounted and returned the gesture with a smile. The individual who had just emerged from the carriage was Qin Huaiyuan, the spokesperson of the second branch of the Qin family. The horseman was Zhang Yan of the Zhang family, recognized as the most outstanding member of the younger generation. Qin Huaiyuan cast a glance towards the tavern ahead and murmured, What do you think this officer of the Jinyiwei, arriving from the capital, intends with this sudden invitation? From the information he had gathered, this officer did not appear to be an individual easily dealt with. Zhang Yan chuckled lightly. What is there to fear? Even if he is a formidable figure, once he sets foot on our territory, he will be at our mercy. Qin Huaiyuan shot him a sidelong glance but chose not to elaborate. Youth, after all, often bred overconfidence. He understood Zhang Yan's brash nature. The current generation of the Zhang family, under his singular dominance, had become somewhat haughty. However, this individual was a Jinyiwei officer from the capital, undoubtedly no ordinary opponent. Let us proceed, Qin Huan said, hands clasped behind his back, as he made his way into the tavern. Soon, representatives from the various esteemed families began to arrive in succession. Without Lin Mang's presence yet, the attendees had already begun to engage in hushed discussions. It was apparent that among them, the Qin and Zhang families were emerging as the leaders of the conversation. The Qin family, being an established lineage for over a century, possessed profound depth, while the Zhang family, a rising star in recent years, had begun to eclipse the Qin family in influence. Before long, Lin Mang entered from outside. Upon hearing his footsteps, everyone instinctively turned to look. Almost simultaneously, a singular thought crossed their minds. So young. Most officers of the Jinyiwei were over 30. Yet this one appeared barely in his 20s. Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes and was the first to rise in greeting. I am the aged Zhang Yan. Honored to meet you, Lord Lin. Observing this, the others promptly stood in respect, mentally noting Zhang Yan's cunning disposition. Often referred to in Hejian's underworld as the Smiling Tiger or Second Master Qin. Prior to his arrival, Lin Mang had conducted thorough research on the prominent families of Hejian. Following a series of insincere pleasantries, he lightly clapped his hands. Soon, a group of Jinyiwei presented trays laden with delicacies. However, as they beheld the offerings, the attendees were momentarily taken aback, not due to opulence, but rather the simplicity of the dishes. One platter, although adorned with intricate carvings, contained nothing more than a large radish. As for the other dish, it was merely a simple bowl of boiled cabbage. The only meat dish was barely visible, with just a hint of shredded meat. Lin Mang smiled and said, Come, everyone. Let us begin. With that, he directly helped himself to the vegetables. The attendees exchanged glances, astonished. It is no exaggeration to say that their average meal would cost dozens, if not hundreds of taels, and such a meager spread was truly a first for them. Lin Mang took a sip of wine, observing the crowd, and remarked, Do you all find these dishes rather frugal? Before anyone could respond, he sighed deeply. I am in a dire situation. The army has been mobilized, and expenses are exorbitant. These dishes were assembled little by my subordinates. A soft chuckle escaped Tang Qi from behind, unable to contain himself. It was evident that they had procured some spoiled radishes from the kitchen. Lin Mang shot him a glare, then continued, To be frank, I have invited you all here to discuss a matter. Qin Huan wore a faint smile. He had long suspected that this gathering was more than it appeared. Lin Mang took another drink and slowly said, I would like to borrow some silver from you all. The room fell silent, stunned by his request. Borrowing money? Unbelievable. It was the first time they had heard of the Jinyiwei asking the gentry for funds. Qin Huaiyuan quickly responded, My lord, you need not be so formal. It is our honor to contribute to the court's efforts against bandits. As the elder here, I am willing to generously offer 3,000 taels. The others erupted in indignation. Cursing, old fox. Qin Huaiyuan watched them with a cold smile inwardly. A bunch of fools. If they truly waited for someone to ask to borrow, it would not be a mere few thousand taels. Lin Mang immediately raised his glass. This cup is for Mr. Qin, for your noble intentions. With that, he drank it all in one go. However, Lin Mang continued, 3,000 taels may not suffice. The smile on Qin Huaiyuan's face began to falter. Sitting to the right, Zhang Yin remarked, we have money, but what does Lord Lin offer as collateral? Qin Huaiyuan sensed danger. Lin Mang shot him a sidelong glance, chuckling softly as he slammed his embroidered spring knife onto the table. This. How about 100,000 taels? Qin Huaiyuan's heart raced, quickly saying, Lord Lin, there is no need for such measures. This is your weapon. We shall gather 100,000 taels for you. Zhang Yin coolly interjected, Lord Lin, your knife is not worth that much. I am aware. Lin Mang nodded slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet, the life of Elder Zhang should surely be worth 100,000 taels, no? Zhang Yan's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with menace. What does Lord Lin mean? Qin Huaiyuan hurriedly sought to mediate. Lord Lin, my family is willing to donate 30,000 taels. There is no need for discord. He discreetly signaled to those around him, and they began to voice their agreement. Lin Mang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qin Huaiyuan before standing. Then I thank you all. As Lin Mang departed, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. Zhang Yin snorted coldly, his demeanor unfriendly. Qin Huaiyuan shook his head and said, if you truly take action today, it will bring calamity upon your Zhang family. The 5 armies commander's office and the Jinyiwei are now gathered here. Should you dare to act, the annihilation of your family is imminent. At the city gate of Hejian Prefecture, a rider on a swift steed galloped from afar. On the horse's back, a figure, weary and bloodied, cried out urgently, emergency military situation. Yin Mountain is in peril. The voice, nearly a roar, echoed through the streets. Bang! As the horse arrived outside the tavern, it finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. At that moment, Lin Mang had just stepped out of the establishment. Chapter 87. The march to Yinshan. As Lin Mang gazed upon the fallen figure of the Jinyiwei before him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Yinshan? That location houses a branch of the White Lotus sect in its vicinity. Could there be a connection between these two occurrences? After a moment of reflection, Lin Mang turned and commanded, dispatch a team of Jinyiwei to Yinshan County to gather intelligence. Additionally, inform the governor of Hejian Prefecture. Understood. Tang Qi saluted and quickly arranged for a rider to depart. Lin Mang mounted his horse and hastened towards the Qianhu office. Sun Xingye strode into the hall, perplexed. Lord Lin, what is the urgent matter that requires my presence? Lin Mang replied directly. A Jinyiwei from Yinshan has just entered the city, reporting that Yinshan is under siege and seeking assistance. Sun Xingye's expression shifted. Lord Lin, do you know who the messenger is? To be candid, the 100 households of Yinshan, Sun Hong, is my brother. Lin Mang shook his head. The messenger has already succumbed to unconsciousness. I have sent for a doctor to attend to him. Moreover, I suspect this incident is linked to the White Lotus sect. Sun Xingye's pupils contracted, as if a realization struck him. Could it be that the White Lotus sect has a branch in Yinshan County? Indeed, Lin Mang acknowledged with a nod. I apologize, Lord Sun. I have kept this matter from you until now. Sun Xingye quickly replied, there is no need for such formality, Lord Lin. We are both Jinyiwei, and I understand the protocol. However, our immediate priority is to ascertain the situation in Yinshan. Lin Mang stated gravely, I have already sent for the governor of Hejian. This matter requires his collaboration. After all, it transpires within his jurisdiction. Sun Xingye regarded Lin Mang with a deep look, silently acknowledging, to earn the trust of the deputy protector is indeed remarkable. Such composure and poise surpass many of the youth today. Hejian Prefecture, East City Courtyard. Inside the room, Li Mingqing lay upon the bed while 2 servants cautiously applied medicine to his wounds. Hiss! Li Mingqing inhaled sharply, cursing, be gentler. Useless fools. At that moment, a shadow in black robes entered from outside. The instant the figure approached, the 2 servants slumped into unconsciousness. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Mingqing furrowed his brow slightly, his tone icy. Shadow, what brings you here? The shadow was the leader of the covert guards serving his noble father. It was indeed a rare occasion for him to personally come forth. Young master, the visitor bowed respectfully. The Marquis has a task for you. Li Mingqing simply closed his eyes and replied indifferently, what task? His father had always looked down upon him. No matter what he did, he was deemed inadequate, perceived merely as a waste in his father's eyes. To those around him, he was simply the son of the Marquis of Wuqing, as if without that title, he were nothing at all. The shadow calmly stated, Yinshan County has fallen. You may lead troops to provide aid. This could be a significant achievement. Furthermore, Lin Mang must die in Yinshan. He, along with the Jinyiwei accompanying him, must perish. The Lord has dispatched Xiuchun to assist you. He may be called upon when necessary. Li Mingxing abruptly opened his eyes, laughter escaping his lips, laced with a deep sense of self-mockery. He chuckled softly. We are all merely pawns in his grand scheme. Are we not? Should these Imperial Guards perish, Cheng Hongyan, who fervently advocated for Lin Mang, would bear the blame. His true aim lies with Cheng Hongyan, does it not? No, it extends beyond him, encompassing his entire faction. All you need to do is eradicate the bandits in Yinshan County, and it will be a monumental achievement. A flicker of unprecedented hatred ignited in Li Mingxing's eyes as he coldly declared, convey this to him. I shall ensure that Lin Mang meets his demise in Yinshan. The shadowy figure bowed deeply before retreating. Suppressing excruciating pain, Li Mingxing rose and unsheathed his blade, mercilessly slaying 2 of his servants. In the main hall of the Thousand Households office, the governor of Hejian Prefecture rushed in, drenched in sweat. Lin Mang seized the opportunity to scrutinize this governor. Noting his considerable girth, the oversized official robe seemed barely able to accommodate his nearly 200-pound frame. Yet, his narrow, elongated eyes exuded a shrewdness that betrayed his merchant-like demeanor rather than that of a government official. Sun Qingye stood and introduced, Governor Gao. This is Lin Baihu from the capital. Gao Mingyuan wiped the sweat from his brow, gasping for breath, and saluted Lin Mang. I am honored to meet you, Lord Lin. Gao Mingyuan's expression turned helpless. Lord Lin, the military strength of Hejian Prefecture is limited. It is impossible to muster thousands of troops at once. Military expeditions are never as simple as donning armor and mounting a horse. Logistical considerations are paramount. Although Hejian Prefecture has its military forces, they cannot be summoned immediately. Lin Mang understood this predicament and inquired, how many troops can be mobilized from the prefectural city? 500. Gao Mingyuan sighed. That is the maximum we can muster. That will suffice. Lin Mang responded, turning to Sun Darren. I kindly request that you assemble a contingent of Imperial Guards from the city to accompany my own forces to Yinshan, while the troops from the 5 armies command can follow thereafter. I fear these bandits may not be mere thieves but rather members of the White Lotus sect. With just the Imperial Guards under my command, capturing a branch of the White Lotus sect may prove exceedingly difficult. After some contemplation, Sun Qingye nodded. Very well. I shall accompany you, Lord Lin. The 3 engaged in further discussion before dispersing. Outside the Thousand Households office, Governor Gao Mingshan breathlessly climbed into his carriage. Inside, a cool voice suddenly broke the silence. What is the situation? How do they plan to proceed? In a corner, a man clad in a black robe sat quietly, cradling a long sword. Gao Mingyuan produced a handkerchief to dab at his forehead, a faint smile gracing his lips. As anticipated, Lord Lin Mang has resolved to lead the Imperial Guards ahead. The man in the black robe nodded slightly, speaking softly. You are aware of what must follow, I trust? Rest assured, I comprehend fully, Gao Mingyuan replied with a swift smile. They shall not leave alive. Within the martial arena, over 500 Imperial Guards mounted on their steeds, their expressions grave and imposing. Regardless of the current disreputable nature of the Imperial Guards, one undeniable truth remains. They are still the Imperial Guards, possessing formidable combat prowess. Tang Qi hastened towards them, whispering, My lord, several noble families have presented silver notes, totaling 300,000 taels. Lin Mang's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile gracing his face. He reached out to accept the silver notes, silently proclaiming, Recharge. With a firm tug on the reins, he commanded, Let us depart. Chapter 88. The Mantis catches the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits in Yinshan County, the once pristine and orderly county office now lay in utter disrepair. Its main hall shattered and fragmented. On the streets, a group of ruffians, reeking of alcohol, staggered forward, their camaraderie evident. Within the main hall, a gathering of bandit leaders reveled, their cups raised in exuberance. At the head of the table, Yen Kuei lounged in a grand chair, embracing 2 courtesans abducted from the city, his demeanor languid. The courtesans, trembling, attended to him, their faces pale as ghosts. Faint footsteps echoed from outside the hall, soon followed by the entrance of a young scholar clad in traditional garb. He bowed respectfully and addressed Yen Kuei, Chieftain, news has just arrived from the capital. The Imperial Guards have set their sights on Yinshan. Yen Kuei's eyes flew open, and he drained his cup in one swift motion, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "At last, I shall avenge myself," he exclaimed. The scholar hesitated, anxiety etched on his features. After a moment's pause, he clenched his jaw and said, "Chieftain, their intentions are malevolent. Should we not retreat?" The name of the Imperial Guards carried weight, for they were the Emperor's own soldiers, despite appearing numerous. They were merely a disorganized rabble, incapable of contending with the guards. Yan Kuei dismissed one of the courtesans with a shove, cackling, "There is nothing to fear. With the expertise of the White Lotus sect aiding us, what can the Imperial Guards do? Moreover, we have the support of the townsfolk. Let us see who outsmarts whom." The scholar sighed lightly, words caught in his throat. He pondered the influence the nefarious White Lotus sect had over Yan Kuei, compelling him to contemplate an assault on the county seat. Their usual pursuits involved merely robbing itinerant merchants or rival factions. Yet this endeavor could lead to the annihilation of entire families. The White Lotus sect had long been a shadowy presence, daring only to act covertly. If the court were to dispatch a formidable army, how could they withstand such force? Nevertheless, he recognized that Yan Kuei was beyond reason. Meanwhile, Lin Mang and his contingent of nearly 100 Imperial Guards galloped forth from the city, their journey relentless. After a day and night of frenzied riding, they finally arrived at the borders of Yinshan County. Before them, a dilapidated village gradually came into view. Lin Mang reined in his horse, squinting at the desolation ahead. Desolate. Stark. This was his immediate impression. Sun Qingye rode closer, his gaze equally fixed on the distant village, his expression taut with concern. "There is no smoke rising from chimneys," Lin Mang observed with a sigh. It was now evening, yet not a wisp of smoke could be seen emanating from the village. The two exchanged silent glances, their thoughts aligning in dread. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mang urged his horse onward. The ground bore the thick, dried stains of blood, and lifeless bodies lay strewn across the earth, frozen in grotesque positions. Their faces bore the marks of profound terror. Beneath the great tree at the village entrance, several corpses dangled, their visages contorted in agony, swaying gently in the cold wind. Behind them, the sound of hooves echoed ominously. Witnessing the scene before them, a pallor washed over the group, and a surge of indignation ignited within their hearts. Sun Qingye's face was contorted with fury as he exclaimed, "These beasts!" Lin Mang paused for a moment in silence before suggesting, "Let us rest here for the night. We have journeyed far and are weary." Even if they were all martial artists, such a long trek would take its toll on their bodies. Lin Mang squinted towards the village ahead, lost in contemplation. The scouts of the Jinyiwei were elite. Anyone capable of dispatching them must undoubtedly be a master. Upon further reflection, it became apparent that their whereabouts had been compromised since they left the capital. Since the enemy had dealt with the Jinyiwei scouts, it was reasonable to assume that a significant number of Jinyiwei would soon arrive. The outcome could only be one of two scenarios. Either they would flee in panic or adopt a strategy of ambush and resistance. Lin Mang inclined towards the latter. However, what could be the source of their confidence? Sun Qingye called out several times, yet Lin Mang remained unresponsive, prompting him to raise his voice. "Lord Lin, what are you pondering?" Upon entering the village, the group quickly tidied up and collapsed into slumber. Lin Mang strolled around the village and summoned Tang Qi, instructing, "Once night falls, conceal all our men and prop up the bodies, dressing them in our garments." Tang Qi's face reflected confusion, yet upon seeing Lin Mang's solemn demeanor, he refrained from questioning further. Time passed silently. The sky darkened, and snow began to fall. Unbeknownst to them, a heavy snowfall had commenced. Crack! Under the cloak of night, shadowy figures clad in black approached swiftly. They moved like phantoms in the dark, leaving no trace upon the snow. Hundreds of figures in black gathered outside the village, stealthily leaping onto the rooftops. One of the figures produced a finely crafted crossbow. Whoosh! The sound of cutting air pierced the silence. Thud! In an instant, countless bolts shot forth, striking those standing ahead. Black-clad figures descended into the village, one advancing swiftly to slash a throat with a single stroke. Yet in the next moment, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the black-clad assailant. Looking down at the frozen, stiff corpse, their expression turned to one of horror. "A dead body? Withdraw quickly." Before the words could fully escape, the doors of the surrounding houses were suddenly breached, and an onslaught of crossbow bolts erupted from within. The same scene unfolded once more. Accompanied by anguished screams, the black figures erupted into a cloud of crimson mist, collapsing to the ground in despair. Lin Mang emerged, blade in hand, coldly commanding, "Spare a few alive, eliminate the rest." Understood, echoed the shouts from the darkness. Hundreds of Jinyiwei, armed with swords, advanced, forming a battle array to swiftly divide the battlefield and dismantle their foes one by one. In an instant, the air was thick with blood and carnage. Lin Mang, dragging his blade, moved like a specter, the glint of his sword slicing through the darkness. The moment the blade gleamed brightly, heads began to fly into the air. The warm blood melted the falling snow, forming a thick layer of ice crystals upon the ground. The commotion of battle roused Sun Qingye and the others. Though unaware of the unfolding events, they swiftly joined the fray. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of cloaked figures were utterly vanquished. In the snow, Tang Qi fetched a chair for Lin Mang, then respectfully stood behind, holding an umbrella. Lin Mang slowly seated herself, gently polishing the embroidered spring knife in her hand. Gazing at the 4 individuals kneeling before her in a row, she spoke with a calm demeanor. Speak. What is your true identity, and who sent you here? However, I advise you to consider your words carefully. I presume you would prefer not to experience the severe punishments of the Jinyiwei firsthand, would you? Chapter 89. The siege approaches amidst the swirling snowflakes. The dimness of the night cast an eerie shadow, with the flames of the torches flickering gently. Suddenly, a faint crack resonated, and the countenance of a cloaked figure turned ashen, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to death. The remaining 3 were about to crush the poison concealed within their molars when they felt a gust of wind sweep past. Their pupils constricted in unison. Lin Mang's fingers darted forth like a dragon plunging into the sea, applying a subtle force to their jaws, dislocating them with ease. With a cold smile, Lin Mang remarked, I never expected to encounter a band of death warriors. Observing the lifeless form of the poisoned man, Tang Qi's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily confessed, My lord, it was my negligence. Lin Mang replied sternly, Exercise more caution in the future. Such an error is inexcusable. At that moment, a commander of the Imperial Guards approached. Paying his respects and stating respectfully, My lord, the corpse has been examined. They are all after a brief hesitation. He continued, They are likely personnel from the military, employing crossbows specifically designed to counter martial arts experts. Lin Mang's expression darkened ominously. He looked down at the 3 before him and coldly inquired, Are you soldiers? A surge of fury welled within him. Rising slowly, he drew a dagger and leaned closer to one of them, murmuring, Have you heard of Ling Qi? The man's pupils dilated in terror. Lin Mang tossed the dagger to Tang Qi, commanding icily, Administer punishment. They must speak. Tang Qi promptly bowed in acknowledgement and dragged the 3 away. Lin Mang gradually opened his eyes, gazing into the darkness where the wind and snow howled, and softly asked, Whose men are they? Tang Qi inhaled deeply and replied, They are from the Hejian Prefecture's military. According to the 3, they received orders from a lieutenant. But a mere lieutenant would not dare act so boldly. An open assault on the Imperial Guards is a crime punishable by extermination of the entire clan. Moreover, these men were unaware of the identity of the guards they assaulted. A chilling laugh escaped Lin Mang's lips, his expression turning frightfully cold. Very well. Truly remarkable. He suddenly sprang to his feet, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Although he had long recognized the profound decay of the late Ming dynasty, he had not anticipated it to be so deeply entrenched. In the Hejian Prefecture, only a handful could secretly mobilize the military. If it were the White Lotus sect, it would be one thing, but the assailants turned out to be military personnel. Tang Qi hesitated. My lord, what shall we do now? Lin Mang gently caressed the blade, murmuring, Why must they compel me to take lives? The cold wind howled fiercely. In the distance, on the city walls, a few drunken bandits stumbled about. Suddenly, one of them rubbed his eyes and widened them in shock. Drawing a sharp breath, as if exhausting all his strength, he stammered in terror, And no, this is bad. Enemy attack. The final, heart-wrenching scream roused the surrounding bandits, sending a shiver through their bodies. In the distant snowy expanse, a formidable procession of figures advanced relentlessly. Amidst the pallid snow, the continuous black silhouettes loomed like thunderclouds descending upon the earth, overwhelming in their presence. The sound of thundering hooves echoed. Clad in flying fish attire and embroidered spring blades, they wore dark cloaks that resembled the Grim Reaper's shroud. Beneath the galloping horses, snowflakes danced wildly. The name of the Jinyiwei, the brocade-clad guards, was known far and wide. Yet, these were but common bandits, and upon encountering such a multitude of Jinyiwei, they were momentarily struck with panic. The vast distance, compounded by the heavy snowfall, allowed the 800 Jinyiwei to create an imposing spectacle that felt like over 1,000. Bang! One of the bandits hastily rang the alarm bell. Increasing numbers of bandits gathered atop the city walls, and a bandit leader fled in haste towards the inner city. The Jinyiwei have arrived. The Jinyiwei have arrived. The small bandit leader sprinted toward the county office. The surrounding bandits were immediately startled, rushing towards the city gates. Within the county office, a group of bandit leaders were indulging in revelry. Those who traverse the underworld seek nothing but fame and fortune. Seizing Yinshan County, with its vast wealth, was nothing short of astonishing for these brigands. Furthermore, the act of conquering Yinshan County would grant them an immense reputation in the realm of outlaws. As the small bandit leader burst into the county office, he breathlessly exclaimed, "Chief, the Jinyiwei have come, numbering in the thousands." The intoxicated revelers in the hall were abruptly sobered. Regardless of their bravado, the arrival of the Jinyiwei instilled an undeniable fear within them. At the head of the table, Yin Kuei abruptly opened his eyes, his expression icy, and coldly declared, "What is there to fear? What of the Jinyiwei? We hold the city and have thousands of citizens within. What can they do with their mere numbers?" He commanded, "Go. Send word to the White Lotus sect that the people have arrived." A bandit acknowledged and hurried away. Yin Kuei shouldered his 9-ring broadsword and strode purposefully outside. Meanwhile, within the Su household, in the hall, a servant had just finished delivering news. Su Lai waved him away and turned to Wang Yuanshan beside him, asking, "Brother Wang, what are your thoughts?" Wang Yuanshan chuckled lightly. "I presume Brother Su must have a plan in mind?" Indeed, Su Lai nodded, coldly stating that Yin Kuei, insatiable in his greed, had promised to take only the wealth of the commoners, yet now he persistently demands more from us. The arrival of the Jinyiwei signifies that the Imperial Army is not far behind. If we find an opportunity to open the city gates, it shall undoubtedly be a great achievement. Wang Yuanshan clapped his hands in admiration. Brother Su is truly astute. However, if that is the case, we must eliminate those who are in the know. Su Lai replied coldly, "Rest assured, this matter will remain a secret." Lin Mang tugged the reins, halting to gaze at the distant city wall. Outside the city, the snowy ground was strewn with corpses, bodies piled haphazardly together. A broken flag fluttered gently in the wind. Shattered armor clinked crisply in the breeze. The multitude of lifeless bodies seemed to narrate the brutal conflict that had transpired in that very place. Sun Qingye rode forth, gripping his blade firmly in hand. It was evident that Yinshan County had not only fallen but had also been seized by the marauders. Yet, he could not fathom how such a stronghold could be so easily breached. Lin Mang turned to Tang Qi and inquired, "Where are the personnel from the 5 armies command and the provincial troops?" If it were a siege, the involvement of military forces was imperative. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Tang Qi's face as he produced a letter, stating, "My lord, this is the intelligence just delivered by the Falcon." Lin Mang took the letter and cast a glance, his expression gradually growing cold and severe. After such a lengthy duration, they had merely ventured out of the Hejian prefecture. Did these ruffians think him easily deceived? Chapter 90. The blade carries a fearsome reputation. The secret letter in Lin Mang's hands disintegrated into countless fragments before him. They had already arrived at the foot of Yinshan County, and even if the officials of the 5 armies commandery were slow, they should now be entering the territory of Yinshan. Undoubtedly, that group was deliberately stalling for time. What had begun as mere suspicion now appeared to be substantiated. The unremarkable governor of Hejian was clearly in league with them. As the governor of Hejian, he ought to comprehend the gravity of this situation. While the 5 armies commandery could afford to be unhurried, he could not. Yet, not only had the 5 armies commandery failed to arrive, but even the provincial troops were absent. It was entirely possible that he was colluding with the White Lotus sect. The ability of the White Lotus sect to establish a branch in Hejian surely indicated the complicity of certain officials. If that were not the case, how could there be such a dearth of information? On the city walls, Yin Kuei ascended slowly amidst a throng of followers. Observing the panicked crowd around him, he bellowed, "What is there to fear? Whoever dares to falter, I shall have their head." Yin Kuei's reputation still commanded considerable respect, and seeing him so unperturbed brought some solace to those present. Gazing at the Imperial Guards standing resolutely against the wind and snow, a glimmer of mockery danced in Yin Kuei's eyes. If he were truly afraid, he would not have taken the initiative to assault Yinshan City. Channeling his inner energy, he laughed heartily. "With so many Imperial Guards, you truly hold Yin in high regard. Alas, today you shall all meet your demise here. This shall be your grave." Lin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, his internal energy swirling as a cold voice resonated through the storm. "Who shall claim the deer remains to be seen?" "Haha." Yin Kuei laughed maniacally, his face contorted with malice, signal the attack. Behind him, a bandit leader ignited a flare. Whoosh! A firework erupted in the sky, displaying the emblem of a white lotus. The brilliant symbol of the lotus slowly spread through the clouds. In an instant, a cacophony of rumbling echoed from all directions. The ground trembled beneath them. Boom! The faces of the crowd shifted in apprehension as the sound of thunderous hooves approached in rapid succession. Within moments, countless figures surged forth from every corner, clad in identical white robes, blending seamlessly with the swirling snow. A banner adorned with a white lotus swayed gently in the wind. Sun Qingye's pupils constricted sharply as he gasped. The White Lotus sect. The adherents of the White Lotus sect revered the White Lotus, and each bore its emblem etched upon their person. The White Lotus had become synonymous with the White Lotus sect. As he beheld the figures advancing through the snowstorm, a heavy weight descended upon Sun Qingye's heart. Since the eradication of the rebellious White Lotus sect during the reign of the late emperor, he had not witnessed such a formidable gathering of its followers. There were at least 2,000 of them converging from all directions. With such a considerable force, combined with the bandits within the city, even if they managed to prevail, the cost would likely be catastrophic. Sun Qingye urged his horse forward, his expression grave. Lord Lin, we should retreat for now. Once the main army arrives, we can encircle and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Lin Mang cast him a sidelong glance, responding calmly. The main army will not come. What? Sun Qingye exclaimed in disbelief. What has transpired? Lin Mang chuckled softly. Upon seeing the White Lotus cult members gathered here, an epiphany dawned upon him, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the truth. It was merely a game of strategy among the powerful. Lin Mang's smile transformed into a hearty laugh. What a cursed world we inhabit. The machinations of the elite turn these individuals into mere pawns. Is such a grand display truly intended to target me? Perhaps, but I see no reason for it. I am merely a cog in their grand scheme. Haha. On the city walls, Yin Kuei's laughter boomed, laced with derision. He raised a cup and drank deeply, exclaiming, Lin Baihu, I know of you. They say you are a god of death in the capital. I've been told that if I can slay you, I will be ensured safety and even gain promotions. I have no interest in office. I merely wish to see how many you can kill today. Let us see who claims more lives, you or I. Beneath the banner of the White Lotus cult stood a figure clad in purple robes, a long halberd planted beside her. Despite being a woman, her towering stature of nearly 2 meters radiated immense strength. Lin Mang, I am the Purple Lotus Protector of the White Lotus cult. You have slain my comrade, the Green Lotus Protector. Today, I come to exact vengeance. Her voice, gentle and soft, betrayed none of her formidable presence. Since that moment, she had known the Green Lotus was dead. This was not her original mission, yet she had insisted on coming to avenge him. As she beheld the White Lotus cult members charging from all directions, Lin Mang remained remarkably tranquil. Enhancement. Energy points minus 150, 000, second level of Tiangang realm. Energy points minus 250, 000, third level of Tiangang realm. In an instant, the pure young Tiangang true energy within him surged like flames. His energy radiated outward, igniting a brilliant golden blaze. The falling snow transformed into swirling white mist, dissipating 3 meters away. The protective energy enveloped him, forming a thin layer of protective aura. Bow. Tang Qi handed him a longbow. Lin Mang seized a quiver of arrows, knocking one and drawing back the bowstring. Windtail arrow. In a heartbeat, 6 arrows shot forth, unerringly piercing the hearts of the advancing White Lotus cult members. Lin Mang swiftly knocked another arrow, repeating the motion with relentless precision. In mere moments, over 100 arrows had been loosed, causing cult members to tumble from their mounts, chaos unfolding as those behind stumbled over their fallen comrades. As the White Lotus cult surged closer, Lin Mang discarded the longbow and slowly drew the embroidered spring blade from his mount. His gaze momentarily resembled that of a hawk surveying its prey, imbued with a piercing sharpness. With a fierce rallying cry, Lin Mang urged his steed into a wild gallop, gathering a terrifying aura of blade energy upon the edge of his sword. With a swift slash, the blade swept through the air, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that wreaked havoc among the throngs, claiming the lives of dozens in an instant. The ranks of the Imperial Guard surged with excitement, their martial fervor reaching a fever pitch. Tang Qi bellowed fiercely, kill. 800 cavalrymen charged forth like a spear, plunging ruthlessly into the heart of the White Lotus sect's riders. Lin Mang, drenched in blood, exuded an aura of malevolence that seemed almost palpable. In that moment of frenzied galloping, a singular thought crystallized in his mind. To transcend the realms, how can the spirit of the lofty be buried in chaotic times? to sweep away the ages, with a blade bearing a fierce reputation that instills fear across the world. Chapter 91. The dragons roar. A mighty surge of blade energy ravaged through the crowd, as heads rolled, and a torrential downpour of blood ensued. The swirling snowstorm seemed to part before the might of the strike. At that moment, a fierce wind howled in his ears, akin to the thunderous roar of an impending storm. Suddenly, a bronze spear glinted into view, its tip shimmering with a chilling radiance. In an instant, the air within several yards appeared to freeze. A heavy pressure bore down upon him. The formidable yellow true Qi surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings. Lin Mang swung his blade with a fierce determination, delivering a powerful downward strike. The clash of blade and spear produced a shower of sparks. Remarkably, this tremendous blow was met with resistance. At that moment, El Changfeng's hands trembled slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. Such immense strength. A newfound brilliance ignited in her gaze. Born with extraordinary innate power, she had always been renowned among the protective guardians of the White Lotus sect for her martial prowess. Yet she had never encountered anyone capable of surpassing her strength until now. The crushing mountain palm. The true Qi coalesced into the semblance of a massive mountain, its oppressive weight cascading outward in waves. Those of lesser cultivation were swept back by the dispersing energy, spitting blood as they fell. Boom. A golden bell-like manifestation appeared around Lin Mang, its radiance shimmering. Within that undulating golden light, a flicker of flame ignited. A heavy palm imprint descended fiercely upon the golden barrier. The terrifying recoil surged through his arm, reverberating throughout his body, causing El Changfeng's arm to tremble violently before it broke with a resounding crack. She was sent flying. The golden bell shield. El Changfeng gasped in disbelief. This formidable defensive technique was renowned throughout the martial world, yet few had truly mastered it. Moreover, due to the Shaolin Temple's strict secrecy, the methods circulating externally were often incomplete. As long as the force did not exceed the golden bell shield's tolerance, the stronger the attack, the more ferocious the recoil. Legend had it that a fully perfected golden bell shield could withstand the might of a master at the 9th level of true Qi. Although the truth of such claims remained uncertain, underscoring the technique's formidable defensive capabilities. In an instant, Lin Mang delivered a horizontal slash, his blade aimed directly at her throat. El Changfeng hurriedly raised her spear to defend, but Lin Mang's blade twisted, unleashing a terrifying wave of blade energy. Her spear was violently knocked from her grasp. She quickly sidestepped and retreated, her expression grave. You are not merely a beginner in true Qi. The information she had received indicated he was a novice. Yet the solidity of his energy was something even she could not match. Lin Mang's expression remained calm as he closed the distance. In their initial clash, he had gauged her strength. She was at the 2nd level of true Qi. Yet, with her extraordinary innate power, she could contend with an opponent of the 3rd level. Lin Mang executed the Wu Dang cloud leaping technique, his foot descending with grace, propelling him upwards several dozen feet. As he soared downward, he lightly touched a fragment of stone, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. This is bad. El Changfeng's expression shifted to one of alarm. In haste, she retreated and produced an object from her bosom, hurling it directly. A sudden tremor of unease coursed through Lin Mang's heart. A black sphere descended upon the snow-covered ground. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a cataclysmic avalanche, the earth erupted, creating a deep pit several yards wide. Debris scattered in all directions, and countless dark, poisonous spikes radiated outward, transforming into a pool of blood within mere moments. The terrifying shockwave surged from the epicenter of the explosion, colliding with the protective barrier surrounding Lin Mang. His internal energy swirled around him, continually counteracting the dreadful force of the blast. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him shattered, fissures spreading like a spider's web. After retreating over 10 steps, he finally stabilized his stance, inwardly astonished. Had he not recently broken through to the 3rd layer of Tiangang, coupled with the perfection of his protective barrier, that strike would have undoubtedly inflicted severe injuries upon him. Tianlazi, an exclusive secret weapon of the Tang sect. In the snow, a figure fled in panic. Lin Mang chuckled coldly, lightly stepping forward to pursue. The surrounding members of the White Lotus sect, attempting to obstruct him, were swiftly reduced to a torrential downpour of blood. Seizing a spear from the ground, he hurled it with ferocity, using the spear as an arrow. With a piercing sound, the spear, like a silver dragon emerging from the sea, pierced through LV Changfeng's leg, accompanied by a spray of vibrant blood mist. LV Changfeng cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. Lin Mang approached from behind, channeling his pure yang energy, flames igniting in his palm. With a heart-crushing strike, He unleashed a scorching palm that shattered her spine, invading her body and continuously incinerating her meridians. He struck several times, then directed a blade toward her heart. With a soft squelch, energy point 16,000. Lin Mang slowly withdrew the blade, only to notice a tome had fallen beside LV Changfang. Dragon Roar Technique, a third-tier manual. Lin Mang's eyes brightened. A soundwave technique? Since his last encounter with the two assassins from the Qingyi building, he had been contemplating the cultivation of soundwave techniques. However, high-level soundwave techniques are exceedingly rare, often absent even from the secret repositories of the Northern Town Patrol. He never anticipated that today he would have such an opportunity. The Dragon Roar technique is a supreme skill of Wudong, demanding exceptionally rigorous energy requirements from its practitioners. Even within Wudong, only a handful have mastered it. Lin Mang perused the tome briefly, silently proclaiming, "Cultivation. Energy points -500. Dragon Roar technique initiated." In an instant, countless insights regarding the Dragon Roar technique flooded his mind. Meanwhile, the battle around them was drawing to a close. At the moment of LV Changfang's death, the members of the White Lotus sect began to waver in their resolve. Witnessing Lin Mang's ferocity, the morale of the Jinyiwei surged dramatically. Lin Mang, brandishing his blade, returned fiercely into the fray, his blade energy slicing through the crowd. The pure yang energy roared like a tempest, and with a single strike, a wave of blade energy swept across the battlefield. One man, one blade. His black robe was drenched in crimson, blood cascading from the hem. The earth outside the city was already a river of blood, strewn with corpses. The thick, pungent scent of blood rose into the sky. Hundreds of Jinyiwei, dragging their blades, stood silently behind Lin Mang. The black boots he wore splashed softly in the blood-soaked ground. Lin Mang raised his knife and pointed it forward, his indifferent voice resonating. "It is now your turn." "Haha." Yin Kuei let out a hearty laugh, clapping his hands as he exclaimed, "Lin Baihu, seeing you today. You truly live up to your reputation." 1023. Yin Kuei recited a series of numbers, a hint of amusement flickering across his face as he chuckled lightly. "But I wonder how many more people Lin Baihu can slay next?" Yin Kuei gently clapped his hands, and behind him, a group of bandits ushered forward a throng of commoners. The civilians, armed with crossbows, were flanked by bandits wielding knives. Lin Mang's expression turned frigid. Tang Qi's face darkened, and with clenched teeth, he said, "My lord, allow me to lead the charge. I am willing to bear all the blame, even if we must act in haste. The moment news of slaughtering the commoners spreads, the entire court will not spare them." Lin Mang cast him a sidelong glance and replied calmly, "There is no need." Energy points -50,000. Demonic blade reached perfection. Chapter 92. The crossing of the demonic heart. At that moment, Lin Mang's embroidered spring knife hovered in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of blade energy. Lin Mang gradually closed his eyes, enveloped in an enigmatic atmosphere. The primordial energy of heaven and earth around him seemed to converge like a gentle stream. Suddenly, a crimson vertical eye opened in the center of his brow. The instant he opened his eyes, an oppressive and fierce aura enveloped the area, as if everyone had been thrust into a savage battlefield. He had succumbed to the demonic influence. This was the realm of consummation, the crossing of the demonic heart. The true strength of the demonic blade lay not in its techniques, but in the terrifying combat power it bestowed after one had succumbed to the demonic influence. By harnessing the primordial energy of heaven and earth with his own being, he exemplified the mark of a master. Upon reaching the crossing of the demonic heart, Lin Mang could faintly perceive some of the primordial energy, which was the essence of the demonic blade's dominance. The blade energy surged like a tumultuous sea, coalescing into a horrific shadow of a knife over 20 zhang long. At that moment, the surrounding wind and snow seemed to freeze in time. With a sudden grip, Lin Mang seized the knife in his hand. On the city wall, Yin Kuei's pupils constricted sharply. In that instant, he felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Under the weighty pressure of fear, everyone instinctively held their breath, their eyes reflecting palpable terror. With a single step, Lin Mang's figure vanished from his original position. The once still falling snow resumed its descent. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters beyond the city walls. "Shatter!" Lin Mang bellowed, bringing his blade down with ferocity. Boom! The terrifying shadow of the knife descended. The earth seemed to be violently cleaved open by the strike, leaving a chasm several meters deep. Waves of force surged forth. The heavy city gates shattered instantly, scattering into a myriad of fragments. The rocks behind the gates transformed into a storm of debris. The The gates of Yinshan County had been crafted from ironwood over a century, weighing several tons and measuring a meter in thickness. Typically, they were opened through mechanical means. Once closed, even a warrior of the true Qi realm would find it exceedingly difficult to open from the outside. Climbing the walls would mean facing specially designed crossbows for warriors, which would undoubtedly incur heavy losses. This was Yan Kuei's greatest confidence. Occupying the city, they would possess the utmost advantage. However, the scene before him made his heart plummet into despair, leaving him ice-cold. Hundreds of Imperial Guards galloped forth, resembling a black torrent rushing towards them. The sound of hooves echoed. The ground trembled gently. Simultaneously, a piercing scream erupted from the city walls. A group of formidable swordsmen charged up the ramparts. With Su Lai at the forefront, Yan Kuei's eyes widened in fury as he exclaimed, "Su Lai, what do you intend to do?" "Humph." Su Lai scoffed coldly, his voice rising in righteous indignation. "Bold bandits, invading the city and slaughtering the innocent. We have endured humiliation until this day, and finally await the arrival of the royal army. Everyone, slay them. Avenge the county magistrate Gao." With a spirit of righteousness, Su Lai raised his arm and called forth countless family guards to ascend the city walls. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged throughout the city. Yan Kuei laughed in rage, dragging his 9-ring broadsword as he brazenly charged at Su Lai. But in the next moment, a barrage of crossbow bolts rained down, forming a dense storm of arrows. Suddenly, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Su Lai's mouth, revealing a cunning smile that hinted at a scheme. Yan Kuei let out a muffled groan, stumbling violently, black toxic blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. "You." Yan Kuei pointed at Su Lai, his heart filled with both shock and fury. Struggling to utter, "You poison me?" Su Lai wore a scornful smile, his tone dripping with mockery. "You, a mere arrogant bandit, dare to challenge us? Do you truly believe yourself formidable? The fault lies in your utter lack of awareness. Attack." With a cold command, the surrounding crowd surged forward to engage. At this moment, the Jinyiwei had also infiltrated the city. Lin Mang stood beneath the city wall, slightly panting, his complexion pale. It seemed he needed to find a spiritual secret method. Although the demonic state was powerful, it exacted a significant toll on the mind. After a brief rest, Lin Mang grasped his blade and stepped into the city. Soon, Tang Shi arrived in haste, though his expression was somewhat peculiar. "My lord." Tang Shi bowed respectfully, stating, "The bandit Yan Kuei has been beheaded." Lin Mang nodded slightly, a light smile gracing his lips. "It appears you have achieved a remarkable feat this time." He had never regarded these bandits as a serious threat. The true enemy had always been the White Lotus sect. While many from the White Lotus sect had just perished, a considerable number were merely brainwashed, ignorant commoners. The only ones worthy of being called the upper echelon were the Zillion Protector. In its prime, any branch of the White Lotus sect boasted tens of thousands of followers. Tang Shi shook his head with an unusual expression, whispering, "My lord, we did not kill them." Lin Mang frowned slightly, feeling perplexed. Tang Shi explained, "The ones who struck were the various factions led by the Su family within the city. They were already engaged in battle with the bandits when we entered." Lin Mang furrowed his brow in silence. "Where are they?" Just then, a group of individuals rushed over from a distance. Su Lai, with tears brimming in his eyes, exclaimed excitedly, "My lord, the people of Yinshan have finally awaited your arrival." The crowd surged forward, visibly ecstatic, as if about to kneel at any moment. Lin Mang scanned the group with a calm demeanor and directly inquired, "Why did the bandits breach Yinshan County?" Su Lai's heart skipped a beat. This individual was not easily deceived. Lin Mang continued, "So, does this mean you consider yourselves heroes?" Su Lai hesitated, sensing something was amiss in the tone. At that moment, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed from the roof in the distance. It was a scholar-like man. "Master Su, your shamelessness truly leaves even Tang in admiration." "Haha, clearly. It was you lot who accepted our riches, opened the city gates, and slaughtered numerous Jinyiwei, witnessing the death of the Yinshan County magistrate at the city wall. How is it that now you have become the good guys?" Su Lai's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately rebuked, "You audacious bandit, cease your nonsense. Someone, quickly kill him." Lin Mang shot him a cold glance, causing Su Lai's heart to tremble, his complexion paling as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He had never believed that these aristocratic families were loyal patriots. In truth, as the city of Yinshan fell, the first individuals he suspected were those from the prominent families. Lin Mang gazed towards the distant figure dressed as a scholar and coldly inquired, who was truly orchestrating all of this. The second-place candidate possessed mediocre qualifications and lacked any strategies for governance. Yet my name is absent from the imperial decree. This world has been thus for centuries past, and will remain so for centuries to come. Ultimately, we are unable to resist. The scholar tossed a sealed letter towards him with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Sir Lin, sometimes ignorance is bliss." With these words, he breathed his last. Lin Mang slowly turned around, his expression icy. Arrest Su Lai and his companions immediately. Should they dare to resist, show no mercy. Yes. The commanding shout resonated powerfully, as if shattering the wind and snow. Su Lai trembled all over, feeling as though all strength had drained from his body, collapsing helplessly to the ground. It is over. Lin Mang gradually opened the letter in his hand. As his gaze swept across the contents, a barely perceptible smile emerged upon his face. Chapter 93. The decapitation of Li Mingcheng outside Yanshan City. The soldiers of the 5 armies commandery, along with the troops of Hejian Prefecture, advanced slowly. The rhythmic sound of hoofbeats echoed through the air, while supply carts carved deep ruts in the snow. A grand banner emblazoned with the character song flapped in the biting wind. Although it was February, this winter's heavy snowfall seemed particularly relentless, showing no signs of abating. Throughout the vast expanse of the Ming Dynasty, numerous regions suffered severe calamities. It is often said that a timely snowfall heralds a bountiful year, yet who can truly fathom the plight of countless people languishing beneath this unyielding blanket of snow? Many have been displaced and left to wander. This campaign to eradicate the White Lotus sect had summoned over 4,000 troops from the 5 armies commandery, supplemented by 500 local soldiers, presenting an imposing force. However, of these 4,000, including auxiliary and logistical troops, the number of truly combat-ready soldiers barely reached 3,000. At the forefront of the army, Li Mingcheng rode a magnificent steed, pure as snow, with a look of contentment upon his face. Despite the frigid weather that gnawed at his temperament, thoughts of that detestable little rat now reduced to a cold corpse lifted his spirits considerably. As for the fall of Yanshan, he considered it a trivial matter. Mere bandits would undoubtedly submit once the army arrived. Moreover, with news from the shadows, he surmised that his father had long devised a strategy. Throughout his life, he had never placed faith in himself. Although entrusted with the task, he was certain that his father had a contingency plan. Song Jinyiwei rode alongside him, his eyes clouded with concern. He spoke in hushed tones, brotherly. Our delays have already compromised our strategic advantage, a grave transgression in military conduct that could warrant the death penalty. What should have taken 2 days has dragged on for 4. Even if your father is the minister of war, should this reach the emperor's ears, he would not escape unscathed. Li Mingcheng chuckled softly, patting his shoulder with a knowing smile. Brother Song, we are not delaying. The harsh winter naturally slows our progress. Is it not expected? There was something left unspoken by Li Mingcheng. What does a single death matter? As long as they succeeded in reclaiming Yanshan County, regardless of the journey taken, they would be hailed as heroes. The loss of life? No one would truly care. The common folk? No, they were merely brigands. With Li Mingcheng's words, Song Jinyiwei felt his worries dissipate. After all, the plan was conceived by Li Mingcheng. Should any complications arise, it would fall upon him to bear the burden. Meanwhile, in the carriage behind, Governor Gao Mingyuan lifted the curtain, gazing ahead with a subtle shake of his head. To him, the young lord's actions appeared overly hasty. The Jinyiwei had pressed thrice for their advancement, yet the young lord continued to deliberately decelerate their march. If the Jinyiwei were to learn of this, he would surely face dire consequences. Even if His Majesty might show leniency owing to the Li family's status, the military faction would not be so forgiving. Furthermore, the censors had long prepared to unleash their scorn upon the young lord. While ordinary officials might fear the lord, among the censors, there would always be those unyielding and obstinate. The annals of history are marked by names that hold far greater significance than mere existence. Recently, this young lord, under the banner of the Marquis of Wucheng, engaged the services of 1,000 households from the Hejian Prefecture's garrison to orchestrate an assassination of Lin Mang. Should this matter come to light, it would undoubtedly leave incriminating evidence. Soon, the weathered walls of Yanshan City came into view. Li Mingcheng turned to the assembly, his voice grave. Esteemed comrades, bandits have invaded Yanshan County. As soldiers of the Ming Dynasty, how can we tolerate the brazen acts of these marauders? Song Jinyiwei raised his sword and shouted, "Exterminate the rebels, reclaim Yanshan. Exterminate the rebels, reclaim Yanshan." The soldiers behind him echoed the call with fervor. For a soldier, there is no swifter path to glory than through the crucible of war. A hint of a smile graced Li Mingcheng's face. Lin Mang, oh Lin Mang, I shall surely choose a fitting resting place for you. The army quickened its pace. Yet, in the next moment, the smiles on several faces began to freeze. Upon the city walls stood rows of solemnly faced Jinyiwei. The fluttering of the flying fish banner danced freely in the wind. Li Mingqing's expression shifted, and in astonishment, he exclaimed, Jinyiwei? In the rear carriage, Gao Mingyuan's eyes widened, his heart sinking with a sense of impending doom. How could it be the Jinyiwei? Had the White Lotus sect failed? How could that be possible? He was fully aware of the marauders' assault on Yinshan. It was the only place that did not heed his command. Thus, the magistrate of Yinshan County ought to be replaced. Those bandits were merely pawns to be discarded at will in his alliance with the White Lotus sect. Did they truly believe that a mere band of marauders could rampage through Hejian Prefecture without consequence? That would be a gross underestimation of the power of the government. Of course, there had been some unforeseen complications. He had not anticipated that these marauders could seize Yinshan County. Everything they had done was a ruse to lure the Jinyiwei into a trap, intending to lay the blame for their demise squarely on the bandits. The esteemed Jinyiwei. Not only would they face total annihilation, but they would also perish at the hands of these marauders. If word of this spread, the Jinyiwei's authority would be irrevocably shattered. Simultaneously, the regional pacifier, Cheng Hongyan, would be compelled to resign. In this locale, the White Lotus sect's branch was numerous, with many formidable individuals among them. Logically, the Jinyiwei should have met their end. Once the Jinyiwei fell, when the main army arrived, devoid of the White Lotus sect's assistance, how could these marauders withstand the onslaught? From the outset, these marauders had been mere pawns in his game with the White Lotus sect. This was a meticulously crafted scheme targeting the Jinyiwei, a feat to be credited to the young lord. Yet the scene before him sent a chill through his heart. Li Mingqing's expression darkened. Before anyone could react, a contingent of Jinyiwei burst forth from the city, encircling them. Lin Mang, with one hand resting on his sword, slowly ascended the city wall, holding a flask of wine. He surveyed the crowd from above, a light laugh escaping his lips. Esteemed guests, are you surprised to see me? Were you not expecting that I and my Jinyiwei would perish here? Li Mingqing's pupils constricted. With a swift pretense of calmness, he said, Lord Lin, I am unaware of what you are speaking about. Ha! Lin Mang took a hearty gulp, laughing heartily. Do you not comprehend what I am articulating? Colluding with bandits, impeding the march, conspiring against the Jinyiwei, each and every one of these accusations. Must I enumerate them for you? Governor Gao, I must confess, I have underestimated you. Inside the carriage, Gao Mingyuan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Seize Li Mingcheng, Song Jingwen, Gao Mingyuan, and all others, ordered the newcomer. Should anyone dare to resist, they shall be dealt with mercilessly. Lin Mang, Li Mingcheng shouted, on what grounds do you apprehend me? Lin Mang gazed down at him. In the next instant, his figure descended gracefully. With a swish, a thin blade of light sliced through the air. The swift and blurred glint of the blade struck with ferocity, the aura of the knife spreading like wildfire. Suddenly, a crimson line appeared on Li Mingqing's neck. His head slowly slid along the line and fell from his shoulders, his body crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth. Lin Mang observed this scene with an unsettling calmness. He tossed aside the wine flask, allowing the potent liquor to cascade onto the earth. Chapter 94. A man's fury, blood spills 5 paces. Li Mingqing is dead. The son of the Marquis of Wuqing fell beneath the blade of a captain from the Jinyiwei. The scene unfolded with such abruptness that most were momentarily paralyzed, unable to react. At the moment of Li Mingqing's demise, a shudder coursed through the crowd, their mouths dry and throats parched. As a chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads, they gaped in disbelief at the lifeless body that had tumbled from the horse. Their hearts filled with trepidation. The heavens seemed to be collapsing. He was the son of the Marquis of Wuqing, the future Marquis, a scion of imperial lineage. How could this happen? At this moment, Song Jingwen felt his heart leap to his throat. Lin Mang turned his gaze towards the carriage and remarked coolly, Governor Gao, are you not coming out? Inside the carriage, Gao Mingyuan inhaled deeply and cursed angrily, madman, lunatic. His mind was ablaze with fury. This man had truly lost his senses, daring to slay the son of the Marquis of Wuqing. Nevertheless, he emerged from the carriage with a faint smile. Lord Lin, I admire your audacity. Gao Mingyuan clasped his hands and said softly, let us meet again in the capital. He gestured to the guards behind him, signaling them to lower their weapons. To resist at this moment would be the height of folly. The Jinyiwei represented the emperor's personal army. Engaging in open conflict would be tantamount to rebellion, a blatant affront to the emperor. Even if Lin Mang were to uncover the truth, as a mere provincial governor, He was bound by the judgments of the criminal department and the 3 judicial offices. Without irrefutable evidence, he could only expect a demotion and reassignment. He was not like the young Marquis, who had deliberately delayed the battle, a clear act of treason. Yet, no one would be as reckless and unrestrained as Lin Mang. Lin Mang slowly approached Gao Mingyuan, the sound of his boots crunching in the snow echoing sharply. His deep-set eyes were particularly tranquil at that moment. Gao Mingyuan maintained a silent smile, his gaze laced with mockery. Suddenly, Lin Mang chuckled softly. He produced a confidential letter from within his robes and quietly said, "A bandit handed me this letter, claiming it contains all the evidence against you. I wonder if Governor Gao would care to peruse it." Gao Mingyuan's expression hardened momentarily before he quickly regained his composure, chuckling lightly. "Lord Lin, how could one trust the words of a mere thief? This is nothing but a slander." Indeed, Lin Mang sighed deeply, murmuring, "How could one ever put faith in the words of a bandit?" He glanced at the letter in his hand, and suddenly, flames erupted from his palm. In truth, the letter contained nothing but blank parchment. Gao Mingyuan was taken aback. "Are you deceiving me?" Lin Mang gazed at the charred remains of the letter, slightly tilting his head, and said softly, "Governor Gao, have you heard of the imperial decree that permits execution before reporting?" "What?" Gao Mingyuan's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, a cold light illuminated his gaze. His smile quickly froze, replaced by astonishment. In that moment, he envisioned a headless corpse, the sky swirling around him. Lin Mang sheathed his blade and calmly declared, "Gao Mingyuan, governor of Hejian, is guilty of collusion with the White Lotus sect, a crime akin to treason, punishable by the eradication of 3 generations. Anyone found in collusion shall be held to the same judgment." This statement was directed both at the personnel of the 5 armies command and the troops of Hejian Prefecture. Upon the utterance of these words, the soldiers of the 5 armies command and the provincial troops fell into an immediate silence. No one could be truly foolish enough to engage with the Jinyiwei, for that would be a grievous crime punishable by the annihilation of 3 generations. They were merely foot soldiers, wary of involving themselves in such matters. At the moment Lin Mang turned away, the faces of Song Jingwen and his companions turned ashen, their pupils devoid of light. "Tang Qi, here!" Tang Qi behind them shouted vehemently. "Execute!" The instant the command was issued, a blood-curdling scream echoed. Tang Qi brandished his blade and struck down a scion of a noble family. Song Jingwen, filled with terror, shouted in outrage, "Lin Mang, have you lost your mind? Do you realize what you're doing? The entire affair was orchestrated by Li Mingqing. It has no bearing on us. You are effectively severing your ties with the court. Henceforth, the officials will not spare you. Li Mingqing is dead, should you desire it. We are willing to intervene on your behalf. In the realm of politics, barring necessity, no one wishes to burn all bridges." Although the attendees from the 5 armies command appeared to hold lowly positions, they were either the offspring of court officials or descended from noble families, forming an immensely powerful interest group. Lin Mang bent down, gently clearing away the thick snow, grasping a handful and wiping the blood from his hands. In an instant, the snow melted in his grasp, transforming into a shard of ice crystal. Whoosh! A sound of something slicing through the air erupted. Song Jingwen's eyes widened, and a hole appeared in his forehead. Lin Mang, steadying himself with the blade, advanced step by step into the city. The screams behind him gradually subsided. In a valley several dozen miles away from Yanshan County, a massacre was quietly unfolding. Blood flowed from the valley's mouth like a stream. Within the valley, one side was clad in long white robes adorned with a white lotus emblem, while the other comprised the agents of the Western Factory. The 2 factions clashed violently. And among the chaos, an elderly man with a head of white hair wielded a massive hammer, indiscriminately wreaking havoc. Any Western Factory agents who ventured within 10 meters of him were instantly torn apart by his terrifying aura. At that moment, a lavishly decorated palanquin descended slowly from the sky. 4 elegantly beautiful women supported it with one hand, their footsteps light, leaving no trace upon the snow. "We have encountered the commander." Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed like a tumultuous wave, causing the Western Factory agents to halt their fighting and kneel respectfully on one knee. The elderly man's pupils constricted sharply, revealing his astonishment. The commander of the Western Factory. A melodious sword cry pierced the air, clear and enchanting, reminiscent of a crane's call soaring through the heavens. The curtain of the palanquin was gently lifted, and a silver-white flying sword shot forth. This sword surged forth like a silver dragon, tearing through the swirling snowstorm. In an instant, apart from the kneeling agents of the Western Factory, every other heart in the vicinity was pierced by the flying sword. The elder of the White Lotus sect had just fled a few steps when his head was severed by a single strike. From within the palanquin came a dispassionate voice. All those associated with the White Lotus sect shall be executed. The palanquin hovered in midair before vanishing into the tempest of snow. Amidst the crowd, Li Jinzong gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, his heart still trembling with trepidation. Ah, Brother Lin, it is not that I lack loyalty. Rather, I am simply too fearful to speak much on this matter. This operation, with the Jinyiwei and the Wujuan Dudu Fu in the limelight, has seen the Dongxi Kang lurking in the shadows. The scale of this endeavor is monumental, intended to lure out the formidable members of the White Lotus sect. Yet, I never anticipated that even the chief of the xiuchun would make an appearance. This leader, who has devoted himself to seclusion and ascetic practice, seldom involves himself in the affairs of the xiuchun. Most matters are managed by his adoptive father. To see him emerge so rarely is indeed astonishing. From the very outset, this undertaking has exuded an air of peculiarity, and for someone as astute as I, it is puzzling. With a soft sigh, Li Jinzong murmured to himself, "Very well, I shall first pay a visit to Brother Lin." Chapter 95. The funeral procession in the capital city. The air today seemed thick with an ominous atmosphere. Occasionally, the Imperial Guards galloped through the streets, their faces etched with severity. The agents from the east and west factories were particularly active, breaking into the residences of various officials from the Ministry of Revenue, who were subsequently taken away in prisoner carts. Several once prominent noble families in the city had lost all semblance of their former glory. Their entire families were wiped out. Any aristocratic clan daring to resist faced brutal suppression, with none spared. The once dormant Imperial Guards had suddenly reached the zenith of their power. An elderly resident of the capital, seated beneath a tree, gazed at the departing prisoner carts and sighed. Now, this is the true Imperial Guard. During the reign of the late emperor, the power of the Imperial Guards had peaked. As a seasoned inhabitant of the capital, they were acutely aware of just how formidable the guards had once been. Within the residence of the Vice Minister of Revenue, Cheng Hongnian arrived with his sword, his gaze icy. In the courtyard, an elderly man with a head of white hair held a wine cup, smiling as he watched Cheng Hongnian approach. "Lord Cheng." Tian Jijun set down his cup, rising to adjust his attire with a light chuckle. "I appreciate your personal visit." Cheng Hongnian's expression remained indifferent. "Lord Tian, please come with me to the prison." The aged Tian Jijun showed no trace of fear. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed, fully aware of his fate. "Lord Cheng." Tian Jijun gazed deeply into Cheng Hongnian's eyes and suddenly asked, "Is all of this truly worth it? You must understand what lies ahead for you." Cheng Hongnian's countenance remained unyielding as he coldly replied, "There is no need for you to concern yourself with these matters, Lord Tian. It is my duty to serve the emperor and fulfill my responsibilities." Haha. Tian Jijun strode toward the courtyard's exit, laughing heartily. "Lord Cheng, I shall await you in the prison." Cheng Hongnian, resting a hand on his sword, gazed silently at the sky. He had schemed extensively but had only managed to uncover the involvement of the Vice Minister of Revenue. In the court, there were many colluding with the White Lotus Society. His deliberate leakage of information was a ploy to draw them out. Could the White Lotus Society have revolted and swept across several provinces solely on their own? How many officials and noble families had participated in the events of that year? The rise and fall of a nation, the lives of the common people, held no significance against the greed of those who had existed for millennia. For them, the prosperity of the dynasty and the lives of the populace were worth less than a mere silver coin. Some matters were beyond his reach. It was not a question of his will, but rather the complexity of the situation. This issue entangled far too many individuals and interests, even hinting at the involvement of the Duke's residence in the Marquis of Wuching. A Duke, a royal relative, colluding with the rebellious White Lotus Society. If such news were to leak, it would render them the subject of ridicule throughout the realm. Tian Jijun was merely a scapegoat they had thrust into the spotlight. As long as the emperor chose not to sever ties, this matter could only be left unresolved. Cheng Hongnian drew forth a confidential missive from his bosom, a subtle smile gracing his countenance as he murmured to himself, "Lin Mang, I truly did not misjudge you. To ascend above the multitude, one must first stand before them. To claim this position, one must sever ties with the court officials. The Jinyiwei can only serve as the emperor's blade." In the desolate village of Yinshan County, beneath the shade of a locust tree, a resounding clash of steel echoed through the heavens. A sword soared through the air, its mighty aura coalescing like a vast river. In an instant, it seemed as though the sky was filled with this singular blade, and the falling snow appeared to be pierced by its fierce energy. Within a radius of several hundred meters, it felt as though this sword was the sole presence. the sword's energy took form. A golden serpent-like shadow of a sword ascended into the sky. At this moment, a colossal vortex storm emerged, drawing in the swirling sword energy, causing it to dissipate. Atop the treetops stood a figure clad in white robes, a man in his 40s. Handsome, yet marked by slightly drooping brows and deep wrinkles at the corners of his mouth, betraying an aura of aged sorrow. He remained silent and still, his expression indifferent. Seemingly lost in distant thoughts, yet his eyes held the weight of the universe. The Golden Serpent Lord, Xiuchun, was indeed worthy of his reputation. The figure in white slightly raised his eyelids, casting his gaze downward. In the snow-covered ground, Xiuchun, cradling the golden serpent sword, furrowed his brow slightly. His tone revealing a hint of astonishment. The great shift of heaven and earth? You are Yang Zhao of the Ming cult? You cannot move him. Yang Zhao's demeanor remained calm, seemingly unperturbed by the notorious Golden Serpent Lord known for his ruthless reputation. The golden serpent sword in Xiuchun's hands trembled gently, an aura of sharpness gathering around him. Yet, after a few moments, the sword energy dispersed like mist. Xiuchun turned to depart, his figure gradually fading into the swirling snow. Yang Zhao chuckled softly, stepping into the air as he soared away like a proud eagle. In Yinshan County, the government office, now restored from its dilapidation, was filled with Jinyiwei standing watch, their blades at the ready. The grand hall was adorned with white silk, draped in solemnity. Two exquisite coffins lay quietly within the hall, containing the lifeless forms of two individuals, their faces bearing a purplish hue. One was the county magistrate, Gao Kunchen, and the other, Sun Hong, 100 household officer of the Jinyiwei. The recent heavy snowfall and cold weather had preserved their bodies. Within the hall, some former officials of Yinshan were bustling about, while a woman and a 5-year-old child knelt at the foot of the hall. This woman was Gao Kunchen's daughter-in-law, and the child, his grandson, who had survived by hiding in a water cellar during the siege. Lin Mang, armed with a sword, approached the coffins and slightly bowed in respect. Upon entering the city, he had learned the full account of the events that transpired. Tang Qi clasped his hands and spoke. "My lord, the time has come." Lin Mang nodded slightly. Tang Qi turned and commanded, "Seal the coffins, commence the procession." Bong. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out thrice. The coffin lid slowly closed, signifying the formal departure of the remains of the county magistrate and the 100 household officer. At that moment, Lin Mang took the initiative to approach the coffin, positioning himself at the forefront. Surrounded by the astonished gazes of the crowd, he boldly placed the wooden support of the coffin upon his shoulders. How could a captain of the Imperial Guard, a 6th-rank official, be seen carrying the coffin for a county magistrate of the 7th rank? Sun Qingye simultaneously stepped forward to stand beside Lin Mang. In a deep and commanding voice, Lin Mang exclaimed, "Raise the spirit! Raise the spirit!" The Imperial Guards echoed his call with a thunderous shout. The funeral procession was grand and magnificent. Through the swirling snow and wind, the coffin led the way, flanked on either side by the imposing figures of the Imperial Guards clad in their flying fish attire. As the procession emerged from the county office, the citizens lining the streets fell to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. The wails of grief filled the air, resonating like a thunderstorm. After the coffin had passed, countless citizens spontaneously followed in its wake. Hundreds of Imperial Guards stood in orderly formation, their arms draped in white cloth. In the depths of the silence, one could almost hear the mournful cry of the magistrate from Yinshan County echoing from beyond the city. The mountains and rivers endure. Do not weep, dear friends, proceed with caution.